Cannons to the face, a knife on neck. She says that she's there to grab his eggs, and my bro is shocked. But we're talking about a real egg, an actual black dragon egg, which Lu Fan has been searching for days, but the moment they encountered it, he was ambushed by this gangsta trio with a thick babe. My bro tried to fend for himself, but having just awakened and being against 3 higher levels, he had no chance, now deliciously immobilized. The girl says she's excited too, see how good is the egg he has. When military bro comes running with a smile, saying they found a jackpot. Bruno, he's done, if they steal it. While baby doll upon seeing his egg puts her tongue out and says that he's worthy to track. Our MC is about to throw his life away to fight for this egg, but why is he so interested in it? He's just a loser transmigrator, as every other guy, the emo of the class always in the background, but this boy, even without talents, has been studying hard and training every day for a dream that I respect. He has a MILF aunt that makes some bread rolls that I desperately want to wit. Like, look at the sheer mass those rolls carry, and she walks around on nightgowns that can barely hold her bakery and attacks my bro with pure flour content. And with such a big motivator, of course my bro was excited for his awakening ceremony, getting a rare class and being able to provide for his family. But when the big day came, things went south. Because he got a bad class? No, other students did get some rare stuff, like this guy with a rare magician talent. But Lu Fan shocked everyone. One of the rarest professions, but at the same time one that put a frown on everyone's face. The director even felt sad for the boy. He had awakened a legendary dragon tamer class, on paper extremely rare. On reality the worst, because it does absolutely nothing without a dragon. Creatures extremely rare, strong, and that don't accept being tamed by no one. So this was bad news. So when he got home and warm bread came straight at him, he could only feel sad. She was all happy asking about his awakening, while he could only think that he would be able to put some flour into that bakery, but swore that he would do his best and wouldn't give up. Alabama aunt rested this hopeless loser head in her cinnamon mountains, saying that just he being alive was enough. But when he went to sleep, a sudden treasure appeared from his useless system, showing the location of a possible dragon egg. Now we know why the trio is taking my bro's eggs and why he's unfazed by those white masses of heat in his face. He's used to it. Why he's not used to though is giving up. And in that exact moment he was about to fight to death that the egg broke. Something flew straight out of it and went straight to the trio. They tried to fight it, but the 5 seconds of life creature went straight for a bite and flew straight trough the dude's whole body, as if was crossing water. Flesh rained down and the other 2 knew they were fucked. Bro and hanging balloons were shocked on that newborn's power, and in a second was only both. He threw that trash bitch to the floor and went straight towards the dragon, activating his only skill, the dragon taming technique. And in a second, the covenant had been established, in a beautiful pose. Baby begged for her life, but unfortunately, he has a much more productive bakery at home. So the black dragon flew straight at the snow bunny, and she became tonight's 3rd lunch, right after bro was hugging the dragon all happily, until that creature began to burn in some red aura. And guys, we have a problem. It's absurdly thick, but it has literal 10 minutes of life, so please avoid any remarks, okay? Don't go in the comment section saying something ridiculous like I want to feel her heat, because this is not a lusting machine, is a killing weapon. The second my bro saw a horde of creatures and decided to put it to test, he was surprised. 1 flame breath farmed a ungodly amount of experience. Yeah, this creature was the definition of legendary. But like having a USB stick with 100 Bitcoin, he will walk around with extremely rare creature, and the whole city will be interested in taking it. Even a princess from another kingdom came to see if it was true that a dragon tamer with a dragon had appeared. They approached the bakery and called for whoever was there, and look at the size of that massive chocolate pie. I would dive to eat that with the hunger of an astronaut that survived 10 years on bland space food. But oh boy, when Ansha went to talk and explain that Lu Fan wasn't a home, they had the audacity to push her away. Biggest error of their lives, because my bro just saw that. But before he could said something, the lowly offered him a chance to be her slave. If he agreed to be her subordinate, he would gain access to this incredible dragon egg. They were sure he would accept it, but seeing it was just a trashland dragon, he instantly refused. That pissed off the lowly and her guard, who commit a sin that will cost his life. He backpunched Auntie on face. My bro, even I want to kill you now. So my bro pulled a legendary dragon blade and told the guy to get ready. But where he got this? See, after getting his first dragon egg, things went kinda south. With one of her abilities, he gained a level and she gained 2. The boy is impressed with the sweep he made. He then tells her it's not even worth wasting time with these little things. While he keeps gaining experience, he's looking at a cave saying there's something waiting for them. A paw hits the ground and 3 lion heads appear. With the most original name of all, this is a 3-headed lion, a level 25 boss. Luffy knows that normally a giant group would be needed to hunt this, but now that he's with Xiaoyi, there's no need to fear. The lion suddenly roars, increasing his power. It starts to cast a fireball spell that takes some time to activate. Luffy warns Xiaoyi they need to interrupt this skill. She activates a power of flames around her while Luffy is advancing. Seeing all this madness coming, the lion is even afraid. Luffy is already on top of Xiaoyi, who is turned back into a dragon form, and uses a jaw attack to bite his head. With this, they interrupt the skill, and Luffy takes advantage to attack, giving a precise blow right on top of the head. With that, the lion falls to the ground. He realizes the beast died way too easily. Not to mention he's already up to level 14 and she's up to level 9. Also, the system's cooldown just reset, so he's going to receive another treasure map. He's already excited to see what comes this time, and calls the little dragon for a stroll, in a part of the depths of the Kabaxan Mountains. The girl with blue hair tells the knight that the opportunity is very good and they can't let it pass. The knight named Sunji responds that to enter the realm of fortune they need at least 5 people. The girl named Kai, who has the profession of Heart's Bandit, says that even with her agility this journey will take a day. However, the girl carrying a staff explains that these realms appear once every 24 hours and are extremely rare. She is Kin Shu and her profession is a mystery. Sunji tells her not to worry, with so much skill she will get into a good college and receive many resources. But suddenly he hears something and the three turn around. It's Lufin saying they don't need to be scared, he's just passing by. Sunji sees in his clothes and says that an adventurer of that level shouldn't be there, it's dangerous. But Kin Q touches the knight's hand, talks to Lufin, introducing herself and making an offer. She invites him to join the group to enter the fruitful realm without even needing to do anything and still receive 100,000 coins at the end. Lufin seems to recognize this name of the fruitful realm and asks if she really will give 100,000 coins. She says yes, and that he doesn't need to worry. The only thing they want is a few more people to close the group. They were already 4 people, meaning that Knight, who wasn't introduced, is garbage and will die. And Sunji tells him to come quickly. But Lufin says he's not interested in money, but in participating as a member. The 3 turn somewhat startled. The Heart's Bandit asks if he really wants to compete based on performance, meaning whoever does more gets more items. And Lufin agrees. Kin Chu knows they are level 20 and this boy seems very weak. What's he going to do? He'll end up with nothing. But since they need him, she accepts and says it'll be very good to cooperate. With that, they shake hands and the deal is sealed. She warns that it's time to enter, while Lufin is letting Shoei rest to only use her when really necessary. With that, they enter the realm through the portal. This is the realm of intermediate level lamentation and hard difficulty. Upon entering, Kin Q says that place is very silent, the only thing heard is their voices. Sunji asks Lufin why he doesn't have any weapons. He stretches out his hands and flames appear. From the inventory, he takes out a dragon blade he received from the second map. Seeing the blade, Sunji says it's amazing. He thought he was trash. But is he a transfer student by any chance? Suddenly, the ground explodes with a hand coming out and decaying level 15 zombies appear. Shojia, the fighter who will definitely die, rushes forward with the advanced ability. Sunji says he did a great job and starts cutting down zombies too. Seeing the group's formation, Lufin thinks they're really well organized. Suddenly, Kin Q raises her staff to the sky, invoking lightning, and uses a Starlight Rain ability. This ability not only strengthens allies but also damages undead creatures. She then tells Lufin she has a secret class, the Light Mage. She not only can heal but also cause damage. Suddenly, the ground trembles and Lufin knows some kind of elite boss is going to appear. A hand explodes a wall and now there are bloodthirsty zombies. Sunji tells the bandit to protect the mage and our protagonist, while he's going to advance with the warrior on waiting to die. He jumps and delivers a vertical cut right on the zombie's shoulder, and his friend delivers a blow right in the middle of the zombie, but he's trying to remove the blade and it's not coming back. The creature's flesh is holding the blade. These creatures can drain the life of anyone they damage with the poison they have. What we were all waiting for is finally going to happen, and this guy whose name I don't even know is going to die. Sunji ends up having to let go of his blade too, which gets stuck in the zombie's shoulder. He pushes the extra to the extra, warning the bandit to help in the front line. But Lufin says it's not necessary. Already with the blade in hand and red eye, he says he'll handle it. The zombie is coming towards Lufin and Sunji is going to try to save him. But he takes a look and drives the dragon blade right into the zombie's chest. They are startled and Lufin is cutting everyone. No one there believes it and Kin is blushing. The poor knight doesn't even know what to say. Lufin hands back the sword, saying they can now move forward. Sunji wants to know his level. It's impossible for someone who just awakened to be so strong. The protagonist says he's a level 14 student who came here to take the big exam. There's no reason for him to lie. Healing the guy, Kin Q says then they are the same age, while thinking that the level 14 boy is stronger than the level 28 knight. But suddenly a bloody zombie appears next to her. The bandit goes in to steal a heart and shoot an arrow, but suddenly Lufin passes by her side and stabs the zombie in the chest. He pulls out the blade and the creature is all destroyed on the wall, warning that now the creatures will only get stronger and stronger. He's going to walk in the front line, and does anyone have a problem with that? Everyone is silent and doesn't even know what to respond. Kin Q smiles, saying it's fine. She counts on him and the knight in the front line while she helps the others. Our boy says she can call him Lufin. And now let's go deeper. The group is trailing behind him, and it seems they've heard about a certain dragon tamer who recently appeared. However, Kin Q is confused because the dragon tamer class was supposed to be the weakest. Another bloody zombie falls to the ground. They have arrived at the central village. Lufin knows that Kin Q's healing magic can't remove the poison that's been applied to the guy. Suddenly, Kair, the bandit in this case, says she feels something strange. Underneath them is a pile of debris and some zombies are coming from behind. The poison guy tries to warn that there's something coming from behind. He falls to the ground and Kin Q rushes to help, but there's a red light on his back. They hear a sound and turn to see a zombie with steel skin. Kair recognizes that as the mystical guardian. Seeing that there are some bodies stuck to the creature, Lufin warns that they need to kill it quickly before it absorbs their friend. Samye advances with a moonlight cut. However, his blade can't even scratch it. Lufin is worried since the poison on the guy is attracting a bunch of creatures. He goes up and tries to stab the monster in the face. It seems to have affected it a bit, but he'll still need a few more attacks, as the creature has 40% more defense. One of the abilities he received with the Dragon Blade is Dragon Armorization. The Steel Zombie uses a charge ability to go towards Qin Q. Lufin asks her to use Blessing Powers along with him. Activating the Dragonization ability, his hand starts to transform, and Qin Q raises the staff using the Light ability. The strength of this hand depends on the strength of the dragon he has a bond with. With this, he strikes right in the middle of the zombie, while Qin Q provides support. Half of the creature explodes and the people realize it's starting to disintegrate. Samye says that apparently this creature depends on continuous absorption to grow so big, while thinking that this Lufin is definitely a pro. Inside the zombie, a head with a giant eye can be seen. Qin Q recognizes that as the main body and Lufin advances, he jumps towards the monster and delivers a fiery blow right in its face. The flesh disintegrates and an explosion occurs on its back, and the boy looks all stylish. Now the gothic girl is all impressed that the realm's guardian was truly defeated, while Qin Q can't believe he really defeated a level 20 boss. From the monster, a treasure chest appears. Qin Q approaches the chest, saying they'll follow the rules and apologizes for earlier. They didn't know he was so strong. Samye also says he's really strong and could have come here alone. She then opens the chest. Lufin is curious about what's inside. A strength potion, some antidotes for the poison, and a good quality bracelet that provides strength and resistance. Samye comments that this chest is very mediocre. Lufin agrees it should have been much better for a realm like this. Qin Q hands him the best item, the bracelet, since he did more than everyone else. He equips it, receiving new stats. While she's thinking, the portal still hasn't appeared. The bandit says they need to look around then. Lufin then notices something and tells them to pay attention. In his system, it shows that Zombie wasn't the final boss of this place. Samye is startled, asking if he found something, and Qin Q points in a direction, saying she feels dark energy. In front of a lake, she says it's close. They say they believe her since she's a light mage. There seems to be something under the water, and upon sensing their presence, eyes appear around tentacles. Lufin realizes something is coming, and several hands emerge from the water. It's a creature of which the system has no information. Samye recognizes immediately that it's probably the final boss. The creature is attacking, and he tells everyone to get on its back as he will protect them. The attack hits him, and he seems to resist a bit. Very little because he's already fallen to the ground, beaten up. And now the tentacles are eyeing Qin Q. I just hope the work doesn't change genders. She's protecting herself there, and Lufin advances towards the hand, which is promptly cut off. The boy is very cool and manages to save her, obviously leaving her all flushed, still sliding on the ground. Kair asks if she's okay, but before she can respond, a monster is now on their backs. They turn around to try to understand what it is, and in the midst of the massive tentacles, there's a woman with long hair. The monster is a level 25 Morning Spectre with difficulty. At that moment, they recognize it as the true final boss. Samye once again asks them to stay behind while he tries to defend. The hand is coming to attack, and he tells everyone to move back immediately. While he defends against the creature, he tells Lufin to keep up the offense. Lufin advances, thinking that only he can deal with this since everyone else is struggling to defend themselves. Seeing the woman in the middle, he's sure that hitting her is the only way to kill this creature, but suddenly she screams. The ability she emits reduces everyone's stats by 20%. She slams a tentacle on the ground, and Lufin manages to dodge. He takes advantage of it to land with both feet and leaps towards her. The monster seems startled, and Qin Q warns him to watch out for the chains. Suddenly, he's whipped by them, and the monster screams that they're grouped, sending an attack their way. The guy who was lying on the ground just 10 seconds ago gets up and defends, while a hand is going towards Lufin. Suddenly, an arrow hits right in the middle of the hand, and he realizes that even though they're struggling, the group is still trying to help him. He grabs one of the chains and uses it as a foothold to launch himself towards the creature, and he cuts through all the tentacles that were hindering them. As a result, the monster writhes in agony and uses the whip with the chain again. He narrowly dodges it. He activates the dragon transformation in his hand and cuts the chains in half. They all fall in front of the group. Sungate says they won't be able to handle it. It's better to retreat for now. Lufin asks Sungate to take everyone out of there. Qin Q asks what he's going to do. He says they don't need to worry, he'll just cover their retreat. Kair tells them to go quickly, while Qin Q thinks they're not able to help at all. Lufin is opening a giant red portal beside him. The monster screams in his direction, but now the boy is confident, saying she can come out now. The hand that was about to touch him gets bitten by Xiaoe. The group looks back, startled, and here comes the black dragon fighting the boss. They can't believe a child actually summoned a giant dragon, which is easily cutting through the boss's hands. The boss is writhing in pain and tries to send a chain attack, but Xiaoe easily passes through it, cutting the chains and the boss. which falls into the water without having done anything. The group is in disbelief that he killed a boss so quickly, while Qin Shu realizes he really is the rumored guy, the dragon tamer Lufin. 300 years ago, someone says she was born there and was raised under the church's protection to avoid any kind of danger, until the plague destroyed everything. Bodies piled up in the lakes with not enough graves. She desperately wanted to save everyone, so she prayed every day. But in the end, she became a hot goth, a cruel witch of darkness. She couldn't save the people, so she summoned the spirits of the dead so people could say goodbye. But the church that had sheltered her for so long accused her of causing the plague. They chained her up and dragged her through the streets. Thrown into the lake, all she wanted was to save everyone, or at least allow them to say goodbye. She did nothing wrong, and that was the story of the Morning Spectre. While the group wonders how Lufin can summon a dragon, he's asking when they're going to leave that realm. But the portal hasn't opened yet, so that means the boss hasn't died yet. The lake starts to bubble, and suddenly an explosion occurs, sending a wave towards everyone, with a monster appearing in the middle of it, evolving from a Morning Spectre to a Vengeful Spectre, which not only gave her new abilities but also greatly increased her stats. The soft-hearted bandit was trembling, unable to believe it, and the boss warned that no one would escape from there, and launched a water attack. Xiaoyi has an effect that prevents her from receiving debuffs, so she defended Lufin. However, the bubble that exploded from Kair's lair trapped her in a water trap. Sunji tried to help her get free, but it was immune to physical damage. Trapped, she apologized to Qin Q, who said it was okay. She fell to her knees, saying it was all her fault for insisting on coming to this realm. Lufin asked if she was going to give up so easily. She explained that the boss was immune to physical attacks and only she had magic attacks, but she was too weak. The vengeful boss sends a hand attack towards Xiaoyi, which can cause instant death or apply a debuff. Due to immunity, nothing happens, and Lufin warns that his dragon can handle it. Kair says that even though he's a dragon tamer, the level difference is still too great. The boss was preparing to attack again when Lufin said that dragons are incomparable. Xiaoyi easily nullified all the effects the boss applied, and her stats increased when Lufin activated the dragon's inspiration. And immediately after, he activated the lava flame. The barrage of fire hit the boss's face, causing it to melt in front of them. No one could believe what was happening as the boss was falling apart. Suddenly, she exploded, emanating an aura that would awaken all the bodies within that realm. A chest appeared, and Xiaoyi's and Lufin's levels increased. Sunji got excited, saying he could finally see the portal, but behind them, several creatures were rising. Suddenly, Xiaoyi flew past them, and with a flame attack, she swept the entire field. They recognized her as the giant dragon, and Lufin said her name was Xiaoyi, and these monsters were nothing but toys to her. And he turns around, saying it's better to worry about the rewards. He says that according to the rules, he will choose first and asks if anyone objects, and obviously, no one says anything. So he opens the chest, which emits a light. Inside, there's an excellent quality sacred light staff, a twilight cloak also of excellent quality, a morning ring of rare quality, and what Lufin chose was a class change scroll. It allows someone without a hidden class to have a chance to advance to a higher class. Qin Chu said it didn't make sense. That wasn't the best item he could take. He could take the rest for himself. But Lufin said it was okay. This is the item he wants, and these equipment items suit them more. She goes to the chest all greedy, saying that if it weren't for him, they would have died. And because of that, she offers him the ring. Lufin says if that's the case, he'll accept it then. And with that, the group is ready to return. While Qin Shu wonders what other secrets he holds. 4 hours later, he returned home, and this auntie came to be cute, throwing bread at his face. He told her to wait a little longer. He's still dirty and needs to take a shower. But suddenly, she started crying, saying she was worried, and hugged the boy. He apologizes for leaving only a note, and says it won't happen again. He pets her all sweetly, telling her to stop crying. This aunt is a dangerous national wish that. I've seen less passionate couples than those two. She pets Xiaoyi, saying she's impressed that this cute girl really is a dragon. Lufin wants to give the scroll to his aunt while she's petting Xiaoyi. He says that if she gets a better profession, she won't need to keep the store anymore. But she says it's too valuable and doesn't want to accept it. Why doesn't he sell it for money? But he shows the boy's bank account, which is already becoming a millionaire, saying he doesn't need that. She asks him to explain where he got it, and he says it was all a reward from the dungeon he participated in. He hands the scroll to her and tells her to make good use of it. When she opens it, it starts to emit a blue aura and her hair starts to float. Guys, this scroll activates a lot of nice things. He asks if she felt anything. She says it worked and her class has advanced to chef with enchantments. Sometime later, Xiaoyi gorged herself on all the little bread rolls. That night, Ken Q was questioned by someone about the boy who was the dragon tamer. She explained that due to her recklessness, almost everyone died. It was lucky he was there and saved them. The blonde guy asked if she didn't tell anyone about the dragon. She said she didn't tell anyone because she promised him she wouldn't tell anyone except the Kim family. The guy's name was Kim Shanghai, and he said she did a good job. Since it's dangerous for people to know that information, she calls him dad and says he saved everyone. What is he thinking of doing? Is he not thinking of getting that dragon? Dad laughs, saying he's not that kind of person and she should worry about how she's going to thank him. She says she gave him 100,000, but she doesn't think it was enough, and her dad tells her to give him a purple card. Kim-Chu asks if her dad doesn't want to go since he's so curious about him. Dad says it would really be good to meet the dragon tamer, but he has something to do tomorrow morning. The princess of the Taiji kingdom is going to study in the city of Zhengai. Of course, there had to be a princess in a Chinese work. They just arrived in the city and were hungry. So they went to the aunt who has the biggest bread rolls in town. The aunt came to greet them and said they were closed today. The princess said it was strange. She thought it was around here. When the aunt asked who they were, she was thrown to the ground. Let's join forces and kill this guy who hit the aunt. The princess asked her if she knew someone named Lufin. The protagonist came down the stairs asking if they were looking for him, but he was shocked when he saw that scene. His aunt had been beaten, and the princess was saying it stank there. Lufin went to talk to his aunt asking if she was okay, and the princess said she came to see him. Lufin turned around and asked who they were. The guys introduced themselves as Princess Jinzu and the guy is Kwai Hante. She said she had an incredible opportunity for him. Lufin was curious about this opportunity. She said that being a dragon tamer must be difficult. He was shocked when they opened the briefcase with a dragon egg, and she said that if he accepted the terms, it would be his. She asked what he thought and said the conditions were simple. He would only have to be her absolute slave and never disobey any order. Thank God we don't have to worry about the FBI because he'll probably beat her. Confidently, she says that this is the reward she received and it's the only dragon egg in the world. She asks why he isn't responding. He must be impressed with this incredible dragon egg. However, our protagonist is a bit disappointed. Compared to Xiui's egg, this one is very weak. With a look of dissatisfaction, he says that indeed the attributes seem interesting. The princess thinks he's an idiot who doesn't know how important a dragon egg is to a dragon tamer, while Lufin tells his aunt not to worry as he'll handle them. Jinzu says that without the dragon egg, he'll be useless. He should be excited about this news. Lufin says it's really amazing, but he refuses, disappointing the girl. Jinzu says he's refusing the chance to become her slave and still make history as a dragon tamer. Funny that she spoke as if the first part were a great opportunity. Lufin says that if that's all she's there for, she can leave because he's not interested in being anyone's servant. Kwai Hante gets angry, saying he's being disrespectful to the princess who came there. Lufin laughs, saying that being someone's slave is ridiculous. Suddenly, Jinzu points and says it's up to her knight to teach the kid a lesson. The aunt steps in front, telling them not to get angry and stop it. But the knight slaps her on the cheek. Good heavens, we're going to kill this guy. She falls to the ground with flushed cheeks, and Lufin goes to help her. Queen Hante says he deserves it for offending the princess and moves to punch the protagonist in the back of the neck. However, he suddenly summons the dragon blade and warns that if he hurts his family, he'll die there. The aunt tells Lufin to stop being reckless, and Jinzu tells the guy to attack him again and stop hesitating. Lufin calls for the princess and slaps her back. Man, equal rights now. Let's spread them around. Queen Hante tries to attack him from behind at this moment, but Lufin manages to defend and throws his blade on the ground. Suddenly, the guy gave up the fight and went to help the princess, who's lying there. And he took another slap. The only one who hasn't been beaten up so far is the protagonist. Jinzu yells at him, saying he's trash. Does she seem fine? He should kill the dragon tamer now. Xiui is sleeping peacefully in bed while his phone is ringing. Kim-Chu is calling, walking through the city, and guys, I didn't know she was so strong. A really promising mage. Suddenly, an explosion happens beside her. It's Hante being thrown and bleeding. Jinzu told everyone to get out of the way and stop staring. Hante apologized, saying the kid had too many attributes and he won't be able to handle it. She says it's okay then, this princess will help him. And she begins to cast a black magic spell. Lufin recognizes that magic as the opposite of Kim-Chu's. All beautiful and curvy, she's approaching. The dark power surrounds Hante's body. Both of them are surprised and he turns into a level 30 horseman. Jinzu has the power of a spirit witch. Lufin realizes the guy has become a monster. Kim-Chu steps in front of him saying she'll help. Hante jumps to crush them both and the protagonist asks Kim-Chu to take care of his aunt. He narrowly avoids the attack. Lufin knows he'll have to use his dragon abilities to deal with this now. Jinzu tells the knight to kill the kid and that'll ease her anger. Hante is confident, but Xiui is coming to help. Already beginning a dragon transformation, startling Jinzu, and in the middle of the city she turns into a black dragon. Lufin warns it's his turn now. Jinzu starts casting a spell to stop the dragon. However, Xiui roars and her ability is interrupted. Under her paw, Hante is already crushed. She tosses him aside and Jinzu can't believe it. On the ground, he apologizes, saying it's impossible to win this. Lufin approaches and asks her if she was the one going to kill him. Desperate, she says he did something very wrong. She killed his knight and he has no idea what will happen. He'll become the enemy of the Taiki kingdom. Lufin asks if she's really trying to scare him, especially since she came here to hurt his family. Xiui starts to conjure a fireball and he says he doesn't care if she's a princess. Even if she were a goddess, she would have to pay with interest. That's what happens to those who hit the aunt of the warm bread. However, from the sky, someone on a griffin shouts for him to stop. It's Kinku's father, and she tells him to be careful. Chioe looks in his direction with a fireball. Lufin tells her to stop and cuts Jinzu's staff, while the griffin is passing by Chioe, who's just giving a glance. The guy descends from the griffin and tells Lufin to hide the dragon since many people are watching. From the back, Kinku tells him to obey her father already, so Lufin orders Chioe to untransform, turning back into a little dragon. While Kinku is calling the protagonist, her father goes to talk to the princess. Talking to his aunt, they hope her father can handle the situation. But Lufin already knows things won't be so easy. Shanghai says it's the first time he's seen the protagonist and he's already causing trouble. Our protagonist apologizes, saying it wasn't his intention. The aunt asks Shanghai if he managed to resolve the situation. Shanghai explains it will be complicated since her family not only has numerous businesses, but also holds a high position in this kingdom. Lufin says he doesn't care how powerful she is. He won't compromise his dignity because of a dragon egg. Shanghai says he's a good boy with integrity. He doesn't need to worry because they have a way to protect him. However, he can't do it alone, so he has a condition. Everyone seems curious, and Lufin asks what condition it is. Shanghai warns that he'll have to become the champion of the Southern Province in the Grand Exam, while Shanghai delays the princess as much as possible. Kim Xiu says it's very difficult with all the best students from the entire Southern Province, but Shanghai warns once again that he'll only protect him if he achieves that title. Determined, Lufin says he accepts the condition. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Jinju is walking around desperately asking why that guy hasn't died yet, and says to pass the order to the family to kill him. The next day was the Grand Exam, and everyone there was talking about the items and abilities they had. But everyone was stunned when Lufin showed up. But nobody there knew he already had a dragon, so they found it ridiculous that he had the courage to come there just to try to get into a university. Lufin thought he was too lazy to deal with all this nonsense. Gandalf appeared and told everyone to be quiet, and warned that the exam for the Southern Province was about to begin. Lufin is waiting to transform all the scrolls he's receiving into one of better quality, when suddenly someone asks if he's really going to participate in the Grand Exam. When he turns around, it's that teacher from the beginning who gives him a teleportation stone. The teacher says he believes in his determination, but he warns him to be careful because it's a place where people can die. Lufin knows that the points you earn in this exam are determined by the difficulty of the portal you enter, and he's aiming for first place. Someone calls him, and when he looks, it's Qin Chu bringing another curvy girl named Xiaomin, and she's extremely strong. Blushing, she asks Lufin if he wants to team up with the two of them, but her friend doesn't seem to like it much. However, he apologizes, saying he'll participate alone this time and wishes them good luck. Sad, Qin Chu also wishes him good luck. While she thinks that with the strength he has, she would only be a hindrance. Her friend wants to know why she wanted to team up with the person who is the weakest here. Qin Chu says she doesn't know anything, and for sure this year he will be the strongest in the south. So Lufin stepped through a portal. All the students were gathered under a dark sky where the exam would begin. Gandalf appeared on the projector and said the places were divided into normal, difficult, terrifying, and nightmare, and they should use teleportation stones to enter. In the normal level, the creatures are just projections and you can't die. In the difficult level, monsters are real and you can use a teleportation stone to escape. The terrifying level gives 3 times more points, but it's extremely common for people to die, so it's not recommended to go alone. A guy named Hongwu says the top one this year is his. Xiaoman recognizes him as one of the best in this province, and indeed he has a chance to be in the top one. The other students feel discouraged having to compete against him. In the observation room, people seem to believe that Hongwu is indeed the most formidable student of the year. The bald guy says he's also keeping an eye on Miss Qin Hu. She seems promising. Gandalf had high expectations for Lufin. It's a pity he awakened such a bad class. Qin Hu's father says he has a very promising person in mind, the dragon tamer Lufin. Gandalf is incredulous upon hearing this name, and the guy beside him says the boy hasn't even entered yet. He'll probably give up this year. Besides, Hongwu already has 3,000 points and is in the top one of the ranking. Gandalf says apparently he's not giving up but waiting for the highest level portal. The sky turns red and they can't believe he's planning to enter the nightmare difficulty alone. Lufin is smiling when the guys reveal that no one has ever entered the nightmare and come out unscathed, but he's teleported to the skies. Gandalf is trembling, saying the last person who entered the nightmare was 8 years ago, and he had a miserable death. The bald guy says it's ridiculous. Apparently, they didn't educate the boy properly, and you should know what happens to those who enter the nightmare. Confident, Shanghai says it's too early to draw conclusions, and they should just watch what happens. Gandalf is curious and asks Shanghai if he has so much confidence in the boy, while thinking it's impossible that he really achieved that. Lufin appears on the first floor of the nightmare difficulty. The fog is dense and he can't see anything, but he feels there are at least 10 creatures. Some humanoid black wolves at level 10 appear and attack him. Lufin seems confident, saying that everything is just beginning now. A slash of his blade cuts through all the creatures, and with that, he completes the first floor, earning 990 points. The old bald guy is incredulous that he really won with just one attack. Gandalf asks if he really found a legendary dragon. Lufin still has to climb quite a bit in the ranking. Suddenly, a guy with a red briefcase enters the room. The old ones can't take their eyes off Lufin's performance. The guy in the suit shouts to everyone and introduces himself as someone who came to investigate from the city of Langu. He wants to know where the dragon tamer known as Lufin is. His name is Qiangxiang and he's a level 57 swordsman. In the tower, several vines are cut and Lufin is progressing smoothly. One of the maps he had made was with the treasure there, and he finally located it. In the midst of all the plants, he manages to locate a book of accelerated growth skills. When used, his pet gains double experience. Lufin realizes that this will obviously be perfect for Xiaowei. After all, he had noticed that she had difficulty leveling up, so this will help a lot. Qiangxiang is looking at the screen, saying that Lufin is in their school. They'd better interrupt this test now and call him here. Gandalf says the test is something very important for all students, and as the director there, he can deal with whatever problem the boy has. Qiangxiang then asks if he will deal with the punishment he deserves. The old man is curious, and Qianhai asks him what he means by the punishment the dragon boy did. Qiangxiang tears off his arm, telling him not to come closer. However, he should know that if he tries to keep protecting this boy, the whole Jin family will go against him. He pushes him, telling him to get out of there, and tells the director to bring the boy now. Qianhai lights a cigarette and says that after Lufin's secrets are exposed, neither the Jin family nor the superiors will care. Qiangxiang asks what secret he's talking about and says he's going too far. But Qianhai grabs his arm and warns him that if he wants to go that far, he accepts this punishment, while revealing a deep dependence on cigarettes since he doesn't even drop the thing in the middle of the mess. Qiangxiang warns that he'll report his actions to the Longdu superiors. Gandalf asks him to calm down, and Qiangxiang wants to know why so many people are defending this kid. Qianhai says they just need to watch, and soon they'll find out why the Jin family will become insignificant. Qiangxiang is startled when he realizes that the boy chose the nightmare difficulty. In the challenge, Lufin says he wanted to see how far he could get without Xiaowei's help, because with her passive, he has twice the stats of someone at level 15. But maybe it's a good idea to bring her along because then she also gains experience. The old ones are discussing because he defeated the creatures with one attack, when suddenly they hear a roar and Lufin summons Xiaowei. They can't believe it, and she already prepares to attack with her claw. Qianhai says he's seen it once, but seeing it again is still terrifying. She strikes the wall, shattering everything. Qianhai says now everyone has seen the secret. He's the first dragon tamer in history to have a dragon. Gandalf is sweating, incredulous that he really managed to tame one. On the second floor, everything was burned, and he passed easily by cutting through. The guys say it's unbelievable. If this kid gets stronger alone, he'll be able to challenge an entire country. He's already on the 13th floor with 58,000 points. Easily, the duo is defeating everything and manages to complete another floor. Gandalf says it's not just the power of the dragon. The boy also seems to have incredible strength. He has at least over 100 points in each attribute. Qianhai asks Xiang if he really wants to challenge the boy, who responds, saying that now it's explained where he got so much confidence. And then he says to just send a video of Lufin's performance to that professor. Marcus Tu Jing. Lufin is already on the 20th floor of the nightmare. Some Black Knights seem to follow a busty monster as always, a level 15 creature called Black Sacrifice. Lufin grabs Xiaowei's chin and says she's about to level up, and activates the lava flame. The explosion is sent and the creatures are evaporated, with the 20th floor being completed. She goes up to level 11 and Lufin to level 16. With that, he already has 98,000 points. 1 hour later, during the fear challenge on the 50th floor, a muscular guy was exhausted, thinking that this year's challenge was really perverse. However, he was sure that the only person who had a chance to beat him was that girl, Kinkyu. Since she was in a team and would earn only half the points, he was confident that this year he would be the top one. He was already shouting to the heavens, asking if everyone outside was watching his incredible performance. Obviously, they weren't, my friend. They were watching our protagonist. They commented that he was also reaching level 50, and there they believed he wouldn't be able to go much faster. However, our boy was confident because Xiao Yi had received a shape-shifting ability. She got a baby dragon form, a girl form, a giant flaming dragon form, and an end-of-the-world form. Suddenly, they both felt the ground tremble as stone ogres emerged from it. They were 3 giant level 20 amethysts, and the elders were sure he wouldn't get past them. While the other elders wondered why they didn't have a guy as good as Lu Fan in their school, the golem roared and went to punch Lu Fan. However, he was smiling, thinking that things had gotten a bit tougher in the middle of the tower. Xiao Yi punched, stopping the golem's punch. He immediately ordered her to change to the end-of-the-world form. A red beam of light shot up, and the elders wondered what he was up to this time. Xiao Yi had risen towards the sky, and the transformation was happening. Her eyes started to resemble the one from Lord of the Rings. She advanced to the end-of-the-world form, and her strength went from 400 to 2,900. The elders didn't even know that dragons could change combat forms. They were all scared of our boy's strength. Once again, the golem came to punch, but he easily dodged. He was activating the pet inspiration that increased all his points by 10%. But to be honest, it seemed more like 30% from the numbers. He then ordered her to bite the golem's head, and it was a perfect hit. The elders were incredulous that it had been damaged so easily. Professor Gandalf was sure that to do something like that, it must have had more than 2,000 points of strength. Another golem tried to grab Lufan in mid-air, but our Matrix boy easily dodged. At the same moment, he pulled out a transformed dragon claw and threw an explosion at the golem's head. The old man started poking the fool, saying he was lucky not to have provoked Lufan, who was about to be hit for the third time. But this time, he didn't dodge. It was Xiao Yi who roared and weakened the golem. The rascal was confident, saying he would deliver the final blow. However, I think his was stolen because she smashed the ground and destroyed the last golem. Seeing that both leveled up, he realized that the nightmare difficulty was the right choice. Not to mention, there were still many floors for them to level up. The old men, who were just poking each other, said that it seemed even the 50th floor wasn't difficult for Lufan. The brown-haired guy was a specialist in judging strength, and Gandalf asked what he thought of the dragon. The guy said it was hard to estimate, but it seemed that in the form change, she must have at least 2,500 strength. The muscular old man said it was impossible. How could a kid that age be stronger than all of them there? While Gandalf was thinking that he had already expected something like this, the elders warned that from the 50th floor on, the X+1 function activates. Gandalf said this was established by those who first created the tower. Basically, after the 50th floor, you always encounter a boss on each floor. This makes advancing any floor beyond that extremely dangerous. And obviously for Lufan, who will only face bosses on nightmare level, is even more difficult. The guy smoking a cigarette said to stop talking and better watch Lufan, who at that moment was finishing off another boss. With that, he and Xiao Yi leveled up again. However, he was starting to realize that each floor was getting much more difficult. But with Xiao Yi in the World Destroyer mode, he didn't need any strategy. The elders were commenting that it was unbelievable that he was already on the 70th floor, while another one imagined it was possible to pass the 80th. But now seeing how he was doing it, the truth was that it was quite simple. He set fire to the fleeing creatures. A big-mouthed worm came, and he used the blood transformation. Xiao Yi grabbed it, and it was over. He leveled up to 19, and the 83rd floor was completed. In the room, they were discussing if he could overcome the great final challenge. The great geniuses of generations always managed to get there, but all lost in this last challenge. However, Gandalf was confident, saying that Lufan was different. He would be the first in the last decade to conquer all 100 floors. Some still doubted until one of them announced that he had reached the 99th. Walking through the dungeon, he found himself in front of a throne. Around the throne were 4 headless knights. Suddenly, the candles in the place lit up, and a headless knight with a blue flame arose. It was a level 55 boss that brought the end of the world. Lufan had heard about the kingdom of the headless knights, and it was an extremely difficult mission. Interrupting his thoughts, the knight advanced, activating a curse on Lufan that he would die automatically if his health dropped below 75%. He found himself in a difficult situation, but since there was no control skill, all he could do was charge forward and deal with the 4 at once. The headless knight unleashed the Pantheon skill from League of Legends. But our boy easily dodged and approached the first one, delivering a slash right in the middle of the armor. However, he realized that it seemed indestructible, and another one appeared behind to counterattack. Lufan barely defended himself and shouted for Xiao Yi, signaling that the time had come. She appeared, smashing the knight and destroying the entire castle. They looked from above and apparently had dealt with the first of the 4. Another one advanced, saying that for killing the king, he should die. He used a lightning attack, but Lufan defended himself. However, there was one coming from the front and another from behind. He managed to escape the 3 attacks by jumping up while thinking that he needed to reach the 100th floor quickly. In front of the fireball, he told Xiao Yi to finish it, a ridiculously overpowered attack because it caused damage and also restored her health. The poor knights tried to resist but soon began to be vaporized, and the 99th level was cleared. Once again, they leveled up, and now the elder was eager to see what would happen on the last floor. The smoker said that today would go down in history. Gandalf, on the other hand, was beginning to get apprehensive. The 100th level on nightmare difficulty was theoretically impossible. He approached the throne and raised the sword when suddenly a strange red aura began to envelop the place. His weapon disintegrated, and he quickly realized that it was the last floor. In a split second, he found himself once again in front of the throne, now surrounded by the undead and with the king sitting on it. The monster was the level 60 Emperor and World Annihilator. Seeing that they would have to face multiple creatures, Lufan decided to test the destruction mode. And the rascal was still smiling confidently. He pointed to the king and told her to switch to the destruction form. The dragon roared and her body was covered in flames. With that, her physical strength had dropped, but her spiritual strength had increased to over 7,000. The old men, who had been impressed for 30 minutes, were once again in disbelief that she had another form of evolution. The headless knights pointed their swords and told the undead legion of 500 to advance on Lufan. But he told Xiao Yi to use her new ability. While he fought the undead, the activation was being prepared until he turned and told her to activate the cataclysm. The undead were now just dead. The kill count was rising by over 100 per second, while the old men watched our boy running towards the king. The headless knights leaped at him to try to stop him, but he suddenly started breakdancing to dodge. He called Xiao Yi, and now only 37 undead were left. once again activating the cataclysm, and the old men were once again in disbelief. While the top two had 75,000 points, Lufin was already nearing 1 million. They knew very well that the reward for scoring that many points would be no small thing. Lufin called out to the boss, who said he was an ignoramus. Now the army had only the boss alive. Lufin told Xiao Yi to be prepared. The monster swung a sword, and Lufin used his dragon claws to defend, activating an ability that made her flap her wings and create 2 fire cyclones. The boss retreated, realizing there was something strange about his strength. This was because Lufin was using the Ring of Layman, and now the more the boss got hit, the more negative statuses were applied. The monster called Lufin despicable, but he just called for his dragon and charged forward. The poor boss was now surrounded by about 20 fire tornadoes. The king retreated to near the throne, but Lufin appeared instantly from within the flames, landing a hit squarely in the chest and pinning him to the throne. With that, she leveled up to 17 and our boy to 22, and the monster counter had reached 0. Now the elders just wanted to know what this kid was going to receive, while the rascal only wanted to go home to eat his aunt's cooking. Delicious. He was congratulated for completing the 100th floor, and the first item he received was an Ice Dragon King's Fury skill book, a ring blessed with a wind spirit, and a cloak that granted resistance to fire and ice elements. Now it was just a matter of going home. Exiting through the portal, he was eager to see what the results would be, until the elders came up to him, saying he was the pride of the school. While the elders scolded each other for doubting him, our boy was confused. Kin's father came immediately, saying that even knowing how strong he was still surprised. Lufin only mentioned that he had met the conditions he had asked for, meaning he shouldn't have any more problems with the princess of the Taiki kingdom. Shanghai replied that he could rest assured that it was resolved, and the man in the white hat overheard the conversation and left immediately. There, they were talking about how no one had broken the record for over 30 years. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom on the northern border in the level 60 region, a man was watching our boy's performance while drinking a bottle of wine. He looked like Reinhardt from Overwatch, but he was actually Marquis Tu Jing. Someone knocked on the door and brought some books, saying his deduction was correct. An official from Dragon City named Huan Shanfeng was negotiating with that Princess Jinchu. The old man was angry, and the white-haired boy said it seemed they had been receiving various privileges from the Jin family. Reinhardt said that now it was clear why they wanted to imprison Lufin. He got up angrily, saying they would have to deal with this Huan Shanfeng. He gave the order immediately to strip Shanfeng of all his rights and positions, and he was never to set foot in Dragon City again. Obviously, if he had any issues with it, he could just come and talk to him. With that, he turned and also said to keep an eye on this boy Lufin and ensure he received good resources. Looking out the window, he thought that once his mission there was over, it would be great to meet the future legend. But staring at a red globe of light, he wondered if this would ever end. Meanwhile, in her room, Princess Jinzhu had just discovered that Huan Shanfeng had lost all his positions. However, the person on the phone informed her that they had found another dragon tamer in the city of Qinzhou. She got excited, saying she hoped it was someone who understood the situation she was in. Hong Wu, the muscular guy, was now finishing his test with 89,000 points. The poor guy was exhausted, thinking he barely made it out alive. However, he was confident, having passed 72 levels, so he was sure he was top 1. He saw the elders with their backs turned and wondered what was going on there, already imagining that as soon as they saw him, they would all be praising him emotionally. Full of confidence, he called for the director, who asked if he had finished. He said yes, scored 89,000, and was sure he was top 1. The director just put his hand on his shoulder and said it was okay. He would still get into one of the top 10. Hong Wu was confused about why the director was speaking with such a pitying tone. At that moment, he concluded that this was a lesson to stay humble and not let being top 1 go to his head. 7 days later, it was the date for the announcement of the exam results. Everyone wanted to talk to our boy and his aunt. Shanghai appeared, and she replied that it was better to talk inside. The official announcement showed that Lufin was in first place, but the number of points was confidential. Shanghai then announced that the government had also sent some special rewards. A book of the Blue Dragon's Roar that granted a thunder ability, a bottle of lightning potion that increased damage by 20%, green wind armor that reduced damage received by 30%, and boots with arrow wings that provided a teleport ability with a 30-second cooldown. Lufin was happy. Having an ability exclusive to mages just in the boots was already incredible. Ken Chu entered the house saying that the 10 directors of each of the top universities were calling them for an interview. Lufin was impressed since the announcement had just been made. Shanghai told him to get used to this treatment, but then whispered that his results were being kept confidential to avoid attacks from other nations, as was the case with the princess. Lufin thanked him and said he wanted to meet the person who did this for him in person. The man replied that there was no need to rush because he would soon meet them. Kyun Shu then handed him a card saying it was a gift of thanks. Seeing it was a purple card, he knew it was worth 10 million coins, though they had agreed on only 100,000. Shanghai asked him to accept it as a thank you for saving Qin Ku's team. She then shouted for them to go to the village. Lufin was confused, but she pulled him, saying he had to meet all the representatives. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, Jinzhu was asking Hong Tai what level the guy was at. He replied that he was at level 19 and the dragon at level 14. Smiling, she said that tamers were really different. The dragon she once wanted to give to Lufin was now in the hands of another guy. The white-haired guy was named Chen Tianzi, and the boss in front of him advanced. He jumped and sent his dragon to advance. A tail strike made the creature fall, and he went to lance its chest. With that, the dragon leveled up to 15 and he to level 20. The princess praised his talent, and he responded, saying he hoped not to disappoint her. She informed Hong Tai that the dragon's lance would be given to the guide, who said it was fine. Tianzi thanked the princess, saying that with the dragon, the lance, and her buffs, he would defeat the guy who ranked top 1. Tianzi had scored 210,000 points, and she estimated that Lufin had around 300,000. So, with all these new items, he would surely win. Remembering the humiliation she endured, she ordered Tianzi to kill the protagonist and steal a black dragon. She pointed at him, saying he would become the strongest tamer in history. Tianzi replied for her not to worry, it would be an honor to serve as her knight forever. Our boy was now arriving at Qin Ku's house to be welcomed by the people. She asked which academy he would attend, explaining awkwardly that she didn't want to be too far away. Her father had told her to go to the same one he did. Lufin said he trusted in teamwork, so it would be good if they stayed together, and whenever he went hunting, she would be a priority. However, he mentioned he hadn't chosen an academy yet, but would let her know as soon as he decided. Embarrassed, she shouted that she would try to enter the same one as him, and he smiled back, saying that was a good plan. As he entered the room, he was stared at by a priest and 3 healthy-looking girls. He introduced himself, greeting everyone, and the priest came over, saying he had watched the video and was impressed. Facing the people, the priest said he would receive 10 million dragon coins and access to any kingdom. The gray-haired girl said it was shameful for him to come all the way there with such a horrible offer, saying that with her, he would receive 20 million and access to a secret kingdom that the public couldn't enter called the Snow Kingdom. Everyone started arguing, each one touting their offer. Then an alternative-looking girl told our boy that if he entered her academy, he would have the right to compete in the national exam. The other said it made no sense, as he was just entering college, so how could he compete at the national level? But that piqued his curiosity. She explained that the national exam involved 23 countries worldwide, each allowed to send 1 representative under the age of 25 to compete. Of course, the rewards were extremely rare treasures. The priest and the gray-haired girl kept saying it was too much for someone just entering college, but our friend with the piercing insisted that from what she saw in the exam, he had the potential for it. Lufin knew that this wasn't just a competition with great prizes, but also a chance to elevate himself to the rank of the strongest. At that moment, the system updated, indicating that he had received a treasure map. He was thoughtful because the first one had led him to the Black Dragon Egg. The map showed it was at the Dragon Capital Academy in a safe region. Gohan was about to increase her offer, but Lufin immediately said he had decided. He would go to the Dragon Capital Academy. 4 days later, he was closing his aunt's shop. She said she never imagined she would leave there and was a bit reluctant about not having to work anymore. But our boy told her he would take care of her. He was assembling the perfect team, and 2 girls in the car were already calling him Two. Of course, all of them applied to the same academy as him. Qin Chu said she hadn't applied there, but her friend revealed the secret. Lufin cared so much for his aunt that he even contacted Gohan to get her into the academy. It's the first time I've seen someone bring their aunt to the academy, considering how delicious her food is. I'd say he's smart. He'll always have good things to eat. Look how she thanks him, clinging to the boy and crying with joy. Everyone gets in the car, and before getting on the plane, our boy thinks about how he promised to give his aunt a better life. And he will. This is just the beginning. Sometime later, they are impressed by the Dragon Capital City until someone calls for the princess, and Lufin turns to see who it is, coming face to face with Jinju and her 2 lackeys. Hong Tai looks confused, and Lufin wants to know what they are doing there. Tianzi immediately wants to charge at our boy. Even the princess tells him to calm down because it's not time yet. The girls are all worried, wondering what the princess is doing there. At that moment, Gohan appears, saying both groups arrived together and tells them to come on. She says it's a coincidence that the 2 dragon tamers are the first and second in the ranking. Lufin is shocked, not expecting someone with the same profession as him. Tianzi says he's been hearing a lot about him. Lufin turns to Gohan and says they can go see the school now. The princess responds that they prefer to explore the place alone. She then shows that the first-year students area has more than 30 villages, with the best ones obviously reserved for the highest-ranking ones. Lufin's village will be there, while Tianzi's will be at number 18. Our boy quickly realizes that Tianzi probably accepted the terms the princess offered him and thinks it's shameful for someone in the same profession to stoop so low. The girls then say they didn't make the top 30 and ask if they'll have to look at the dorms. Gohan replies that they will, but the aunt gives a soft squeeze and asks if they can't live with Lufin. Gohan says there's no rule against it as long as the person who owns the residence doesn't mind. The aunt asks if he isn't tired of eating her warm meals. Our boy responds that he isn't tired. He enjoys eating everything his aunt makes. She pulls the other 2 and says they'll be a perfect team and all live together. Seeing he has no choice, he invites them, saying it would be better for them to be close anyway. Qin Shu, from a forbidden angle, says it's okay, and her friend says that the houses will indeed be much better than the dorms. While the aunt talks to Qin Q, her friend comes up to our boy and says they'll only be living together. But don't get any ideas, she said as they stood in front of house number 2. The system notified him that the treasure map was nearby. He turned to Go-Han and asked who lived there. She said she only handled people from the southern region, so she didn't know very well. The only information was that it was a very dangerous goth girl. Man, Lufin is unstoppable. He immediately sent his aunt and friends to his house because he wanted to meet the neighbor. His aunt smiled and told him to take a gift to the new neighbor, but he replied that he was just going to meet her. His aunt thought Lufin had changed a lot. As soon as he heard it was a girl, he ran to meet her. Qin Ku's friend was impressed. The boy had 3 girls at home and still ran to meet the neighbor. He rang the doorbell, carrying a cake his aunt had made for her. When the girl opened the door, he introduced himself as Lufin, the #1 from Yangai City. It was obvious she was extremely dangerous and carried high-density weapons. My warrior was ready for extracurricular activities. She said nothing, and he said he brought a gift because they were neighbors and he wanted them to get to know each other better. Silent as she was, she just took the box without saying anything and then just mentioned the province and that her name was Jiang Ying. The woman said 2 words and he was already thinking her voice was very cute. I didn't know our boy was so bold. He already asked to come in and asked if she could offer him a glass of water. She said nothing and just nodded. As soon as she moved to the side, he rushed in. He knew he couldn't stay long, so he had to find the treasure as quickly as possible. He checked the bedroom, the bathroom, until he opened a door and found the treasure map with a jade dragon egg. Finally, he read his second dragon. He immediately ran out and met her in the hallway with 2 glasses of water. After obtaining the egg, he thanked her for her kindness and left. She looked to the side and saw that he had come out of the room where she had left a dress, already thinking he was a pervert in her house. That night in village number 1, Xiao Yi was observing the jade egg. He activated the incubation ability, and the egg began to crack. They both were anxious, and a small jade dragon with 2 little horns emerged from it. It seemed to be a support-type dragon, as it had various abilities to heal and apply buffs. Lufin seemed intrigued by the fact that it was a support dragon. The most impressive part was that it had a jade dragon lineage ability that doubled the abilities and extra points someone received for having a connection or being a dragon, in addition to 5,000% life recovery. This would not only double his strength, but probably also Xiao Yi's since she was connected to him. Doing the math, he got excited, realizing that Xiao Yi would reach almost 12,000 spirit points. She was happily playing with the dragon. Additionally, she had an equipment assimilation ability that allowed her to absorb any item. Lufin had no idea how strong she would become or in what form. While he was thinking of a name, the dragon bit Xiao Yi. In a stroke for creativity, he named it Xiao Fei. He picked it up and gently stroked its wing. The next day, walking around the campus, they discussed how his aunt, being in the life profession class, didn't need to attend the ceremony. The girls asked why it was so noisy in his room the previous night. When he was about to explain, someone called out to them. They were actually calling for the 2 girls who felt embarrassed when the guys said they would enter any dungeon with them, that it would be great to die alongside such beauties. They assumed the boy next to them wasn't their boyfriend. This scene seemed just for the artists to draw the girls as the scene shifted to the moment they entered the ceremony hall. Xiaomin and Qin Q's friend had to sit in the back because they didn't have special professions. Meanwhile, the muscular guy who came in second was staring at Lufin. He remembered him as the martial artist from the entrance exam, seething, while our boy smiled. He remembered very well the shame he had felt because of the damn protagonist. While Xiaomin invited Qin Shu for being able to sit next to Lufin, it revealed her feelings towards him. Something caught our boy's attention. It was the incredibly powerful goth girl in the chair staring right at him. Qin Shu asked who she was, and he said she was the neighbor from number 2. She was impressed, noting that the girl was both very strong and very beautiful. The guys in the back were getting increasingly angry with Lufan, the bastard surrounded by beauties. Then the director ordered everyone to shut up. His name was Zhao Sheming, and he was also the Combat Academy's professor. He said he didn't like idle chatter, so he just informed them they would receive some cards. These would function as credentials and shopping cards within the academy. Points, which were basically the currency there, would be stored on these cards. Points could be used to access secret realms, buy weapons, and even potions. The initial amount present on the card represented their ranking position. One of them complained that in easier provinces, weaker people topped the rankings, but the director assured them that everything had been taken into account for the calculation of the amounts. Lufan understood these were the Academy's funds. The director explained that in a month, everything would be recalculated. He also mentioned that the top 30 in that place had access to the blue class, where they would receive various privileges including secret abilities and realms that only they could enter. People realized that staying in the top 30 was very important, as it not only got them their own village but also entry into the blue class. The director then warned that being in the blue class also had its disadvantages. Any student could challenge someone from the blue class to steal their place in that position. If the blue class person lost, they were obliged to give up everything they had. Additionally, no blue class member could refuse challenges. He announced that for this first month, the top 30 from the exam would be the blue class, and the first and most important place belonged to the dragon tamer from the southern province, Lufan. People were commenting again about that bastard surrounded by women and still being top one. Others noted that his test videos were completely private. At that moment, Tianzi said that if the princess asked, he would finish off Lu Fan. She replied that it was fine, there was no need to rush. Meanwhile, Qin Q expressed her insecurity, noting that what the director did would make everyone hunt him down. After the ceremony ended, they were leaving the auditorium and our boy was eager to activate his new dragon. He mentioned that they should enter a secret realm when someone called out to him. It was Hong Wu who obviously wanted a challenge. Everyone was apprehensive since the announcement had just been made. Lu Fan asked if he was sure and Hong Yu told him to stop stalling, noting that the director had said those in the top 30 couldn't refuse any challenges. Hong Yu thought our boy had passed by summoning various weak dragons. If that were the case, he could just take him out before the summons and win. With no choice, Lu Fan accepted and Hong Yu placed 200 points on the bet. Considering that being top 1 with 1.2 million and having received 13,200 points were significant for the guy. From the corner, the princess and her group were eager to see how Lu Fan would perform. Hong Yu started the count from 1 to 3 while Xiaomin seemed insecure. Qin Shu told her to relax because she hadn't yet seen Lu Fan in action. The professors were also curious. As the count reached 1, Qin Q said now she would understand who Lu Fan was. Hong Yu leaped towards him, activating a punch with accumulated Kai. Strangely, our boy vanished into thin air. The guy realized it was a teleportation ability from second-class mages, but the boy was a dragon tamer. Lu Fan appeared behind him and told him to come on, asking if that was all he could do. Hong Yu concentrated energy into both hands, saying that he was asking to die, and launched a series of palm attacks. But our boy advanced, dodging easily. The fool was confident, thinking that as long as the boy didn't summon a dragon, he would win. Suddenly, Lu Fan was about to kick him in the chest. He activated his shield, sure that someone with less than 280 points of strength couldn't break it. Of course, the shield was broken in the middle. The poor guy spat tomato sauce as he was thrown to the ground. Even Lu Fan was disappointed, wondering how someone could lose so easily. The crowd was asking where the dragon tamer's dragon was. Our boy approached, saying he didn't even try hard and that losing like that was ridiculous. The princess asked Tianzi what he thought his chances of winning were. He said that from what he saw, he had a 30% chance. But with the princess's buffs, he had 70%. She seemed excited, saying that was a good probability. Lu Fan then swiped the guy's card, taking the 200 points. Han Yu noticed he had 13,000 points. The professor had shown the calculation of how the points were determined. During a quick calculation, he realized Lu Fan must have scored at least 1.3 million in the exam. Inu Tianzi, the top 2, had scored 210,000. Watching our boy walk away, he thought it was the most embarrassing moment of his life to think he could beat him. In the entrance hall of the secret realms, his aunt appeared, worried, asking Lu Fan if he was okay. Our boy said yes, while Xiaomin was commenting that she hadn't imagined the boy was so strong. If his kick caused that much damage, she didn't want to imagine when he summoned a dragon. Lu Fan then called everyone over, presenting where they were going to enter. It was a dungeon known as the Forest of Poisonous Spiders, one of the best places to gain experience. His aunt mentioned that she was there but didn't know how to fight, so it would be very dangerous for her to go along. Of course, our boy said not to worry, that he would take care of his aunt. He then mentioned that the only problem was they needed one more person to make 5. Qin Q suggested they take a look around. The number 2 girl and neighbor were right there. She was definitely the best option to join them. Lu Fan approached her awkwardly, calling for Jiang Ying. Seeing the look of disdain on her face, he was sure she didn't like a home invasion. Awkwardly, he mentioned that he noticed she was checking out the available dungeons. Would she like to join their team? Seeing the rascal with 3 girls beside him, she called him a pervert. His aunt and friends asked what he had been doing to make the girl think that on the second day. He fumbled, unable to explain. He turned to Jiang Ying and admitted that their first meeting was strange, but he wanted her to join them in the dungeon. Seeing it was the Forest of Poisonous Spiders, a good option, she agreed. He smiled and everyone seemed excited because now the team was finally complete. When he went to pay the entry points, she said it wasn't necessary. She swiped her card, showing 8,744 points. Holy smokes, that meant she must have scored at least 800,000. This dense girl could almost be the protagonist of the story. Soon, the 4 of them appeared inside the spider realm. And do you remember that the last chapter ended right when Lu Fan and his friends were entering the dungeon? The inflated goth went ahead, and the girls in the back were asking why he chose such a difficult place. Our glutton answers that he chose this one because it's the dungeon with the most experience. It's the highest level. Then the aunt shows up, offering tasty stuff as always, which were some cookies that increased their experience gain by 20%. She even boasts to everyone, saying that only the secret class she got can cook that kind of thing. She then calls out to the inflated goth and asks if she wants to eat a little bit. The goth turns around and asks if that cake from last time was made by her. She asks if she's talking about the one our boy delivered and says yes. While Jianing watches, the other girls start praising the aunt's cooking. She lets out a small smile and our boy immediately notices something moving in the bushes. He tells them to be careful. They've been found. At that moment, a level 40 black-scaled python rises in front of them. Man Xiaoman throws herself at it, calling out to Shizhen. She strikes the creature's mouth, but it doesn't seem to deal any damage. Kim Shu comments that these level 40 creatures won't be easy to defeat. The aunt was even thinking about cooking some food to give them strength, but our boy says it's not necessary. They should focus on the fight while he handles these problems. So they understood, boy, the problem is the fight, but what are you going to do? Jian Ying already knew what the boy was up to. They thought a crazy dragon was coming, but our boy summons the latest novelty. Xiaomin asks if that's a dragon, and our boy tells Xiao Fei not to sit on his head and be so unruly. The girls all realize that apparently our boy had 2 dragons. At that moment, the python attacks Xiaomin, and our boy tells Xiao Fei to use the emerald light. But my goodness, how many Xiaos are in this story? A shield is summoned and defends Xiaomin. She falls to the ground like a fool, and Qin Qiu rushes to help. She gets up, legs splayed, saying that apparently she didn't take any damage. The emerald light increases defense by 30% and withstands 3 attacks. Our boy tells everyone to relax as long as Xiao Fei was there, they wouldn't get hurt. Seeing this effect, Qin Qiu gets alarmed, saying this was better than a second-rank priest. And Xiaomin is impressed that her defense went up so much with just 1 skill. At that moment, the python lunges at the 2 of them. Our boy approaches and warns them to be careful. He would handle it. However, suddenly, a red laser shoots past him. Man, the attack hits the python in the mouth and goes right through it. It was Jian Ying. Didn't I say this damn girl has potential to be the protagonist? And man, from this angle, she really does have a lot of potential. Not only is she level 21, but she also has a Swordmaster class and uses an overpowered sword. Lu Fan already realized that if it weren't for the system, he'd be getting stomped by her. The question is, would that be so bad? Enough of that, because our boy tells the aunt to duck. There was a spider right behind her, and she was totally distracted. Jian Ying's attack deflects the spider's attack, and our boy saves her just in time. The problem was that these were silver spiders with extremely high defense. Besides being level 45, they were immune to armor-breaking effects. At that moment, Jian Ying charges in on her own. The spider activates a quick claw attack ability, but Jian Ying continues dodging easily. Our boy steps in and tells her to be careful. He defends the spider's attack, but to be honest, the girl was handling it just fine. She even gives our boy a scolding, telling him not to let his guard down. That's because there was an entire nest of spiders ahead of them. He then summons an army-destroying sword and says there weren't just silver spiders there. In that place, there were also black web spiders. This spider could kill any creature after trapping it in its web for 60 seconds. Rushing toward the creature, our boy tells Jian Ying that she has multiple class weapons, which is impressive. She says that the Swordmaster class can forge its own blades, and they've been with her since level 1. And now, from this dangerous angle, she says it's not the time for talking. Our boy quickly realized that while his class improves dragons, hers seemed to enhance various swords. In a way, they were similar. But at that moment, a spider creeps up behind Jian Ying. Our boy defends her and calls for the dragon's emerald light. Then Jian Ying prepares the army destroyer and strikes the spider on its backside. She manages to kill it and thanks him, saying that the 30% attribute increase was very helpful. While our boy can't stop being impressed with Jian Ying, commenting that her class is very versatile, they suddenly hear a scream. While he's having fun with the goth girl, the aunt and the others are in trouble. He runs, saying he's going to help them while telling Jian Ying to hunt down the black web spider. She stands there and moves for a second. With that, the girls were all using a bunch of skills. The dragon, Lu Fan slicing left and right, while Jian Ying was just watching. At that moment, suddenly, an attack comes from behind. Luckily, she blocks one with her sword, and the other 3 are stopped by her skill. She starts running, but Lu Fan tells her not to stray too far with that injury. The other girls then tell him to go help Jian Ying since they were managing with the buffs. Our boy runs off and says he's leaving things to the aunt. After walking through the forest and passing under a web, he finds Jian Ying face to face with the black spider. However, unfortunately, our goth protagonist is all beaten up. Lu Fan keeps moving forward and tells Xiao Fei to use another emerald light. She turns and says she can handle it herself. But at that moment, the spider activates its ability that kills the target after 60 seconds. Lu Fan rushes past her and tells her to stop being distracted and follow the opportunity he was creating. With that, he activates a claw transformation skill that depended on the Emerald Dragon's power. He prepares the attack and sends a slash at the spider. The creature is cut in half, and Jian Ying is impressed that he took it down with just 1 attack. Even though he was ranked above her, his attack was as strong as her Mountain Destroyer. Lu Fan tells them to keep advancing together and uses the ring's speed buff. She sets her swords to circle around him while our boy moves forward. And now our goth girl wonders why, even seeing someone so strong ahead of her, all she could feel was peace. Lu Fan is all happy that Xiao Fei had leveled up to level 3. Meanwhile, depression has hit Jian Ying, who feels down for having been helped. Just then, the rest of the group calls out to them, saying they've handled the silver spiders. Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying and says she's strong, but regardless, they wouldn't let their allies fight alone. Once again, she's healed and left speechless, hot boy. At that moment, the girls all approach and ask if his little dragon can heal. He says yes and activates the Life Fountain skill, which creates a regeneration area around everyone. Jian Ying is left thinking that the team she found wasn't so bad after all. Some time passes and they're confused, trying to find the exit. It seemed like the end, but they hadn't found anything, and they asked what Lu Fan was seeing. When Qin Xiu approaches, she gets startled. In front of them was a crater full of spiders. That was the lair of this place's secret boss. Looking down, he knows about its mass absorption and madness abilities. The boss could use other creatures to recover its own life, not to mention it could boost all their stats. They would first have to deal with all the spiders. The girls tell the aunt, who's just starting to go into dungeons, to look at the scene or she might get sick. She says she's strong and decides to take a look. A second later, she's vomiting against a tree, saying it's too disgusting. Jian Ying says that no matter what they decide to do, they first have to deal with the smaller ones. And Xiaomin mentions that other teams use a strategy of luring the small ones while others handle the boss. The problem is that this would take about 4 days, and the aunt says she didn't bring that much food. Obviously, Lu Fan raises his hand and says they don't need to follow other teams' strategies. The girls ask if he had an idea and what he was thinking of doing. At that moment, our boy just yells and calls for Xiaowei, telling her to assume the destroyer form. Xiaomin and Jian Ying are startled by the creature's presence, and the spider boss starts screeching up. That's when our boy tells Xiaowei to leave all the small ones to her. With that, she jumps toward the hole, and right then, he activates the cataclysm. Everyone is startled, and Jian Ying comments that it has as much power as a legendary dragon. Our boy then tells Xiao Fi to put his buffs on Xiaowei. Now he's really overpowered, using one dragon to strengthen the other. Man, the buff increases the stats a lot. The strength basically doubled. The spider boss starts screeching and sends a bunch of minions at everyone. Our boy asks Xiaomin and Qin Xiu to form a line and not let them escape, while he and Jian Ying would go after the spider boss. The creatures swarm, and the two dive into the madness. With that, the fight begins. The two fall under the nest, and our boy calls for Xiaowei, telling her to clean their side. She launches a cataclysm attack while the two of them run toward the boss. Jian Ying is scared of getting caught in the fire and being burned to death. Meanwhile, our boy looks up and asks if Qin Qiu and the others are doing well. They're using spells to stop the rest of the spiders from escaping, and our boy says that now it's just him and Jian Ying to deal with the rest. The spider boss faces them and sends a venomous attack that they narrowly dodge. With that, he activates Xiao Fi's buff to protect Jian Ying. Man, in this spider boss's web, anyone caught dies in 6 seconds. Our boy slashes, but a touch of the web leaves a cut on his face. He then tells Xiaowei that the time had come. Xiao Fei seems to activate another buff and smiles. With that, he tells her to activate the ability to burn the whole place. She flaps her wings, creating a blaze around the entire cave. Jian Ying is scared, wondering if that wasn't enough power to destroy a nation. With that, the creatures are flying up burning. Meanwhile, our boy cleared the webs and calmly walks toward the boss. The Jade Dragon leveled up to level 5 and even received a new ability. And now comes the moment everyone was waiting for. The evolution of the little green healing dragon 2. A little dragon girl, right guys? There's always got to be one. But to forgive the Chinese, the art turned out pretty cool, so it's all good. The green light begins to shine from the heart, so to speak. And at that moment, a paw swings down toward Jian Ying's head. She barely dodges and now receives the Emerald Blessing, which also gives her 3 attack buffs. She commands her swords to strike, hitting the boss head-on. Her attack, which previously couldn't deal damage, now went straight through the monster. The buff not only amplified her attack, but also used the creature's own attributes. Our boy is just petting Xiao Fei, congratulating her on the evolution. He noticed how much stronger our goth girl's attack had become. And then he tells Xiao Fei to apply the buff once more on Xiao Yi. She flies off, sits on Xiao Yi's head, and activates it again. With that, she apparently drops 3 crystals on her head. Xiao Yi activates the ability to burn everything again, creating another explosion. And Jian Ying knows that based on the number of attributes, that blow had over 10,000 attack points. The boss starts writhing in agony, and our boy calls out to both of them, saying it's time for the final blow. Ah, the artist isn't stupid. In this angle, there's no protagonist, right guys? That's because he's already up above, blade in hand. And from there, the man strikes the boss's head, activating the blood pact with the dragons. Xiao Fei applies another buff on our goth girl, who sends a barrage of swords to assist our boy. With that, everyone levels up and the 2 dragons revert to their forms. Nisha Jian Ying asks our boy how many points he made, and he says about 1.3 million. She comments that with that power, it should have been much more. And he explains that it's actually because that's the limit for nightmare difficulty. Nisha Xiao Fei runs to hug him, and Xiao Yi is already getting angry. Meanwhile, our boy calls the other girls, and they show up. With that, poor Jian Ying is left despondent, realizing that while she wasn't far behind in points in terms of power, it was a gap that couldn't be closed. With that, the mission was finally over, and they began opening the chests. And after all that had happened, Jian Ying agreed to join the team. Even the girls wanted the goth girl's number, but she said she didn't use a phone. To celebrate the new permanent team, the aunt prepares a dinner for everyone. In the following days, he kept hunting in the dungeon with the group so that everyone could level up. During the day, they had lessons on combat theory. But half a month passed, and there were only 2 days left until the freshman evaluation. Xiao Fei was already at level 14 and Shou Yan at 19. The rest of the group was at level 22, and even the aunt was at level 18. Jian Ying was also getting stronger. She had evolved the ice sword and reached level 24. And wow, Xiaoman had equipped the venomous spider set and leveled up. This warrior was really getting stronger. But one day passed, and the aunt said she was going to prepare some food for everyone. However, as soon as our boy stepped out of the portal, someone called for him. There was another goth girl with purple hair who said that President Zhao had something important to tell him. Our boy wanted to know what he wanted to talk about, especially right before the freshman evaluation. He asks if she knows what's so important. She just responds that he'll find out when he gets there. The group is talking about rank changes, and the woman asks if our boy is worried about that. He explains that lately, he hasn't had time for anything since he leaves the dungeon, goes straight to class, and then to bed. She then explains that everyone is now starting to duel for points because of what happened on the first day with him. Besides that, Hong without beaten up by him has become the new standard. When someone is weak, they say they're worth 1 Hong. When someone is strong, they say they're worth at least 100 Hong. In the president's office, she tells him to go in as they've been waiting for him. As soon as our boy opens the door, the guy tells him to come in. He explains that the national test, which he had promised our boy would participate in, had been moved up. It was supposed to be in 5 months, but it was pushed forward to 2 months from now. It seems a certain Jin Chenghan is about to reach level 60 and go through the 3rd transformation. Lu Fan quickly realizes this looks like a plan to give this guy an advantage over everyone else. The president says that pitting a bunch of people in their 2nd transformation against this guy will make him an easy winner. The president stands up and says it's a shame that the promise they made will be fulfilled in such an unfair way. At best, he'll be in his 2nd transformation, and facing level 50 experts might just get him killed. He tells our boy that he won't have much time to prepare and asks if he really still wants to be part of this. To make it dramatic, he calls out President Zhao's name, and he says this is his chance to join the expert ranking, so he's not going to miss it. Besides that, he's going to win. The president says that if that's the case, he'll still receive some resources to help him out, and tells him to perform well in the freshman exam. On the day of the exam, the president announces that he'll go over the rules for everyone. It will be a 2-on-2 arena, and first place will earn 5,000 points per person. Everyone is confused by this, since not everyone is friends. Since our boy's aunt is in a combat class, they have 4 people, which is perfect to form 2 teams. Outside, they greet Jian Ying. A guy approaches her, introducing himself with an air of arrogance, but she cuts him off and rejects him immediately. While the guy agonizes, the group walks off, crushing the poor guy's hopes. Our boy says he'll team up with Qin Hu, while Jian Ying will pair with Xiaoman. It skips to the 2nd day with the first matches happening in the arena. A stone beast hurls a guy into the air. The deep web gold jumps in and slashes the other guy. Now I remember, that's Tianzi, the guy who got the girl's dragon. She's praising him, saying they're already reaching the top 16. Tianzi responds that soon enough they'll face the number 1. The princess comments that her brother, Jin Chenghan, will be arriving in the city soon. That's the guy who's cheating to compete in the national event at level 60. The next match is about to start. It seems the teams have changed, and now our boy Wenta is with his goth girl, fully armed, warrior mode engaged. Now the 2 fools are already scared, seeing that Lu Fan and Jian Ying are on the same team. We see a bit of what happened earlier. When he mentioned teaming up with Qin Hu, she said it wasn't necessary. They should go together to take 1st place, while she would team up with Xiaoman to secure 2nd place. He didn't need to worry, they would do their best. And now both of them are in the stands cheering for our boy. He asks Jian Ying if she's interested in taking 1st place. She responds, of course. We see a bit more of the preparation arena. He had some treasures stored and began synthesizing some maps. Luckily, the quality increased and he received another one. With that, he got a location in the Flying Dragon Cemetery, an area from level 45 to 60. That's when the announcement was made that it was time for the 2 of them to enter the field. And our boy was excited for the freshman test. In the arena, Jian Ying asked if he was confident against another dragon tamer. He said they could bet that they would win alone. She asked if he wasn't going to summon anything, and he said it wasn't necessary. All this time fighting alongside her, he realized they were quite similar. And if they won, he wanted to know the characteristics of the Swordmaster class she had. At that moment, the test begins and Tianzi charges at the 2 of them. Angrily, he says he finally has the chance to stomp on Lu Fan. He extends his spear toward him, but our boy disappears. However, our boy just tells Jian Ying that it's too late for her to back out of the bet, and he slashes the guy's dragon. Man, he even throws a punch to the chin, destroying part of the armor. Tianzi asks why the goth girl wasn't doing anything and why he wasn't summoning his dragon. Our boy, to humiliate him, says it's because, for this fight, he doesn't need to use everything he has. Meanwhile, the princess is over there saying she finally got her chance. It seems she wanted to humiliate him again, but she was going to pay the price tenfold. Tianzi then sends the armored dragon to attack him, and our boy jokes, saying that without a tooth, it looks a bit asymmetrical. He leaps toward the creature, saying he'll fix that face. In midair, the dragon stares him down, but our boy lands another solid punch. People are shocked that he knocked down a dragon with a single punch. The princess points at Tianzi and tells him to finish off Lu Fan quickly. He jumps toward our boy, saying he will obey orders. He commands the dragon to activate a tail strike. Knowing that the boy is a tamer, he shouldn't have many movement skills. And with attacks coming from both sides, there was nowhere for him to dodge. However, the blows hit the ground and nothing happens. Our boy was already sitting on the remains of the creature's prey and asks if that's all he can do. Shanzi knows that this earth dragon is many times stronger than a beast of the same level, but even so, our boy wasn't having any difficulty. Suddenly, the princess tells Tansy to get out of the way. She asks how he's at such a disadvantage when the boy hasn't even summoned his dragon yet. She couldn't recommend him to her brother or even send him to the Taichi kingdom. She uses her ability on the dragon, saying that apparently the princess would have to solve this. Lu Fan remembers that this ability turns the person into a monster, and the earth dragon becomes all distorted and shrouded in a purple aura. It roars upward, and Lu Fan knows things just got complicated. In the arena, everyone comments that the creature looks more like a demon from hell. A frightened Jian Yang starts activating her swords, but our boy tells her to wait and not forget about the bet. He'd already experienced this ability once before. At this, the princess tells Jian Yang to attack and take advantage of the buff she gave her, while thinking she's going to steal that damn black dragon from this loser Lu Fan. The princess asks where the attributes are that he claimed were so strong he didn't even need the dragon. But then our boy activates the Ice Dragon's Fury ability. With that, Tianzi's creature is completely immobilized. Also, the two of them are freezing and can barely move. Our boy says that this black magic of hers really strengthened that creature beyond him, but attributes weren't enough to overcome what he does. He runs asking if she really wants his black dragon, and launches an attack in her direction, saying she wasn't worthy. However, Tianzi steps in and defends her. At that moment, the Earth Dragon breaks free and launches an attack at Lu Fan. He teleports to its back. He activates another spell and uses the Blue Dragon's Roar. People can't understand how it's possible for someone to have such physical strength and magical power at the same time, and Tianzi watches from the side, incredulous. They were both dragon tamers, so why were they so different? Our boy asks why he only uses simple spear attacks and no dragon strikes. Why doesn't he, for example, use a Dragon Claw Strike or something like that? Tianzi is confused because he's never heard of these abilities. Our boy says he understands that's because Jian Yang doesn't have any of those abilities. He tells him to give up because they are completely different types of tamers. Tianzi tells him to shut up, but Lu Fan tells him to stop selling his dignity and being a slave to that princess. Tianzi, however, curses him and tells him to stop with the moral speech. He says that what he's doing is because he lost the position of strongest tamer. He then looks at the princess and asks her to use magic on him that he's willing to risk his life for it. She smiles and says if that's the case, she'll grant his wish. She uses the magic and says this is his last chance. Lu Fan asks why he's so loyal to that princess, knowing her true nature. He responds that the princess did everything for him when he was a nobody, and to become someone of high status, he had to repay that kindness. For the princess, he would do anything. At that moment, he charges at Lu Fan, activating the Dragon Spear Strike. Our boy just says that instead of hate, he's feeling more pity for him. He activates the extra agility ability and calls for the Storm Dragon. Shanzi is startled, and our boy delivers a Dragon Fang Strike. Man, the transformation didn't last long. He just apologizes, releasing smoke. Meanwhile, the princess is scared and knowing she's next. She falls backward, saying that if our boy touches her, her brother will seek revenge. But our boy lands the first slap across her face and tells her to go ahead and let her brother know because there's something he owes him. With that, she's left devastated while everyone laughs at her. The president asks everyone to be quiet. He announces the end of the match with our boy and Jian Yang having won. To be honest, I would have preferred if she had participated a little more, right? She was just watching. What's up with that? However, the president turns to another staff member and tells them to take Lu Fan to his office right away. In the office, the president says he's learned about his connection with Princess Jinzhu, but he'll have to understand that now he'll face criticism because of it. Our boy says he knows the princess was manipulating Tansy. The president then hands him something, saying this is why he was called there. He also tells him to stop participating in the event because there's no longer any need. Our boy asks if his performance was bad, and the president says it's actually the opposite because they realize he's strong enough to participate in the national test. On the tablet, there are some secret dungeons that are extremely expensive to buy. The president says he can choose one and they'll try to win it at auction. Our boy comments that it's expensive, but the president says they won't spare resources to help him get stronger. That's when our boy says he's found what he wants. The Flying Dragon Cemetery, which is a dungeon above level 55. The next day, the semifinals with our boys group are announced. However, the president announces that Lu Fan's group has withdrawn from the competition. Everyone is confused, wondering if it's because of yesterday's incident. In the dungeon, our boy apologizes to Jian Yang, saying she can't participate because of him. She says it's fine since they'll get the points either way. Besides, she was excited to be in this secret realm with him, as there would be a lot more experience to gain. At that moment, a red-haired guy from above calls out to them. He comes down and tells them not to worry. He introduces himself as being from the secret guild of hunters, known as the Black Rat. Our boy points upward, and the guy says it looks like they're here for the Flying Dragon Cemetery, and he informs them that since they won the bet, they should follow him or her. I'm not sure. Up ahead, she says they spent a lot of money and asks for their levels. Our boy says he's level 25 and Jian Ying is level 24. The black rat is shocked and asks if they've lost their minds since that place is meant for level 55. He says he'll contact the academy because they must have made a mistake. Our boy was about to tell him not to worry when part of a tree got cut down. The trunk toppled over and everyone started running. In that moment, Lu Fan activated the blue dragon's ability and electrocuted the flying creature. The black rat was confused and asked if he was really just level 25. After all, that was a level 50 creature. Our boy simply told him not to worry, that those creatures weren't a problem for them. I think the guy says, all right, and then says he'll show them the way. A bit later, he opened up some bushes and said that was the entrance to the dragon's cemetery. The teleport was connected to that tree. He then departs, saying his job there was done. However, our boy wanted to befriend him as this guy manages secret dungeons and he might need more information. The black rat was a bit confused, wondering why. Lu Fan told him not to worry, he would always pay for any information. Since he was looking to negotiate just for locations, he figured there wouldn't be a problem. The guy says, all right, 100,000 for the information, and we'll be friends. Our boy shakes hands and says the deal is done. The black rat is impressed, wondering if all the people at that academy are this rich. Meanwhile, Jian Ying says she's heading out because he talks too much. Lu Fan is excited because at the top of the tree is where the map is pointing them to go. But at that moment, both of them are startled. A horde of level 50 flying dragons was coming their way. Our boy tells Jian Ying to get ready. There's a girl at level 25 killing level 50 creatures. She throws her sword into the air to get the dragon's attention. But one of them comes straight at Lu Fan. He summons Shou Yi, who arrives with her mouth full of fire. At the same time, Jian Ying feels a creature coming from behind. In full swag style, she dodges. She hurls a sword at its head and finishes another one off. However, that's when she realizes she's fallen from the tree. She starts calling for her broadsword to fly out of there. The problem is that in the middle of the fall, it looked like the dragon was going to reach her first. But our heroic boy throws himself toward them. He finishes the dragon midair and extends his hand to her. With that, she grabs it and he sinks his dagger into the tree. After slicing through a lot of stuff, they finally stop. Our boy tells her to be more careful since their destination wasn't down there. Blushing, she says she's been saved again. But at that moment, they both notice something else approaching. Out of nowhere, a giant white dragon passes by the two of them. Our boy calls for Shou Yi, who's all beaten up, until a skeletal dragon appears in front of her. The creature lunges to bite her, and she's just standing there. Man, it looks like it hit her hard. Our boy jumps with Jian Ying, and the two face the berserker bone dragon. He tells her not to worry. Shou Yi should be fine. With that, he starts running, but Jian Ying warns him to be careful. Our boy calls for Shou Yi and tells her to enter destruction mode. She was indeed in the dragon's mouth. She shifts form, destroying the creature's entire jaw. He immediately summons Shou Fei and tells her to give the emerald blessing. With 3 crystals on her head, he calls Shou Fei to come along. He leads with his dagger and she lets out a roar. The creature is stunned and Lu Fan lands another blow. But suddenly, it activates a bone storm and starts tearing everything apart around them. Suddenly, a red attack streaks across the dragon's head, and a sight starts dismembering it. Lu Fan didn't know what was happening. Jian Ying says she'll explain it all at once. It's time for her to fulfill her promise and explain how the Swordmaster class works. Our boy tells Shou Fei to get ready. Jian Ying explains that her class gets a new weapon every 5 levels, and the Calamity Scythe was her trump card. That weapon permanently increases its attack by 0.1% every time it kills a creature. She activates an explosion of sin that starts breaking the skeleton in half. Lu Fan realizes that Swordmasters don't gain new abilities but instead gain new weapons. He then tells Shou Fei it's her turn. She approaches Shou Yi and places the 3 crystals on her head. With that, he commands her to use Earth Smash, extending her claw and striking down on the bone dragon. The entire ground crumbles and the creature is buried. Shou Fei levels up to 15 and gains another transformation form. Meanwhile, Jian Ying is sad that she used her trump card, but most of the power came from Shou Fei's buff. Our boy then thanks her for saving him and says that even Shou Fei evolved. She unlocked the form of the Eternal Dragon and the form of the Spiritual Light. He congratulates her by giving her a pat on the head, and Jian Ying says it's time to climb this tree again. Suddenly, a barrage of fire comes from above. Everyone starts running, wondering why they're being attacked by magic. Our boy hides, knowing that the noise from the fight with the bone dragon must have attracted more people. Looking to the side, he sees a legion of dragons flying with a giant one on its back. Man, that one really looks like a final boss. In Shou Fei's light form, she can grant the abilities of soul protection and soul impact. He then tells Shou Fei to assume the light form and stay close to Shou Yi. He starts running and tells Jian Ying to follow. They're heading straight to the top. With that, the 2 dragons transform once again. The soul protection would increase attributes by 200% and absorb part of all incoming damage. The only problem was that Shou Fei wouldn't be able to do anything else. Man, Shou Yi already had 26,000 strength. Jian Ying is impressed, and our boy explains that Shou Fei's buffs are even stronger on other types of dragons. Now the birds in the sky launch a barrage of attacks. Our boy tells Shou Yi not to counterattack, just to keep moving forward. Easily, Shou Fei's spiritual form was absorbing everything. She already had a 10 on her head, and our boy tells her to use the key explosion. With that, she releases everything she had absorbed and sends an aura upward. The poor dragons start falling from the sky. Jianying asks about the new ability, and our boy explains it to her. She's impressed to see that the dragons had evolutions far more complex than the weapons. Our boy then stops and says the boss was just ahead. A level 60 steel dragon. It uses a steel charge attack that destroys any creature with less than 10,000 points. Jianying warns him to be careful, but our boy tells her not to worry. And once again, he tells Xiao Fei to activate the soul impact. With that, Xiao Yi is surrounded by a green energy, and our boy says now it's her turn to handle this. He activates the dragon's inspiration. And man, with that, she reached 34,000 strength points. She slams her paw into the steel dragon's neck while Xiao Fei fires a laser. Whoa! They tore off its paw. The dragon immediately turns to the two of them, and Jianying activates her power, saying they need to run. Trying to create an escape opportunity, she activates the explosion of sin and hits the dragon's neck. Who would have thought our goth girl was this strong? Or maybe not that strong, since the steel dragon tanked the attack. She tells Lu Fan that, unfortunately, she can't deal any damage, and he says it's okay. He understands her desire to contribute to the team, so he tells Xiao Fei to link with him. He stretches out his dagger and withstands the dragon's attack. At the same time, Xiao Fei strikes its head from above. With that, they finish the boss and everyone celebrates. Xiao Fei also gains a new intimidation ability. Jianying, as impressed as always, also levels up to 25. Our boy comments that she's been talking a lot lately. He says spending so much time with him is starting to change her. Our boy says the first time he heard her voice, he thought it was adorable. She gets embarrassed, wanting to know what's with this adorable voice thing. With that, they keep talking and walking through the forest. Meanwhile, the two dragons are biting at each other, wanting to kill this girl. At the top of the tree, among a bunch of cocoons, there's a blue dragon egg. Our boy then asks if she unlocked a new weapon upon reaching level 25. She shows the new sword and says it seems really good because of its agility effect. The sword could split into thousands of peel blades, each dealing 10% of the original damage. Our boy says that when those swords level up, they'll be really powerful. However, Jianying is just thinking that even at level 25, those swords wouldn't do anything compared to his dragons. She realizes she's feeling a lot of pressure of being in a team with him, and she's always comparing herself. He then says they should get going, and she says it looks like their destination is just ahead. But the two dragons seem to have found something. A dead guy with a lot of stuff around him. It seems like this was a group of old adventurers who came to this place as well. Just as our boy tells her to be careful of their surroundings, something comes from above. A level 60 bronze dragon appears, and right after that, another creature appears in the sky. A level 65 elemental three-headed dragon, which was a boss. The two of them are startled, and Jianying wonders if this is a trap. At that moment, the three-headed dragon starts casting a triple spell. Xiao Fei leaps in and slaps the fool's face. With that, she interrupts the spell, but the dragon just stares at her. Meanwhile, the bronze dragon comes charging in, and she says the two of them will have to handle it. Our boy tells her to get ready to use the new ability. It's a good chance to evolve it. He rushes ahead and tells Xiao Fei and Xiao Yi to get ready to use their abilities. Our boy strikes, and Xiao Fei activates the dragon defense and soul impact. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi is dodging the three-headed dragon's triple attack. Our boy tells her to use the new intimidation ability. She prepares a punch, transforms again, and lets out a roar at the three-headed dragon. With that, the creature becomes frightened and paralyzed for a few moments, terrified, trembling all over. The problem was that the skill even affected Jianying, who was behind. Our boy then receives Xiao Fei's buff again and delivers an attack to the bronze dragon. He tells Xiao Fei to take advantage of the stunned state. She grabs the three-headed dragon and slams it into the ground. With that, the screen starts to turn green. Our boy notices that lately Xiao Fei has been quite destructive. Man, everyone leveled up a lot. As always, Jianying felt sad for not having helped and wondered if she had really become a useless genius. But our boy just tells them to find a place to rest while Xiao Fei finishes off the three-headed dragon. He then notices something in the status window. But night falls, Jianying brings some food, saying it was prepared by his aunt. But outside the camp, there was no one around. She wondered if he had realized she was useless and abandoned her. Man, this goth girl seems more like an emo now. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is approaching the treasure's location. He finally arrives face to face with a basket with two giant eggs on top. He didn't want her to know the real reason he had come to this place. However, the eggs crack and the soul of the Dragon King emerges. The status window says level 1, but our boy says it's level 70, so I'll believe him. He prepares and tells them not to underestimate the level difference. The dragon leaps toward them and he says they need to take this seriously. Meanwhile, Jianying is only hearing the noises. She imagines that since he always has to save her, he must be tired of having her in the group. She didn't want to be an obstacle anymore because he wanted to conquer this place. She recalls all the moments when Lu Fan told her she'd get stronger, like when he thanked her for saving him. She started thinking that if she wasn't as strong as him, she'd have to find another way to help. Meanwhile, our boy is still fighting. Killing a level 70 creature alone was quite tough. He told Xiao Fei to prepare the lava hell while using Xiao Fei's buff. She activated both attacks and went toward the Dragon King. One hit landed squarely on its chest and the flames started to spread. However, the soul could shake off any physical resistance and went after Lu Fan's back. Our boy, startled, tried to activate Xiao Fei's spiritual form in time, but the dragon was bombarded by a rain of swords. Our boy didn't know what had happened. Obviously, Jian Ying had arrived to help our boy. This was the new ability she had received, and she told our boy not to worry, that she wouldn't take any risks. Our boy just smiled and said he understood. He activates a new ability from Xiao Fei that grants 2 buffs, not only to her, but to everyone around. Additionally, she now had 12 attack buffs and 12 defense buffs. Our boy tells Xiao Fei to go after it. With that, she charges at the dragon and slams it down. Lu Fan prepares a spell and uses the blue dragon's fury. But suddenly, a golden light shines in the sky, and our boy recognizes it as a boss's magic. It replaced the boss's abilities with the dragon language abilities, which were much stronger. He sends an attack in Xiao Fei's direction, who creates the Apocalypse Fall, dealing 2,000% damage. Man, the whole place gets wiped out. And when the smoke clears, Xiao Fei had saved the poor souls. Otherwise, everyone would have died. Apparently, the dragon killed itself to make that attack because even Jian Ying leveled up, saying she was scared she might have died. Once again, everyone advanced, with our boy reaching level 29. Our boy noticed that Xiao Fei was jealous and kept complimenting her. That's when Jian Ying says she now understands why he didn't take that fight in the arena seriously. He then explains that he wasn't trying to abandon her, but was looking for something when he stumbled upon the boss. She reminds him of the day he said they never let their teammates fight alone. Now all healed and cheerful, she says she knows he's strong, but she won't leave him alone. The scene shifts to our boy opening the treasure. What he finds are the spiritual wings of the Dragon King. The item allowed the user to fly and also enhance draconic abilities. The problem, clearly, was the level 60 requirement. However, there was another item that allowed any pet to become a mount and combine part of their attributes. Man, there was also a flute that allowed the user to summon the soul of the Dragon King 7 times, and it would have the same level as the user. Our boy is just sad because it's limited to being used 7 times. At that moment, Jian Ying asks what's happening with Xiao Fei. She was using the life spring, continuously increasing her HP. The energy seemed to be spreading throughout the forest. The two of them soon noticed that the tree seemed to have been healed, but her abilities only affected allies. Apparently, the sacred tree itself was an ally in this place. He continues to observe as the plants seem to be moving. Suddenly, one of the roots stretches toward him. At the tip of it appears a seed from the sacred dragon tree. It says that he would need to kill the abyssal dragon and the devourer and submerge the seed in their blood. With that, he would receive the favor of the true master, the dragon of life, which was the root of all things. He imagined that this abyssal dragon must be a creature close to level 80, so he would have to wait a while before attempting it. But he praises Xiao Fei, saying that if it weren't for her, they would never have found this secret treasure. Then he gets an idea and asks if Xiao Fei could eat that flute. This is because she had a natural assimilation trait that allowed her to devour equipment and convert the stats into abilities she possessed. He gives it to her to eat, saying it might not work because it was a consumable. Immediately, she swallows it, and our boy knows that if it doesn't work, he's lost the item for good. However, the flute is assimilated and he gains its ability. Right away, she uses it, and the shadow of the dragon appears on her back. Since Xiao Fei was level 18, the dragon that appears is also level 18. Jian Ying is shocked, realizing he has a pet that has its own dragon pet. She says they need to return because everyone must be worried. However, he tells her she can go ahead, as he still has something very important to do. It seems we will see what happened with the egg because we're back at the academy. Our boy, arms crossed, says it's time they talk about this. He complains about the two constantly fighting and tells them to look at that egg. Another family member was about to arrive, so they should treat this new one well. The item is a stellar dragon egg, and our boy says to consider it a new member of the family. He uses the ability, eager to see what will hatch this time. However, the talent doesn't activate, and the egg remains intact. That's when he sees that to hatch another creature, he needs to become a dragon master by reaching level 30. But considering he was already level 29, it might not take too long. He then tells the two that tomorrow will be another day in the spider forest. The next day arrives. Qin Shu and Xiaoman are knocking on the door, wanting to know where our boy is. He wakes up groggy and she tells him he needs to check out this post that's been circulating around the school. He's confused, wondering if he was woken up to look at a social media post. The message said that Lu Fan dropped out of that championship match because he was afraid of losing. He asks who these people from the Fengyun Pavilion are, claiming he's scared. She explains that the group has the Academy's number 6 and number 3, with more than 30 members. Our boy feels a bit disappointed that he's the school's number 1, but everyone thinks he's afraid of these Fengyun Pavilion guys. Xiaoman explains that the leader of that group, Jiang Fengju, said he's going to take Lu Fan's number 1 spot. This could also cost him his qualification for the national championship, and our boy already understands what Jiang is trying to do. However, he just smiles and says that if they want fun, they'll get it. He borrows her tablet and says he's going to respond as that's what they're looking for. The scene shifts to the arena area. A member of the pavilion named Xu Jing sees the message on his laptop and informs the leader, Jiang Fengju, that Lu Fan has responded. At that moment, two side characters charge at him. However, the real side character activates his power and sends out a bunch of clones. The side characters of the side character are impressed with the side character. But that's it, right guys? He smashes them and they fall to the ground because, well, you know how it is. Kaiyaman shows the post and says he needs to check it out. The leader says that Lu Fan is very arrogant for challenging the entire pavilion. He tells them to respond, telling Lu Fan to come to this arena after tomorrow's final. And obviously, the entire pavilion gathers because that's what he wants. He's going to show this guy who the real number one is. In the post, our boy called them trash and said if they really want to know who's number one, they should challenge him to a duel. The girls commented that today the pavilion would be participating in a semifinal, and they could go watch. However, our boy was far more interested in going to this secret realm to keep farming. That older aunt is still growing, guys. She tells our boy to be careful and not to be too overconfident. However, Kin Q says that since he's number one, people will think he's scared if he just goes to watch. The aunt suggests disguising him, and the next second, he's in the arena, looking not suspicious at all in this outfit. But with a smile, Hank says no one will recognize him like this. Except at the moment they announce the match is about to start, Lu Fan stands up. She asks why, and he just says this isn't interesting and that he's going for a walk. Meanwhile, the director is just observing. Or maybe he's not the director because he's knocking on the director's door. He's asking the person inside if they've heard about the challenge between Lu Fan and Jiang Fengyan. But their voice tells Shengming to let others handle the matters between the freshmen, as he doesn't want to be informed. However, Shengming is worried about what might happen and that the pavilion members could end up in the hospital like Lu Fan's last target. But their voice says he should be more concerned with the envoy from the Dragon Capital who's coming to check on Lu Fan. He then asks how Lu Fan's preparation is going. Shengming says Lu Fan is about to advance to the second class and assures him that a guy he knows named Qian Shang won't cause trouble for him. However, the voice warns that the envoy this time would be a man named Ruan Chengfeng. The president knows that this Ruan Chengfeng was affected by the dispute between our boy and the princess. And the voice says this guy once held a high position but has been losing rank, and now he's just a city envoy. They ask why he is silent and apologize. They explain that if this guy is the envoy, Lu Fan will face many difficulties. However, the voice just says that Lu Fan is his personal selection, and that's why he's being sent. The president says he understands and will help the boy advance to the second class as quickly as possible. The voice then says they are looking forward to watching the exciting event tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the training room where points can be earned, a guy is thrown out. People were saying that there was someone inside at level 29, but it was impossible to beat them. Our boy wanted to farm the spider dungeon, but he was there waiting for them to finish the match. At that moment, another challenger appears. And man, what arrives is clearly the biggest danger in the story. The girl shows up with 36 frames, waving to our boy and asking if he wants a fight. He calls her miss, and she replies that since his level is lower, she'll let him start. Our boy just says there's no me for that, and she can go ahead. She smiles and says that if that's the case, she won't hold back. She summons a flame in her hand and warns that she's coming. However, Lu Fan realizes something is wrong with this girl. She's already transformed and even pulled out that little devil's trident. In a second, she vanishes and reappears behind Lu Fan, saying she's different from the others. She goes in for a stab, saying it's good that he's giving it 100%. He turns, manages to defend himself, but is thrown far away. Already wondering what level this girl could be to be so strong. Man, I don't know what level she is, but I agree that she's strong. She's not the type to hold back and says that if he's only going to defend, she'll have to teach him a lesson. Our boy says he understands, and with that, the two charge at each other. A frantic exchange of attacks begins. The people outside are all startled by the noise and wonder when it will end. At that moment, it's announced that the match outside in the arena has ended. The pavilion team had won, and Su Jing says he heard that Lu Fan came to watch their match. Fenjin throws his hand up and tells Lu Fan that his arrogance will end. In tomorrow's fight between the two, he wouldn't last a minute. However, the girls are all wondering where he's seen Lu Fan since he left a while ago. Our boy is in a much better fight, or rather he's in a much more dangerous fight, trying to figure out who this powerful senior is. She lifts his cap and says he's getting used to her movements too quickly. However, Lu Fan had already realized that if she wanted, she could have finished him off much faster, so why was she dragging this out? The older sister says he seems like a man with little energy, but he has a handsome face. She gets closer and asks why he's been hiding it. Even our unstoppable Lu Fan is a little flesh-right man. He apologizes, saying that unfortunately, he has to take this call. Then he tells her that he has to go, but first he wants her contact. She replies that she didn't think he was bold enough to ask for the number of a girl he just met. He is all flustered, saying he just wanted to plan another training session. But she doesn't give him her number and says if he wants to see her again, he should just open another one of these point rooms. Our boy is left wondering if she's a teacher. After all, he clearly didn't stand a chance against her. And in the end, he still earned the 100 points. He runs out, desperately calling for her, wanting to at least know the identity of this crazy woman. However, at that moment, someone calls out to our boy. It's his aunt and her friends wanting to know why he's in such a hurry. He heads toward them exhausted, wanting to know who that mysterious woman was. The next day, it was the match between the pavilion and our boy. Fenjin brought everyone. wanting to know where that so-called #1 Lu Fan was. At that moment, someone comes running, and everyone gets ready. Our boy apologizes, saying that unfortunately, he made everyone wait. He walks in with bread in his mouth, saying get started because he has other things to do later. People were about to complain, but our boy says he arrived right on time. Lu Fan then says he doesn't know what level everyone in the pavilion is, but they could start with everything right away. The bald guy, who is probably going to be one of the first to get beaten up, asks if our boy is looking for death. However, Fengyan says enough talking and announces he's betting 7,000 points on this fight. Our boy says he forgot about that detail and says he alone will bet 17,000 points. Su Jing says they don't have that much, but Fengyan tells him to shut up. If they won all those points, they wouldn't have to worry about anything else at the academy. So he declares that the pavilion will bet all the points they have in this fight. Lu Fan smiles and says that if everything is at stake, they can begin. The leader warns the guy next to him that Lu Fan is probably going to summon that dragon girl. He tells everyone in the pavilion to be prepared. Lu Fan is just smiling, standing still, while everyone in the pavilion is already pointing their weapons at him. The leader gives the order to attack, and Su Jing slams his staff on the ground, throwing out chains. That magic would immobilize Lu Fan for 5 seconds, and everyone jumps toward him, wanting to finish him off before he summons the dragon. However, Lu Fan easily breaks free and draws his dragon dagger. The leader strikes, not understanding how he easily freed himself from the control. At that moment, Lu Fan grabs him by the chest and throws him to the ground like a fool. Everyone is shocked that Lu Fan had thrown the guy to the ground without any effort. Su Jing activates another spell and reduces Lu Fan's movement by 75%. He seizes the opportunity to cast a second spell and sends a barrage of explosions in his direction. However, Lu Fan is unharmed and smiling, asking if that's all the top examinees had to offer. Stepping on the leader's head, he says it looks like they were nothing special. Su Jing wonders why Lu Fan seemed unharmed even though the magic hit him directly. Obviously, with a 10% increase in attributes due to the patches, none of that did any damage. Poor Fengjin is still underfoot, trying to break free. He uses his ultimate skill, creating a bunch of clones around Lu Fan. While Su Jing is in despair, the rest of the group says the leader will finally win now. Our boy raises his hand and says that since he won the championship, he'll show something even Chanzi didn't get to see. Everyone is shocked. And man, he really summoned Xiao Yi. She flaps her wings and the barrage of fire starts destroying all of Fengyin's clones. At that moment, everyone in the pavilion falls to the ground, wondering if that was a real dragon. Even Fengjin, looking up, admits that this was something completely different from what Chanzi had summoned. Our boy tells Jiang not to fall just yet. He activates the dominance ability and warns that the counterattack is still coming. The pavilion members who are trying to flee are all affected by the roar. Poor Fengjin tries to escape, but he doesn't even have the energy to move. He begins losing consciousness, saying it was impossible to escape from this place. At that moment, our boy earns 13,000 points and thanks the pavilion. The people on the ground are all devastated, realizing they have nothing left. Our boy praises Xiao Yi and says now they have something more important to do. Our boy heads back to the point room, and just then, a pair of sandals steps in. The senior had returned and asks if he wasn't there waiting for her all alone. Our boy says of course he was waiting for the big sister, especially since he knows she's the only one above level 70. She hadn't noticed that he'd set that level limit in the room. Meanwhile, in the arena, they examine Fengyin's body. Shaming thanks Lu Fan, saying it seems like he held back. Even though everyone had fallen, no one was in any real danger. Back in the room, the mysterious senior asks if he's plotting against her. Our embarrassed boy explains that he set the limit, so clearly she's not a senior since she's such a high level. She asks if he knows her identity and says maybe she's a teacher. She laughs and says if that's the case, he can call her senior. She approaches, saying that now that he's not hiding his face, it's much better to look at. She warns him that if she sees the minimum level limit next time, she won't enter the room. The danger transforms, saying she saw him use some of what she taught him in that fight against Fengyin. Lu Fan smiles and says it looks like she watched the match. She says yes and thanks him for putting everyone to sleep as soon as he summoned the dragon. Our boy thanks her for the compliment, but admits he still has a lot to improve in close combat. At that moment, she almost lands a spear strike to his face. Man, she really hit him? And he asks why she did that. Now a bit angry, she says he's still too weak to be showing off his humility. Man, the poor boy can't even be humble. Desperate, Lu Fan says she's strong and kind and he's willing to pay any price for her to teach him. She laughs at his desperation and says if he wants, he just has to bring the food his sister makes. He decides not to correct her by saying it's actually his aunt and says it's all good. She then tells him to come at her with everything since she's here waiting. She blocks the attack and says he's coming in too fast. In that case, she bets that if he manages to knock her down once today, she'll give him a new weapon. That's because the weapon he's using is no longer suitable for his fighting style. Just like her, he should have a high-quality weapon. However, our boy explains that it's only with this weapon that he can partially transform into a dragon. She jumps to the ceiling and asks if that's the case, then what else is he asking for? He dodges and says what he's asking for is a level removal enchantment. The 70 kilo thigh asks if he knows how rare and expensive those items are. Lu Fan tries to defend himself as he sees her coming at him with full force. She warns him she'll beat him up for having the audacity to ask for something like that. Sometime later, he's getting a massage from his aunt, saying he didn't manage to land a single hit on the girl. Jian Ying says she must not be a teacher from the capital. And Qin Chu comments that our boy is on forums again. But this time, it's our boy, and in this photo, he looks like he's in Yujio, with that card in his hand. Jian Ying says that now, with this, he must have taken over the pavilion and will be idolized by its former supporters. However, Lu Fan says he's not too interested in that, as he just wants to focus on his objectives. Jian Ying then wants to know what those objectives are. Next scene, they're back in the arena dungeon for our boy to level up. After numerous tries, this had become incredibly easy. And finally, our boy reaches level 30. King Chu was happy while the aunt, as usual, was throwing up. The girls were excited for him to go to the class change hall. Walking through the academy, now everyone recognizes him as the guy who took down the pavilion. The boy even got a fan club, and that girl over there is holding the Yu Jiao photo in her hand. Hashaoman says it seems her friend was right, and now everyone has become a fan of our boy. The aunt then says they'll have no choice but to change his outfit again. Now, every time he goes out, he'll have to wear a hood, mask, sunglasses, and a cap. Our boy apologizes for being such a hassle to walk around with. Hashaoman says she wishes she were being followed by a bunch of people too. Jian Ying says no one at the school has ever reached his second dragon class, so he'll have to figure it out on his own. An excited Kim Q says this is his chance to make history in this place. Hashaoman pats him on the shoulder and says they've arrived, wishing him good luck. He thanks everyone and says he's going in. With that, he swipes his card and enters the class change hall. Unlike the first awakening and the second one, you can choose the direction you want to go. However, as he expected, the academy system had no information about his class. A blue aura begins to surround his body, and the academy wishes him good luck. Our boy then starts seeing the various paths he could choose for his second class change. He had the Dragon Priest, which, let's be honest, is garbage. He's never going to pick that filthy trash. He also had the Dragon Summoner, which is probably trash too, and the next one must be insane. Lastly, there was the Dragon Flame Knight, which was way more stylish, so of course, that's what he's going to pick. He's got that dumb look on his face like he doesn't already know what he's going to choose. But then we're surprised. There was a fourth class, the Dragon Knight. Clearly, because it's bigger and more stylish, that's the one he'll choose. Especially considering that this profession had more abilities that synergize with pets. Obviously, our boy says it's the one that suits him best, right? Outside, everyone's talking about the class changes, and I found it strange that it was taking so long. The aunt asks for patience because this must be a very important moment for him. And Jane exaggerates, saying his choice could change the direction of the era they live in. When Qin Chu mentions the importance of it, our boy appears. All the girls, excited, turn around, eager to know what his new class is. Our boy says he'll explain everything at home. His stats had increased a lot, but the most important thing was that the contract now had 3 slots. On the way, the aunt asks if he'll have to learn how to ride a dragon. He says one of the reasons he chose this class is that he already has an item that will help him do that. All he needs is for Fi and Shoei to reach level 30, and then it will be available. However, the aunt is concerned, saying that riding dragon girls sounds a bit strange. Our boy tells his aunt to stop imagining weird things when someone appears and says he's finally back. It's Mrs. Dangerous, and he asks why she's here. She says she should have given him her contact because apparently he wasted a lot of time. At that moment, Xiaoman says, so this is the aunt who trained him so hard he came home exhausted. But the curvy one asks the aunt if she's Hank, the one who makes spiritual food. She confirms, and the mysterious woman says she'll need the boy for a little while. The girls are confused, but she says it's just for a few tasks in Dragon City. The aunt says that if that's the case, she can take him, but to bring him back before dinner. And the curvy woman says she'll return him in one piece. Watching quietly from the side is Jian Ying. And our boy wonders why he doesn't have a say in any of this. The scene changes to her speeding through the city in a car, and our boy is on his phone. She asks why he's so quiet. He responds by asking where they're going. She says it's obvious they're going to buy him a little present. An extremely rare enchantment known as level removal. Man, but it's going to be competitive since they've arrived at an auction. He asks what they're doing there, and she says it's obvious. The item is going to be auctioned off. He remembers that getting the right to go to that dungeon was extremely expensive, and he tells her that maybe it's better for them to give up. But she just asks where his excitement is and says she's a lot richer than he thinks. Our boy doesn't want to owe her too many favors and says he'll find a way to pay for all of this. With that, the announcer welcomes everyone to the Tianhua auction house. Man, the first item up is the level removal scroll. The materials to make it are extremely rare, and there's only a 0.35% chance of success. The bids start at 950 million, but within seconds, they're already at 2 billion. Another guy bids 2.3 billion, and she tells our boy that she's going to teach him something. If you want to win an auction, you have to be decisive. But just as she's about to bid, a guy behind them raises his hand and offers 3 billion. Man, it was none other than the damn princess with a lunatic by her side. At that moment, both of them recognize her, and the curvy woman says it looks like they're going to have to spend a lot more. However, she tells our boy not to worry. She's going all in. She raises her paddle and says the enchantment will be his, offering 4 billion. At that moment, the princess and the idiot in front of her are shocked. The guy next to the princess says they brought 5 billion, so they could raise the bid. But at the same moment, the curvy woman raises the bid to 5 billion. Everyone is confused, wondering why the woman made a higher bid than herself. But our boy is thinking it's better to let the princess have it because there's no way he'll have 5 billion to pay for it. However, with that, they congratulate the girl whose name I still don't know. That's when the two in the back realize it was Lu Fan. They start heading to the VIP room. The princess is furious, saying that that despicable person was trying to mess with her again. She leaves the table, saying that as soon as her brother arrives, they'll deal with those useless people. The scene shifts to the VIP area. Wow, it can't be that with all this detail and attention, this woman came just to deliver the scroll. The nameless curvy woman hugs her and asks who the boy accompanying her is. She introduces him as her junior and says the scroll is a gift for him. However, her friend sees some mischief and asks if he's that kind of junior. She introduces herself to our boy as Du Yakshu, the owner of the auction house. Unfortunately, she's the wife of the curvy woman's brother. If you think about it, she donated 5 billion to a place her brother owns as well. So that's pure money laundering. Immediately, our excited boy opens the scroll he's been wanting so badly. Meanwhile, Big Sis swipes her card, already realizing her account is about to be empty. She turns to Lu Fan and tells him he better think about how he's going to pay her back those 5 billion. Then she turns back and tells him there was another reason she brought him here. She explains that at the auction house there's something called the Codex. As long as you bring an item they've never seen before, you can earn some money just by showing it. It's different from selling, and you earn 3% of the item's value just for displaying it. She explains that this way the auction gets some publicity with your item and everyone benefits. And of course, if you want, you can sell it in the future for whatever people offer. Our boy, knowing he has several items, says he might earn those 5 billion much faster than he thought. So he tells Du Yakshu that he wants to register this item in the Codex. She says that it's worth at least 2 billion, which means he would receive 3% or 60 million. Our boy thought it was a convenient method, but it's clearly going to be tough to earn those 5 billion. He then says he has something much rarer than the soul wing, and he shows her the stellar dragon egg, asking what she thinks of it. Du Yakshu is immediately shocked and recognizes him as the dragon tamer from the southern province. The mysterious woman asks if he's going to have a second dragon now. Poor thing, she doesn't even know that with the flute he could probably summon 5 now. Du Yakshu then says she'll have to take back what she said, as she has no idea how much that's worth. Lu Fan asks if they can't put it in the Codex. She grabs him immediately, saying that's definitely not the case. They have to put it in the Codex because it'll mark history. And the mysterious woman is standing there, thinking she clearly bet on the right person. Du Yakshu says that if he agrees to put the egg in the Codex, she'll let him take 1 item from the auction house per month. She says that if that's the case, she can register both. Excited, she tells him that his bonus of 1 item per month has already begun. Our boy smiles, saying there's already something he wants for free. With that, he leaves the room. Obviously, he chose the scroll for free, so now he doesn't owe the curvy one anything. She's angry since he paid off the debt so quickly, and she couldn't even take advantage of this favor. Our boy leaves, excited that now, once a month, he'll get a new item. At that moment, the treasure rankings begin to update, and he wonders if he'll show up. Suddenly, his egg appears as the #1 treasure. Everyone starts screaming in a frenzy, wanting to know why there was a real dragon egg there. And our boy realizes the value of the Codex. After much effort, they finally escape the crowd. Our boy realizes that maybe he could have asked for more things. He asks the mysterious woman where her car is, but she spins the key and says they're back on the motorcycle. She tells him not to stall and to hop on. Our boy blushes a bit, seeing that she enjoys riding. Or maybe he's blushing for another reason and she tells him to get on quickly. As soon as he mounts, she accelerates and tells him to hold on tight. On the way, she mentions that now that he's leveled up, he has 3 dragon slots. That's when she realizes that if he has 3 slots and was holding that egg, then he probably already has 2. He tells her to focus on the road, but she says that many people consider dragons to be like gods, and here he is so young, already having 3. Our boy simply asks why she's helping him and wants to know who she really is. But she just says he still has to pass the first test, so the time hasn't come yet. She warns that an envoy is coming to the academy, and he'll have to be approved by him to participate in the national exam. It's someone above level 70, so she's worried he might destroy our boy. But she's driving and he asks why he seems so calm about it. Our boy says that training with her, there's no way he could lose. No matter what this guy tries to do, he's going to qualify for the national event. She laughs, saying that if he's so confident, she can only trust him too. But seeing that it's nighttime, she apologizes for taking so long. At that moment, our boy equips the soul wing of the Dragon King. He approaches her hand and tells her he's about to speed up. She better hold on. He took off flying, but it seems her motorcycle went even further. With that, he drops her off in front of the academy and says he's heading out. She waves goodbye, thinking that this boy is quite obedient. She thought she would have to escort him to the door and ask him to go in, but that's fine. She likes it when the guy is a bit more passive. Man, this woman was definitely having some thoughts about our boy. Meanwhile, our boy is back home with his dragons, all asleep like him. But now, with no other distractions, he finally pulls out the stellar dragon egg. He tells the two that it didn't work out last time, but they'd better remember to get along with whoever comes out of it. He begins activating the taming effect, telling the third one to appear. A light starts to shine and the two are curious to see what's coming. A bunch of stars and constellations begin appearing in the sky. When our boy looks down, the stellar dragon, all blue and black, was right there on the ground. It had a damage absorption ability and an ability that caused area damage. And our boy immediately sees that it's a combat type with physical damage. The most impressive thing is that it seemed to have doubled Xiao Fei's initial stats. Not to mention that at level 20, with these base stats, it would already surpass 10,000 points. He thought Xiao Yi was specialized in physical attacks, but now he sees she's a bit more magical. Not to mention it had a stellar scale ability that seemed really good for absorbing damage for 60 seconds. As soon as our boy turns around, the dragon goes to punch Xiao Fei. When he sees them all surrounding him, he says it's time to name their new sister. Here he goes again, certainly with another Xiao name. He decides to name it Extinction, which means star. Xiao Yi doesn't seem to like it, and our boy says he'll try to come up with a better name later. But seeing the little dragon so calm, he figures the name must be fine since it didn't get irritated. The scene then shifts to the country of Tai Chi in the level 60 area. A group is in the middle of a desert. A knight asks Shenghen what the problem is. This guy is the princess's brother, and it seems she asked him to avenge her against a certain person. The girls in the group ask if she's being humiliated over in Dragon Country. The brother says yes, and apparently it wasn't just once. That girl, even as she grew up, was still pampered by him. A guy of the classes asks if he's going to Dragon Country to kill him, and Chenghen just replies that of course he is. As her favorite brother, he would help eliminate any problem she had. And he says that when he gets the last piece of the cursed set, he'll head to Dragon City. Not only will he help his sister, but he'll also destroy that country's future. The strongest person this year will be from Tai Chai. The group says that if he participates, victory is guaranteed. In the following weeks, Lu Fan's life calmed down and he regularly had intense training sessions with his teacher. The best option was still the Spider Cave, so he kept going there every day to level up his dragons. The girls in the group had all reached level 30 as well. Now they were excited to evolve to the second tier. And now that his entire team is about to evolve, they can finally go to a more advanced dungeon. Jian Ying unlocked the Sword Dancer class. Since she's not the strongest, it's a class with effects that can help the group more. Qin Shu, on the other hand, decided to follow a more aggressive path, given that Xiao Fei handles the healing. Our boy comments that only one more is left. Xiaoman seemed really excited and Qin Shu asked what class she got. With all that excitement, it seemed like it must have been something secret. What she unlocked was the Water Ripple Swordsman profession, which is part of the magical fencing set, one of the hidden classes. Jian Ying congratulates her, saying that unlocking a hidden class in the second evolution is much rarer. Our boy comments that she was a bit weak for the team anyway, and she threatens to take him down. However, he gets a call from the president informing him that the national envoy was arriving. The next scene shows them all in the auditorium. Gu Han tells him that the person coming to evaluate them is called Xian Feng, a level 76 knight. On the stage, our boy sees a guy holding a staff, and he remembers that staff was the second most valuable treasure in the auction codex. He then asks Gu Han if she knows who the person in the cloak is. She explains that it's the new president of the Dragon Academy, who took over 2 years ago. He asks what this person's abilities are, and Gu Han explains that no one knows anything about them. This person doesn't attend any events and even uses a voice modifier to communicate. At that moment, people announce that the envoy was arriving. As soon as they look back, the entourage enters, and Xian Feng immediately asks where the president of this place is. The vice president awkwardly introduces himself. However, the chubby knight just ignores him, saying he wants to speak to the president directly and doesn't want to waste his time. He asks if all the candidates have arrived. The person in the white hood simply signals yes. And the vice president says there was only one candidate named Lu Fan. Our boy notes that this envoy seems like a tough guy who has been through many life and death situations. And Gu Han says that everyone is taking a big risk by recommending only him. The envoy says that if they chose just one person, it seems his opinion doesn't even matter. The vice president, however, responds that he's sure Lu Fan will impress him. Jian Feng laughs and says the boy does seem promising. The level 32 Dragon Knight, champion of the Southern Province, and also the #1 among the students. He approaches our boy and says that his life must be so easy that he probably doesn't even understand the struggles of other people. Lu Fan already realized that this guy was full of hostility toward him. And Xian Feng says that since the academy trusts him so much, it's time for him to take a test. Man, he immediately strikes, and our boy defends himself. The people tell him to take it easy, because he's a level 76 testing someone at level 32. But the envoy keeps throwing attacks, saying that since he was chosen, he must pass the test. His mission was to select 22 people to represent the nation, so he couldn't go easy on this guy. Lu Fan can't defend himself and can't summon the dragon because there are too many people in the room. Xian Feng insists on hitting him, saying he wants to see what he's capable of. He lands a strike on his hand, wanting to see the person who made him lose his high-ranking position and reduced him to just an envoy. But at that moment, someone raises a staff and says he's getting way too excited. They strike the ground, saying they'll move to a different place. With that, a magic circle appears beneath everyone. In the next second, our boy, the master, and another guy had disappeared. In the middle of the arena, the president says that now they can fight with everything they've got. Xin Feng says it doesn't matter and tells Lu Fan to show what he's made of. Our boy says he now understands who the person was that let Princess Jinsu do whatever she wanted. That explains why this test didn't seem right from the start. He summons Xiaowei and says that since he gave him permission, he's going all out. Xin Feng recognizes the dragon as the one the princess wanted to get rid of. But since he's level 76, something like that is irrelevant to him. He raises his sacred shield, confident that those attacks will feel like child's play. Xiaowei launches toward him. She activates the pressure ability to generate a stun effect, but the guy's shield blocks any negative effects. The vice president says it looks like it's going to be tricky since last time that move into the pavilion. Xin Feng says that's not going to work on him, but suddenly, without realizing it, he drops to his knees. The fear ability had been applied. Our boy approaches and asks how the envoy plans to assess him while kneeling in the middle of the fight. Xin Feng activates an ability that removes any stun effects and makes him immune for 2 minutes. He jumps toward Lu Fan, asking how he dares to try and humiliate him. But our boy stretches his arm to the side and asks if he really thought he was still taking it seriously. 2 portals appear and they're confused about what's coming next. Lu Fan simply says he's going to do what was asked. He's going all out, and it's time for Xian Feng to take this seriously. Xian Feng is shocked, wondering if Lu Fan really has 3 dragons. The vice president was about to intervene, but the president stops him. Our boy asks what all this talk of 3 is about. He activates Xiaofi's ability and summons 2 more bone dragons. Poor Xian Feng is trembling. The 2 wyvern souls have entered the field. The vice president wants to know since when Lu Fan had 5 dragons. The person behind the hood says it's a surprise to them too. I'm starting to think it's that trainer, right folks? Probably her for sure. Our boy then tells the special envoy, "Do you think I'm qualified to go to the national championship now?" Xian Feng wonders if he's really going to be defeated by this kid. He activates the divine light protection, but Xiaofi's attack lands squarely on his head. The vice president is worried that the poor guy might have been killed, but Xian Feng had summoned his mount, saying that Lu Fan was too young to think he could kill him so easily. Everyone notices that he seems to have fled, and the president says no one ever imagined the envoy would be beaten like this. Our boy compliments him, saying his mount really is impressive. But Xian Feng is convinced that without the summons, Lu Fan is nothing, so he just needs to land a direct hit. The divine protection still has 4 seconds left, so he plans to make the most of it. He warns that an amateur will always be an amateur. He charges toward Lu Fan, saying that even with so many dragons, he's still full of flaws. He uses the judgment attack, telling him to die. But Lu Fan had already activated Xiaoyi's protection. Shen Meng is shocked to see that only part of the shield had been broken. The worst part is that now his power is depleted, so he's in trouble. Our boy says that if it's a special envoy, there's no problem with doing this. The guy starts flying, wondering what Lu Fan is planning. What he didn't see was that Xingqian was already in front of him. With that, he gets electrocuted and takes a punch to the chest. The chubby guy falls to the ground like garbage. Our boy tells him to take a good look at himself. Where had the special envoy who came to teach him a lesson gone? Xin Feng was about to beg him to wait. But man, without mercy, our boy blows him up point blank. Smoke rises, and when it clears, poor Xin Feng is completely defeated. Our boy apologizes for killing his mount. But since he believes the national exam is something brutal, this kind of thing can happen. The vice president says that this should be over since it's clear that Lu Fan has already qualified. But Xin Feng tells him to be quiet because he's the one who decides when it's over. The vice president was about to say something, but the president says he won't last much longer. Considering Lu Fan's abilities, he knows that in theory, Lu Fan would be a perfect candidate. But Xin Feng won't allow it. No, not this guy who made him lose his position and brought him shame. Xiaofei was about to do something, but Lu Fan tells her to stay put. He easily dodges Xin Feng's attacks as Xin Feng complains that Lu Fan killed his mount. Regardless of what happens today, he's determined to kill him. He goes in for a slash but takes a kick to the chest. Man, the chubby guy goes down again. Our boy says losing your cool in the middle of a battle is extremely dangerous, and he warns Xin Feng that if he's trying to avenge Jinchu, he'll always be around for him to do whatever he wants. But he should remember that next time he shows up, he won't hold back. Xin Feng tries to get up but collapses on the ground, unconscious. At that moment, the vice president runs, telling someone to call a priest. The person behind says that Lu Fan hides it well, and she didn't expect him to have 5 dragons. The president asks how much power he really has, and Lu Fan explains that he hasn't even used the dragon's abilities. She then says that choosing him was the right decision. We all know who she is, right folks? It's definitely the teacher. While being hugged, our boy says she seems very familiar. The scene shifts to a level 60 region in the northern area. Someone sees that Lu Fan has qualified and comments that the boy is quite good. It's Reinhardt from Overwatch saying that Dragon City seems well represented. He calls for an officer who asks what the Lord wants. He tells him to prepare a griffin because he's heading to the Wondu Academy. The officer wants to know if he's really planning to abandon the northern front. He says not to worry, he'll be back soon. He just needs to meet the representative and handle a certain matter. Back home, our boy is frustrated. This time, the treasure points to a place over 1,000 kilometers away. He thought treasure hunting might be a good idea at the moment, but it looks like it's too far away. He then merges the treasure and receives a new map. But this time it's a god level 1, and he immediately calls his friend from before, saying there's a place he needs some information about. But at that moment, a meteor is heading toward his house. Our boy was about to talk about the extreme northern region when something explodes right in front of him. Man, a hooded figure observes the destruction. He pulls an emblem from his pocket. As shadows emerge, Chauffeur is already attacking. Not just her, our boy had summoned everyone to escape from the flames. The guy seems to be trying to teleport, and our boy tells him to stay put. He lands a solid hit to the face and immediately recognizes the man as the professor who was beside the president that day. Meanwhile, the girls are trying to escape, calling for the firefighters. The guy says that now that he's been seen, he has no choice. He throws a chain around our boy's arm and activates an ability to self-destruct and take Lu Fan with him. Lu Fan is confused for a second, but quickly realizes this guy's plan. The girls tell him to calm down, they'll help him. But the guy's fire core keeps building up. He starts swelling, telling Lu Fan that there's no escape today. Death awaits them both. Lu Fan tells Xiao Fi to prepare the Eternal Guardian to protect everyone. The whole group is then enveloped in a green aura. The value is already at 96%, and our boy knows this guy is about to blow himself up. He jumps toward him, saying the guy is crazy. But suddenly, a staff pierces through the man's chest, interrupting the ability. Lu Fan sees that it's Brahma's staff, the president's weapon. And with that, the chubby guy seems to be consumed by his own power. The staff moves and returns to the hand of the hooded figure. He then descends to talk to everyone, telling them not to worry, that he's fine. Auntie is crying and Qin Chu wants to know who that mage is. Looking at the corpse, he says he remembers seeing that person close to the professors. The vice president apologizes, saying he didn't expect an assassin to be after Lu Fan within the school. Our boy, however, asks why that man would do such a thing. The vice president tells everyone to calm down, that they'll investigate to understand the situation better. The next day, the president is shocked, as this man had been at the academy for years and she never expected there to be a traitor like this. Though the entire academy was within her reach, had she been delayed even a little, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, Reinhardt interrupts, saying that this boring place is quite dull. He tells her not to get upset, that he wasn't really listening, and asks why no one is questioning what he's doing here. The president apologizes for her selfishness and asks if he completed the mission in the north. He says no, but that he came to help with the problems they're having here. She asks what he means by that, and Reinhardt says he's planning to take this kid up north. That's because if everyone is hunting this boy here, he could take him to the north, or by his side, no one would kill him. The president agrees that it would be safer with him, but asks why the Duke of the North wants to spend time with the boy. He says he's been following Lu Fan's progress from the beginning, and besides, there's something he can help the boy with. The president understands, but says he must ensure that Lu Fan won't be put in danger. Reinhardt assures her not to worry, that he'll bring the boy back in one piece. Meanwhile, at the main gate of Longdu Academy, the princess's brother, Chenghin, had just arrived, and she happily runs to hug him. Chenghin tells her she's more important than any equipment. Jinju asks if he'll help her get revenge. He replies that he'll definitely take down anyone who made her sad. Meanwhile, our boy had just received the map from that black rat. Jian Ying asks if he's going far, and Lu Fan admits that this time he's a bit intimidated by the place. The area on the map is vast, and he doesn't have much information about it. She then tells him that if he's going, he should say goodbye to everyone first. Just then, the doorbell rings, and he says he'll answer it, thinking it's the vice president. He opens the door, already talking, but who he finds is Reinhardt. Reinhardt says he hasn't brought the results of the investigation yet, but there's no need to worry, he's not a bad person. He explains that the bodyguards are asleep due to a misunderstanding and asks if Lu Fan can heal them. Startled, Lu Fan grabs his blade, since the bodyguards had been prepared by the president. But Qin Chu recognizes Reinhardt as her uncle and asks why so many people are passed out. In the living room, Reinhardt says it's a good thing Qin Chu showed up, or else Lu Fan would have attacked him. Lu Fan apologizes, explaining that he's a bit on edge since he's been under attack recently. Reinhardt laughs, saying he heard that Lu Fan took down the national envoy, so it seems like he doesn't need any help. Qin Chu mentions that the great hero who once stood alone against a beast storm is here at the academy. Our boy is impressed, saying he's heard that story before. The old man smiles and says every generation has its incredible figures, but right now he's more interested in Lu Fan. He came specifically to the academy just for him, to take him to the far north for training. He had already discussed it with the president, and it's the best option for Lu Fan before the national test. The girls are worried, and Jiang says he can't get hurt before such an important event. Reinhardt explains that the far north is indeed a dangerous place, but that's exactly why it's a great place to train. Our boy wants to go, considering there's treasure there, but the problem is everyone's safety. Jiang says that if he wants to go, he just has to say the word. Thanks to him, they've all advanced to the second level, so it wouldn't be easy for them to be defeated. Our boy immediately agrees, saying he'll go to the north. The old man celebrates, saying that if that's the case, they'll have to drink a lot and have a feast to celebrate. Our boy says he'll buy everything and wait the rest of the people for dinner. Later that night, we see them at the city's training academy. Look who's visiting again. Folks, we know who it is already. She says she's been really busy lately, but if he's up for some practice, they can start. But our boy says he's there to say goodbye. She looks confused. Lu Fan explains that he's heading to the far north, so they won't see each other until the national test. She grabs his face, saying that in that place he'll definitely learn a lot more than by sparring with her. Our boy is a bit embarrassed. He says he has to go because he still needs to say goodbye to everyone. But she grabs him. She says she doesn't have much to give him, but she puts a necklace in his hand, saying it will keep him safe. Then she tells him to do his best in the far north and that the national test will be easy. She asks him to bring her a piece of ice that doesn't melt when he returns. With that, she vanishes and only her hair sways. This boy is a bit crazy, isn't he? He's just going to tuck it into his pocket. Sometime later, he's heading home, but someone is following him. Our boy asks how long this person is going to stay on his tail. It's Chang'an, who says it wasn't easy to find him. Lu Fan asks why he's being followed. Chang'an opens his arms, saying that he has heard a lot about the boy and introduces himself as Jinchu's brother. He is here to leave a like in this video. And do you guys remember that the last chapter ended just when Jinchu's brother showed up saying he wanted to have a chat with our guy, and he wasn't there to just drop a like on the video? No. Obviously, Lu Fan already wanted to know what that fool had to say. The guy opened his arms, saying that Lu Fan might not know him, but he knows very well what the boy has been up to. His name is Jin Chang'an, and he's there to get revenge for everything our guy did to his sister. Right away, our guy dropped his shopping bags and asked if he was also from the Tai Chi Kingdom. He said he was sure Jinzu must be there too, and told that damn woman to show up. Obviously, man, she appeared, telling him to stop being arrogant. Now she was finally going to see her big brother and teach that fool a lesson. Chang'an, however, said he was a humble guy and was willing to give Lu Fan a chance. If he let his sister step on his head and slapped his face a few times, maybe he'd let him walk away unharmed. If it were the aunt, he'd be winning with that deal. But since it was that damn woman, obviously he told the guy to go to hell. And he asked if Jinju hadn't warned her brother about what happened the last time they had problems. She told him to shut up and told her brother that there was no way to fix it, so it was better to just finish that brat off. The guy activated a pentagram in his hand and warned that apparently Lu Fan would only apologize once he was in his coffin. At that moment, our protagonist felt that this guy had a strange, evil aura. He activated his power, telling Lu Fan to have a good death, and then a giant purple slime appeared, spitting green acid. Of course, the protagonist dodged it easily, but he was impressed that the guy could summon such a large creature like that. And the worst part was that the monster seemed to be transforming, and now it had turned into a woman with multiple legs, looking like some weird version of Naruto's Nine Tails. The guy ordered it to finish Lu Fan off, but right at that moment, something was coming from the sky. A frozen mountain griffin appeared and crushed the creature. The two idiot siblings were completely confused about what had just happened. Here comes the mighty Reinhardt, folks. Chang'an might be strong, but he knows that this guy is no joke. And man, Reinhardt wasn't there to chat. He already drew his blade and rushed toward them. Chang'an took a direct hit to the chest and was already coughing up some kind of black sludge. This guy clearly had something messed up inside him. The man asked if he recognized him and told him to just give up. He warned that this abyssal walker had no chance against the claws of a king griffin. Poor Jinju girl, everything always goes wrong for her. She got wrecked in 10 seconds. At that moment, Chang'an said he knew very well who he was. However, my guy, I think, maybe it'd be a good idea to drop that spear because it looks like you're dying. Even Lu Fan was impressed that Mr. 2 just came in and killed the guy without a second thought. That's when the old man revealed that he knew very well that as long as that abyssal creature was still standing, Chang'an wouldn't die. He started to disintegrate, and Reinhardt ordered him to show himself immediately, or else the abyssal creature would be destroyed. Under the griffin's claw, it seemed like the fool had appeared. Yep, that's right. He had shown up right in the middle of that pile of slime. And the worst part was that his ability had a 12-hour cooldown, so he wouldn't be able to use it again. Chang'an said that attacking a representative before the grand tournament would make him a target for the 23 nations. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was standing there, mouth open, realizing that this bastard was really immortal as long as the creature was alive. Reinhardt then said that this rule would only apply if Chang'an hadn't attacked Lu Fan first. However, he warned that since the tournament was being hosted by the Tai Chi Kingdom this year, just this once, he'd let him go alive. Yeah, Chang'an said thanks, of course. He was about to die right there, the idiot. Then Reinhardt struck the creature with his spear, warning that he never liked the Jin family and that they'd better disappear from there. Obviously, the fool just called his little sister and said they should leave, but not before telling our guy that he'd be waiting for him at the national competition. It was good for him to know that in the Tai Chi Kingdom, things would be different. Lu Fan stayed there, talking with Reinhardt, saying that guy was shameless. He dies like a fool and still has the nerve to act all high and mighty. The old man told him not to worry too much and to get moving because they needed to prepare for their journey. That last night before everything started, everyone was drinking and chilling. That rascal is always relaxing with the aunt in his lap, folks. Funny thing, when I first wrote down her name, I actually noted it as Hot Aunt. After a long night with the aunt and his waifu the next day, he was on the Big Griffin, traveling north. There was still 1 month left before the national test, and he planned to use this time to uncover the secrets of this region. The old man told him to be careful and not get frostbite, but Lu Fan was more interested in finding the level 60 secret locations. Then he spotted a strange red area on the horizon and asked what it was, to which Reinhardt replied that it was the reason he had been brought there. The scene then shifted to the northern military camp, and the old man told them to get ready. At that moment, they needed to explore 114 routes. And what they were looking for, the boy probably already knew. It was the red moon. They had no exact idea what this phenomenon was, but they referred to it as that thing. However, he was excited because the legendary young warrior was joining them on this adventure. For Lu Fan, this was perfect, since the military camp's interests were completely aligned with his own. Checking his objectives, he saw that locations 78 and 77 were the closest to the treasure he had to find, and he immediately requested to join those groups. Reinhardt replied that he could sense the boy had a desire for battle, but he should have known that bringing a level 32 there wasn't a good idea, since the place was full of terrifying beasts. However, Lu Fan made it clear that he wasn't there to play it safe. If he had come all the way to the north, it was to level up as fast as possible and take down the strongest things around. The old man said the boy reminded him of his younger days, back when he also loved rushing straight into danger. With that, he summoned a bow and handed it to the boy. Man, that thing was legendary quality, and he could even equip that dragon scale with it. Of course, he wanted to refuse because it was too much, but Reinhardt told him it would help him survive in this region, so he better take it. Our boy immediately celebrated, saying that if that was the case, then yeah, he was definitely keeping it. At that moment, some guys from the camp brought uniforms for him. Reinhardt handed them to him and said they would soon be checking out Route 78. Our boy put on the jacket, all swagged out, and said he couldn't wait. Well, he didn't have to wait long because the next thing he knew, they were already flying, him with his wings and the old man on the griffin. However, the old man wanted to know why a dragon tamer was flying with wings instead of riding a dragon. Our boy explained that, unfortunately, he wasn't high enough level to ride a dragon yet, but his time would come soon. Suddenly, in the middle of the air, something caught his attention. Some crow monsters appeared, and like always in this story, every single creature had massive energy sacks installed on their chests. It was a monster unlike anything you could imagine. Our boy told Reinhardt to be careful while taking a sip of his drink. But the old man said the one who should be careful was the boy, while he was already spearing the first one in the chest. He kept killing the beasts, saying Lu Fan better get used to it because things move at a different pace around here. Lu Fan realized that despite being seen as a prodigy at that moment, he really wasn't qualified to be in this place. A while later, the old man said they had arrived. Looking down, our boy saw what appeared to be a massive red eye buried in the snow. The man explained that they had no idea if it was a portal, the remains of a giant beast, or something else entirely. Lu Fan observed that, considering the shape of the mountains and the design of the eye, it looked like the head of a colossal dragon. But it didn't make sense for something to be so massive that they couldn't even investigate it properly due to the sheer size of the area it covered. The old man said he was sure the boy was scared. The first time he saw it, even his griffin got so frightened that it ran all the way back to base on its own. Unfortunately for Lu Fan, even the system couldn't identify this creature. At that moment, the old man explained that there were places in this world no one had ever explored. He was the first person to discover this creature while fighting those crows. During the battle, one of the men warned that an avalanche was happening, but the extraction team was still down below. In a desperate rush, they ran through the snow, trying to find the team and save everyone. But at that moment, something began to rise from the ground, and that massive, eerie eye appeared and started staring at them. He said that all of this happened a long time ago, yet even now, nothing had been discovered about it. Just then, Lu Fan noticed something approaching and said it must be the Griffin squad. However, the old man replied that yes, once they had been part of the squad. But at this moment, they were decayed corpses. Warriors who had died there had been reborn as monsters. Man, Lu Fan took the first hit and had to defend himself. He asked Reinhardt for help, and the old man admitted these things were indeed tough to deal with. Besides, he didn't want to have to kill his old friends. At that moment, the Griffin activated an extreme thread web. As soon as the monsters touched it, they got trapped. Lu Fan asked once again if those had really been his subordinates, but the old man didn't respond. He just told them to leave immediately. It was time to head back. The monsters landed on the ground and just stared at them. It seemed like those damn things could communicate somehow. The next morning, the old man asked if he was really sure about this. Lu Fan said yes. He wanted to go to the front lines and help push the investigation forward. The man called for some people to enter, and they immediately announced they had brought information. The name of this guy was Lu Fei. I'll just call him Fei because our protagonist is already named Lu Fan, and that would get confusing. And he was the captain of the main exploration squad. The blonde guy was named Chang Kong, and the girl with glasses was named Shen Kai. Reinhardt then announced that today they would be welcoming a new member, the boy named Lu Fan, who was ranked #1 at Dragon Academy. Chang Kong greeted him, saying that he had also studied at the same academy and was glad to see him there. With that, he assured everyone that he'd take care of the new recruit. Our boy wanted to know what that brooch on their chests was, and obviously it was a kind of merit medal. The gold one was the most valuable, and their team in that region had 8 people who held it. At that moment, Lu Fei told Reinhardt that he didn't want to accept Lu Fan. They didn't have time to babysit some kid. However, Reinhardt told him not to worry and said that if Lu Fan died, it would be entirely the boy's fault. Even though they were friends, this was an order. And from that day on, Lu Fan was part of his squad. The guy just accepts it and then calls for our boy. He informs him that Shen Kai will explain a few things to him since they'll be heading out on a mission soon. However, the glasses girl didn't seem too thrilled about having to teach our boy. In the meeting room, they explained that a snowstorm would hit in 4 days, so the mission had to be completed before then. They were heading to Route 78, but the problem was that the journey to the exploration site took 2 days, meaning they didn't have much time. With the addition of the new member, the goal was to explore another 100 miles of that region and return. If they did that, the mission would be a success. Shen Kai said that 100 miles might be too much considering the boy was just starting out. Lu Fan noticed that everyone was underestimating him, but he didn't care. His real goal there was to complete his system missions and claim the treasure. Right then, the leader gave the order for everyone to prepare their griffins and told Lu Fan to get his ready as well. However, Lu Fan revealed that despite being a dragon tamer, he didn't have a dragon. And on top of that, he didn't have a griffin either. Shen Kai immediately snapped, saying there was no way in hell she was letting that bastard cling to her back. But he told her not to worry. He had his own way of handling things. Next scene, the 4 of them were soaring through the sky. Our boy was impressed that Shen Kai even had other griffins escorting her. My god, that girl looked gigantic riding that griffin. That beast came with some weird buff. Up ahead, the others warned that they were about to enter the lightning clouds and told him to be careful. The group tried to stay alert, but in the middle of it all, Lu Fan started getting lost. Obviously, he couldn't fly as well as a griffin, so he just hovered there, trying to locate everyone. However, suddenly, 2 golden eyes gleamed behind him. Man, out of nowhere, a gigantic wolf appeared. What the hell was this? Was it a sky predator lion, a level 75 corrupted corpse? If so, our boy didn't stand a chance. He managed to land an attack on it while noticing that the corruption status was likely due to that red moon. However, the monster was preparing an instant claw attack that was impossible to dodge. Just as Chang Kong shouted for him, he struck the creature right in the head. Shen Kai appeared, warning them not to let that bastard create clones while complaining that she had already lost one of her eagles. The guy even used magic to pull our boy closer, telling him not to worry. They had killed plenty of these before. At that moment, the creature began to vanish, activating a mist storm. Chang Kong ordered them to move quickly, but everyone's expressions changed, saying this thing didn't seem like a predator. Suddenly, they were all fleeing, shouting that they needed to escape immediately. A sky devourer had appeared. When Lu Fan looked back, he saw a gigantic whale. Strangely, it was a level 1 creature, but if it ate you, you lose 17% of your health per second. On top of that, if it hit the ground, it would deal 1000% damage to everything around it. Lu Fan could only think that this damn monster was even bigger than Xiao Yi's strongest form. That's when Fi appeared, yelling at him to run and stop standing there. Chang Kong warned our boy that they didn't stand a chance against the devourer and needed to get out of there immediately. Lu Fan was terrified. Whatever that red eye was, it was modifying all the creatures in the region. At that moment, the devourer opened its mouth and activated a skill that pulled everything nearby toward it. Lu Fan didn't want to summon any of his dragons, afraid that they might get affected by the curse if they were eaten. But if he didn't do something, he was going to die. Meanwhile, Fei shouted for him to keep fleeing, as they were about to leave the storm's range. As soon as they gained a bit more distance, the creature's skill deactivated since it only had power inside those clouds. Lu Fan was confused, and Fei explained that this was why it was easier to escape from that monster. Our boy was shocked that these people actually traveled through such dangerous places every time. The whale, having left the clouds, crashed into the ground, exploding and dealing 1000% damage. Anyone below would have certainly died. However, a little while later, that Rube landed and found the creature's purple carcass. Our boy apologized for not being able to help much, and Chang Kong assured him it was fine. There were simply too many unknown dangers in this region. Shen Kai, on the other hand, warned that at the pace they were going, they wouldn't be able to complete their mission. Fei told her to calm down. It was just a boy learning how things worked. But she countered that she was starting to worry she wouldn't even make it back alive on the last day. Then she turned to our boy and warned that this wasn't a place where he could earn merit just by doing nothing. If he didn't start pulling his weight, he'd end up dead, and no one would care enough to save him. Man, this damn girl wouldn't stop roasting our boy. Guaranteed that soon enough she'd be in danger and would have to be saved by the Chad. But until that happened, she kept jabbing his chest and tearing him down even more. He, however, guarantees that when things get tough, he'll be a valuable asset in the challenges ahead. Chang Kong steps in, telling them to stop arguing so much. Meanwhile, Fei thinks that if Reinhardt ordered this boy to be here, there must be a reason. He tells everyone to get ready. They were continuing the journey. And he tells Shen Kai to stop thinking so much about the boy. All they needed to do was complete the mission and get back, nothing more. However, suddenly, her griffin signals something and she immediately warns that they're about to be attacked. In the blink of an eye, massive ice blocks start raining down. They manage to dodge, and Chang Kong activates a protective shield. The problem is that this ended up separating Lu Fan from the group. A massive claw stomps on his back, and when he looks up, it's not just one creature. It's a whole pack of corrupted level 80 Yetis. Man, these things just keep leveling up non-stop. This is getting out of hand. Lu Fei is shouting, asking Lu Fan to respond if he's still alive. Seeing the creatures there, Shen Kai is certain that the kid is already dead. There was no way he could have survived an attack from 20 of them at once. The leader then orders Shen Kai to create a distraction while Chang Kong handles the monsters. However, just as he's making this plan, another creature is sneaking up from behind. Man, he and Shen Kai were almost crushed. They barely made it out alive. At that moment, they realized they might not be able to find Lu Fan. The plan now is to save Chang Kong and not look back. While he fights the giant beast, she runs off in search of their comrade. But just as she looks around, she sees Lu Fei struggling. The problem is that she can't help him either because a bunch of monsters are closing in on her as well. She decides to whistle. Even though that would draw attention from the creatures, she needed to let Chang Kong know where they were. Instantly, all the monsters turn to her. The poor girl grips her sword tighter, still trying to find her friend. On the other side, exhausted, he asks if Lu Fan's okay. Lu Fan tells him not to worry, he's going to save him. But before that, he needs to deal with these three here. Obviously, the guy doesn't believe the boy can handle it and tells him to use this chance to run away. But before he can even finish his sentence, the first attack is already coming. Our boy dodges and counters with a Dragon Aura attack. At that moment, he had activated the Black Dragon Aura. Watching him fight and dodge so effortlessly, the blonde fool had no idea how this was possible given the boy's level. Swag out as ever, our boy smirks, saying, "Nothing is impossible when you're a dragon tamer." Another giant ice block comes crashing down, smashing one of the monsters in the head. At the same time, our boy switches to the Star Dragon Aura. He slashes toward the ice chunks, shattering them in half. Chang Kong is still trying to understand how a level 32 is fighting an elite level 80 creature. It just didn't make any sense. Right then, Shen Kai appears with Fei, relieved that she finally found them. The others are stunned that Lu Fan is still alive, while Chang Kong is just glad everyone is there. But in that split second, one of the creatures is already lunging at our boy. Lu Fei yells for him to watch out. Without hesitation, he hurls a victory blade, piercing the beast straight through. At that moment, the leader tells everyone to stay calm. They needed to recover and come up with a plan. But Lu Fan, bold as ever, declares that the plan is simple. Kill all the Yeetus and call it a day. Shen Kai immediately tells him to shut up. That was impossible. The best plan was to retreat to a safer area. However, Lu Fan tells her he's not joking after all. He also has a healing ability to restore everyone. She's about to say something when the creatures attack, but he just cuts her off, saying, "No time for talking." He orders Shen to take the wounded and retreat. He would handle the rest. At that moment, Fei recognizes the bow in his hands. It was supposed to be Reinhardt's. It was unbelievable that the old man had entrusted such an item to this kid. Shen Kai is also shocked, realizing that the boss must have really valued this boy to give him such a weapon. And with that, Lu Fan declares that once they flee, he can finally go all out against these Yeetus. I thought they would refuse, right? But nope. Fei just shrugs and says, "Alright then, and I'll let you handle it," before flying off. Our boy, still cool as ever, is just thinking about how nice it would be for them to make it back safely, since he's got everything under control. Activating the bow, he grins and says, "Time to test out the old man's gift." Meanwhile, up on the griffin, Shen Kai is hesitant. She doesn't think it was a good idea to leave the boy behind. But Chang Kong tells her not to worry. He had seen how the boy fought. They were only holding him back in that mess of creatures. After all, the man is a dragon tamer. The Yeetus launch another barrage of ice projectiles, and our boy responds with a volley of arrows. The monster's attacks are all obliterated, but Lu Fan is impressed. These bastards just won't give up. Energy starts building up in his bow, and he's curious to see how they'll survive this one. A storm of crimson arrows begins spreading out. The Serpent Rain attack deals 20% of its damage through countless arrows that linger around the battlefield. Finally, the bastard starts summoning the dragons. Man, I was missing our dear little dragon. The problem is, the Yeetus are entering berserker mode now that their health is dropping. Lu Fan calls for Xin Xin to prepare to use his ability. And with that, the beast soars up, conjuring a stellar explosion. Bet you couldn't guess what this ability does. He grabs a star and explodes, dealing area damage. At least the name is fitting, right? But this time, things are going to be different. Our boy declares that he's going to destroy it. Just as the star was about to hit the ground, he struck it with a serpent attack. Actually, it wasn't just any arrow. It was the serpent arrow, and the serpent bit the star, causing a massive explosion. Man, the impact was so strong that even the fools fleeing on their griffins got sent flying. Poor Fei barely got saved in time. And Kang, that poor guy, was still knocked out on the ground. Staring at the massive crater left behind, the leader wonders if this was really Lu Fan's power. Shou Yi, meanwhile, is absolutely thrilled. Our boy casually says that now that this mess is cleaned up, they can reunite with the squad. But at that exact moment, the captain appears, demanding to know if that attack was his. Before our boy can answer, the guy is already asking about the red-haired girl next to him. Our boy explains that it's his little dragon and tells her to change forms. Shou Yi immediately transforms, and our boy announces that it's time to cleanse the area. She activates Cataclysm, instantly vaporizing all the monsters nearby. The fools standing around are absolutely stunned. Now they finally understand. He is the true dragon tamer of the southern province. Our boy could have made things easier for everyone and just told them up front, Now it all makes sense. He didn't realize he was that famous. So he asks how they know about him. Fei explains that the master of this place has always been talking about the dragon tamer, so everyone knows who he is. And just like that, Shen Kai's whole attitude has changed. She finally realized that the kid is the real deal. I kinda wish she had suffered a bit more before he saved her just to make it funnier, but hey, I'll take it. Our boy, ever the king of irony, apologizes for being a bit of a bother and asks the seniors to take care of him. Yeah, now everyone's attitude has changed, huh? Fei immediately reassures him that he doesn't need to worry. He's actually impressed by the boy's calm decisions and sharp thinking. And Shen Kai, now she's apologizing, admitting that she really underestimated him. Our boy just nods, accepting it. At that moment, Xiao Yi levels up, reaching level 30. On top of that, she gains a new perception ability. The others ask what's going on, and he explains that she just leveled up. With her perception skill, she can now detect invisible creatures or anything hiding nearby. Shen Kai then comments that he had mentioned he was about to become a dragon rider. Right then, the mad lad smirks and says, "That's right, now it's time to ride these dragon girls." A little peculiar, but alright. Meanwhile, up in the sky, Xiao Yi is setting things on fire and bombing the battlefield. Everyone is in shock, wondering what's happening. Apparently, Evie doesn't know she's gigantic now and is already missing her cute form. That giant form of hers evolved, huh? So this must be gigantic form 2.0. Fei tells him that if he wants to ride something that big, he's going to need a special saddle. They'll fetch one for him. But Lu Fan tells him not to bother. The Bravo already has his own. Star insists, saying that a military saddle would increase his stats by 10%. That's when our boy reveals that his saddle is made specifically for dragons. Not only does it increase her stats, but it also boosts his. And apparently it's boosting by 100%. Kinda busted, don't you think? Right then, Xiao Yi lands and Fan says, "Well, in that case, let's get this thing equipped," comparing their military-grade griffin saddles to the one made for a dragon. Yeah, they were offering him garbage. And now Shen Kai is acting all different again, saying she's realizing just how talented the boy really is. She should have recognized his worth sooner. Lu Fan simply thanks Xiao Yi for always protecting him. From now on, he was a true dragon tamer, and they would fight side by side. The others are still a little embarrassed, but our boy, he's already mounting Xiao Yi for the first time. The moment he does, he feels a surge of power through his body, as if he could tear the sky apart. On top of that, he unlocks a claw attack with his hands, which is actually a combination move between him and Xiao Yi. Chang Kong mutters that it makes sense now. This damn kid saved his life back then for a reason. He's a little bitter, though. He's been training for 10 years, and now he realizes that against someone like Lu Fan, he doesn't stand a chance. But our boy, he doesn't care one bit about the whining. He just takes off, soaring through the skies on his dragon. Right away, he orders Xiao Yi to use her perception ability to locate some more creatures. Her aura expands, and suddenly, something shimmers in the air. A cluster of glowing butterflies appears. Turns out, her skill not only detects hidden creatures but also breaks their invisibility, so now everyone can see them. However, the leader immediately warns them. These snow moths are extremely dangerous. They should escape while they still can. The creatures were level 86, and the last time someone encountered one, it died on the spot. But do you think our boy, who just became a dragon rider, is gonna run away? Of course not. He charges in without hesitation, already swinging, saying this was exactly what he was waiting for. Our boy is itching to test his new coordination ability, so he and Xiao Yi attack in perfect sync. Slashing X-shaped claw strikes straight at the moths. Those poor things didn't stand a chance. The fools watching from behind remember how these creatures had slaughtered countless allies before. But to our legendary protagonist, they were just another warm-up. And just when it looks like things are about to get really dangerous, our chat of a hero drops a finishing move. He tells everyone to pay attention now that Xiao Yi has her new ability. Creatures wouldn't be able to hide anymore. Man, he's the one launching those fire slashes with his new skill. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi is spitting fire, burning everything down. Sometime later, when they're back on the ground, he had wiped out everything. Shang Kong is confident now, saying that with this boy around, they have nothing to fear. And Lu Fan, just as confident, declares that now that he has mastered Xiao Yi, even if a snowstorm were to hit them, he's sure they wouldn't die. Even so, the leader looks up the sky and, judging by the disappearance of the stars, confirms that the storm is coming. It was definitely going to arrive sooner than expected, making things risky. The two of them discuss how dangerous it would be to continue, especially with Chang Kong still injured. However, Lu Fan is insisting, saying that now that the high-level creatures have been dealt with, their chances of completing the mission have greatly increased. He's starting to sound like one of those characters that convinces everyone to push forward, only for them all to die while he survives. But hey, he's the protagonist, so I doubt he'll let that happen. Because now he's holding out his hand, reassuring them that he would never put their lives in danger. Fei takes a deep breath and finally says, "Alright then, I trust you." He believes in the boy and is sure he won't let anything happen to them. With that, they continue advancing calmly through Region 78. Among the snow moths, our boy finally gets the item he was after, the unmelting ice and epic quality material. Right away, Lu Fan calls everyone over, saying that things are fine now. The squad trudges through the snowstorm, struggling, while our boy, he's completely fine. They want to know what he had to fight for that item, and he just casually says, just some snow moths. No big deal. At that moment, everyone is convinced that this bastard is going to get a gold medal. Fee then mentions that they've already advanced 100 miles. Maybe it was time to head back to the barracks and rest. Chang Kong agrees, saying his injuries are getting better, but he still needs to return. I thought our crazy protagonist was going to insist on pushing forward, but no. He simply summons Shou Yi, saying that it's time to head back. Why? Because she's hungry. With that, the captain orders them to set up the signal. They plant a device into the ground and press a button. A red light shoots up into the sky. This was to mark the farthest point of their advancement and signal for a new forward base. Immediately after, they take off flying. I thought our boy would be riding Shou Yi all the way back, but just then someone else approaches the signal. And man, you can already tell. This bastard is definitely up to something. The next day, Northern Base. Lu Fei calls everyone together. Out of nowhere, our boy is yelling at Shen Kai, demanding if she knows anyone who can process unmelting ice. She casually mentions a blacksmith in the region and asks if he's trying to make a ring for his girlfriend. But he says no, it's just for a friend. I don't know what he's up to, and even I'm confused now. But then he just flies off with Shou Yi saying he needs that blacksmith. Shen Kai looked a little sad there, huh? Are you falling for our dragon tamer girl? Meanwhile, the crazy boy also has a necklace. And I already know, that mysterious guy at the signal, definitely her old friend, husband, or ex-boyfriend who's already dead. At the blacksmith's, our boy arrives at the blacksmith, who welcomes him and immediately assumes, if it's a gift for your girlfriend, she's gonna love it. But right then, Reinhardt appears, grinning and saying, "Damn kid, you're hard to find." Strangely, the guy is fixing his clothes. Or actually not, because our boy just got a bronze medal for helping push the front lines forward. He had already heard everything that happened, and Lu Fei had praised him a lot. But honestly, he expected something like this. The moment he saw that dragon girl eating like crazy, he knew that was the strongest one. And then, he reveals something important. They had received intel from another country, and it was something Lu Fan needed to see. His informant team had been tracking the representative of another faction, and strangely enough, in their territory they found a massive, strange skeleton. Lu Fei immediately notices that it looks exactly like the one near the Red Moon. Reinhardt tells him to follow. He has some videos to show. The footage. A bald man with a medal stands before a six-winged angel. The angel speaks about some Master Charles estate and a castle of a head. The bald guy confirms it, saying that along with him, their entire team disappeared. They hear a strange sound, and the angel comments that it's the sacred trumpet of the mountain. Right then, an old man warns that someone is approaching. When she turns around, she sees one of the transformation experts from their team. Thinking they survived, she relaxes, only for the guy to attack them on the spot. Back in the meeting room, Reinhardt stops the video there, but it's obvious what happened next. Just like how creatures here were mutating, humans over there were being transformed. Lu Fan comments that he saw something similar in the mountains, and Reinhardt confirms. These reports have already been sent to Dragon City. At this moment, these mutated beings were being called ancient gods. The problem? No one knows where they came from, why they fell here, or what kind of powers they possess. But with their abilities to revive and modify creatures around them, it's clear they are some kind of deity. The old man says that all these unanswered questions are what's giving him such a headache. Not to mention that the people revived in that other place seem to have consciousness, unlike the creatures revived here, which are more like brainless zombies. Lu Fan immediately understands what the guy is implying, that soon something similar might start happening here. At that moment, the old man explains that the creature from the sacred mountain killed everyone, except for one person named Charles Morgan. This guy is the representative of the nation of scattered stars. And the strange thing is that when he retreated to that place, the transformed creature attacked everyone except for him. They even gave him something called the essence of the sacred mountain. Charles was already considered a powerful battle priest, and on top of that, he accepted it. This was what allowed him to obtain a never-before-seen class, something known as a holy priest. This profession had never been recorded before, which is why they're struggling to understand the extent of his power. The old man places a hand on Lu Fan's shoulder and warns him to be extremely careful in the national duel. After all, he would be up against someone who wields the power of the gods. If there's one thing about this damn Lu Fan, it's that he's overconfident. He straight up says he doesn't care about the power of the gods. He's got this. 2 days later, military blacksmith. The blacksmith finally finished the item he had requested. Our boy even brought along some premium wine, which was gifted to him by the chief as a thank you. At that same moment, the squad appears, telling Lu Fan that a new expedition is about to begin. The blacksmith thanks him and tells our boy that if he ever needs anything, just ask. And with that, the team sets off for another adventure. The next morning, snowy terrain. They were already marching through the snow, and the leader warned that this time the expedition would take at least 15 days. Upon reaching the place they had previously advanced to, Lu Fan finds it strange that the signal is missing. Shen Kai uses a tracker to locate the device on the ground, but she remarks that it seems to have been poor quality. However, Lu Fan is highly suspicious. Even the wind was slow, and the area was too quiet. It was as if they were walking into a trap. But Cheng Kong had already stepped forward, saying it was time to continue the exploration. Just as Lu Fan is about to warn them about a possible trap, a horde of creatures suddenly appears out of nowhere. Before they could even react, They were completely surrounded by monsters. Lu Fan is certain that for these creatures to be able to hide and set up an ambush, someone must be controlling them. At that moment, a hooded figure speaks, confirming that yes, these creatures serve divine glory. The protagonist asks who is speaking, but Chang Kong and the leader seem to recognize this man as Lu. Man, this guy seems to have consciousness because he even greets Shen Kai, casually saying it's been a while since they last met. Confused, Lu Fan asks if they know this guy. And just like we predicted, this guy was Shen Kai's husband, or rather he used to be, because he's dead now. He was also one of the strongest warriors here, holding a silver insignia, and he died on a mission. Chang Kong suddenly snaps, telling the leader to shut up. Out of nowhere, dude. At that moment, Lu Fan notices that poor Shen Kai has collapsed and is crying. All broken, she asks why he disappeared like that and begs him to come back with her. He steps closer and says that he misses her too. Clearly in her mind, he looks like a kind, gentle man, and she hugs him, saying she always wanted to see him again. But at that moment, the guy transforms and says that unfortunately, he cannot return. However, he can give her the option to stay with him and serve the god who is about to awaken. Surrounded by magic, Shen Kai demands to know what he's doing. He simply tells her it would be better if she obeyed, since she would receive the essence of the god, which would grant her unimaginable power. The girl keeps crying, telling him not to do this. But he tells her not to worry. Soon enough, she would become a corpse like the rest of them. Wait, what? Was this all an illusion? Because now she's suddenly in Lu Fan's arms, and Lu demands to know if she will stay with him and serve the gods. Obviously, the leader says the obvious. They cannot let this guy capture her. But the problem is, not only is this guy powerful, but he also has hundreds of monsters surrounding them. They're considering escaping, until Lu Fan casually says that running away wouldn't be fun. Shen Kang warns him not to start a massacre, but it's too late. Man, this proud girl has already drawn her bow, declaring that it's time to level up. Lu, however, simply sighs, saying it's sad that the boy has to die this way. He orders all the creatures to attack, declaring that they will all soon become corpses. At that moment, Lu Fan orders Shen Kang to raise a barrier, while he prepares the serpent arrow attack. With the sanctuary raised, at least the rest of the squad is protected. They ask what they should do, and our girl simply says not to worry. The rest is up to him. The first volley of arrows is fired, slaughtering the monsters in its path, aiming straight for Lu. Shen Kang yells at Lu Fan to get real. They would have to help at some point, because his shield only lasts 10 seconds. Lu sees the first arrow approaching and barely dodges, but at that exact moment, Lu Fan was already behind him, and without hesitation, he activates the Dragon Destroyer form. Boom! Shou Yi appears, fully transformed, slamming down with a devastating claw strike. Meanwhile, down below, the leader, poor guy, can only say, I'm counting on that kid to win because the trainees are screwed. Lu Fan activated his new synchronized attack with Shou Yi and slashed right through Lu. At the same time, she was using Cataclysm, setting everything on fire. The Sanctuary shield only had 2 seconds of resistance left, while the others inside the barrier were wondering if this was some kind of forbidden magic, because it was way too powerful. The poor fool of a corpse was being burned and evaporated. By the time his shield hit 0, Shou Yi had already wiped everything out. A while later, Lu was lying on the ground, and the others were asking if he was still conscious. Shen Gong ordered Lu Fan to use a Sacred Chain skill to make sure this guy didn't escape. The young warrior knew that Shou Yi had taken so much damage that the enemy wouldn't even try anything. Shen Kai, on the other hand, was heartbroken, saying she couldn't even recognize the kind man who was once with her. At that moment, a purple energy began leaking from his body. Suddenly, he rose up and told her to leave this place immediately. He muttered something about the other corpses having left and heading for some deeper ruins, but before he could finish explaining, he died, and Shen Kai screamed in despair, while she was there crying her heart out. Our boy? Yeah, he couldn't care less. To be honest, neither do I. And it looks like Lu Fan feels the exact same way. Once again, the chief thanks him, saying that if it wasn't for Lu Fan, everyone would have died. However, that strange purple energy was still floating around, even though the guy was dead. When Lu Fan noticed it was heading toward the red moon, he rushed forward to stop it and slash through it. As a result, he obtained a corpse essence, a consumable item. He remembers that in the video, they mentioned something about the sacred essence that Charles received. Maybe this was something similar. Right away, the chief warns him to be careful with such a dangerous item. At this point, Lu Fan is certain that Charles made a contract with the sacred gods. He says they need to return and deliver this to Reinhardt immediately, and the chief agrees, especially since Shen Kai was still shaken. Our boy nods, and before leaving, they give the poor fool a burial. Shen Kai kisses the necklace. Lu Fan says he's in a better place, and that's it. Done. She cries a little, and now she's completely fine again. With that, the team prepares to return to base, but not before setting up the signal again. The next morning, back at base, Reinhardt was briefed on everything that had happened. Lu Fan explained that he had a theory about what was going on. To become a servant of the gods, one had to meet certain conditions. Creatures with no intellect but immense strength could, at best, become some kind of puppet. However, powerful individuals with intelligence could control the essence and retain part of their consciousness. As for Charles, he must be someone with extraordinary power and compatibility. That's why he was able to fully transform into a true servant of the gods. Reinhardt understands what Lu Fan is suggesting, that just having this stone isn't enough to turn into a corpse. Somehow, one must also be worthy of the god's power. Lu Fan confirms this, adding that Lu had mentioned that some of the corpses were leaving this place and heading for some ruins. At that moment, Reinhardt brings up certain cults that have been growing rapidly over the years. People claiming to be blessed by the gods. They have been expanding aggressively, and if what Lu Fan said was true, that maybe all of this was connected. Apparently, this so-called church had already infiltrated 12 nations, which means that if this is true, it is extremely dangerous. Then Lu Fan asks if this part of the northern field is the only inhabited area. Reinhardt confirms it, and immediately, Lu Fan suggests that maybe all the people who had died here had become creatures. They were probably in the mountains, waiting for the right moment to attack, so it would be wise to act first and wipe them out before it happens. Reinhardt looks troubled, saying that it's a shame to have to think like this about his fallen comrades. They could all die protecting this country. Our boy, however, says that he understands, but this has to be done. Otherwise, they will be the ones under attack. Reinhardt asks what they're going to do with the item, and Lu Fan says that this is the perfect opportunity to test a certain hypothesis. Reinhardt, however, doesn't want to test it on a person, so he asks what exactly Lu Fan is planning. The bold bastard wants to test it on a dragon. Bro, you're about to lose that dragon, you fool. And just like me, Reinhardt is obviously concerned, saying this is extremely risky. If Xiao Yi were to turn, if she became a servant of the gods, this entire place would be destroyed. Ah, here we go. The madman clarifies that it won't be one of his dragons. Reinhardt tells him to get to the point. Which dragon is it? Outside, Lu Fan explains that his dragons now have a summoning ability. He then calls Xiao Fei, telling her to summon 2 small flying dragons. She responds and the creatures appear. Poor Reinhardt has never heard of a dragon that can summon 2 dragons. This bastard is cheating, and honestly, he really is. At least the poor baby dragons are only level 22, so they're not very strong, which is exactly why Lu Fan chose them. Because if one turns into a corpse, he and the chief can kill it. Reinhardt gets ready and warns that he is about to use the item. He tells Xiao Fei to make her dragon eat the essence. The moment the dragon bites it, it immediately senses something strange. The creature is engulfed in purple energy and begins to roar violently. Obviously, everyone is startled, and Lu Fan tells the chief to prepare. The guy is already thinking about killing it, but the boys are greedy and know it would be a waste to kill the creature just like that. So he calls Xiao Fei and tells her that since she's their master, she should use her dominance and control to make these creatures wake up to reality. The little dragon then uses the Emerald Blessing skill to remove debuffs and increase stats. But the old man is still uneasy because the purple aura hasn't disappeared. On the dragon's head, it shows that its health is healing 0. Then suddenly, the creature lets out another roar. Xiao Fei intensifies her glow, and nobody understands what's happening. With that, the dragon becomes a fallen dragon corpse level 22. They didn't die, they didn't become slaves, and it even seemed to have gained the power of the gods. The boys praised Xiao Fei, saying she managed to prove exactly what he wanted. At that moment, Reinhardt realizes that the boy's theory was correct. And the weird thing? Both dragons transformed, not just one. That's because Anders has some kind of special connection. Xiao Fei is already hugging our boy, who says he's excited to test these monsters in battle. Reinhardt says that now that the essence has been proven, there is only one thing left to solve: the ruins and the temples. The next morning, they were already advancing through the sky. He explained his theory to everyone on the team and obviously warned them that it would be dangerous. Besides that, the system was notifying him that he was approaching a marked treasure location on the map. Suddenly, Shenkai asks what that is. Ahead of them, there's a bright light, the end of the storm. As soon as they pass through, they find a beautiful landscape. Massive mountains and a clear blue sky. No one in the group had ever been here before. I don't know if I'm going crazy, but do you guys see those huge chains underwater in this image? What the hell is that, guys? Damn it, the next image is literally him wondering the same thing. What are those chains? Right then, he gets a notification. You have arrived at the marked treasure location. Oh wait, not quite. The treasure seems to be right over there, and judging by the shape, he already knows. It's a baby dragon egg. Are we getting another powerful dragon girl? The system then announces that he has obtained a blue dragon egg. Definitely water-related, right? Besides that, next to it, there's a box, and inside it, there's a book. It's the Dragon Language Resonance, which allows someone to learn the magic language and increase a dragon's magic power by 100%. Damn, that's a lot of magic in one name, Jesus. But obviously, it only works with dragon-related abilities. The problem is that he can only learn it at level 35. The guys call out to him, asking what he's doing. These guys are paying close attention, huh? Our boy just found a dragon egg and an insanely powerful manual, while the rest of them are completely clueless. At that moment, the old man says that he never imagined that after exploring the north for so long, he would find a place as vast as this. The mountains seemed to stretch for over 1,000 miles, which meant finding the gods' ruins would be difficult. However, everyone notices that the chains are pointing in the same direction, which is clearly suspicious. Kang is eager to find out what it is. And of course, our boy states the obvious. We're going to follow the chains and find out. Makes sense. However, the chief reminds them, they are entering an unfamiliar region, and they have no idea how dangerous it is to advance further. Shen Kang apologizes, since last time he was the one who got injured and ended up slowing everyone down. But our Chad steps forward, telling them to relax. He'll go ahead and check things out. But man, our boy is being careful. He activates Xiao Yi's destroyer form right away. The others warn him to be cautious, and the chief reminds him that this time, they have a teleport scroll. If he encounters any trouble, he just needs to run back to them, and they'll disappear together. Lu Fan thanks them and takes off with Xiao Yi. 2 hours later, he was still flying, still following the chains. The place was too vast, and he couldn't even tell where it ended. Until finally, he gets a notification. You are entering the ruins of the fallen corpses. The area was so dangerous that even the level indicator was a question mark. He decides to keep going, certain that he'll find creatures similar to the ones from the video. But suddenly, Xiao Yi starts worrying. He asks what's wrong, and when he looks down, he sees a gigantic coffin. Man, this series really loves having objects the size of planets. He tries to use his analysis skill, but just like with the previous eye, he can't see what's inside. Then suddenly, he feels something strange. Beneath the coffin, something is emerging. Xiao Yi seems to be going crazy, losing control. Judging by her reaction, Lu Fan already knows. Whatever that shadow is, it's extremely powerful. The thing starts moving, and he immediately turns to flee. There's no staying here, man. Better run. But the problem is, even with Xiao Yi flying at full speed, even with his speed buffs, he can't escape. He activates all his agility buffs, raising his speed to 14,000, and manages to gain a bit of distance. But it was a close call. He barely escaped. If it weren't for the buffs and his new mount, he definitely would have died. Sometime later, he reaches the camp where the others had already set everything up. Chang Kong wants to know what he discovered, and right away, Lu Fan reveals the truth. Yes, the ruins of the fallen corpses were up ahead, but there was something extremely dangerous beneath the ice. They absolutely needed to teleport out of there immediately and get away from that place. At that moment, the team is shaken, because if Lu Fan is backing off, then it's definitely nothing good. A few hours later, back at headquarters, they are gathering all the information. Reinhardt announces that they will have to stop the expeditions. If they continue down this path, they will end up like the Morgan family. Lu Fan then reveals that even Xiao Yi became uneasy when she got near that place. Reinhardt spreads out a map, saying it's hard to believe that even the legendary race of dragons feared something. That region should immediately be classified as a forbidden zone. He then orders Faye to cancel all expeditions near that area immediately, and to report it to Dragon City right away. All explorations of Zone 78 would be shut down. And everyone, of course, just salutes, practically thanking him, because nobody wants to go back there. Then Reinhardt turns to the protagonist and says, "It's amazing that you've been here for such a short time and have already made so many discoveries." He hands the boy a badge, saying it's a form of recognition for everything he has done. The fool tries to refuse, saying that he was just doing his job and all that. But obviously the old man just pins it on his chest and tells him to shut up. The team praises him, saying that he really is incredibly helpful. They never imagined he would be this useful. At this point though, I still feel like everyone is going to die. I don't know why, but do you guys get that feeling? You know that part in Sword Art Online when the MC meets a nice little party in the early episodes, and then they all die in a cave? I don't know why, but I still feel like everyone here is about to get eaten. Just look at how happy they are. This isn't right. As soon as the others leave, Reinhardt starts rummaging through his shelves, saying he would like to keep Lu Fan here. But unfortunately, the time has come. He hands him a book containing information on the national tournament, and tells him that in a week, he'll be heading back to Dragon City. Lu Fan knows that even though he wants to help here, the national competition is approaching, so it's time for him to leave. Reinhardt notices his hesitation and asks if he forgot something, or if he's just going to miss this place. Lu Fan says that yes, but he never forgot the reason he came here in the first place. With the experience he gained, he is certain that he is far more prepared for the national tournament. The old man praises his dedication, telling him to read carefully, since the book contains information on everyone participating. The story is really going to pretend he didn't pick up that blue dragon egg, huh? Is he never going to open it? I just remembered. These bastards. Open it already. Let's see what comes out of the live stream. At that very moment, in a different part of the Taishe Kingdom, Jin Chenghen, the little brother of that cursed girl, is standing there with some weird new power. And speaking of the cursed one, there she is, Jinshu. She asks her brother if his creature still hasn't evolved. They've been killing monsters for a long time now. Except, in this case, monsters mean people. He tells her that he just needs to devour a few more lives to advance it to the next stage. Then someone calls out, "Your Highness and Your Majesty, the Prince." A family appears, saying it's wonderful to see that he personally hunts monsters. Poor happy family, huh? They're about to get devoured. This guy is a lunatic. He kills everyone in his own territory. And now, to be a real villain, he's going to start killing people from other territories too. Let's cause some chaos. Shanzi steps in, telling him not to harm the civilians. But honestly, I think he's already been doing that for a while. He casually responds that he just needs a few more lives. Killing this useless bunch of civilians was nothing special. In fact, it was an honor for them to become nourishment for his summoned beast. Then he walks away, saying it's ridiculous that Tianzi entered this family and still doesn't understand how things work here. Yeah, buddy, I think Tianzi is finally realizing he joined the wrong crowd. Meanwhile, in Hangmation at the spiritual tower, The representative there is an expert in snake taming, and his name is Kieran. He says that in this national competition, they will be allies. And this girl, that's Wei Ji. And for the first time, a female character in a story is drawn with an actually realistic athletic chest. I mean realistic, but it never is. She warns that no one should leak the fact that they are forming an alliance. And then there's Discount Light Yagami over here. His name is Yasin Lang. He says that they have always ranked low, but this time, they will secure the best position possible. Everyone is just telling each other, "Pleasure doing business with you." Over in the Nation of Snow, we're now an active volcano. It couldn't have been called the Nation of Volcanoes to make more sense, but whatever. Some men in suits arrive, telling the young master that the family has ordered him to prepare for his journey. The guy shows up. Man, this dude has the perfect design for someone who's about to get wrecked by the protagonist. But damn, his name is Andre. Such a nice name, right? Man, what a shame. He's about to get beat down. Meanwhile, over in the Nation of Stars at the temple ruins, someone approaches and an old man with a monocle tells Charlie that he better be ready. The problem with gaining the six-winged power is that the fool now has to walk around with them sticking forward, making him look like an idiot. But he insists that he's ready for the national tournament. 2 days pass, and there's our boy reading up on all the competitors. Reinhardt asks if he went through all the information, and as soon as our boy looks at it, he sees the entire squad wishing him luck, saying they want to see him in first place. Finally, the time to return to the academy has arrived, and our boy says he's ready. But seriously, when are you going to open that damn blue egg? Let's get it over with already. I want to see the big dragon girl. The next morning in the headmaster's office, our boy walks in, and obviously, everyone is already kissing up to him. You're incredible, kid. You're going to do so well in this duel. The boy is even going to get some personal guards. He's VIP status now. Sitting on the sofa, the headmaster congratulates him on everything he has done and asks if there's anything he needs. If he wanted something, they would provide it. Lu Fan says yes, but it's something really simple to get. A creature taming slot expansion scroll. Immediately, the man spits out his coffee. Did this bastard get another dragon? Lu Fan just shrugs, saying it's no big deal. He's well prepared. The headmaster explains that it's not that expensive, but the problem is that it's not always in stock. Still, they could try to get one. Lu Fan thanks him, and also asks for the guards to stop following him, because he's a pretty independent guy. Sometime later, the guards are posted outside his house, and our boy is back home in a place that has an extremely powerful cast. The most powerful auntie in all of Manhwa immediately hugs him, saying she missed him so much these past weeks. They had already prepared a huge banquet for the boy and were so happy he was back. The moment they saw him, they noticed he had grown even stronger over the past month. The conversation goes on for 2 hours, but our goth girl is sitting in the back of the table, and she doesn't look too happy. Give her some attention, Lu Fan. But instead, he's staring at that little necklace, thinking about a certain someone he needs to visit before he leaves. Xiaoman notices this, and she wants to know who that expensive-looking gift is for. He tries to leave without saying anything, but these damn girls already know. It's for the senior Brava. 1 hour later, there he is, waiting in the reception room. This bastard loves getting beaten up by women, huh? He has 5 women at home, but he goes after the only one who isn't there. Men are a disaster, and at the same time, he's still thinking about the auction girl. But to be fair, he has his reasons. He's after that pet slot expansion scroll. While waiting, he makes a call to the giantess. Man, the artist's angles in this scene are crazy. Apparently, he called her to ask about the other girl, and her friend teases him, saying that it looks like he's missing her. But he explains that finding her will be really difficult, because she returned home to deal with some family matters. Still, since he's already in the capital, he should stop by the auction house to talk to her. Obviously, right after that, our boy was arriving there. Escorted, he tells them not to worry, saying those were just security guards that the school guy had placed near him. At the table, she mentions that his auction house is thriving, and she owes a lot to the boy since he placed that dragon egg there. Lu Fan wonders if maybe he should do something with that blue dragon egg too. However, he decides to leave it be, especially since he already has more than enough advantages in this place. At that moment, Yakyu says that mommy had left some little items for the boy. Man, this kid randomly gets some absurd stuff, seriously. Soon enough, a red sword appears infused with the fire of the legendary meteorite, obviously meant to help him in the competition. The rascal remarks that based on its weight and size, it seemed like it was made for him. And Yaksu confirms, saying it was indeed forged by one of the best blacksmiths in the capital. Lu Fan is sure she used the experience she gained from fighting him to create something that suited him. The book she had left behind contained a rare skill called Magma Explosion, which was only useful for a dragon tamer. Staring at the items, he thinks he'll have to properly thank her for all this. Taking a quick look at the letter, it says that it's been a while since they last saw each other, but unfortunately, she won't be able to be there. Something unexpected happened, and she won't even be able to watch the competition, but she hopes the boy liked the gifts. When she returns, she wants to invite him for dinner and then for an intense fight in the arena. Of course, guys. Also, as a warning, he better take first place or he'll be punished. Lastly, she hopes he remembered to bring the eternal ice she had requested. Takei asks if he's okay, to which he just thanks her for the items and for delivering the letter. He then focuses on business and asks if she has a pet slot expansion scroll. Unfortunately, she awkwardly replies that she doesn't. That's because it's a pretty rare scroll, as very few classes use something like that, so nobody really keeps it on hand. Regretfully, the protagonist decides he'll have to leave that blue egg for later. For now, he needs to focus on leveling up Extinction. Takei then closes the sword's case and hands it over, telling him not to worry. If a scroll like that appears, she'll definitely reserve it for him. Our girl thanks him and says she's heading out. On his way home, he's already thinking that he'll be leaving tomorrow, so it looks like he'll be without the scroll. The problem he's facing, however, is that when he was up north, his creatures weren't even leveling up anymore. He needs something more challenging. That's when our dear curvy goth is there waiting for him. She comments that he seems way too calm for someone competing in the nationals tomorrow. The rascal wants to know what she's talking about, saying she's getting bold and that she's been waiting for him. That's because as soon as he arrived, she felt like doing, you all know what, right guys? Clearly, she's another one eager to train with the rascal. He just accepts, saying it's time to test his new weapon. Already in the Academy's arenas, he prepares his sword and his new book. Meanwhile, she starts summoning swords, commenting that it looks like he's gotten some new stuff. He spent so much time up north that she's curious to see how strong he's become, and right away she launches an attack at Lu Fan. He gets ready to defend and immediately notices that this sword is much lighter than it seems. He was easily countering her attacks. As the fight went on, he realized that when Senior said the sword would suit him well, she was right. He felt that using it came much more naturally to his body, and now he wouldn't have to rely so much on dragons anymore. Getting closer to Jian Ying, he tells her to be careful. Then he activates that broadsword and strikes right in the middle. The poor girl realizes that damn Lu Fan is testing a new sword, and even so, she's struggling a lot. And our cheeky guy takes the chance to compliment her, saying she's getting much stronger too. However, she was feeling a bit disappointed after all. Now she didn't stand a chance even in combat skills. At that moment, she felt a little insecure since he just kept getting stronger. Because of that, he better take first place or it'll be embarrassing for her. He just thanks her, saying she can count on it. The next morning, the ladies from the most well-populated house in Dragon City are waving goodbye to our boy. The time had come. 3 days remained until the start of the national championship. This was his chance to truly become part of the elite of the Dragon Nation, and obviously he was going to make the most of it. The director then approaches and informs him that the supervisor of Dragon City wants to speak with him. Every nation needed to send a competitor and also a superior who would oversee to ensure the rules were being followed. This so-called superior would make sure our guy obeyed the authorities and would, in a way, educate him on how to interact with people from other nations. At that moment, the security guard kneels, and the man tells him to be careful with what he says. Lu Fan then asks what Zhao is doing there. It's the Gandalf of the dark web saying that apparently Lu Fan is the representative this year. The school director seems a bit embarrassed, saying that Zhao didn't mean to come all the way there. However, the old man replies that it was only right for him to come and meet the representative. But they kind of already knew each other, right? The guy is just making the formal introductions. And Uncle Zhao says it's incredible to see such a young guy already owning a dragon. He's sure this competition will decide the boy's future. If he has any problems, he should just talk to him, and he'll try to sort it out. Then he tells him to hop in the car because they're heading to the banquet. I thought our guy already knew him and he meets old men all the time. But actually he had no idea who this was. And when he asked, he found out that this guy was someone called Fi Bai, one of the 3 most powerful people in the Dragon Nation, basically deciding everything. At least the supervisors seemed to be someone who wanted the best for him. It's a real miracle, right? Normally those state guys just want to make the boy's life miserable. Already in the car, he asked the director why he couldn't feel the old man's power. Was Lu Fan's level too low, or did the guy have an extremely strong skill to conceal his power? The director explains that it was neither. In fact, the guy was just a normal level 40. Even though strength was very important in this world, not everyone in power depended on it. Among the 3 elders, only one was qualified as one of the top warriors in this world. On the other hand, the 4 men surrounding the old man were called the 4 legendary swords. Lu Fan wonders just how many more secrets the Dragon Nation holds. At that moment, they arrive at the event where a bunch of reporters are trying to take pictures of him and calling out to him. They are in the city of Jinhu, and he never imagined there would be so many people in such a small place. The scene then shifts to a dinner that night. The poor guy can't even go for a walk. The director tells him to get used to it and stay in this hotel until the competition's over. At that moment, he asked about Charles from the Star Nation, and the man explains that his nation always does this. They only show up on the day of the competition. However, right there beside them was the damn Jin Chenghen already making an appearance. The guy next to him suddenly stood up, excited. He went to greet the old man, saying it was an honor to see him as the supervisor this year. The old man remained calm and simply asked him to sit down. Then the man in the white suit announced that the banquet would finally begin. Before the food was revealed, the director told our boy to brace himself. This country was quite poor, so their so-called legendary grand banquet consisted of fried chicken with instant noodles. Our rascal immediately thought that his aunt definitely had much tastier food than this. Yeah, and he remembered that he had packed some meal boxes filled with everything she had to offer. Suddenly, though, a guy at the table slammed his hand down. He complained that the food here was terrible and asked if this was really how they were treating their guests. Man, this is Jin Chengyan's country. They really are broke, poor guy. And he basically told the guy to starve if he didn't want to eat this. However, the side character-looking dude stood up and told him to repeat that. He pointed at the fool and warned him that he better not run into him during the national exam. Man, poor Jin Chengyan was getting humiliated right there, staying completely quiet. What happened? Where's all that courage now? At that moment, the mountain of steroids walked off, saying he was going to find something better than this garbage. Until suddenly, he caught a delicious scent. Obviously, it was the auntie's buns, right guys? Since the first chapter, those have been legendary. And man, auntie had prepared a massive feast for the boy. The juiced-up guy was staring at it like a starving cat, and our humble protagonist asked if he wanted to eat with them. Come on, man, you can't just give away the sacred auntie's food like that. And the shameless musclehead immediately sat at the table, just saying thanks. He grabbed a bun and took a bite so flavorful it practically exploded in his mouth. Our boy told him not to stand on ceremony and to enjoy everything there. With that, they started eating, savoring everything. Obviously, Jin Chengyan wasn't happy about this at all. And the worst part was that the other competitors were catching a whiff of the food and eyeing the boy's feast. Jin Chengyan was about to explode, but the guy next to him told him to calm down. Then he stood up and announced to everyone that the banquet was over. It was time to present the maps and the rules for this year's test. A hologram appeared showing various ecosystems. For Lu Fan, this was perfect. 9 different places with unique beasts that would help him level up his dragons. The man explained that each area had creatures ranging from level 50 to 80, and the points awarded for defeating them would obviously be based on their strength and rarity. Additionally, this year there would be missions that granted points. Each region had its own missions, and those who completed them would earn points. However, each person could only take one mission at a time before accepting another. Lu Fan noticed that they weren't saying anything about fighting each other, but he figured that killing someone would probably allow them to steal that person's points. This competition actually encouraged people to do nothing and just wait to eliminate those at the top. At that moment, the snake tamer wanted to know what that cave symbol on the map represented. The man explained that it was another rule. Those locations contained something called the Black Tower. It was a kind of dark terrain that moved randomly, and within the triangle, there were extremely powerful historical beasts trapped inside. Additionally, they were commanded by a demon from the 9 realms. Everyone knew that one of these 9 realms demons had nearly destroyed Tai Kiss City. It was insane to have something like this as part of the test. Lu Fan asked how they even had something like that, and the guy next to him explained that these creatures had been sealed away a long time ago. According to records, the entire area was nearly wiped out because of those monsters and their armies. Fei Bai explained that these creatures were stopped by the 5 experts, who are now considered national treasures. While Lu Fan was deep in thought, the snake tamer knew that in these tests, monsters were usually a bit weaker than they would be in reality. So he asked how strong they were this year. The guy explains that, unfortunately, this year, the seal on the 9 realms demon would be completely released, and it would have its original strength. Immediately, the test participants start saying that this was basically sending them to their deaths. In the past, it took 5 experts to deal with this, so obviously, they had no chance. That's when Lu Fan, like those annoying nerds in class, asks if killing the 9 monsters would earn a lot of points. The Snake King tells him he's not understanding. These monsters aren't meant to be killed, just to increase the pressure. Even the test official thinks our boy is joking but confirms that yes, if someone could actually kill them, they would earn a massive amount of points. If no one else had any questions, the meeting ended there. People start leaving and the officials tell Lu Fan to head to his room. Meanwhile, they are already eager to see the boy's performance. Lying in bed, our protagonist is deep in thought, considering all these variables. He's not sure about Charles, but he at least knows that Dan Chengyan will try to kill him. Just then, a notification pops up on his phone showing the ranking predictions. Above him are Chengyan, Andrew, and Charles, which obviously doesn't sit well with our boy. There's no way he's as weak as that damn Chengyan. Whoever made this ranking doesn't know anything, but at least he now knows to keep an eye on this guy named Musashi 10. The next day, the grand tournament was finally about to begin. Looking up, Lu Fan sees the official portal appearing and everyone gets pulled in. Our boy, it seems, already eager to drop near one of those hellspawn lairs. Meanwhile, back in the most well-populated house in the country, everyone is watching his performance. Obviously, the folks from the north, along with Reinhardt, are eager to see how he does. The event's commentator asks who will claim the #1 rank this year. When Lu Fan opens his eyes again, he has entered the secret realm. He got lucky, landing in the northern region, which is similar to where he was training before. Since he's still ranked 23rd, everyone must be at 0 points. He remembers that there was a mission in the northern corner, so that's where he's heading. The only thing he needs to be careful about is that if he racks up too many points, he'll become a target for everyone. With that in mind, he summons Xiao Yi and Xingqian. He tells the new little dragon to team up with Xiao Yi so they can level up together. But the little creature just wants to stick close to him. Stogie starts heading toward the mission, seemingly searching for that monster lair along the way. Meanwhile, Chengyan appears in the desert region. He's already familiar with this terrain and activates his ability to create multiple clones. As long as one of these heads remains alive, he cannot be killed. This grants him 9 extra lives, making him basically immortal. At least until the first one gets a sword to the head, and Musashi casually remarks that now he has 8. Confused, Chang'an asks why. Weren't they allies? Why was he attacking? The guy apologizes and says he was just curious if killing summons would grant points. However, Chang'an tells him that if he wants to kill beasts, he should kill Lu Fan's dragons. Musashi tells him to calm down. He still has 8 lives left, and besides, they need to kill a lot of bosses, so he should relax. But Chang'an just brushes past him with a shoulder check, saying he has no time for arguments. Strangely, Musashi is now asking for cooperation, saying they really need to work together and protect each other. But Chang'an insists that their only agreement is that he will handle Lu Fan while Musashi deals with the Black Dragon. His plan is to use that place filled with demons. However, Musashi hesitates. While that damned guy can resurrect, he himself cannot. At that moment, Chang'an prepares something and strikes Musashi's chest, but it turns out to be just a buff. Too bad, it hurts like hell to install it, leaving Musashi writhing on the ground. At least now, if he dies, he'll also be revived by one of those beasts. On the other hand, if Chang'an dies, he dies too. When the national test ends, their contract will be dissolved, so now they are truly allies. Chang'an then says it's time to start farming points, leaving Musashi confused. But Chang'an explains that first they will rack up some points, and once the creatures have wiped out most of the competitors, that's when they'll kill Lu Fan and steal his points. Musashi then notices an exclamation mark on the ground and wonders if it's a mission. But Chang'an explains that it's a trap mission, and each map has one. Musashi wants to know what a trap mission is, and Chang'an simply says it's something that once accepted, cannot be completed. 5 hours later, Charles is in first place with 20,000 points, Andre follows with 18,000, and Chang'an sits at 15,000. Musashi trails right behind with 14,000. And where is our boy? Lu Fan is in 23rd place with a mere 200 points. My god, the boy is struggling. His school director is confused, and everyone is saying that the Dragon Tamer class really isn't as strong as expected. But Fei Bai, on the other hand, is just sipping his tea, completely calm. Lu Fan is still flying through the region, searching for that black tower. He has covered the entire northern area so far and still hasn't seen it. Some lions worth 80 points appear, but he just ignores them. To him, they offer so little that it's not even worth the effort to fight them. He has the option to continue searching for the boss or start hunting other participants. Finally, he spots some commotion and assumes it must be a mission. Nearby, a white-haired guy is battling a yeti. Exhausted, he mutters that yes, his transformation really is difficult to maintain. Lu Fan had finally found the mission. However, his joy was short-lived as Xiao Yi suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as the other guy saw him, he turned around and realized it was that damned Lu Fan from the Dragon Nation. This guy was Yasun Rai, a level 45 warrior, and honestly, Lu Fan should think twice before trying anything. Lu Fan calmly walked forward, completely ignoring the fool. The poor guy thought to himself that this arrogant bastard was too full of himself. That was until he saw that Lu Fan was only level 32 and ranked last in the competition. This was actually an opportunity. Well, actually, he was being dumb as hell, because if Lu Fan had no points and there was no reason to attack, there was nothing to gain. That made sense. But in reality, Yasun Rai just wanted to grab the mission that Lu Fan was about to take. So he used a water cage ability to trap the boy in place. Then he jumped at him, declaring that this was the end of the Dragon Nation's representative. However, before he could even react, he got smacked away by Xiao Yi, sent flying like a ragdoll. His arm was completely broken, twisted at a weird angle, and he realized that the dragon's strength was very real. Lu Fan casually told him to cut it out. He wasn't even going to kill him for a mere 5,000 points. It wasn't even worth the effort. The fool was shocked that his prison ability had been broken with just a simple flick of the hand. But of course, side characters never know when to quit. This guy really had a death wish. He figured that if he could kill someone with high expectations, he'd finally get recognized. That's when Xiao Yi let out a roar, and he immediately started crawling backward in fear. Lu Fan sighed and asked one last time was he going to give up the mission or not. And with that, the mission was accepted. Of course, there was no way he was giving it up. While Yasun Rai was still trembling, something huge approached them. A massive creature landed with a crash. Xiao Yi was sent flying, and obviously the idiot took this chance to run for his life. Unfortunately, he tripped and ended up in a position even waifists don't usually fall into in this series. The beast was the guardian of this region, the Yeti King, level 75, worth 200 points. The fool was overjoyed, thinking that Lu Fan must have died from that attack. The monster slammed down once more, and now he was the one about to be killed. However, before the boss could land the final blow, a red glow appeared from behind. The monster turned around only to take a clean slash across his arm and chest. Then Xiao Yi followed up, slamming it into the ground. Lu Fan hadn't even used any skills, just a simple sword slash. To him, this wasn't even close to as hard as fighting the undead in the north. Yasun Rai realized that if that attack had hit him, he'd be dead. How the hell was a level 32 this strong? And when he saw Lu Fan approaching, he knew it was over for him. The poor guy closed his eyes in fear, but Lu Fan just walked past him, completely ignoring him. Yasun Rai immediately started begging for his life. When he realized Lu Fan truly wasn't going to kill him, he felt relieved. But then he checked the mission and froze in shock. Lu Fan had to defeat an epic boss, the level 85 Nine Realms Demon. Watching how Lu Fan walked away, he knew that crazy bastard was really going to attempt it. Meanwhile, outside, a school official was freaking out. A mission like this shouldn't even exist in a secret realm. But the corrupt organizers who had set everything up for Chang'an to win just told him to shut up. Lu Fan accepted it. That's a problem. Even so, the school director grabbed the official by the collar, demanding that he disable the mission. This is impossible for any player. But the guy just smirked and said, "Too late. Once started, it can't be changed. Keep complaining, and you'll be kicked out." Fei Bai, sipping his tea, calmly told the director to relax. "Don't get angry. Just watch." Maybe Lu Fan getting this mission is actually a lucky coincidence. Besides, you need to understand that this place is full of corruption and favoritism. This is the perfect chance for Lu Fan to prove he can fight against all of them. The professor demanded to know why Fei Bai, as the inspector, wasn't doing anything despite knowing all of this. But the old man just dropped a cold, swag-filled line. A true hero must be strong enough to make any trick irrelevant. He was absolutely sure that completing the impossible was exactly what Lu Fan wanted to do. So this was his perfect opportunity. The professor sighed, saying he understood. And at that moment, something surprising happened. They saw Lu Fan flying straight toward the Black Tower. Our boy told Xiao Yi and Xingqian that it was time for a massacre. As soon as he got close, level 60 bloodthirsty bats swarmed the sky. At least these guys were worth 84 points each, and there were tons of them. This was the perfect battlefield for Xiao Yi to unleash area attacks. Lu Fan told Xingqian to wake up. This was his time to shine. Xiao Yi immediately switched to Destroyer of Worlds Form 2. She was easily wiping out the creatures, until Lu Fan suddenly warned her. Some level 75 buried demons were emerging from the ground, but our boy was thrilled. The more enemies, the more points. Plus, he got Dragon Control activated, meaning his attacks dealt even more area damage. More and more creatures kept approaching, so he activated Dragon Inspiration, boosting both himself and his dragons by 30%. He pulled back his bow, ordering Xiao Yi to use Cataclysm. This allowed her to fly around, dealing massive area damage. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was eager to test out his new Snake Shot Arrow, powered by Xiao Yi's 26,000 mental energy. Xiao Yi soared to the top of the Black Triangle, preparing to cast magic. Lu Fan fired his arrow, just as the monsters were swarming in. His attack landed right at her feet, triggering a massive combined explosion. And then, Cataclysm Level 2 activated. Everything was instantly obliterated. In one move, Lu Fan gained 502 points, plus another 22,000. Lu Fan jumped straight from rank 23 to first place. That was just unfair. From the outside, watching the leaderboard, everyone was convinced this was the perfect time for Lu Fan to back off. He was already in first place with plenty of points, so there was no reason to take any more risks. However, the old man with the glasses knew Lu Fan saw this as just another obstacle to overcome. And Fei Bai knew the boy wasn't going to stop, especially since he hadn't even summoned all of his dragons yet. The director was about to go grab some tea, but the old man waved him off. That's not important right now. Tea can be enjoyed anytime. But Lu Fan's performance, you can only see that once. One of the schemers was getting annoyed at how confident they were, but he was sure that once the Nine Realms demon appeared, everything would change. Back inside the test, the chain snapped, the triangular seal crashed into the ground, and the prison holding the beasts burst open. Lu Fan was pissed. He should have waited for all of them to appear before using his skills. Now level 75 monsters were swarming in, ranging from 130 to 300 points each. There were also tons of goblins worth 50 points, but honestly, the more monsters, the better. After all, AO attacks would wipe them all out at once. Now it was time for Xingqian to join the battle. The little beast stepped forward, staring at the incoming horde. Why is that golden one charging in alone? The monsters surged forward and Lu Fan accelerated, diving straight into the chaos. Right away, he ordered Xiao Yi to cover Xingqian. The little dragon locked eyes with a cyclops, roared at her. That's when Lu Fan realized Xingqian's biggest problem. She was way too independent, making it hard to issue commands. But then he remembered he had never seen 100% of her power before. Also, he was calling her she now, so that was nice. Xingqian activated Radiant Scales, a skill that absorbed all damage for 6 seconds. She charged through the battlefield, heading straight for the Cyclops, which slammed her with a full-force attack. From above, Lu Fan saw the notification, damage absorbed. Her independence was actually an advantage. He didn't even have to worry about giving her orders. She was down there solo tanking everything, drawing all the enemy's attacks. After absorbing all the damage she could, she activated Star Destruction. This would return all absorbed damage in an AO blast. Lu Fan immediately told Xiao Yi to run. Xingqian just stood there looking all smug. Then a storm of blue mist and glowing stars swept across the battlefield. In 1 second, every monster turned into a constellation. And just like that, she leveled up to 34. Now she was strutting around and Lu Fan realized, damn, this little brat is arrogant as hell. Now it was time to prepare for the boss. The prison chains shattered, and they turned to look. Lu Fan was expecting some terrifying, menacing final boss. But instead, a fat toad appeared with a creature hanging from its mouth. There was a level 80 Black Mountain Beast, worth 400 points. Wait, is that the boss? Only 400 points? Still, Lu Fan was excited. He told Xiao Yi it was time to attack. The boss noticed them and immediately lashed out its tongue. But Lu Fan wasn't having it. He activated one of his own skills, one of Xiao Yi's and one of Xingqian's. His sword slash, Xiao Yi's claw strike, and Xingqian's energy burst all landed at once. The boss didn't even get a chance to react. Still, it charged energy into its horns and fired an attack at Lu Fan. But he just called out to Xingqian, and she absorbed the damage. At the same time, he ordered Xiao Yi to unleash another lava eruption. The boss got completely bathed in molten flames. From the skies, Lu Fan dove down with his new sword and landed a direct strike. Then, Xingqian returned the absorbed attack, blasting the boss in the head. Now things got confusing. Lu Fan was already level 32 earlier, but now it looked like Xingqian had only reached level 13. Either way, Lu Fan now had 51,000 points, while second place was still at 26,000. But what worried him most was Charles, sitting at 22,000 points. That bastard was definitely planning something big. Meanwhile, the old men were celebrating, while the schemer who had set the traps was punching the wall in frustration. He ordered the guards to investigate, convinced that Lu Fan had to be cheating. The funny thing, he wasn't even being dishonest about it. He genuinely thought it was impossible for someone to be that strong. Honestly, it would have been less embarrassing if he were just being a sore loser. But nope, he was just humiliating himself. Unfortunately for him, the inspectors moved like the Flash and were already back with a report. We checked. Everything is legit. The guy refused to believe it. Go check again. Yeah, sure. They'll be back in 2 seconds. The fool who read everything to screw over Lu Fan had completely backfired on himself. Frustrated, he decided to adjust the demon's strength a little. As soon as Lu Fan died, Cheng Yin would take first place and everything would be back on track. However, when he entered the control room, he noticed everyone was staring at the screen horrified. Even the old man was watching closely. Now he understood why they all looked so scared. On the screen, Lu Fan had already wiped out half the entire triangle. Face to face with the final boss, he looked like Dracula leading an army of darkness. With no other choice, it was time to summon Xiao Fei. She needed experience and they needed to ensure success. And she didn't even arrive in human form. She immediately transformed into the Eternal Emerald Dragon. At the same time, she activated her bloodline buff, boosting all dragons in the group. Xiao Fei was now buffed with plus 12 HP and plus 12 armor. With the whole team powered up, Lu Fan was sure things would be easier from now on. This buff was absolutely broken. His strength jumped from 5,000 to 8,000, almost doubling. Xiao Yi launched a lava attack while Lu Fan charged forward with Xingqian. He sent the little dragon ahead to use her armor and draw the attacks. With her natural defense plus damage absorption, she was practically immortal. The missing skill. At that moment, Lu Fan remembered something important. That dragon resonance book his master had given him, he could only use it at level 35. Right away, he activated it and unlocked the skill. Finally, his synchronization with Xiao Yi improved even further, meaning more attribute boosts. Lu Fan jumped into the air, calling out to her. A massive fireball, the size of a planet, began forming above them. The monsters below and even the boss looked confused by this absurd attack. Before they could even react, he unleashed the lava explosion with all the buffs. Because of dragon resonance, all magic attacks now dealt 10% more damage. With all buffs combined, this single skill was now 4 times stronger. As the boss melted away in the lava, Lu Fan ordered Xiao Yi to switch to her World Destroyer form and finish it off. With all the buffs stacked, her strength skyrocketed to 32,000 as she lunged in for the final bite. However, the boss managed to react, blocking the attack with its sword. Lu Fan was shocked that this bastard was still standing. He decided to finish it off himself. Well, not really, because Xingqian had already delivered a brutal punch to its stomach, followed by a taunting tongue flick. Die. With that, the boss was completely obliterated by Xingqian's Star Explosion skill. Xingqian's transformation, our boy celebrated. And now Xingqian, or should we say she, had reached level 15, which meant transformation unlocked. Time to see what she looked like. Checking her stats, Lu Fan was stunned. Despite being a defensive creature, she had insane attack power that made no sense. In her Radiant Star form, she was stronger than Xiao Yi's dragon form. However, it only lasted 60 seconds. Additionally, her galaxy form made her completely untouchable, perfect for getting out of dangerous situations. With that settled, Lu Fan noticed something. Maybe all the monsters were already dead, since nothing else was showing up. So he ordered Xiao Yi to use her enemy detection skill to see if any survivors were trying to escape. Honestly, they were really dragging out this transformation reveal. But with that, they pressed forward, entering the Pinnacle of Darkness. The Pinnacle of Darkness. From the echoes inside, Lu Fan could tell this place was massive. Suddenly, a torch ignited, revealing a path ahead. Without hesitation, he told Xiao Yi that they were moving forward, even though he knew this was clearly a trap. At the end of the corridor, in front of a massive door with a candelabra, Lu Fan found a gigantic throne. Bold as ever, he straight up called out the demon. I know you're there. Show yourself. A deep voice rumbled through the chamber. The creature emerged, intrigued by the sight of a human standing with a dragon. They explained that its original body was lost and this castle didn't belong to it. It was just sealed here. However, the demons have been fools to send someone into its domain. Now it was time to use what little strength remained to end this and absorb a new body. Bound by chains, the creature finally revealed itself, a massive red beast with a single eye and grotesque, jagged teeth. This was the Shadow of the Earth, level 85, and it had 37,000 strength. Yeah, this one wasn't going to be easy. As the creature prepared to strike, it scoffed at Lu Fan's confidence. "You think you and that dragon can defeat me? Foolish." The demon activated dark layers, increasing the damage Lu Fan would take by 120%. It lunged forward, aiming to crush him with a single blow. However, it slammed right into an enormous shield. Lu Fan smirked. "You might want to start taking back those words, buddy. This won't be that easy." He immediately ordered Xiao Fei to summon 2 fallen dragon corpses. To be honest, they were only level 23, so they didn't seem that strong. But the boss hesitated, saying it could feel a strange aura. Lu Fan simply smiled. "You don't have the right to know what it is." Then he commanded Xiao Fei to launch a fireball. The attack shot forward, but strangely, it passed right through the boss. That's when Lu Fan realized the problem. Just like Xiao Fei, this bastard had a skill that let it shift its form. On top of that, it had Coast Walk, making it completely undetectable. Now this was bad. Even Xiao Fei's detection skill couldn't locate him. And in the next instant, the boss appeared behind Xiao Fei, slashing at her. Once again, the shield blocked it, but it nearly shattered. The defense stacks dropped to 8. Before Lu Fan could form a strategy, the demon warped again, reducing his defense stacks to 6. But this time, Lu Fan gritted his teeth and held his ground. Not this time. Xingqian's ultimate form. Suddenly, a storm of stars rained down from above. Lu Fan had secretly left Xingqian hidden nearby. Time to unleash everything you've got. Xingqian emerged, and now, where were this dragon's legs? She looked more like a giant winged space worm. This was the legendary galaxy form, and the boss was absolutely terrified. Lu Fan smirked. "So any last words?" The demon tried to activate Ghost Walk, but inside Xingqian's galaxy domain, there was nowhere to hide. The monster turned to Lu Fan and sneered. "Even if you know where I am, it's not like you can defeat me." It lunged forward with another attack, but this time, Lu Fan dodged effortlessly. Now that he could see the boss, he landed on Xiao Yi's head, activating the rider buff and declared, "Time to end this." Buff overload, and here we go again. Lu Fan activating like 200 buffs at once. The boss watched in shock. How could a single human be supported by so many dragons? But of course, Lu Fan didn't even acknowledge him. Instead, he simply stated, "Your time is up." He slashed down from the sky, but the boss didn't seem too phased. Lu Fan quickly realized this thing was even tougher than he expected. Just then, the undead dragons charged in, unleashing their attacks. But the boss still wouldn't fall. "Xingqian, your turn." Lu Fan had been waiting for this moment. Xingqian had been absorbing all the damage dealt so far. Now it was time for her ultimate move, Galaxy Explosion. The boss's final struggle. The boss roared in fury. "Enough, it's time for everyone in this room to die." Xiao Yi swiped at it with her claws, but the creature actually managed to block the attack. However, right above its head, Lu Fan was already taking aim with his bow. "Hold it steady, Xiao Yi. This explosion's gonna be big." He charged his shot for 3 seconds. The boss, clearly terrified, lashed out with a claw strike, knocking Xiao Yi aside. But before it could escape, she caught it from behind. "You're not running away, bastard." Lu Fan smirked. "Time to light up this tower." He fired his arrow, Xiao Yi launched a fireball, and the undead dragons unleashed their galaxy blasts. The boss could only watch, horrified. Impossible. A human shouldn't have this much power. And then, boom, the entire area erupted in a blinding explosion. The aftermath, or not. In the supervision room, everyone was stunned. Nobody could believe that Lu Fan had taken it down alone. After all, these creatures had only been defeated by the nation's greatest heroes. Then someone in the room suddenly spoke. "The explosion is over, but the monster isn't dead." The scheming official sighed in relief. "Phew, almost lost my precious beast there." From the battlefield, the boss, badly damaged and furious, growled, "You bastard, for putting me in such a miserable state. I will never forgive you." But Lu Fan, the absolute menace, just grinned. "You really think that was the end? The attack isn't over yet." It was only now that the boss realized something terrifying. The other 2 undead dragons had disappeared. High in the sky, they had activated their most powerful ability, Whale's Descent, an AoE attack dealing 2000% damage. The boss raised its arm, preparing one last strike. "I will not be defeated by mere insects." But 2000% damage is no joke. The entire chamber was consumed by flames. And finally, the monster lost an arm. For the first time, it looked genuinely afraid. The final barrage. The boss stammered. This is impossible. How did I lose a limb to a creature this weak?" But before it could process anything, a hailstorm of arrows rained down on its body. Lu Fan stepped forward. "Stop running. This is the end." The boss panicked. It couldn't kill the dragons. It couldn't damage this kid. How was this happening? Something's wrong. Then suddenly, Lu Fan felt something strange. The boss trembled, his body engulfed in a dark purple aura. The shadow of the earth was changing. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. What was happening? Had the boss unlocked his second form? Had a hidden seal been broken? Checking its stats, Lu Fan's heart dropped. The boss's level was now listed as unknown. Its strength had skyrocketed to 70,000. Panic in the supervision room. The school director was freaking out. How was this possible? How was it still getting stronger? This was now an unwinnable fight. He turned to Phi Bai. We need to shut down this tournament. If we don't, the boy is going to die. But Phi Bai just sipped his tea. Let's wait until Lu Fan kills it first. Then we can make some tea. The director stared at him in disbelief. Are you serious right now? We're risking the life of a prodigy. Meanwhile, the boss's stats were exceeding 100,000, but Phi Bai remained unbothered. Lu Fan has already proven himself. His combat instincts are exceptional. He won't die. The director hesitated. Fine, I'll trust him. But even so, this was insanely risky. The real villain. Meanwhile, that sunglasses-wearing bastard was grinning. Nobody seemed to notice what was really happening. He had sent a message to the tournament organizers, and they had been secretly boosting the boss with illegal buffs. Now all he had to do was wait for Lu Fan's inevitable death. Back in the fight, Lu Fan gritted his teeth. You're celebrating too early. He couldn't let this thing keep stacking power. If it got any stronger, even he wouldn't be able to stop it. So he activated his natural assimilation skill. This sends the undead dragons to his level, boosting their strength and stats. The boss charged forward for another attack. But Lu Fan was already on Xiao Yi's back ready. Use Destructive Roar. This skill was supposed to paralyze the boss, but the creature just laughed. A mere roar won't stop me. That was fine, because Lu Fan wasn't aiming to stun. He was stalling for time, and in that brief moment, he prepared 2 explosions, one for each dragon. And then, he, Xiao Fei, and both undead dragons launched their final attack together. Man, this boss just won't die. How many chapters have I been stuck in this fight? Finally, Lu Fan declares that the monster is about to learn why it should never underestimate a dragon tamer. Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei are now buffed by extinction. To be honest, the buffs shot their power from 4,000 to 23,000 instantly, but the boss has 70,000. Will it be enough? At least the boss looks scared, and finally it fires a Kamehameha-style blast, its body beginning to dissolve. It mumbles in disbelief, wondering how it could be defeated so soon after being resurrected. And guys, I think the bastard is finally dead. The room is empty. Something is shaking, and our boy looks a little weirded out. At last, it's over. The entire place starts collapsing, and obviously he has to escape. The whole structure comes crashing down, shattering against the ground, but the beast himself walks out alive, with everyone leveling up. Not to mention, he just earned 450,000 points. With 500,000, he can relax. There's no way anyone is catching up. The closest guy, poor Extinction, sitting at 70,000 points. Still, I'm worried about that Dan Charles. That guy has a demon inside him and is hovering at 48,000. Phi Bai is celebrating, calling it incredible that such a young man has such sharp instincts. He's sure Lu Fan must have worked hard to get here. Yeah, worked hard and got a ridiculously overpowered system. Meanwhile, the guy who rigged the tournament against him is smashing his phone on the ground in frustration. Someone asks if he's okay, and he just mutters an apology and storms out, slamming the door. The others seem a little unsettled, but Phi Bai just tells them to focus on making tea. Outside the room, the angry schemer is punching the wall, demanding to know how that brat managed to kill his creature. How the hell did a kid take down a monster that was sealed by the nation's heroes? Just then, security guards find him. They say they've been looking for him. In a frenzy, he grabs one by the collar and demands answers. Didn't I tell you to max out the boss's stats? The guard calmly explains that yes, the monster had reached its full potential, but Lu Fan still killed it. The guy is losing his mind, convinced that Lu Fan somehow had a 300 IQ plan. Maybe Lu Fan let the boss power up on purpose to gain even more strength. Little does he know, our boy suffered a bit too. The guards tell him it's over. Lu Fan made the results crystal clear. No one in this championship has anywhere near his strength. Phi Bai agrees, chuckling that his old body can't handle this much excitement. Hearing this, the schemer orders the guards to keep an eye on Phi Bai and Lu Fan. He wants them to find anything, any mistake, any lie, so they can disqualify him. Walking nearby, Phi Bai remarks that at this pace, first place is basically guaranteed. The schemer follows, desperately searching for dirt he can use to get all 23 participating nations to sign a petition canceling Lu Fan's qualification. Then suddenly, something flashes behind him. He barely dodges a sword strike. Petrified, he looks around. No one's there. Not to mention, it was a Night Reaper sword, level 90. Whoever did that is crazy strong. Could it be our boy's mommy? The schemer knows this is a clear warning. If he keeps going, he'll be the next one to die. Sometime later, the old man notices the mark on the wall and laughs. Tai Kid Nation is truly shameless. The guards hurry off to inform Mr. Jin that he's been receiving urgent calls. He tells them to get back to work before anxiously grabbing his phone. The message. Someone is demanding an explanation for how Lu Fan managed to kill that monster. On top of that, he's taking too long to find a valid excuse to kick the boy out of the tournament. Then he notices the supervisors are murmuring. Lu Fan's points keep rising. Even though he's just sitting there, he's still leveling up. The schemer is ecstatic. That bastard must have found a way to farm free points. Now I can get him disqualified for real. But then he sees something on the screen that leaves him completely confused. Lu Fan is sitting on the throne. The area bosses are worshipping him. The monsters themselves are helping him farm points. Our boy is out here chilling, looking like a king and still stacking points. 1 hour earlier, right after defeating the boss, Lu Fan looked at his insane point total and realized he could take a break. Even the two undead dragons Xiaofei summoned had now become powerful allies. Then he noticed the throne and had an idea. He remembered how Xiaofei could absorb defeated creatures, turning them into her slaves. That was because the magic stone allowed defeated bodies to transform into fierce beasts. And right now, he had 2 giant creatures filled with that energy, plus an entire legion of demonic troops on the ground. This was a golden opportunity. The scene shifts to the fallen dragons struggling to complete the process. Even though they were strong, they weren't strong enough to turn the boss into a puppet. That's when someone touched Lu Fan's arm. Xiaofei climbed up, staring at him intently. For a moment, he was confused. Then she transformed into her dragon form and transferred all her buffs to the undead dragons. At that moment, Lu Fan realized that if they increased the attributes even more, they might actually be able to turn the boss into a servant. He immediately ordered Xiaofei to use Jade Light as well. The monster's stats kept rising. Of course, the Earth Demon wasn't in its super transformation, just its first phase at level 35. And now, the 2 buffed-up dragons had higher stats than him. Still, Lu Fan told Xiaofei to activate Life Pulse to boost them even further. With that, both dragons' attack power reached 40,000. Then he ordered them to channel their dark energy to turn the boss's corpse into a fallen servant. Since the difference in attributes was too big, the boss was instantly engulfed in a dark purple aura. Lu Fan could now kick back and relax while his creatures handled everything. And just like that, he became Sun Jinwoo, guys. He unlocked the ability to control fallen corpses. Exactly like that guy. He was shocked because this meant he could now create an army. The Earth Demon rose up, letting out a powerful roar. It was now one of his fallen servants, and Lu Fan was sure that his strength at this moment was something never seen before. Meanwhile, in the control room, Mr. Jin was losing his mind. Why the hell is the boss obeying Lu Fan? The old school director nudged him with a smirk. The point difference is so massive that it's over. No one else has a chance. Fei Bai chuckled and added that if the other nations refused to accept defeat, then maybe they should just cancel the competition altogether. The sarcasm was eating away at Jin, who knew that his family's reputation was crashing. Unfortunately, he now had no choice but to give that special mission to Lu Fan. Meanwhile, our boy was peacefully sleeping, surrounded by his dragon girls, passively stacking points. He decided to check the rankings. Of course, he was still sitting at number 1 out of 23 nations. But something strange caught his eye. A new mission appeared on the map. The scene shifts to the frozen lands. Their poor Yasunrai was thinking about grabbing another mission. Oh my guy, you're gonna get wrecked again. Then his expression completely changed, because Lu Fan appeared once again. The poor guy was suffering, wondering why this damn bastard always shows up in front of him. But the real terrifying part was, if Lu Fan was here for another mission, it meant he already completed the 9 Realms mission. Lu Fan immediately noticed the trembling guy. Yasunrai started apologizing, saying he was leaving and that there was no need to worry. But Lu Fan drew his massive sword and swung at him. Yasunrai screamed for forgiveness. But in reality, Lu Fan had only attacked because a monster was creeping up behind him. Yasunrai, now drenched in sweat, thanked him. But Lu Fan ignored him completely. I'm not here to help you. I only killed it because it gave me points. The poor side character was still stuck at rank 17 with 23,000 points. But Lu Fan was actually impressed. How did this guy get so many points? Yasunrai sighed, thinking about how he didn't even sleep last night, just non-stop monster farming. Lu Fan, being as cruel as ever, briefly considered killing Yasunrai to take his 20,000 points. But he decided to let him farm a little more before making a decision. Then Lu Fan placed a hand on Yasunrai's shoulder. You're earning points way too slowly. At that moment, rank 17 was an absolute embarrassment for the southern region. Lu Fan told him he expected to see him higher next time. Yasunrai was shocked, wondering if Lu Fan was actually encouraging him. As far as he had heard, the Dragon City competitors were supposed to be cruel. But the Lu Fan he just met seemed strangely kind. Our boy casually accepted the mission, looking completely unbothered. When Yasunrai turned to say he'd work harder, Lu Fan was already gone, flying away. The mission was simple. Hunt a representative. Right now, his target was ranked number 6 in the swamp region. He wondered if it was Chenghen or maybe Charles. But honestly, it didn't matter. All he had to do was complete the mission. With that, he ordered Xiao Yi to take off. Meanwhile, in the swamp region, a massive black snake was biting through monsters. Yeah, guys, it's him. The guy who, when it comes to handling snakes, is undefeated. And that weirdly buff girl was there too. It looked like they were in a party together, still sitting at rank number 10. Life wasn't going easy for them either. They were discussing something. Apparently, they were waiting for 2 more people to show up so they could farm together. One of them mentioned that Baden should be arriving soon, but the poor Yasunrai was nowhere to be seen. The Snake Master suddenly sensed something. Weiji immediately asked if it was the hunter, and he confirmed it. As soon as Baden gets here, we'll have the perfect chance to kill him. Back on Lu Fan's map, a red exclamation mark appeared. A warning of incoming danger. 4 hours later, Yes, 4 hours later, Lu Fan finally arrived in the swamp. God, what a long trip. Right away, he noticed the challenges of this terrain. The thick fog and poisonous air made it difficult to see. Not to mention, the place was crawling with ambushed predators. But none of that was an issue, because he had Xiao Yi's perception skill. Our boy easily detected 3 people hiding in the trees behind the fog, waiting for him. Lu Fan immediately drew his sword and told them to show themselves before he attacked without warning. No one appeared, so he swung his sword anyway. At least he gave them a chance. Just then, a giant snake burst out of the swamp, the snake master riding on its back. "You're dead." Lu Fan, unimpressed, sighed. Titch. Not even Cheng Han or Charles? What a letdown. But the guy just smirked. "I'm disappointed too. Didn't expect to fight the last place loser." Then he looked at the rankings and saw Lu Fan in first place with 500,000 points. That didn't make any sense. Just yesterday, this kid was in last place. Now the snake master was completely caught off guard. He hadn't expected the sheep to be so fat. He warned Lu Fan not to resist too much, just hand over the points. Unfortunately for him, he was unlucky enough to fight in the swamp, his perfect battlefield. With that, he launched a green energy blast, demanding Lu Fan surrender his points. An explosion erupted, but Lu Fan just shook his head. Not even close. He activated Xiao Yi's lava explosion, but the bastard wasn't scared. He laughed, telling his snake that Xiao Yi was just a level 30 dragon. They would win easily. The 2 creatures' attacks collided in the sky, and surprisingly, the Snake King actually held on, still alive. Then he dived into the swamp. Now, Lu Fan lost sight of him. That's when Weiji appeared behind him, swinging a chained weapon. She attacked from above, but our boy casually blocked it with his sword, and then a claw strike came flying in. Direct hit, right in Weiji's face. Damn, she got smashed hard, and yet she was smiling. Okay, she's not right in the head. Lu Fan found it weird too. Then she called out to Gai Lan and Baden. Now's the time. Attack. Suddenly, 4 attacks flew at Lu Fan at once, but he deflected them all while Xiao Yi grabbed the snake's mouth and slammed it into the ground. The 2 side characters couldn't believe it. How was a lower-level guy wrecking them? Now Weiji's confidence was completely shattered. The Snake Master told them to focus. This kid isn't that strong. If we kill him, we'll all be in the top 3. But Lu Fan just smirked. These ambushes are pathetic. You guys don't even stand a chance. Weiji stood up, fuming. We'll see who laughs last. Lu Fan readied his sword. You're all about to be corpses in this swamp. Snake Master ordered his snake to unleash more venomous attacks. But Lu Fan just dodged and ordered Xiao Yi to finish it off. With her immunity to poison, she instantly crushed the snake into the ground, torn in half. The poor Snake Master screamed as his pet was brutally killed. Meanwhile, the side character without a face started firing arrows. Lu Fan blocked another attack, but at that moment, Kieran activated a magic formation. This is the end for you. The 1,000-headed serpent formation activated. Lu Fan stepped back, deflecting the first wave of attacks. Kieran was confident. As long as Lu Fan was distracted, his allies would finish him off. Weiji told him to stop wasting time and just go for the kill. But then, a massive explosion. With just one roar from Xiao Yi, the 1,000-headed serpent was obliterated. Yet Kieran refused to give up. He cast another spell. At the same time, Weiji hurled a massive iron ball. Lu Fan didn't even flinch. He just raised his dragon shield and blocked it effortlessly. Arrows from Baden, Xiao Yi swatted them away. Then, the ground started shaking, like a massive earthquake. Kieran grinned. Rise again. The serpent revived, this time made of countless smaller snakes, merging into one gigantic beast. Here we go again. And once again, Lu Fan was being attacked from all sides. At this point, he realized, this fight is dragging on forever. Then something strange happened. The snake's poison started affecting YG. Kieran smirked. Since we can't poison Lu Fan's creatures, we'll just poison everyone in the area. Weiji panicked, begging for an antidote. But I already knew what was coming. He wasn't gonna give her shit. He knew that if Lu Fan died and the others died too, he would automatically take first place. The perfect scenario. Baden told him to stop and help her. Weiji was literally melting on the ground. Then finally, she got healed. Kieran apologized, saying he got distracted. Lying bastard. Even if he defeated Lu Fan, he still had to deal with Charles. That would be tough. So he still needed allies. He told YG to check Lu Fan's body. But then, Lu Fan laughed. No me for that. Of course, I'm alive. With all of his dragon tamer buffs activated, his actual level was 36 plus 32. And because of that, he had poison immunity, thanks to Xiao Yi's skills. The faceless side character was freaking out. Kieran realized, if Lu Fan was immune to debuffs, then nothing would work on him. So he told his allies to attack. Whoever kills him gets an extra 20,000 points. Gotta say, these side characters are really motivated. Weiji charged forward. Guess I'll have to do it myself. But then, a massive fireball flew in from the side. Direct hit, right into YG's arm. It was Andrew who had arrived. Don't worry, bro. I'm here to help. At that moment, he was ranked 4 with 80,000 points. He complimented Lu Fan's majestic dragon. Lu Fan shrugged, telling him not to worry. He had no bad intentions. But since Andrew was here to help, he was curious to see what the guy could do. Meanwhile, Weiji struggled to her feet, looking completely wrecked. She was even angrier now because these two bastards were acting like they were on a field trip. Andrew said he'd deal with the muscle head, leaving Lu Fan to finish off the others. Poor YG. She activated all her abilities, convinced she still had a chance. Wait, did she just turn into a bear? Or summon a bear? I'm confused. I think she transformed since she was still using the iron ball. Andrew barely blocked in time. Even then, he grinned, telling Lu Fan to stay out of it. She's mine to handle. Lu Fan wasn't thrilled about Andrew showing up, now he'd be stealing points. But at the same time, Lu Fan didn't feel like killing him either. Andrew had a ton of points after all. Then a surprise attack almost hit Xiao Yi from behind. Kieran was fired up, saying they just had to keep up the pressure and they'd win. Well, at least he was positive. He fired another venom attack, but Xiao Yi dodged with ease. The real problem was, another white cobra appeared behind Lu Fan. Now he was completely surrounded, but easily solved it. He activated Void Slash, slicing all the snakes in half. Then he turned to Xiao Yi. It's time to end this. But Kieran laughed. You have no chance. My snakes are immortal. And sure enough, they respawned. Lu Fan smirked. Let's test how many times they can come back. Right away, he switched Xiao Yi to World Destroyer form. With that, she started burning down the entire swamp. But while that was happening, Baden was preparing an attack. He asked for cover and said he was ready. The shot was aimed directly at Xiao Yi's head. But Lu Fan simply smirked. Let me show you the power of a dragon's bloodline. With a single terrifying dragon roar, both of their abilities were cancelled. The side characters were struggling to resist, but it was clear. Their chances were getting worse by the second. Then Kieran turned and ran. Baden called out for him to wait. For the first time, he finally had a proper face drawn, because the guy was crying. But it was too late. Kieran activated his snake buff, healing himself while escaping underground. Baden tried to run too, but got struck by lightning. Instant death. Lu Fan thought to himself, that damn Kieran always betrays his allies. He told Xiao Yi to get ready to hunt him down. They would burn down the entire swamp until that rat showed himself. He set fire to the ground. And just like that, I think the guy died. 50 chapters of this fight, just for him to burn alive underground. Incredible. At least Lu Fan got 66,000 more points. But honestly, who cares? Rank 1 to rank 1. Unbelievable. Then someone called out to him. He turned, and an explosion went off. Andrew had defeated YG, slammed her with a hammer attack, crushing her completely. He lifted her body, saying that a traitor like her deserved no mercy. But surprisingly, he was humble about it. He offered Lu Fan the final blow. Damn, what a real one. But honestly, at this point, guess what? Another 56,000 points. And guess which rank he stayed at? Exactly. Andrew reassured Lu Fan that he wasn't here to cause trouble. He saw those three attacking him and decided to step in. All because he approved of that delicious food from before. Lu Fan thanked him. He wasn't going to complain about free points. And of course, Andrew said exactly what I was thinking. This is all thanks to that amazing food. They exchanged glances. Then Andrew asked, did you bring any more? Man, Lu Fan actually did. Now, in the middle of a dungeon, they were feasting. Andrew had already accepted that he wasn't getting first place. Now he was trying to trade his tournament points for food. Then he looked at the rankings and saw that Lu Fan had over 700,000 points. At that moment, he realized Andrew also received the mission to kill the 9 Realms leaders. He confirmed it. Now he understood how Lu Fan got so many points. Lu Fan simply said, I came here to win. So of course he took down the boss. Andrew couldn't believe it. He'd approached the tower once, but after the second wave, it was impossible to survive. At least he was lucky not to be Lu Fan's enemy. Still, he was disappointed. He wanted to know the secret to farming points, but now he realized there was no secret. No wonder everyone was talking about the dragon tamer. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi was getting pissed at this guy stealing her food. Lu Fan asked if he failed the mission. Andrew nodded. He had reached the location but barely escaped with his life. Lu Fan immediately got an idea. He asked if Andrew was interested in teaming up. Guaranteed this guy was about to farm another tower. But along the way, Andrew was starting to get nervous. Xiao Yi kept staring at Andrew the entire time. Lu Fan explained that he controls her, but dragons don't like strangers getting too close. They finally arrived at another black tower. The first thing they encountered was level 60 creatures. Honestly, at this point, Lu Fan was just farming XP for his dragons. Which, yeah, is a good thing. But still, where the hell is XAMGCEN's FUL form? Andrew wanted to know if they were really going to keep fighting, even though Lu Fan was already at the top rank. Lu Fan simply told him, if you don't want to fight, just watch. Everyone had to rely on their own abilities. The creatures charged forward, and Lu Fan said he'd leave some for Andrew to have fun. He summoned Extinction, saying that he handled the creatures inside the tower. Andrew just stood there in disbelief. You're going in alone. Then Lu Fan activated Xingqian's giant worm form. Wait, suddenly, it has legs. Digiantit just look like a legless worm. Looks like the artist heard me say it looked awful and changed it halfway through. With its new form, Xingqian easily destroyed the entrance while Lu Fan flew inside. The first thing he saw, a massive welcome party. A swarm of level 75 monsters and a boss sitting on a throne. The boss sneered. You're an idiot for stepping in here, human. Another level 85 Earth Demon, This one swore to grant his wish for death. Lu Fan just shrugged. Shame. That won't happen. Oh, and I brought you a present. I'll give it to you later. He activated Xiao Fi's spiritual protection, while Xingqian's star buff was active. On top of that, he was mounted on Xiao Yi with the Dragon Rider buff. From above, Xingqian looked like a weird aquatic blob. Lu Fan had 5 seconds to activate every buff at once and launch a single attack. Xiao Yi used Grand Calamity. Xingqian used Star Breaker. Lu Fan fired an arrow. I don't know if I understood correctly, but I think he was shooting Xingqian, so it could absorb the damage into its shield. Then, boom. Star Explosion activated. The entire area erupted as Xiao Fi stacked buffs. Meanwhile, Xingqian was already transforming again. Now its giant mouth was wide open. Another Kamehameha blast was fired. As soon as the ability ended, the star form disappeared. Lu Fan gained 15,000 points, but I don't think he killed the boss. Last time, a buffed boss gave 500,000 points. Then again, that one was rigged. Now he was using Xiao Fi's ability to summon 2 fallen dragon corpses. Then, he activated Galaxy Form again and launched Star Rain. Ah, now it's back to being the giant worm. Guess it has 2 forms. It was doing all this to clear the air monsters and farm XP for everyone. Abyss Wasp tried a venom attack. Straight attention. But now that she leveled up, she had a black hole skill. It completely erased the attack. And then, it created another black hole explosion that wiped out everything. Lu Fan, watching from above, was impressed. But then, he noticed something strange. Even after all of that, the boss had disappeared. Even worse, the creature had teleported behind him. It activated Death Prison, trapping Lu Fan. Centipedes charged at him, but then, a glowing eye locked onto the enemy. It was the boss he resurrected, and it punched the other boss straight in the face. The original boss was stunned. How are you here? Why are you helping a human? But the undead boss ignored him. Then, it vanished and reappeared behind him. Strike. The new boss was ripped in half. At the same time, Xiao Yi dropped another explosion on him. Lu Fan finally revealed the gift he brought, a reunion between old friends. But of course, these damn monsters never die easily. The boss stood back up. It was furious. This is a disgrace to our race. Seeing one of our own reduced to a human servant, I will not allow it. Then another purple smoke ability activated. His stats shot up to 60,000. He was certain this damn dragon tamer would ruin all their plans. He had to be eliminated before he could cast another spell. The undead boss struck again. The new boss screamed at him, "Wake up! Remember who you are." But the undead boss ignored him again. He activated Clone Division. But even with multiple clones, he still couldn't defend from all angles. That's when Lu Fan grinned. Since you're enjoying all these gifts, how about I add another? He activated Corpse Manipulation, and then it started raining monsters. An army of creatures appeared. The centipede boss realized Lu Fan had tamed the entire tower, and right then, the undead boss landed a direct punch. Lu Fan, watching like it was UFC, cheered as he waited to see who was the stronger boss. At the same time, he summoned his army to fight the tower's remaining monsters. The battle erupted. Blood, explosions, and sword slashes filled the air. The centipede boss couldn't believe it. How? How can a single human be this powerful? Above him, riding Xiao Yi, Lu Fan smirked. Your time is up. But the monster responded, saying that thinking he would be defeated was nothing but an illusion. The entire area was suddenly shrouded in a strange green energy. From the sky, weird slime-like creatures started raining down. Lu Fan spotted the boss trying to escape through the smoke. No way in hell he was letting that happen. Immediately, he activated Dragon Encouragement. This boosted everyone's attributes by 30%. He declared that the monster wasn't getting out of here. He ordered Xiao Fi to team up with Xingqian and for her to activate Star Destruction. Once again, that 58-second transformation kicked in. Then he commanded Xiao Yi to launch Lava Explosion. At this point, this guy was straight up turning into that Overlord dude, stacking 38 buffs before every attack. And here we go. Another purple explosion, another light explosion, another fire explosion. There's no way this boss is still alive. At the very least, the creature was now lying in pieces on the ground, completely burned. But of course, we've gotten used to this by now. The bastard was still alive, muttering that he wouldn't give up. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Andrew was struggling with the griffins. He easily blocked their attacks and crushed one skull. He had finally cleared out the weaker enemies, but something felt off. Why wasn't the third wave showing up? Then, boom, the entire area exploded. Andrew was sent flying. When he got back up, he saw Lu Fan riding Xiao Yi casually flying out of the tower, swagged out, and carrying the boss's head. Andrew froze. What the hell is that? He had no idea what it was, but it looked like something dangerous. Lu Fan simply revealed, this is the head of the tower's boss. Then, in a surprisingly humble move, he offered it to Andrew. He explained that if Andrew didn't land the final blow, his mission would be stuffed forever. Andrew was genuinely touched. You're a true friend. Damn. Now that I think about it, when Andrew first appeared, I totally thought he'd be one of those side characters that get beaten up and disappear. But here, he is a real ally. I got trolled. Andrew stepped forward and landed the final strike on the boss's head. And just like that, mission complete. Sometime later, back in the swamp, Lu Fan was relaxing. After earning all those points from the boss fight, Andrew now had 270,000 points and was sitting at rank number 2. Lu Fan then declared, "Our temporary squad ends here." Andrew looked depressed, but he nodded, saying he understood. In the end, at the national tournament, they were rivals. However, the next time they met, they would definitely go out for drinks. He shook Lu Fan's hand and said he was looking forward to that day. Damn. Lu Fan smiled and promised, "At this rate, I'm calling it now. Andrew is either going to die to Jiang Cheng or Charles, just so Lu Fan can get insanely pissed and wipe everyone out." Before leaving, Andrew even gave Lu Fan 50 more points. Like bro, he already has a million. What's the point? Lu Fan didn't even want them, but Andrew insisted. "I can't just accept all this food and help and leave without giving something back." Before parting ways, Andrew asked him a question. "You're way too strong, so why did you drag out that fight against those 3 before?" Lu Fan responded that in this tournament, there were tons of professions he had never seen before. That was the perfect chance to analyze new abilities. Andrew sighed. "You always have the coolest answers." He turned and walked away. Lu Fan waved. "See you later." He stood there thinking to himself. He really hoped he wouldn't get a mission to kill Andrew, because that would be pretty damn sad. However, he was happy since he got new little corpses for his group. At the moment when the fools were watching, the bald guy was celebrating that Andrew had passed everyone else. He even went to thank Fed by saying that he knew it was because of the Dragon Boy. He said it was nothing special, and that he didn't even deserve all that respect. Meanwhile, the fool was in the background, seething with rage. The demons from hell didn't kill that damn kid. The secret mission he had given also didn't work out, and now he had no more plans. That's when a guy called for him. He informed him that the important scroll had been completed. At that moment, the guy's expression changed to a smile, and he said that the final method was foolproof. In another room, he asked if it was really ready, and the others confirmed it was. It was a scroll that allowed someone to create a portal to the national test. However, it was extremely unstable and dangerous to use. The guy with glasses said it was the only option. Everyone had already checked what Lu Fan was doing, and it really seemed to be the boy's power. However, the fool still believed that somehow he was deceiving everyone, and that his team was incompetent. He told the idiots to keep an eye on the door until he got back. Man, he opened the portal, and it looks like he's planning to kill the boys if possible. "Brave little guy, I think you're going to end up dead." The fool pointed out the obvious. Not only was the scroll dangerous, but besides that, if he was seen in the videos, it would be a problem. However, he simply said that he had already spoken with the director, and no images of him would be shown. All they had to do was protect that door, and everything would work out. Lastly, they were supposed to activate the final mission. That would be perfect to get rid of Lu Fan as quickly as possible. In front of our boy, a small mission appeared. Another one of those to subjugate an earth demon. The thing was right in front of him, and he didn't even suspect how strangely it appeared just for him. He already knew he had enough to win, but he imagined that maybe with more points he could even gain a bit more reputation. And with that, once again, he advanced with Xiao Yi. The poor monsters seemed to be dying of fear. He also summoned Xiao Fi and Xingqian, whose full form we still hadn't seen. The bastards, with a new spatial rupture ability, opened a hole, and upon passing through, they were already inside the triangle. This time, there were several centipedes, and the boss had even higher stats. The guy was getting more dangerous. The creature has always said that it looked like he was seeking death, and our guy replied that the one who would die was him, right? Doesn't even seem like we've seen this happen twice before. Then he started summoning a bunch of his creatures, plus that dragon, and charged forward. Meanwhile, a guy on the ground was begging to be killed, but someone placed his sword against his neck. It was Musashi 10, who said that begging was useless. The guy said he was willing to hand over all his points and leave the match. But the other guy wasn't interested and said that just killing him and taking the points would be much more fun. If he licked his shoe and shouted that everyone from his nation was trash, then he might let him go. Obviously, the guy refused, and with that, Musashi said his head was going to be cut off. The fool then said fine and moved in to give the little kiss. "Boy, you're humiliating yourself too much." While the poor guy was saying that everyone from his country was a bunch of pigs, the other guy was making him shout louder, until suddenly a purple hand appeared and killed the guy for good, right? Better this way for the love of God. Musashi got angry, but Cheng'en said he knew very well that he was going to let the guy escape. Besides, he didn't kill for the points but because he had a mission to complete. The fool wanted to know what the mission was, but Cheng'en just told him to shut up. Right at that moment, that fool who was almost going bald from so much anger showed up. Meanwhile, our boy was being attacked by the boss, but he took control of the centipede boss and used it to stall the other one. That one, the other boss. The problem with these bosses is that they all have the same name, right? Earth Demon. So we can only call them Boss 1, Boss 2, Boss 3. Apparently, the monster dropped dead, and our guy earned 400,000 points. At least this time, there wasn't that damn overlord buffing, absorbing power and boosting everything. But if it didn't happen there, Cheng'en was advancing to start the same nonsense. It seemed that all the guy with glasses did was pass on the mission details and the location of our boy. Musashi wanted to know why they weren't doing the mission, but it was obvious Cheng'en had other plans. The guy with glasses was sure that Lu Fan was using some kind of cheat to farm those areas. He had to watch and learn how he did it, and only then would he have a chance to win. Cheng was thinking that his plan was to focus on Charles and not on the trash that was Lu Fan. But it seemed that the main mission only activated for the person in first place, so now he had to be the target. Out of nowhere, Musashi collapsed to the ground and told him to be careful, but Cheng just told him to look ahead. There were several creatures holding chains, and they had arrived at the same place as our boy. Cheng was confident, telling him not to worry because with his strength, they would manage. Musashi then activated one of his samurai techniques and started slashing through the monsters. Meanwhile, the other fool didn't even care that Lu Fan had some dragons. He must have some way of cheating to farm these places, and if that idiot could do it, he could too. However, strangely, even after killing countless creatures, they hadn't earned a single point. Cheng was sure something was off and decided to take a look inside. Lu Fan really knew something that no one else had a clue about. Inside the triangle, they wondered why there were no monsters, and if the place had already been cleared. When suddenly, something started appearing right in front of them. The two were startled, and at that moment, our boy's 3 bosses appeared right in front of them. Right away, Musashi was sure something was wrong. That's when the protagonist himself appeared behind them, saying he hadn't expected this visit. The guys turned around with not-so-happy faces, wanting to know what he was doing there. Our boy simply replied that he had come specifically for them. This was all a big trap that our boy had set. After collecting more and more corpses, he was getting better at controlling them. Now he could send the creatures to farm in much farther locations. With the 3 areas he had already fully cleared, he had 3 armies attacking others. Meanwhile, he kept the powerful bosses and their creatures for himself. But then Musashi said that if a level 33 kid wanted to talk to him, it meant he was interested in dying. Poor Cheng was all confident, saying he already had a grudge against Lu Fan and couldn't let him die easily. He thought dealing with Lu Fan would be easy. The problem would be killing those bosses. Our boy then said that apparently, these two would never take him seriously. And with that, the guys threatened him, saying that if he revealed the secret to farming those locations, they'd let him leave alive. Our boy laughed and said that apparently the fools thought he was exploiting a bug. The guys said they weren't just thinking that, they were sure. Not only was this place almost empty of monsters, but he was also close to level 30. There was no way he could have done this alone. Our guy replied that he had never done anything alone. Because, for example, he had 3 friends right behind him. Cheng had noticed that these creatures were strangely calm. There was a possibility that Lu Fan was controlling them, but that should have been impossible since they were too strong. Lu Fan then said that if a secret to farming this place existed, his cheating kingdom would already know about it. Cheng was realizing that things were getting complicated, and before he could finish thinking of a plan, Musashi charged straight at our boy, who snapped his fingers, saying it was sad to see his efforts being so underestimated. At that moment, the 3 bosses appeared and Cheng immediately shouted for them to run, while repeating to himself that it had to be a bug. There was no way this guy was that strong. Besides, all this mess had been arranged by his kingdom, and the victory was supposed to be his. But the Acanthopia boss immediately activated a skill and slammed both fools in the chest. As soon as Cheng fell and tried to get up, the big brute appeared. He activated that ability of his to launch the purple spheres, but with a single grab from the monster, the attack was undone. Noticing at that moment Wyatt had taken countless heroes in the past to seal these creatures. Already afraid of dying, he wanted to run away, but the second he thought about being his country's pride, he got crushed. Lu Fan, the shameless fanboy, all tangled up with the dragon girls, bragging about how hard he worked to get that little boss. Musashi was getting up, saying he was the future of the Sakura nation. He unleashed a phantom slash, declaring that he wouldn't die so easily. But apparently the guy had already been crushed right in the middle of the beast. Lu Fan was worse than a villain with his lines saying that everyone claims to be the strongest in the world until they get smashed by his beasts. A very humble boy. He leveled up, but he couldn't understand why he didn't gain any points. That's when he remembered that Cheng had that ability to revive himself with the goo and figured it must be something similar. In an instant, the 2 fools reappeared far away in the middle of the army. Both still had 5 to 6 lives left, but with a 24-hour cooldown. Musashi was celebrating, saying they didn't need to fear death, but Cheng told him to stop being naive. Lu Fan had 3 demons, an entire army, and a bunch of dragons. Even if he survived and still couldn't kill him, it was even worse. First, they had to figure out how he was managing to subjugate the creatures in those locations. Musashi stood up and said that if Lu Fan could do it, then they could too, especially with 5 lives. But suddenly, he was surrounded by a green energy and collapsed from weakness. Cheng explained that as soon as you were resurrected, you stayed weak for 10 minutes. But it was fine, they just needed to move carefully, and soon they would recover. Until suddenly, something exploded right next to them. Looking back, he saw that Musashi had been struck down by a massive hammer. Man, Andra had arrived, saying he had found the amazing prince of the Jin family. Cheng was already panicking. He still had 6 minutes of weakness left and had just run into rank 2. Meanwhile, Andre was laughing at their faces, asking why they kept popping out of the ground. Were they playing worms? And he charged forward without another word. The fool was stumbling backward, too weak to even walk. Here came the hammer strike, landing squarely. But just like our boy, Andrew also found it strange that he didn't gain any points. 10 days later, my god, time sure flew by. Finally, the championship was coming to an end. The gorgeous auntie, as always, was watching our boy attentively. Even the girls in class were glued to their phones, eager to see what would happen. In the north, everyone was anxious. And that damn Musashi was still alive, still hunting monsters, man, along with Chenghen, who had reached 510,000 points. Meanwhile, instead of hunting, Andrew had gone to rest and was now rank 3. And the new rank 2 was that weird Charles guy sitting at 720,000. He was praying to the cross, calling this the Lord's Savior. Meanwhile, inside another one of those black triangles, a boss died. Obviously, right? It was that damn Lu Fan, who never stopped. Xiao Yi had already reached level 38 and he was now at 41. Xing Shu at 29, Xiao Fei at 35, everyone was leveling up a lot. And our boy already had 7.4 million points. The kid was building an entire army with all the local bosses. And he had acquired a new ability called Dragon's Domain. But what everyone really wanted to know was what the Starry Dragon's form looked like. Dragon's Domain created an area that boosted dragons' stats by 50% and prevented other creatures from entering. Another Overlord buff for him to stack before starting a fight. That's when suddenly he received a message saying he had become a hunting target. And the rascal smiled, saying that it looked like a lot of points were coming his way. What Charles had taken was a crystal that gave the mission to hunt rank 1. Someone nearby asked if he could really do it. And man, it was Musashi and Chenghen. They hadn't even managed to give up and were already asking someone else to do it. Charles told them not to worry, that he had more than enough strength to handle it easily, while Chenghen was thinking that he had wanted to save his trump card to take down this guy. But now he needed help to defeat Lu Fan. Still, he admitted he was unsure about this, and Musashi confirmed it was impossible to defeat Lu Fan with so many demons on his side. Charles reassured them, saying there was no need to worry. He knew how Lu Fan was using someone else's power. Chenghen looked like a fool. Charles said he would explain. Meanwhile, in the championship control room, the guys were chatting about how that other fool still hadn't returned. They were worried about getting fired, but figured he would show up soon since he wasn't dead. Then a woman appeared, and if that fool wasn't dead yet, well, now he was already on the ground bleeding out. Damn man. She even whispered right into his ear, saying that if he didn't keep quiet, he would die. He begged her not to kill him, but she cut him down anyway. Wow, what kind of elastic assassin was this? Someone asked how things were going, and she replied that the Morgan family never failed. With that, everyone's screens were cut off. At that moment, the old guys were sure that those bastards were causing trouble again. Fei Bai was impressed by these lunatics' persistence. Then someone said to call Mr. Kim, and that's when they realized he wasn't there. He had only been missing for 10 days, just a little while. At the end of the corridor, in a tall room, he was talking with some guy wearing a hat. This was the Supreme Lord Morgan, and Jim wanted to know what he wanted. Morgan said he had asked for 3 minutes, but there was nothing to discuss. The guy was confused, but Morgan just turned around and said that 3 minutes had passed and he was leaving. Meanwhile, back in the competition, Musashi wanted to know what this nonsense was about Lu Fan being the servant of the god of death. He didn't like that kind of thing. Charles replied that he understood how difficult it was to comprehend the unimaginable power one could obtain from the ancient gods. He then revealed 3 small stones, saying that they contained the essence his master had bestowed upon him. Chenghen wanted to know if these 3 essences granted him his power. Charles said no, 2 of them were for them. Hey, are they seriously about to turn into demons? Man, don't drink that, you're gonna get screwed. Charles explained that if they accepted his master's baptism, all he wanted in return was to be allowed to explore the relics of Takei and Sakura. Chenghen, being a prince of a country, was sure these guys wouldn't lie about making a deal. And with that, he accepted the offer, saying that after they killed Lu Fan, they would let the Morgan family research whatever they wanted in his country. Musashi seemed hesitant, but the other guy was already bursting with power, saying there was no way he was staying beneath that trash. Charles then offered it to the other fool, telling him that if he didn't accept now, he would lose his chance. Musashi, all crooked and unsure, accepted. And when someone hesitates like that, you already know they're gonna get screwed worse than anyone else. The Blondie warned them that the more they surrendered to the master, the stronger the transformations would be. And that last piece had been specially prepared for Lu Fan. He would become his sacred puppet. Back in the security room, no one had seen the armored beauty kill the bald guys. The woman wanted to know if they weren't going to report anything, and the fool Jin said it was better not to. Better for them to investigate themselves and not let the mess get out. However, he was already sure that was exactly why that Dan Morgan had called him. Back in the test, our boy was flying around. He glanced at the map and saw that Yasunlei was still alive. Man, I gotta admit, that kid is tough. Our boy decided to go find his old friend. Damn, he's gonna kill the guy, poor dude. This is just cruel. But when he landed, he looked around, wondering where the guy was. The kid was hiding nearby and suddenly appeared, all happy, saying that Big Bro scared him and that he had missed him. He stumbled over, saying he was afraid, but luckily it was his big bro. Lu Fan, however, was disappointed that the little bastard only had 155,000 points. Not to mention, he was way too excited for the championship's finale. He should be terrified. So he began drawing his bow, warning Yasunlei that at this stage, no one could be friends anymore. But suddenly, Xiao Yi activated her perception ability. The ground beneath Yasunlei started to crumble and golden hands emerged. Lu Fan recognized it as Chenghen's power, but the color was different, imbued with sacred energy. Instantly, he launched an attack with a golden serpent to strike the creature that was taking the poor kid away. Meanwhile, not far away, Chang'an received a notification that Yasenlei had been killed. He approached our boy, saying they had finally reunited and apologized for stealing his points. Lu Fan responded that it was sad to see that they had become slaves to the sacred mountain. Now that they had joined Charles, it meant he was being hunted. At that moment, the fool appeared and announced that before killing our boy, he would give him a small chance. If he became his servant and called him master, he would receive supreme sacred power. Lu Fan noticed that the energy from this thing was the same as from the corpses. But he responded that this so-called alliance was laughable. He wasn't like them. Even with all the power they had received, at most, they were only as strong as his dragons. Charles' expression changed, and he declared that negotiations were over. He immediately called for Chang'an and Musashi to take their revenge. The two charged forward, saying they couldn't wait to see Lu Fan dead. The protagonist dodged while preparing an arrow, remarking that these bastards had no dignity. He fired at Musashi, who easily blocked it. Now with this transformation, he had released an Oni mask that increased his strength by 10%. To be honest, those numbers weren't very impressive, my friend. Meanwhile, Charles was still rambling on about how he would turn our boy into his slave. But our boy, who had to kill the bodies of those northern people, was furious to see this power being used. There was no way he was letting them leave alive. Musashi then taunted, saying Lu Fan was unusually calm today. Seemed like he had lost his courage. But the rascal simply commanded Xiao Yi to enter her destruction form and immediately began preparing an attack as he charged at them. A barrage of fire was unleashed toward Musashi, and he barely managed to spread it apart with Chang'an's power. The guys looked confident, until our boy mounted his dragon, saying they were way too arrogant. He summoned Xiao Fei, and you already knew he was about to do his usual little buff sequence. Oh wait, nope, he just launched a lava eruption using the dragon language, nearly blowing Chang'an to pieces as he fled in fear. Meanwhile, the fool Musashi was burning inside his armor. And from the sky, our boy kept mocking him, telling him to summon something that wasn't garbage. Poor Musashi was in complete disbelief that a mere level 30 dragon was destroying him, and Lu Fan even thanked Charles for the point delivery. That's when the guy lost it and pulled out that massive cross. Was it a sword? Hammer? What the hell was that thing? Looked like some kind of cross staff as he summoned a gigantic object and started raining fireballs. But Lu Fan just said that apparently even the boss wasn't much of a big deal. He was dodging everything effortlessly with Xiao Yi completely untouched, while Charles was losing his mind. Then the guy shattered his crystal and declared that he would now show the power of the true ancient gods. A massive door appeared and an angel emerged from within. Lu Fan immediately noticed that the guy was charging up some kind of attack, so he started preparing his own, saying he wouldn't let that happen. He unleashed a flurry of arrows, but it didn't seem to do much. That's when he realized that this damn creature was even stronger than the demons he had killed before. Here we go, guys. He activated the dragon's encouragement, drew his bow once again, and prepared another lava eruption attack. For once, he was being humble with the buffs. And then the massive angel came swinging with its sword. Their attacks collided mid-air, causing a lava explosion, and he followed up with another arrow shot. Damn, the guy fully transitioned into an archer, huh? But apparently that technique surprised the creature, and it exploded. Or, actually no, because Charles claimed that the power of these gods was far beyond that. The creatures charged at each other, and Xiao Yi switched to her world destroyer form. Here comes our arrow boy with another shot. But this time, Musashi also leaped in, using one of his techniques. Seemed like he sent a barrage of slashes. Our boy dropped the bow, pulled out his sword, and defended. The problem was, at the same time, Charles was launching a holy explosion from behind. But Lu Fan handled it easily, slicing right through it with a single cut. Meanwhile, the enemies were getting more confident, saying that without his dragons, Lu Fan was nothing. But then Lu Fan appeared mid-air in full style, grinning, and said that they had fallen into his trap. The idiots were confused and told him to stop bluffing, until suddenly all of his demons emerged, grabbing hold of them. Lu Fan revealed that he had known from the start that he was being followed and had already set these demons up. But Charles scoffed, saying it was ridiculous to think he could defeat them with just those corpses. Until our boy snapped his fingers and summoned 15 more demons, telling them that there were still more to come. Now the fool's expressions were changing, and Charles realized something was off. How could a single person control so many corpses at once? Lu Fan asked what he thought of that, but the damn guy still insisted, saying that it didn't matter how many corpses he summoned. He wasn't trying to defeat them after all. They were followers of the divine sanctuary. With that, he buffed himself and his two allies, increasing their power by 100%. Yeah, that was actually a lot. Not to mention, he also activated a holy fire ability that dealt 500% of his power in an area. Johnny chimed in, saying Lu Fan was ridiculous for thinking he could win this way. But man, if there's one thing Lu Fan loves to do, it's stacking buffs. And he declared that it was time to show what his partner was truly capable of. Immediately activated Dragon Bloodline, then activated Life Pulse, then Emerald Blessing, then Emerald Light, then stacked Emerald Blessing again from level 3 to level 12, then activated a whole bunch of other things. The bastard wouldn't stop stacking buffs. Now everyone had plus 12 floating over their heads, and Xiao Yi was already biting off the blondie's skull. The fool Charles couldn't understand how his creature was getting eaten like that. and Lu Fan told them to open their eyes because the best part was just beginning. Here it comes, guys, another new buff. It's Dragon's Domain. We said this bastard was going to use everything at once, and here we are. The fools were questioning if they had just walked into Jujutsu Kaisen. And yeah, that was exactly it, buddy. Apparently, Charles missed the memo and thought he could win inside the domain. Staying, he would end this illusion. A massive beam of light came flying toward Lu Fan, but that eagle he had dominated just casually slashed it apart. The side characters were starting to realize that even with their buffs, they didn't stand a chance. Somehow, it wasn't just Lu Fan getting stronger. Everyone in his group was. Lu Fan was wondering if these guys were ever going to die. Then a golden explosion erupted, and Charles revealed that he had a plan to keep Lu Fan alive. He had given him a chance to serve the god of light like he did, but the boy was too reckless. The plan had changed, now he had to be killed. The ground began crumbling as Charles activated infinite light. Outside, the director was shocked, but I was sure that as always the old man would stay calm. Charles, on the other hand, fell to his knees. The mad lad had activated yet another buff, this time Eternal Guard combined with Emerald Dragon lineage. Basically, he was immortal now. The enemies practically lined up in a row, one after another. Lu Fan then said that since Charles had used his strongest attack, now was his turn. Even to attack, the guy followed a strict buff sequence. First, he used Intimidation, freezing the enemies in place. The fools were already trying to run while Musashi was begging him to stop. Chengen told them to activate Void Contract, but before they called, a red wave slashed through, cutting the boy in half. Lu Fan simply stated that, unfortunately, this time they wouldn't be coming back to life. Poor Chengen, he was supposed to be the villain, but he was looking more like one of those terrified side characters. He's standing there completely desperate, saying he can't even feel Musashi's life anymore. Oh, come on, dude, you messed up big time, now you're all gonna die, right? I'm sick in the head. He's looking at his own hands, wondering why he can't feel the connection he made with his beasts. At that moment, Charles grabs his arm and tells him to sign a contract with him because he can't die there. Chengen is about to refuse when our boy suddenly appears behind him and slashes. Man, my friends, that guy died easily. Now only Charles is left and he's scared out of his mind. He's wondering how Lu Fan is so much stronger when both of them are servants of the ancient gods. And there he goes with another ace up his sleeve. He decides to activate the crystal he was going to use on Lu Fan on himself instead, trying to establish a stronger connection with the gods and gain more power. But our boy is done waiting and just slashes again, saying he won't let that thing activate. And yeah, the guy falls to the ground and the thing doesn't activate. Normally, when people say that, the thing activates anyway. But just because I said that, the thing went flying into the sky, right? I think it just left, actually. But Lu Fan won't even let a tiny stone escape. He activates his wings and chases after it. For a long time, he's been trying to understand how divine power works, and now he's finally going to find out. From the outside, as soon as people see the new ranking, they already know the three fools are dead. Even the stoic old man is now wide-eyed in shock. I don't even know how this old man Jin still manages to get angry while trying to figure things out. Everything has already gone so wrong for you, my guy. I mean, what else were you expecting? Of course, something else had to go wrong. He's banging on the wall, wondering how he's going to explain to the Jin family that everyone is dead. Apparently, Chen Hong was supposed to be the nation's great future, the one they had invested all their resources into, but he got eliminated. Suddenly, a tentacle appears and someone asks if the son is dead. I don't know if it's a woman or a man, but I do know. This is the end for the Jin family, my guy. You tried to be the best, you played all your cards, you cheated in every way possible, but unfortunately, you're not the protagonist. Then the person removes their hood and unfortunately, it's just a creepy old man. Could have been a hot tentacle girl, right? That would have made us happy. He's choking Jin, demanding to know how Lu Fan got so strong. Obviously, the fool has no idea and just says he doesn't know. The old man drops him, slamming his head against the ground. And then he declares that their last mission is to ensure that Lu Fan never leaves this realm. They will gather old allies and make sure he disappears along with the demons. Back with our boy, he's holding the stone, saying he had to kill 3 people just to get it. As always, he tosses it to those dragon kids. Those things are like trash cans, he just throws everything at them. Since they have no choice, they eat it and start glowing gold. The evolution begins and now they've turned into golden dragons. Man, these ones look imposing. Both of them are already flying through the skies and he's acquired the Sacred Portal and Sacred Blessing abilities. Here we go again with the buffs, man, for real. There should be a buff called All Buffs. He uses one and boom, everything gets buffed, just to save on 30 extra images per fight. Lu Fan is standing there, looking up at the sky, super interested, saying he's excited to see the dragon's final forms. At that moment, a message appears saying the final test voting has begun. It seems that the remaining participants in the arena can decide whether they want to continue or not. Andre and a few others had already agreed, so Lu Fan decides to accept too. With that, more people choose to finish than to continue, and the tournament ends. Suddenly, a bunch of treasure chests appear for our champ. The little dragon girls are all acting proud while Lu Fan is excited for a special treasure that will be awarded to the strongest among the 23 countries. Man, he receives a Burning Dragon's Wish Ring, level 90. Basically, it has a ton of attributes and grants him the Dragon King's power with a supreme shield. There's also a dragon language replication book, which lets him use his dragon's abilities. this one's good. On top of that, a scrolled expansion appears containing 3 rare or higher quality items. The treasure chest is shining brightly, and Xiao Yi is growing. This girl is leveling up like crazy, guys. So he opens the scrolls, and the first one he gets is a pet scroll because of course he's the protagonist, the lucky bastard. The second is an enchantment scroll for weapons, and the third is a level restriction removal scroll. These guys are sneaky. They give him a level 90 ring, and then immediately hand him a scroll to remove level restrictions. How convenient, huh? Guess what he does? 1 + 1 = 2, right? He uses the scroll in the ring and equips it done. On top of that, he instantly uses the buff scroll on his sword. This guy wastes no time. He just got this stuff and is already spending it all. And the best part? Now with the replication ability, he can use his dragon's own skills. It seems that this ring requires a 5-piece set, and once he collects them all, his spirit will increase by 50 and his stamina by 200. Plus, he'll be able to transform into the Golden Dragon King form. The very next second, he's walking away with his hands in his pockets like a total boss. Some people love him, others hate him, wondering why he killed everyone. Meanwhile, the folks from Dragon City are approaching, knowing that a lot of people will start hating Lu Fan now. The old man shows up like he does every day, looking at the boy and saying he truly is the nation's hero. He congratulates him for reaching rank 1, despite all the hardships he had to go through. Lu Fan received a golden insignia from the Northern faction. It served as a badge of distinction, granting him respect anywhere in the country. Our boy was a bit awkward about it, but gratefully accepted the recognition. At that moment, the announcers were about to declare rank 1. Would they dare to lie so blatantly? No way in hell, right? There was no way around it. Lu Fan was rank 1 with 8 million points, 91% of the total score. Andrew placed second with 700,000 points, and third place was some random guy from the Zhenhu nation. So unimportant that they didn't even bother saying his name. Valen kept sucking up to our boy before finally stepping aside, saying he was looking forward to his future. Besides, they would depart tomorrow morning, so he should prepare. For his performance, he would receive a national-level reward. Lu Fan had no idea what that meant, and his professor only told him it was going to be something good. Meanwhile, the viewers were still dying to see Xingqian's final form. For the love of God, it's been ages, and she's still missing. After everything, we're finally in his room. Normally, this is when he discovers things, right? Come on, boy, let's go. He was staring at his medal like an idiot. Then he got up and declared that it was time for the main event. He activated the expansion scroll and prepared to hatch the new egg. It immediately began shaking, but we already know it's going to be another dragon, so we're not that excited. However, the other dragons were super hyped to see who their new sibling would be. He activated his absurd taming ability and the egg started cracking. Lightning flashed through the room and a blue baby dragon appeared. Its name? Blue Dragon. Wow, the creativity is astounding. From what I gather, it was focused on massive area damage and apparently had no cooldowns on its abilities, which meant constant electricity rain. It also granted immunity to debuffs and had solid recovery abilities. And it was already munching on stuff the moment it hatched. Oh no, this time, it was a male dragon. Lu Fan was thrilled, saying he finally got a boy. Damn bro, where's Xingqian? Wake her up already. Our boy was clearly into weird things because he immediately went to squeeze the dragon, talking about how awesome its appearance was going to be. But this little bastard was a beast, immediately bit his finger. Lu Fan shook his hand in pain, while the other dragons laughed at him. But this blue dragon came in hot, biting Xiao Yi too. Big mistake. She whacked him on the head, and he stayed quiet on the ground. Lu Fan was happy, realizing that the dragon had a lock-on ability that made dodging impossible. He really liked this guy, but it was time to give him a name. The rowdy little dragon was growling at Xingqian, but she was even rowdier, slammed him into the floor immediately. Our boy told her to go easy on him since he was still level 1 and could actually die. After a while, he stood there thinking, trying to come up with a name. As always, he picked something simple and dumb, Pequeno Azul. The dragon didn't react. Guess that wasn't a good one. Since the dragon had no cooldowns and could deal insane damage, he decided to name him Abao. The translator didn't explain what Abao meant, so I will. It basically means something violent and explosive. So yeah, his name was Explosion or something close to that. And this little guy liked it, and immediately went back to biting poor Lu Fan. One thing was certain, even at level 1, this little monster hurt. Right then, the treasure map of the day appeared. Another golden rank 1. Man, are we seriously never going to see Xingqian's form? I've been waiting for 50 chapters. Meanwhile, on the border of the Dragon Nation at the Yi family mansion, the giant professor, filled with knowledge, was absolutely ecstatic. She already knew Lu Fan would have no trouble winning, especially with the weapon she gifted him. Oh no, but she's coughing up blood, saying that Huang family's methods are too cruel. Please don't kill her off, guys. There aren't enough strong women in this story. Actually, there are plenty, but they never leave their houses. Our boy is always traveling. Just then, a woman appeared and called out to her. Thank you, artist, for spending 60% of your time on this single panel. Apparently, the Huang family was there and she demanded to know what they wanted. The woman said it was about Mount Yunshui, but she immediately knew it was just an excuse to destroy the Yi family. She stood up and asked if the Dragon Nation had sent any messages. The woman replied that they hadn't. She slammed the table, cursing them as ungrateful. Oh no, she's coughing up blood again. Lu Fan, my boy, you gonna save this one too. I don't know how since you're not a healer. Figure it out. You're the protagonist. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was back on his plane flying home. He was studying the next secret realm where he would find his next mission's treasure. Turns out, his national reward was 10 dungeons that only he could farm. Great, but he knew that level 60 areas wouldn't help him level up much. That's when he noticed the Sea of Death, a nightmare level area with level 70 plus enemies. And guess what? That was exactly where his treasure had appeared. He immediately requested access to the location. The old man praised his choice, saying it was one of the best places available. Then the old man left first. His professor put a hand on his shoulder and asked him what he was thinking about. He had nothing left to do there. It was time to board the plane. Outside, everyone was snapping photos of the new superstar. When he landed back in Dragon Nation, there were banners everywhere with his name on them. And obviously, he asked his professor for help to escape as quickly as possible. With that, we were finally back on campus after more than 15 days. And when we're on campus, what do we get? The queen of the house showing up to greet the protagonist. The best group in the country was already there, waving banners for him. And of course, he was immediately mobbed. Our beloved Hank was saying how worried she had been every single day seeing so many people trying to kill him. With that, the boy waved goodbye to the director and went off to enjoy himself. And damn, it was a feast, guys. A huge table filled with amazing food. Kaf, they were chatting, asking about his experiences, teasing each other. But yeah, the guy is a proper man, no doubt about it. But even in the middle of all this, he was wondering about Senior. Little did he know she was hanging on by a thread. Meanwhile, in Jingu City, inside a reception hall, they had already received intel that Lu Fan had gained access to the Sea of Death. One guy stood up and ordered them to prepare the Godslayer and the Legion's War King. This snowman-looking dude was clearly built for a 13-year-old villain. The fool with glasses said it was too much, but the other guy grabbed him by the neck. Wait, I just realized. Those two losers from before were here again. They were so forgettable, I had completely erased them from my memory. And then he ordered the fool from the Jin family to set up an ambush for Lu Fan and end him there. The next morning at the entrance to the Sea of Death, man, this time our boy had brought his whole squad. I had almost forgotten about the goth girl's power. She really is dangerously strong. Lu Fan noticed some flags from Taiji Nation and got a little confused. And then she arrived, the first goth to ever row a boat. She explained that since they organized the teleportation for him, these people came along. But he didn't need to worry, the Academy sent her to handle things if anything went wrong. The stunning professor thanked her for her concern, and Professor Gu told him to follow her. At the front gate, she told our boy to enjoy his reward to the fullest. He smiled for a moment, but then his expression changed. The moment he stepped inside, there was a guy standing at the gate. Was he some kind of guardian? He was about to deal with him, but the girls told him to relax. Oh, you see that? They're covering for him. We didn't see what happened, but apparently, they handled it easily. Man, it's been a while since we saw Hanki use her magic huh. I had almost forgotten she had these light-based attacks. He praised them, saying their execution was flawless. I agree. And they were all blushing, saying they had continued training to fight alongside him. Our boy praised them again, saying they had taken down a level 65 creature while being only level 30. That really was impressive. Oh, so they hadn't been slacking at all. Though he himself hadn't leveled up that much either, since he was just naturally broken. But suddenly, he sent something off and fired an arrow at Xiaoman. The attack split and killed 2 skeletons behind her. Now they woke up to reality, huh? While they all struggled to kill just one enemy, he took out 2 with a single shot. The poor girls felt humiliated, realizing that their big moment was instantly overshadowed. Meanwhile, the professor, she just wanted XP, immediately telling them to summon the dragons so they could start farming. Lu Fan then revealed that he recently got a new dragon, but its temperament wasn't great. The girls, of course, were dying to see the aggressive one. I have a feeling this dragon is going to beat up Lu Fan and his other dragons while clinging to the girls. With no choice but to give in to their demands, he summoned the storm. Lightning filled the sky and the area turned into a thunderstorm. The skeletons nearby wiped out instantly, and Lu Fan hadn't even done anything yet. He was stunned, and then boom, he activated Dragon King form. The little guy already had a skill unlocked. This little menace turned all the monsters into experience real quick. In the drop, our boy got a piece of the tyrant's map, and with that a dungeon quest notification popped up on Lu's screen. Collect map fragments to piece together the tyrant's retreat route and locate hidden treasure. When Lu pulled out a fragment, the others got excited about treasure hunting. Jin explained they needed 500 fragments total to complete the map. Shio gets all excited, saying that they should flatten the entire desert to search, but Lu stopped them. He warned that the area was filled with traps and dangers buried beneath the sand. Moving carelessly could trigger something catastrophic, and nobody wanted to be the idiot who blew everyone up. The group realized he had a point and asked if he had a better plan. Lu smirked because of course he did. He summoned his dragon, followed by twin fallen quartz holy dragons. But Lu wasn't done, yet he channeled fallen quartz energy and summoned an entire army of fallen deadly demon soldiers. The others could barely process what they were seeing. Jin gasped, asking how the hell Lu could just pull puppets straight out of dungeons like this. Lu casually explained that the fallen quartz holy dragon had this ability called the Holy Light Gate, which let it teleport itself and all fallen quartz puppets anywhere without restriction. Distance, barriers, formations, dimensions, none of it mattered. Jin was absolutely surprised, saying how this was way beyond hidden class necromancy. Tao stared at the summoned army and asked if Lu just brought out the entire 9-round demon city. Lu chuckled and said he wouldn't let such powerful miners go to waste. That's right, folks, he was using endgame bosses as miners. The disrespect was unreal, and with that, a giant monster suddenly appeared from the sand. The girls flinched, but our boy remained completely unfazed, and flashing this smile, he told the gang to let his army handle it. The fallen demon soldiers charged forward, engaging in battle with the tyrant's servant skeletons and desert spiders within moments. Chaos erupts, more monsters emerge from the ground, and the entire area turns into a full-scale battleground above them. And the little menace was killing these monsters left and right. The girls can only stare in disbelief at the insane spectacle before them. Tao mutters, I spent 2 months training hard and am proud of my progress, but this guy just wipes out an entire dungeon like it's nothing. How is anyone supposed to survive in this world? Poor girl, finally realizing she's a side character. A notification popped up saying Lu's location matched the treasure map coordinates. Lu checked and found something even better than a dragon egg, the will of the blazing dragon warrior, a top-tier item that massively boosted battle power. Then he spotted the Shadow Dragon King contract blueprint, which was literally a divine artifact. Without hesitation, Lu activated natural assimilation and consumed the contract, fusing it into himself as a permanent summon skill. So guys, basically he just ate a divine artifact and got a new dragon for free. As fragment collection was completed, Lu assimilated the Tyrant's Retreat route map, finishing the mission way faster than expected because he brought an army of demon miners. The scene suddenly shifted to a battalion of soldiers marching. A commander raised his hand to stop them, noticing the secret realm was in use. Before he could finish speaking, a heavily armored soldier wielding a giant sword stepped forward and cleaved the captain in half. Well damn, so they were doing war crimes now. Another soldier witnessed this and fired a light gun into the sky, sending an emergency alert. Teacher Gu noticed chaos erupting everywhere. Blood was gushing as soldiers were getting cut down relentlessly. A soldier crashed into him, pushing him out of the way of an attack. The soldier told him enemies from the Tai Nation were attacking and they needed to warn the Dragon Nation. The techie bastards were back again, these guys never learned. Gu headed toward the teleport gate but found it blocked by enemy guards. He pulled out a single-use random teleportation scroll, thinking how it's his only escape. As she was thinking about whether or not to use it, the knight from before appeared behind her. He brought his greatsword down and almost got to her, but she dodged it just in time and used the teleportation scroll in a pose that we must thank the author for, and just like that, she vanished from the battlefield. The commander stood there disappointed as his prey escaped, and folks, this bastard is Lai Tai, the feared butcher god of the Tai Nation. Great, another edgy villain with a cool title who'd probably get wrecked by Lu and his 47 dragons in 2 chapters. The scene shifts back to our boy who was looking at this system window because that massacre just now earned him the Emerald Mirror skill. He wondered if Shio had gained something equally broken. Turns out, Emerald Mirror let him select a friendly unit and create a bunch of mirror projections of it. These clones inherited all abilities but with only 30% of the original's attributes. Our boy was stunned, realizing the potential this skill could create clones of his dragons. He is thinking about how if someone got attacked by 15 dragons at once, even a god wouldn't survive. The power multiplier was absolutely insane. Now that he'd reached level 30 plus and mastered both Dragon Domain and Emerald Mirror, Lu couldn't help but pet his dragon with admiration. This heaven-defying skill drastically multiplied the team's combat strength, making Shio Fi one of the most formidable dragon pets in existence. Suddenly, a level 70 tyrant servant emerged. Not just one, many of them. Jian looked at the wave of enemies and asked him if synthesizing the route map must have triggered this. And our boy has his classic idiotic grin on his face as he says that it's a good thing because now they didn't have to go looking for the boss. As he was preparing for the battle, a new level 80 monster showed up. Jian turned to Lu, asking how he wanted to handle this. Tao suggested letting the demonic army take the vanguard while Lu's dragon finished them off. But Lu waved off the suggestion, grinning. No need for all that trouble, Earth Demon would handle everything. Tao asked him again, saying that she knew Earth Demon was powerful, but this wasn't just any level 80 nightmare boss. There were also countless level 70 elite commanders. Was he seriously planning to send Earth Demon alone? Lu smirked. Why not? He told Xiao Yi it was time to show off that new skill, Emerald Mirror. As Emerald Mirror activated, the girls watched in shock. The clone technique actually worked. 2 identical clones appeared instantly. They were wondering how. If they summoned all 9 dragons, that would mean 27 total. The boss too used his skill, summoning swirling vortexes of sandstorms that trapped enemies within reach. The ground became completely unstable. The group started panicking with nowhere to find proper footing. Tao lost balance and fell, unable to stand. Someone shouted, asking what they should do. Lu remained calm, telling them not to panic and just take a breather. Before anyone could respond, something slammed into the cursed tyrant's face. Within moments, all the tyrant servants were taken down one by one. Lu smirked, watching Earth Demon's spectacular performance. The Earth Demons wielding massive metallic weapons charged forward and mercilessly pummeled the tyrant. Then a rain of metallic cubes came crashing down from the sky, dealing 100% attack damage. The cubes struck the cursed tyrant and its minions directly on their heads, and that was the end of them. The group walked over, and the girls, looking at the corpses, said how this battle was almost too easy. Just when they thought they'd seen it all, Lu surprised them again. Tal muttered in disbelief that it was already over. She didn't even get to see how they finished everything so fast. With the dungeon cleared, Lu eagerly looked at the shining yellow chest. His level increased to 42, and he received an enchantment level removal scroll. Lu grinned. This was exactly what he needed, saving him a fortune on insanely high upgrade costs. More rewards appeared: a secret paper that Xiao Yi could swallow to remove usage limits, a cooking blueprint, Dawnstep platinum boots, and a tidal blade with a special water shield ability. Lu said he'd take the scroll and secret paper, while the rest could go to whoever needed them. He added they could farm this dungeon multiple times, so eventually everyone would get the gear they needed. The girls happily agreed, eager to run it again. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a soldier rushed to report to the commander at the teleportation portal. They'd already sent men to capture the escaped woman. The commander smirked, ordering him to report to Lord Jin that Goodborn Forest had been completely purged. As soon as Lu stepped out, they'd eliminate him and his allies in one sweep. But then the tentacle bastard shows up doing his usual villain stuff. He told the soldiers he would personally kill Lu Fan, and he told the soldiers to cover up this mess and make the scene look like it's the doing of the heretics of the old gods, doing as he can't afford to let the Dragon Nation find out about this. The scene shifts to Zhou Shaming, who's trying to reach the guild but can't get through. He calls the Dragon Nation Border Defense Department, saying he's from Dragon Capital Academy, and asks if Teacher Gu is still at the camp. The person on the other side is all panicked. He tells Zhou that the camp has been attacked. Zhao's eyes go wide, asking what the hell happened. Turns out the Taiyan Nation sent some official notification saying heritage groups from various countries have been attacking Dragon Nation camps for the past 6 months. Zhao clenches his fist, like how is that even possible, but the person on the other side told him to not panic as they were still trying to confirm the news. He told Zhao to look after the teacher and the students while they confirmed the news. Back at the Jin Mansion in Taiyan Nation, the dumbest with sunglasses is lounging around like the arrogant bastard he is with his foot on the table. He's smirking, asking what's there to verify and why Dragon Nation doesn't trust him. He waves his hand, saying the Death Sand Sea is so damn remote it would take 10 days to half a month for anyone to reach there. Just then, a girl shows up saying Dragon Nation sent 2 letters. Jean's face changes as he opens them. Han is calling them out for being negligent and has sent the Griffin Squad to investigate. So now this dumbass is pissed, saying it's basically a declaration of war. The subordinate nervously points out the Griffin Squad isn't something they can handle, but Jin slams the letter down, ordering them to mobilize the God's Slayer Legion and stall the Griffin Squad at the border. His genius plan: well, this dumbass wants to kill our boy while leaving no evidence so that the Dragon Nation won't be able to link this crime to them. Meanwhile, Lu Fan's group is traveling when Tao starts complaining about how they have been traveling for so long and she is now exhausted and hungry. Their laughs fade though when they roll up to a battleground covered in corpses. The goth girl checks them out, saying their condition is exactly like Charles' life force, completely drained. She is wondering if the heretics worshipping ancient gods did this, but Lu shakes his head. He doesn't sense ancient god power, but he does feel some energy like Jin'en's. And the girl is like, how is it possible? Because he's already dead. Just then someone shows up from behind calling our boy smart. The goth girl immediately pulls out her weapons. This new person is Jin Zexi, a level 97 Abyss Lord. But for those like myself who completely forgot who this bastard is, here is the reminder: he's Jin Shinhan's dad. Our boy told the goth girl to not act rashly, as the person in front of them is level 97. Qin told Lu that she recognizes him. Apparently, he is the hero who protected Tai country, and our boy is what? As a price, Jin Chenghan was his son. Another guy named Park Jae is calling from a tree branch, asking if they really need everyone just to handle this kid who hasn't even hit the 3rd transformation. And then this white-haired lady shows up, telling the drunkard to not take our boy lightly, as he may not be a high level but can easily defeat the 9 realm demons. Then the ground rumbles and this towering beast Chun emerges, saying his battle axe is itching for dragon blood. Good luck with that, buddy. You're about to get demolished. And these bastards just keep popping up. The next one is some thunder mage in a black robe. And all of these bastards are level 95 or above. Jin tells Lu Fan these 4 are probably all on Jinxish's level. Yep, these are the 5 national guardian heroes of the Tai Nation. But our boy doesn't care about that. He steps forward, saying that it doesn't matter if these bastards were someone's hero, they killed everyone in the camp, so they must pay in blood. Then, without wasting a second, he summons the Jade Dragon. His aunt cries out that they're all above level 90, but Lu just tells his girls to protect her, saying he won't stop for anything. Our boy is pissed and ready to throw down. The dumbass whose name I keep forgetting calls our boy arrogant before unleashing octopus tentacles alongside the other weapons, all aimed at him. With that, the other villains charge at our boy and Lu's just casually floating in the air, dodging impacts like it's nothing. Meanwhile, the white-haired lady's getting her arrow ready, which forces Lu to pull out his trump card. He tells Shai to activate the Emerald Dragon's power, and then this thick-ass defensive barrier pops up. This thing's immune to all debuffs and gives everyone a 5,000% self-recovery boost. So now that white-haired lady is confused, thinking, what the hell just happened? After making sure that his group is safe, our boy unleashes this golden aura. He says that if you want to kill someone, come at me. How dare you slaughter innocent Dragon Nation citizens? I'll make you watch as I kill every single Tai Nation soldier under your command. And this pisses the drunkard off. He charges at our boy and lunges forward with his sword. But the moment his blade hits the barrier, he realizes it's completely useless. That's when Baldy with the blade told Park Ji to move, saying, I'll handle this. He starts mocking Lu, calling him a coward for hiding in his shell, and then hurls his battle axe. This thing unleashes 300 physical damage on impact, but guess what? Still nothing. Our boy then summons the twin dragon with his fancy bone flute. After that, he gets down on the ground and tells the goth girl to protect his aunt. Our boy then activates his Gate of the Holy Light ability, and man, this thing is broken. It lets him teleport the fallen quartz puppets to a target location that is not limited by the distance, domain, or plane. The summoned dragons charge into the attack with energy from fallen warriors flowing back to empower the holy dragon even more. Then suddenly, massive demons get summoned right in front of the Tai Nation forces. They're shocked as hell because Lu just pulled the 9 realms demons out of the secret realm. But Jin's not impressed, saying, so what if he summoned them? They're nothing more than empty shells now. The old mage chimes in too, confident they've killed these demons before and can do it again. And our boy is like, let's see exactly how you plan to kill the 9 realms demons this time. Park suddenly realizes something's wrong. The demons are acting weird. Their roars are deafening and are multiplying. He uses the emerald mirror and counts 18 of them now. Shocked, he yells for everyone to stay close. Jin told everyone to stay calm, saying in the end these things are just clones and nowhere near the real deal. To prove his point, he quickly kills an earth demon and another realm demon, bringing the countdown to 17. The Baldy with the blade gets hyped up, saying how it's just a clone and they can take them down easily, and everyone's morale gets a boost from this. But the mage guy notices that Lu is glowing with this golden aura and he has a bad feeling about it. The tentacle bastard now notices it too. Before he could do anything, our boy grinned and said how he's been waiting all this time for this skill to be ready. The next second, he transforms into this giant golden dragon and the girls are all shocked. They wanted to see his golden dragon, but not this one. The mage is all surprised, thinking how Lu's not just transforming, he's fully controlling the dragon's power. Before they could think about anything, they heard their companion begging for help. Our boy then activates the dragon domain, boosting his dragon's attribute by 50%, but that was just the beginning. He then stacks all sorts of buffs. In the end, the power of his summon was now 4 times their original power. The tentacle bastard is like, how can this be? When Lu starts killing his companions left and right, within a moment all of his subordinates are down. After Jin was down, he smiled and said how he underestimated our boy, who asked him to give him a happy death. Meanwhile, our boy just casually summons a dagger and asks Jin if he forgot what he said. He reminds him that he is not going to kill him. He'll kill every Tai man under his command. So now Lu's standing there with his sword dripping blood after taking down 5 heroes. Standing there, the goth girl is wondering how the hell they're going to explain this mess to the Tai Nation. Meanwhile, Luzon is being the caring family member, asking if he's feeling okay after all that. Chin's over here thinking about cleanup duty, but Tao's got the real concern on her mind. Jin Shosi, the legendary leader of the 5 heroes who once protected Tai, just got absolutely wrecked. How did it come to this? But Lu asks who said they're all dead, and everyone's looking at him confused as hell. Suddenly, the fallen heroes start rising again. Lu explains that after they killed so many Dragon Nation citizens, he wasn't about to let them off easy with a quick death. Instead, he summons them back to life, and now these guys are standing there as his puppets. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, some commander and his soldiers are rushing toward a portal. This guy's wondering how many lords are waiting for him on the other side. He is probably expecting a victory celebration. When he arrives, he immediately drops to his knees and reports that Jin Zion informed them the Dragon Nation knows about the teleportation array's destruction, and Jinbei already dispatched envoys to the border. But the Lord stays completely silent, which makes the commander nervous. Based on the battlefield, he assumes the Lord already killed Lu Fan, but something feels off. Before he can think any further, someone steps forward. The commander instinctively reaches for his sword, only to see Lu himself standing there. Our boys ask who gave him the courage to attack the Dragon Nation. The commander realizes Lu's still alive and immediately orders his men to attack. But before they can move, an arrow flies through the air and knocks the sword right out of the commander's hand. Lu fired that shot, sending the commander tumbling backward. Then things get really brutal. Sharp tentacles suddenly pierce through the soldiers' hearts and wrap around the commander too. He's confused as to why Jin was attacking his own soldiers, and then our boy just casually pulls the hood and explains it's because they became his dogs. After hearing this, the commander charges at him, but our boy just casually sidesteps and orders the Baldy to take care of him. The Baldy easily takes down the commander. With that, Lu shakes his head and points out that if Lord Jean couldn't last 2 rounds against him, what makes this commander think he stands a chance? But that bastard still didn't realize his situation as he was hurling curses at our boy, saying how he'll kill Lu and cut him into pieces. The tentacles then lift the commander in the air, and Lu tells him that he is going to give him a chance to tell him the truth, but that bastard was still feeling haughty. We cut to a well-deserved beating later, and now that bastard was hanging there. He was telling our boy that he has already told him everything that he knew. Tao is now cursing, saying how she hadn't expected these Tai Kingdom bastards to send their ace legion and the 5 heroes after him. His aunt asked him, Lu, what are you planning to do next? As these guys had destroyed the teleportation array, and this place was thousands of miles away from the Dragon Kingdom, the goth girl suggested that they should go to the border first and then join with the others. Lu told them that the distance of the random teleportation scroll can exceed the current map, so they should now focus on finding Teacher Gu before the god-slaying court discovers her. The commander then begs our boy, saying that he has already told him what he wanted so he should let him go, only to get his gut pierced with the tentacle. Our boy then turns to him, saying that he had never promised to let him go. The scene shifts to the god-slaying army's barracks, where some high-ranking officer is scoffing about how by the time Dragon Nation's reinforcements arrive, Lord Jin will have already killed that kid. A soldier beside him frowns, wondering how it's possible that 5 heroes fighting together couldn't defeat a second-level job changer. In that discussion, these idiots didn't realize that Jin's body at some time appeared behind them. So now, all the guards in the command center are staring at these massive octopus tentacles, thinking the aura feels like Lord Jin's. He's mid-sentence trying to report it when one of those tentacles just punches straight through his chest. Everyone freezes. Then the tentacle explodes, completely obliterating him. The other guards are standing there in shock when reality hits them. Lord Jin just murdered their commander. One guard screams that Jin's gone berserk and they need to get out now. They're scrambling for the exit when Jin slams into the ground and those octopus arms go flying everywhere, stabbing guards left and right. One survivor near the door sees a few idiots frozen in place and screams at them to run. Then his arm gets sliced clean off. He's stumbling toward the exit when he looks outside and his eyes go wide. The entire area is crawling with demons from the demon realm. The guards turn back and Jin's just tearing through everyone. When Jin finally walks out, the other demons are waiting for him like this was all planned. Meanwhile, at the Tai Nation, this guy, the dumbest with sunglasses, is frantically trying to reach someone. When the call connects, he snaps, asking why nobody's been picking up. The person calmly says this is the Slaughtered God Legion Command Center. Jin Zion identifies himself and demands they send men to the Death Seas instance immediately. But before they can continue, the line goes dead. Jin Zion is yelling into the phone, but it's over. He needs to send someone to investigate. Right then, the secretary bursts in with more bad news. The examination God Legion failed to stop Dragon Nation. One of their top-tier experts is breaking through and are forcing their way into the Divine Bone Forest. Jin Zion freezes, then asks her to repeat that. Man's having the worst day ever. Cut to late night on Dragon Nation's border. Several unmarked military ships are hovering near a massive mountain range. Suddenly, Dragon Nation's elite Griffin squad appears with arrows already pointed at the ships. Captain Lu Fei steps forward, saying they've been ordered to investigate a foreign cult attack, so the ships need to let them pass. But the other guy says he told him that this is Tai Nation territory and unauthorized entry is an act of aggression. Another officer warns these are the Griffin squad and stopping them means heavy losses. But their commander is getting arrogant, thinking if they defeat the Griffin squad, they'll become the top force. He orders all units to prepare for battle. Captain Lu Fei mentions the 3 elders and Marcus Shin already issued a formal notice. If they deny passage, they'll face consequences. But the dumbest was in no mood to listen as he ordered his staff to open fire. The lasers charged up, attacking the old man's squad. One of the members says that they were the ones that attacked first, so now it's a fair game. Then the old man orders the squad to advance towards their squad zone, and the result was something that you would expect. Just then someone showed up. He had this crazy strong weapon. He slammed his staff once and just like that, the ships turned into rubble. The captain on the ship is standing there thinking to himself, how could it be possible he destroyed his entire fleet with just one attack? But then he realizes that he wasn't wielding any ordinary staff. That thing was the Burning Desolation staff. He realizes that this man is not someone ordinary. He's someone on the level of the 5 national heroes, and the gods' legions alone won't be able to stop him. Then this dude in a full white cloak appears. He spins his staff and tells the soldiers if they still insist on stopping them, then he won't mind massacring all of them right there. So the next day rolls around and Jindu City wakes up to the worst news possible. The Divine Bone Forest near the borders just got absolutely demolished by these mysterious beast creatures. We're talking full-scale destruction, and naturally everyone's losing their minds. Crowds are swarming screens watching footage of these massive monsters turning everything into rubble. Someone in the crowd goes, wait, aren't these the same 9 Realms demons from that national trial? But then the news drops an even bigger bombshell that makes everyone's brain short-circuit. Among all these monsters, there are figures that look exactly like the 5 national heroes. Not similar, not kind of like them. Identical copies running around with the demons. The gym residents immediately slam down an emergency lockdown, which does nothing to calm people down because now everyone's thinking the same thing. Are the national heroes attacking their own people? Some folks are saying they're being mind-controlled, others are convinced they've straight up turned evil. Cut to Tincho City where the exact same panic is spreading, but these people aren't just scared, they're payas. They storm out with protest banners, absolutely furious, shouting about how the 5 national heroes betrayed everyone. The angry mob rolls up to the Jin residence gates demanding answers. They've seen the footage of the Nine Realm demons and Lee attacking southwestern towns, and they want someone to explain how the hell this happened. The guards are completely overwhelmed trying to contain this riot. People are screaming questions. Why is the Jin family hiding? How did the demons escape the secret realm? One poor guard steps forward trying to calm everyone down, basically going, "Look, the Jin residents will give you a full explanation. The government hasn't confirmed any betrayal yet. Please stop spreading rumors." But the crowd's way past listening to reason at this point. They want the Jin family to come out right now and take responsibility for this disaster. Meanwhile, in what's left of the southwestern town, which looks like a war zone, some cloaked figure is casually strolling through the rubble. Dude hears protesters on a nearby TV demanding the Jin residents take responsibility, and the news anchor's voice keeps echoing with increasingly grim updates. The death tolls exceeded 10,000, all communication with border garrisons is completely lost, and the three great legions are pushing through this beast tide trying to contain the situation. The broadcast keeps telling people to stay calm and follow lockdown orders. This white-cloaked dude is just walking along all calm when he suddenly senses something. He turns around and watches as earth demon beasts emerge from the shadows, led by this white-haired lady. And here's where it gets interesting. Our mystery man starts wondering how this lady's little monsters are following orders. That must mean Lu Fan is safe, which completely flips his understanding of the situation. He's thinking had this all wrong from the start. Lu wasn't the one in danger. These guys were. He slams his staff into the ground and says he can't just let Lu run around unchecked. Then he launches himself high into the sky, thinking about how if Lu draws the attention of the true rulers lurking behind the scenes, even with his dragon's help, he won't be able to protect him at his current strength level. We jump back to Jin's mansion, where Dumbass with the sunglasses is looking down at the angry mob from his window. His secretary walks in with more bad news, telling him how online criticism is exploding even after all their damage control efforts. Sunglasses is having this internal monologue about how Lu keeps surprising him. He never expected Lu to bring out 9 realm demons. Then his brain shifts to the current situation, and he's genuinely confused about how the 5 heroes who defeated these demons before could possibly be defeated now. It doesn't add up. The secretary nervously asks if the news is true, if the 5 heroes have really been defeated. But Sunglasses doesn't answer that. Instead, he tells her to alert the guards and order them to suppress the protest by force. The secretary tries to point out that this is blatant abuse of power, but Sunglasses gets all uncomfortably close to her face and says the Thai ruler is out of contact, which means he's the highest authority now. After she leaves, this scheming bastard starts thinking about his golden opportunity. He's already cooking up a plan to find 5 new heroes, have them kill Lu, then pin all the responsibility for this disaster on Jin. That way he can swoop in and take over the entire city. This dude really looked at a national crisis with 10,000 plus dead and thought, how can I profit from this? Absolute scumbag behavior for real. The scene shifts to the edge of the Divine Bone Forest where blue mana is blasting into the sky. Lu is there with his dragons, absolutely fed up, shouting at Ambo to stop causing trouble. But that little blue gremlin is having the time of his life, firing lightning at everyone and laughing like a maniac. A system window pops up showing Abal just hit level 10, which apparently unlocked his full chaos mode. Lu's had enough. He tells Abal to stop his tantrum or face the consequences. But Abal, that little menace, has zero intention of listening. He just keeps playing with his mana, firing it off randomly. Then suddenly, in a flash, Abal fires lightning directly at Tao. She barely dodges, and Lu watches in complete disbelief as Abal's body starts expanding, transforming into this massive dragon. Lu's brain is racing. Wait, does this mean Abal awakened a complete dragon form at just level 10, just like Xiao did back then? So a system window pops up with all of Abal's info, and damn folks, this little dude's stats are absolutely crazy. Thunder Roar, form transformation, jumping thunder, thunder favor man, the list just keeps going. And this boy is leagues ahead of any dragon they've seen before. Chin's over there admitting that yeah, she's seen dragon transformations in the past and all, but man, she still can't get used to that overwhelming pressure these creatures give off. It's just too much. Tao's nodding along like, yep, same here, buddy. Meanwhile, our boy's connecting some dots in his head. Hold up, if both ABO and Xiao unlock form transformation at level 10, why does ABO only have 1 dragon form? Seems kinda sus, right? But yo, that single form is nothing to sleep on, man. This thing boosts his speed by 5 times. Grants him access to the dragon language forbidden spell, that massive 3.3 million damage Thunder Apocalypse skill, and introduces this new chain area attack called Jumping Thunder. Our boy's thinking the name alone sounds like it might rival Shining Star Annihilation Light. The system reveals another ability called Thunder Favor, and get this, it's labeled as World Destroying. In that state, the Thunder Orb's effects completely flip the script. The current master Thunder Orb is Crimson, which makes Lu Fan wonder if boss-level orbs evolve over time. The Crimson Orb increases ABO's thunder skills by 50%, and with every lightning spell cast, it creates a thunder barrier at the target area that deals damage to any enemies passing through. Suddenly, Xia Yi senses something and alerts everyone. Before our boy could even ask what's wrong, a giant skeleton monster showed up. The system window pops up, showing that this thing is a level 75 monster. The goth girl immediately recognizes that aura and tells our boy that this thing is an elite monster. But our boy isn't even fazed at all. He just smiles and says he'll let Shiaway and Abao handle him. With that, Shio charges at the monster, but that thing uses his skill, Thunderous Roar, which summons this huge lightning and thunderstorm. Tao is yelling at everyone to be careful and not get caught in the storm. Meanwhile, Qin is commenting on this red lightning, thinking how this lightning is on par with the heaven's punishment. And Lu's just standing there grinning like an idiot because he's confirmed that this was Abao's skill, the Crimson Orb, that increases all of his skills by 50% while also creating a barrier around him. Abao then looks at the skeleton dragons and fires off his lightning, and this guy didn't hold back at all. Even Lu had to tell him to calm down, but nah man, Abao didn't listen. This little menace cranked up the lighting even further, and all the girls were running around scared. Just then, as one bolt was about to hit Qin, our boy pulls her out of harm's way. Now they're all wondering if Abao lost control, but Tom knows better. That little menace is just showing off. Just then a strong wind suddenly kicks up. Xiao Yi senses more weird activity and Lu feels it too. Dragons flying overhead start running away, reacting to some bad sound. The girls panic. Something dangerous is coming for real this time, and Abao starts charging up his mana again. Then a huge skeletal dragon starts putting itself back together right in front of them. Folks, this is the Divine Bone Death Whisper. When it died before, it broke into divine bone fragments. Now those pieces are coming back together like some Thanos snap situation. Lu Fan watches in shock, realizing all the revenant fragments might be joining up. He looks up and sees this massive skeletal dragon appear, radiating intense mana. This thing is on another level. Abao roars at it, trying to act tough, but Lu Fan tells him not to get cocky. Just then, the giant bone dragon flies up and shoots purple flames at Abao. This time, Abao gets put in his place. This thing's no joke, man. Even though it's huge, it moves crazy fast. The girls get into defensive positions, knowing this is serious business. The giant doesn't stop, it flies deeper into the divine forest, and all this time, Lu is holding Qin, so she gets all flustered and asks him if he can let her go now. At this point, Abao had transformed back to his baby form and was getting an ear fuel. Chevalier grabs his ears and lectures him for being so reckless. Jin asks what that thing even was. That bone dragon was scarier than the berserk one they fought at the Flying Dragon Mausoleum. Our boy says it's probably the undead leader of this whole place. He wishes he'd figured it out earlier, but man, he couldn't risk everyone's safety chasing after mysteries. Responsible king right there. They can't get distracted anymore, they need to find Teacher Gu now. Right then, Xiaofei started using her natural assimilation to guide them. A paper charm floats through the air, and Lu Fan notices it's pointing the exact same way the skeletal dragon flew. So the group's following the skeletal dragon right, and Abao is just absolutely obliterating dragons left and right with its roar. I'm talking complete carnage, folks. While tracking them, our boy's wondering where the hell these things are even trying to go. Qin's over there saying how she never thought she'd actually witness a dragon migration in person. Lufan's all confused, asking why they keep pushing forward when they're clearly getting destroyed. Eventually, all the dragons crash land on this creepy black mountain that's basically a dragon graveyard. They hit the ground and immediately pass out from exhaustion. The magic compass is pointing deep into the mountains, so naturally everyone's wondering what's hiding in there. The goth girl notices the paper dolls stopped right at the mountain entrance and asks if Teacher Gu might be inside. Tao adds that these divine-born revenant dragons have literally fused with the mountain itself. Lu says he's going to clear a path. Tao tells him to be careful, saying he could hurt Teacher Gu. But Lu's all confident, saying he knows what he's doing. He activates this dragon claw transformation on his arm and starts carving through, which immediately wakes up all the skeletal dragons. Now everyone's panicking as dragons start flying around them. Lu tells them to chill, saying this is all part of the plan, and orders Abao and Redhead to take care of the dragons. Xiao Yi is charging her dragon breath attack, and man, she is looking cute. Then this deep voice booms out, telling the group to stop. Lu looks around and sees that nobody else seems to have heard it. Before he could even think about what's happening, the voice speaks again, saying he would only talk to him, as the rest aren't qualified. Our boy's thinking how all of this feels familiar. He's getting the same vibes as when he encountered that huge coffin up north. He wonders if this voice belongs to some ancient god. The voice speaks directly to Lu, asking if he's a slave of the divine-born revenant or the sacred mountain. Lu's just standing there wondering, should I introduce myself first or what? Just then the voice introduces himself as the ancient god of the divine bones and tells Lu if he's connected to the revenant or sacred mountain, he better leave now. It'll spare him this once, but won't be so nice if he disturbs it again. But our boy doesn't pay any attention to that threat. He's standing there thinking about how when he was fighting with Charles, the projection of the ancient god of the holy mountain knew that he had the energy of the fallen corpse, but they still wanted to kill him. And he got into the same situation here as well, so he can see there's no friendship between the ancient gods. The voice asks again if he's a servant of the divine bone, then warns him his patience is running out. Lu looks at the paper dolls and realizes Teacher Gu is still in there. If he bails now, she's definitely dead. He tells Fee to transform into an eternal dragon and throw up a protective barrier. She activates the Jade Dragon bloodline, which gives everyone this insane 5,000% boost to skill effects and self-recovery. Then he tells everyone to stay inside the barrier no matter what happens. His aunt asks him what he's going to do now, and he tells her that a great being is about to awaken. He then summons the star dragon, and the voice gets all angry, asking him if this is what he chose. With that, all of the skeleton dragons come to life, and the girls in the barrier get all scared, wondering if that was an earthquake or something. Meanwhile, the voice is still doing its villain monologue, saying how since he was so determined to choose death, he'll become a fine collection in his puppet collection. With that, this giant skeleton dragon appears in front of our boy. And man, this thing is absolutely broken. It's a level 90 dragon with all of its stats being closer to 50,000. That's ridiculous. With one flap of its wing, it summons these giant tornadoes, and this thing has an erosion effect, causing anyone that's hit by it to lose 15% of their health every time they're hit. All of those tornadoes come straight at our boy. Star blocks it before it could hit Lou and then transforms into her humanoid form. Our boy is shocked to see how she just unlocked a new form out of nowhere. He was even convinced that Star didn't have a human form, so he was pretty surprised when she transformed out of nowhere. Our boy's having a moment, but of course the ancient god has to ruin everything. This bastard starts trash-talking humans, calling them ants that are about to get squashed. He then charges at them. Star, Abio, Star, and Xiao Yi don't waste a single second. They'd all use their skills at once. Meanwhile, Star goes full anime protagonist mode, combining Thunder Favor, Crimson Jewel, and Star Crush into one ridiculous attack with Thunderbolts, Fire, and Blue Soul Mana. The loose dragons join in because why not, slamming thunder and lava into this ancient skeleton bastard. Massive explosion, mana everywhere, and the ancient god just laughs. He's like, "Is this your power? How disappointing." Meanwhile, his skeletal body starts gushing with wild mana. Lu tells Xiao to activate the Emerald Mirror effect, but it completely fails. Lu's standing there confused, and the ancient god drops the explanation. "You're ignorant." Before the eyes of ancient gods, all illusions are exposed. Yellow mana surrounds Lu, and he looks up, asking if the ancient god is really that confident. He's like, "You use bone reconstruction to become a dragon. This is your godhood?" Then our boy activates the will of the fiery dragon warrior. A countdown starts, and Lu begins trash-talking while transforming. "You probably don't even have a body left, just a lingering soul." Lu goes full Golden Dragon King mode, all his stats spike by 200. Xiao Yi shifts to her black dragon form, and Star transforms back to her dragon form. Lu steps forward, calm as hell, saying, "You want the body of a dragon? I'll show you one." But the ancient god's not impressed, threatening divine punishment, and saying he'll offer Lu's ignorance as a blood sacrifice. With that, he creates these massive eternal tornadoes wide enough to swallow everything, and they slam into Lu's dragons, cutting her health instantly. Abio gets pissed and releases a burst of mana. The Star Dragon rises and hits with Star Crush. The Destruction Dragon flaps its wings, sending out 4 fire tornadoes. Everything's on fire now as divine punishment starts, with thunder strikes hitting fast and non-stop. But then Lu changes the entire vibe of the fight, saying, "Unfortunately, even if you have the body of a dragon, you still don't have the power of a dragon." Then he just lunges forward and bites the skeletal dragon's neck. The thing roars in pain, and the ancient god's furious. "How dare you harm the supreme god?" Suddenly, fangs pop out of the dragon's body because this skeleton's running a full defense build. The ancient god calls Lu foolish, saying he deserves to fall into the endless abyss. Turns out this bone reconstruction skill not only buffs the skeleton, but also the sharp bones force Lu to back off. Lu notices the skeleton can actually repair itself using surrounding bones as a source, so he tells Xiaowei to activate the dragon domain. A massive eye appears, and all dragon attributes increase by 50%, while non-dragon entities get nerfed. Plus, it traps everyone inside so nobody's running away. The ancient god looks unsettled, realizing being cut off from the outside world might actually be a problem. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi was charging up this massive fireball. They condense a triple-layered fireball attack, and our boy just says, "In my domain, your skills are worthless." But the ancient god just laughs, saying burning his body means nothing. As long as bones exist in this world, he can rebuild. Even as his melted bones start reforming, he grins, asking, "But can you do the same?" "Let's die together." He releases purple energy with this soul-consuming technique that drags spirits into the abyss. Every undead rune activates at once with soul erosion strong enough to instantly cut away half your life force. Purple souls start rising from the ground, heading straight for Lu. Lu quickly summons the Eternal Guardian Shield to block the swarm of corrupted souls. But here's where the ancient god messed up. He didn't notice the Xiao Yi sneaking up behind him. In a surge of crackling mana, both the blue dragon and black dragon unleash a storm of thunder. It's called the 3.3 million volt Heavenly Thunderworld Destruction Technique, which is absolutely the most extra name possible. The storm locks onto the target and strikes with overwhelming force, nearly shattering the entire skeletal body. Only the eyes remain as it lets out a final cry. "I will remember you and your dragons. One day, I will return and destroy you." Then a bunch of system panels pop up showing that all of our boys' dragons have leveled up, and Lu's thinking about how Embao's new skill is crazy strong. Later, they're searching through a bone-filled area guided by the paper doll when To calls everyone over. She found Teacher Gu worn out and collapsed among piles of bones. So everyone rushes to her side and finds out that Teacher Gu's in a coma after getting wrecked. Kian's having guilt trips because she switched to a DPS class and can't heal anymore. Meanwhile, Abal finds this glowing divine stone crystal, basically ancient god essence. Lu realizes this could revive some holy dragon corpse, but the god who made it clearly rage quit before finishing the job. Lu tells Tao to cleanse the crystal, and she's like, bro, I'm a hidden class swordswoman, not your personal dishwasher. But there's no water around, so she does it anyway. The crystal cracks open and drops a half-finished essence. Lu's sweating bullets, thinking you broke it, but nope, it still works as crafting material. He then told Shou Fei to summon the corpse dragons. He's wondering if he can use them to try evolving his fallen holy dragon corpse. Shou Fei summons the dragon and Lu throws the crystal at him. The dragon eats it, and then he starts emitting this golden aura, and our boy is celebrating this. It's a success, but then nothing happens. The essence wasn't strong enough for a full evolution, but hey, at least the dragon got a new skill. The dragon's new ability lets it absorb 1% of other creatures' stats. Doesn't sound like much until you realize Lu can spam convert unlimited puppets. It's basically infinite scaling if you're patient enough. And honestly, having a bone dragon that can carry your whole 20-person raid team beats walking any day. Teacher Gu finally wakes up screaming about enemy ambushes, but the girls calm her down, saying Lu already handled everything. They need to get back to Dragon Nation, but there's one tiny problem: Tai Nation's entire military is hunting them. Lu suggests that they disguise themselves and check into a love hotel, because nothing says low profile like a masked dude walking into a couple's hotel with a harem of girls. The girls are asking him if he can't come up with a good plan, and Teacher Gu is apologizing for causing them trouble. Our boy tells them to make do with it, as the city was under martial law, and this was the only place in town that was still open, and everyone has mixed feelings about it. Qian is all embarrassed about being in a love hotel, while Tao is just happy that they got to fly all the way here. She's already hyped about their return trip, and she is sure that bone dragon transportation is the future. Meanwhile, Lu is thinking about how his divine bone clone is extraordinary, so in order to transform that into him, he'll have to absorb all the demon soldiers, but that's not a problem for him anymore because now he has the body of the ancient god that allows him to retain all of its attributes. His thoughts get interrupted when his aunt asks him how he was planning to arrange the room. Standing at the counter, all of the girls were blushing, and the manager was practically worshipping our boy for bringing all these many girls as they were checking in. A news broadcast drops the news that Lu's now officially wanted for terrorism. The government's calling him a Dragon Nation spy responsible for attacking their country. The hotel manager is staring at Lu's face, saying that he has seen him somewhere. The hotel manager is trying to remember if he even turns to the TV, but eventually just hands over the keys. Lu tells the goth girl to get everyone settled while he heads out to scout the Jin family's movements. Teacher Gu's mostly recovered, though Tao and Xin are blushing at all the romantic posters plastered around this definitely not suspicious love hotel. Lu reassures everyone he'll wrap things up by tonight. The manager watches them go, probably thinking Lu's living his best harem protagonist life. That night, at the Jin mansion, two guards are chatting about how the 5 national heroes defected. One's like, at least we're guarding this mansion instead of dying on the front lines, and he just had to say it because just then the building behind them immediately explodes. The guards are talking about how the 9 realm demons have shown up in the city, and the Earth demon starts speedrunning urban destruction. The guards realize they're screwed with only 4 troops left. Jin Shuyan, this former elite guard, steps up, saying she'll protect the lords inside. 2 giant monsters appear, and before she can do anything heroic, Lu just casually lands inside the building. She calls him a sneaky rat, which is rich coming from someone whose entire family's been terrorizing nations. But our boy pulls out his dagger and tells her that she won't be able to stalk him alone. The scene shifts to the Jin family office. There's drama brewing. The dumbest with the sunglasses is having a conversation with this other guy. He's telling him how even if he and Jin belong to the same family, that alone isn't enough for them to hand over the mansion to him, and he wants it just for killing Lu Fan. Zan's telling this guy Qinqing that sending him alone to kill Lu is pure stupidity. Apparently, even the legendary Jin couldn't handle Lu, so what chance does Qinqing have? Qinqing's salty because he never became abyssal class and thinks everyone's been looking down on him. He says that he brought an expert to help, and right on cue, the building starts shaking as a 9-realm demon crashes through. Before Qinqing can celebrate, his expert comes flying through the window. Lu's hovering outside like a final boss, casually offering to use just 1 move and 1 sword. The dumbest is screaming at Qinqing, asking where all that confidence went, and Qinqing can only stammer that even their strongest guard lost. Lu summons the ancient god's body, and this giant skeleton dragon shows up. It's the same dragon that our boy fought, and now it's under his command. As Lu summons him, he activates all of his skills, wrecking the whole building. The dumbest is all scared, lying in the middle of all the rubble. He turns and sees that Qinqing is lying there dead. Seeing this, he pulls out a teleport scroll, thinking about how he can't die here. He still hadn't taken control of the Jin mansion. He was about to use the scroll when Lu just slices it in half, stabbing the dumbest straight in the heart. Lu walks past the dumbest's corpse and casually tells his puppet that the Jin mansion is done for. Jean, who's now basically a ghost trapped in eternal servitude, quietly confirms he saw everything. Then our boy says that with that his entire family is basically done for, and now there is only one Jin left, Jean Shu, his little daughter, and she's next on the hit list. Yo, what the hell is this scumbag behavior of going after a little girl? Man, I can't understand their thinking at all. He shoots into the sky like a rocket, orders Lord Jinto stick around so citizens can see their hero, and tells his bone clone to finish demolishing the city. Suddenly, a bright red light explodes and someone yells for Lu to stop. It's his principal. He points out that Lu's gone a bit overboard, and if he'd arrived 1 second later, the entire city would be rubble. Lu's unfazed, saying Jin Mansion deserved it, and he fully intended to level everything. The principal's speechless, seeing how this student went from troubled youth to walking war crime real quick. He then thanks the principal for coming all the way here for them. He tells him that he doesn't have to worry, as Teacher Gu and the others are safe. Lu told the principal that he'll use Xio's paper doll to guide him there while planning more destruction. But the principal grabs him by the hands and orders Lu to dismiss his summons and come home. But our boy just swats his hands away, asking him why he was trying to stop him. He says that he was just giving these bastards what they deserve, as everyone from the Jin Mansion was constantly targeting him, and not only that, but in that pursuit they harassed his friends and family and even massacred the innocent people of the Longo, so this is exactly what they deserve. Lu then asks him if something were to happen to Teacher Lu, would he still be acting this calm? The principal explains that he is not stopping him to protect him, and our boy is confused. Protect how? The principal tells him that Captain 2 must have already told him how vast the world is. He then starts explaining how the common perception is that masters are known to be the strongest, the pinnacle of human strength, and how after the 4th level, it's almost impossible to level up, and how only a few can reach the level 100 mark. Then he tells Lu that there exist 5 transformation masters at level 120 hiding in Taichi Nation. Lu's stunned because he can wreck 4 transformation masters easily, but level 120s? That's a different league. The principal explains these powerhouses don't serve nations, they manipulate them from the shadows. Jin Mansion was just their puppet. If Lu keeps escalating, he'll provoke forces only Dragon Nation can handle. Lu realizes pushing further is stupid and recalls all his summons, including the Earth Demon who is mid-city flattening. He tells the principal that since Jin Mansion's done, he'll let Taichi Nation go. Then he pulls out this epic-grade necklace made of unmelting ice, saying that this was the gift he'd have promised him and now he can finally hand it over, and the principal is like, what do you mean? Lu tells him to stop pretending as he knows how desperately he wanted it, and if she keeps pretending, he'll give this necklace to his aunt. The principal lunges forward, snatching the necklace, and yep, you guessed it right, it's another female and probably another addition to our boy's harem. She's pissed at him as to how he could joke about giving her gift to someone else. She asks him how he knew that it was her, and Lu grins, saying her scent gave her away, and she's blushing, telling him to stop talking nonsense. He then mentions that others are at a love hotel ahead, and she panics, thinking the worst, but our boy quickly explains, saying everyone's just resting there innocently. The scene shifts to the western border, where the Griffin Corps reports the conflicts handled and the principal personally rescued everyone. Some unknown dude sipping tea says that he thought the principal was too busy but still made time for his academy. He then says how this was a good opportunity that they can't miss. He orders his servants to bring him a teleportation scroll as he is going to visit the Dragon City himself. Back at Dragon City, Chi catches Tao slacking off and jokes that ever since joining Lu's crew, she's been dodging exercise. Tao fires back, saying she helped prepare the teleportation gate with the Griffin corpse. The goth girls tease her, saying she only did that because she wanted to get back to see Lu, and she mutters that even Sweet Jin's been corrupted now. Then everyone turns to the principal. They are all surprised, saying how they never thought that their senior would turn out to be their principal. She smiles and tells everyone to keep it a secret, saying even Teacher Gu just found out. She then introduces herself as Yu Wuxian, telling them that they can call her by her name when they are alone, but they have to call her principal. The girls awkwardly promise to stay quiet. Then she asks them if they know where our boy is. The girls told her that. Lu's downstairs making some serious phone calls about arranging tombstones for those who died at Divine Valley Forest. He's talking to Captain Lu Fei from the Curriculum Corps, who's investigating the border attack. Turns out Lu already handled everything before they even crossed the border. Cut to this massive blank tombstone in a graveyard. Lu's reflecting on how these people stayed behind to help him teleport, and he hopes destroying the Jin Mansion gave them peace. Some new guy appears on screen, and even the old man, Lu Fei, salutes him. This dude announces he's reporting to both nations that heretics attacked the Dragon Nation camp, then hit Taichi Nation, which led to Jin Mansion's destruction. And our boy is like, this is not true. But the principal steps in, saying this report is actually the best move, and the mystery guy agrees because it keeps Lu from getting blamed and baits the heretics into showing themselves. After listening to the reasoning, our boy nods, giving his consent. With that, the officer salutes him, saying that he'll do his best to track down the heretics. Seeing this, the principal is wondering why someone with a gold badge would salute Lu, guessing he's got the same rank now. Meanwhile, the aunt wants comfort food and offers to cook. Everyone's hyped. The principal's having this moment thinking about how fast everything changed when someone knocks. It's Andrew showing up in Dragon Nation completely unannounced. Andrew walks in, smells the food, and immediately gets invited to join. He starts fanboying over Lu, which annoys the girls. The aunt told him not to be shy, saying that he can eat to his heart's content and even ask for more. And the principal smiles, saying how her cooking skills are so good that even international students love it. Andrew says that he is not an international student and then drops the reason why he's really here. He pulls out this Shadow Island breed material, an epic terror item corrupted by Shadow Ice energy. Turns out Lu needs exactly 3 more materials for the Shadow Dragon King contract, and this is one of them. Andrew explains his family took a job to destroy some Shadow Spring, but it went sideways, monsters everywhere, black fog, the whole nightmare scenario. Only Andrew escaped with this material. Before Andrew can finish explaining, he reaches for the last chicken ball. Lu snatches it first and just goes, "I'm in." Man agreed to a deadly mission for a chicken ball and quest loot. Andrew's stunned at how fast that happened. Outside, some fancy-dressed mystery man is walking around getting admired by locals. Lu tells the principal he wants to explore Shadow Island and investigate the spring. She tries to respond with a mouth full of food, coughing, but gives the green light. Then there's another knock. The aunt thinks the wind made the principal sick and tells Lu to answer it. It's some guy named Long asking for Wuxian on a private visit about western border matters. The principal completely freezes hearing his voice. This dude just casually says he's here to discuss the Yi family joining the Long family, offering to help deal with someone and even throw in a mountain because apparently the Yi family owes them from way back. The principal comes rushing in saying that they has already agreed to talk in 1 month, but this guy says that there is no need for that because now he is here so they can talk. Just then, more blood drips from the principal's mouth, and our boy Lu immediately goes into panic mode. She waves it off like it's nothing, saying that it's just an old injury acting up again. Lu's frowning, wondering how the hell he didn't know about this sooner. This long guy then smiles, saying how he forgot the Hang's attack absolutely wrecked her insides. That's not the kind of damage that magically heals in just a month. He stares at her all serious-like, saying with her current condition, there's absolutely no way she can stand against both the Long and Hang families combined. She should really reconsider this whole thing. But before she can even open her mouth, Lu jumps in, saying there's no need to reconsider because she won't agree to anything. That's when Long completely loses his shit. He asked Wuxian, when the hell did the once proud He family fall so low that they're now relying on some greenhorn kid to uphold the seal? The principal tries to calm Lu down, telling Luffin not to worry because the fights between Western families are on a whole other level. Ordinary people can't even imagine the kind of power they're throwing around. But Lu stands his ground, saying she's been there for him this whole time, so now that she's in trouble, how could he just stand by and watch like some coward? Long scoffs at him, saying how he is acting all high and mighty after winning a few flashy battles, and Lu replies, asking him if he wants to see that for himself. With that, both of them start charging their mana. Just then, Andrew calls out, and Lu turns to find him and the girls fully geared up, looking ready for war. Under offers to handle Long since it's inconvenient for Lu to act right now, but Lu stops them, saying he's got a grand gift preparing for the entire Western family. But Lu told him that there is no need for that, as he got perfect gift ready for these Long family bastards. Suddenly, Xiao appears out of absolutely nowhere and launches an attack. Long instinctively switches to defense mode, summoning this ring of swords around him. The principal steps in, warning him not to break their agreement. Long brushes her off all casual, saying, "Don't worry, in just 1 mon," but before he can finish that sentence, Xiao comes crashing down, launching this dude through a neighboring villa's window. Then our boy casually asks Long to come outside and fight because Villa number 1 isn't repaired yet, and they can't have him breaking Villa number 2 as well. Long gets up slowly, dusting himself off like nothing happened. Then he summons his swords once again and says how initially he wanted to give our boy a warning, but now he has changed his mind, and Lu is like, "How funny, I've changed my mind too." With that, Xiao transforms into her dragon form. Her strength and spirit push to absolute max levels. Long's eyes go wide, but this guy is still arrogant. Though he can barely stand up, he says that today, I'll slay a dragon and bring glory to the Long family. Man, this guy's delusional. Lu buffs Xiao with dragon inspiration, boosting her stats and attack power by a whopping 30%. The dragon's pressure alone is enough to completely paralyze Long. He just stands there frozen, trembling uncontrollably. Even as he tries to resist, he's getting crushed by sheer fear. In his mind, he is thinking how this is real dragon power and can't do anything against it. So he decided to play his family card. Then he activates his skill, Dragon Break Sky, and launches his swords at our boy, but Xiao blocks all of the swords with her wing. So now he is just standing there thinking how his most powerful attack didn't even scratch her. Then our boy walks out, telling him to take a good look, as this was the gap of absolute power. With that, Xiao looks at Long and she slams him to the ground with her claws and was about to erase him from existence. But this dumbass still hadn't learned his lesson. He once again tries to play the family card, but our boy slams his sword next to him, saying, "Look, you bastard, I'm not killing you here because I'm afraid of the Long family. I'm sparing you because I want you to relay this message to the Long and Huang families, that in 1 month I and senior sister will come to the west to sell accounts with them, so tell them to be prepared." Then he told Xiao to let him go, but she wanted to have some fun, so launches this bastard like a baseball straight in the sky. Lu turns back to the principal, saying it looks like they share the same fate now. But before he can say anything more, she's already right in front of him, gently grabbing his shirt and thanking him with this emotional smile on her face. Our boy, acting on impulse, tells her there's no need for formalities between them. The principal snaps back to reality, remembering the mess from 6 months ago. The Huang family tried expanding into the western region and got absolutely wrecked. 4 foreign experts died, including her grandfather. The battlefield was a bloodbath with weapons everywhere, bodies scattered, and total chaos. A few survivors stood there holding their flags like that was going to help. The Huang and Long families, both Western natives, saw their chance and moved in like vultures trying to carve up the Yi family's resources. The principal went everywhere asking for help, but nobody wanted beef with those two Western clans. She'd already accepted the worst was coming, the complete destruction of the Yi family. Her only hope was keeping everyone alive. As she's telling him all this, our boy's just standing there in shock. She admits his stunt today seemed reckless as hell, but it made her realize something. She's not alone anymore. He tells her no thanks needed. She's the one who taught him battle tactics, helped him find enchanted scrolls, and even traveled thousands of miles to the Taichi kingdom to save his ass despite her hidden injuries and the Yi family mess. Now the Huang and Long families are bullying her, so how could he just watch? The principal feels this warmth hit her. Never thought Lu, this guy who was basically trash once, would become her support pillar. Behind them, the whole group's just standing there grinning, watching these two act like lovebirds. 1 month later, at the primordial forest, our boy and his group are in this secret training realm old Han hooked them up with. Our boy leads his team inside, and they're fighting non-stop to get stronger. Tao hits level 34 fighting these nightmare monsters. Han, Qin, Jin, and even our hero's blue dragon are unleashing hell. The dragon's wielding crimson jade thunder with apocalyptic skills, dealing crazy damage. Thing is the strongest magical dragon for a reason. It hits level 25, and the crimson jade evolves into yellow jade, doubling its strength and unlocking new abilities. They awaken 2 crazy skills, Thunder Vortex and Thundercloud Expansion. Then we cut to 1 week later. Anders shows up with news. The teleportation array connecting Lundu Academy to Breakwave Harbor is done. Shadow Island's dangerous, so Lu plans to go solo with Ander, but senior sister steps up, saying she's coming too. Lu's worried about her injury but can't say no. They arrive at Breakwave Harbor deep in snow country. Ander spots Lu and waves with this huge grin like he's been waiting forever. He introduces 3 of their strongest family members, all 4th turn cultivation. Victor at level 91, the Destroyer. Ivan is at level 91, Frost Messenger. Kyle is at level 92 with the rare Magic Feather title. They've also got 23rd turn experts on the ship ready for Shadow Island. Ander's looking proud as he shows off their ace, a massive Sea Emperor class magic warship. Built from solid mithril and ancient ironwood, aged over 1,000 years. Carries 36 magic cannons strong enough to flatten an island. Top engineers built it. It cost a fortune. Their strongest weapon for this expedition. Lu's impressed, but he is also thinking how this is excessive as hell, but shows how serious this mission is. Ander is confident now. With Lu here, they got a real shot at success. They set sail and the magical systems activate. Brilliant light shimmers in the sky as the Starfall formation starts up. Starlight pours down from the heavens, spreading across the Milky Way's range. Inside this glow, all combat skills work freely until someone deactivates it. Storm keeps raining down. Another skill follows. Heavenly Punishment Calamity locks onto targets and unleashes rapid thunder strikes with relentless force, dealing massive lightning damage like Divine Wrath. Ander's satisfied watching it all. Last time he visited this realm, things were way tougher, but now everything's smooth and controlled. And our boy is happy seeing how both the Star Dragon and the Blue Dragon are leveling up like crazy. He is thinking how if they find the right synthesis materials on the island, their prep is complete. A crew member rushes over reporting they've arrived. Ander looks at Lu smiling, saying this is just the outer edge. Real trials are further inside, but he's not worried with that. The warship docks safely. Ander asks Lu what he is planning to do next, and our boy hits him with that depends on you. Meanwhile, inside the shrine, some elders are waiting for someone. Guy enters, and man, this dude's level 98 with the title Unparalleled Swordmaster. The guy bows, showing respect to the ancestor, and then gets down to business. The Yi family's flying immortal ancient shrine lived up to the hype. After just a few days inside, he broke through the bottleneck at level 97 and hit level 98. Results were insane, worthy of the shrine's rep. The elders tell him how he and the other members of his clan went into seclusion for 3 full days. Despite all their effort, their combined progress didn't even reach half of what just happened. Yutane told him that his breakthrough happened not purely because of talent. Their class roles played a huge part. They're all Sky Curse masters, but the shrine enshrined an ancient sword immortal, completely different paths. Naturally, they couldn't resonate with the shrine's energy the same way, though he is bummed about the fact that each person could only enter the flying immortal ancient shrine once and only for 3 days. He's imagining if he'd stayed for half a year or even a full year, he might have had a real shot at breaking through to level 100. The elder turns to Yukin, explaining that after the 4th revolution, grinding experience points doesn't work anymore. What matters more is understanding your class characteristics. Once a cultivator learns to harness their class abilities, power comes naturally and leveling becomes easier. Yukin finally gets it. The sensation of gaining experience inside the shrine was real. It happened because of a deeper realization of his class's nature, which reduced the effort needed to grow stronger. Yukin nods slowly and mentions what he heard on the way up the mountain. Apparently, there had been trouble between the Yi and Long families. The elder explains that some dumbass from the Long family broke the rules and tried pressuring the Ye family girl into submission ahead of schedule. So in return, he was taught a lesson from our boy. Yukon can't wrap his head around the fact that a student intervened. He says how even if the student entered the fourth revolution like Ling, he might only exchange a few moves with someone his caliber. The elder then starts introducing our boy, saying how he is only level 45, belonging to the legendary Dragon Tamer class, and that he won the national festival only at level 45. He says how our boy has to be someone impressive to accomplish that only at level 45. But he's clearly annoyed that Lu had the audacity to send a message saying he'd return in a month to settle scores with both the Hong and Long families and plan to bring the Yi family girl back with him. Yukon smiles and says that Lu doesn't understand how powerful noble families really are and that climbing too fast means falling harder. Still, having multiple dragons is impressive. If Lu actually shows up at the western border, there might be potential. The ancestor figures thought if Lu submitted to the Hong family, they could mold him into a formidable general. But he suspects the Long family has the same plan. So once the Yi family gets absorbed, war between the two houses is inevitable. On the ship heading to Shadow Island, Andrew is asking our boy if he is really not taking others with them. And our boy is telling him how the mist drains life force and stamina the deeper you go, and too many people would slow them down. Some Third Revolution warriors grumble that Lu has no right calling Fourth Revolution cultivators a burden. Lu says his dragon can handle priest duties, but the others are not buying it. Dragons are built for offense, not support or healing. But Andrew told the others that he'll follow Lu's words, so they have to stay on the ship. As they enter the mist, Lu immediately feels the drain. His body gets heavier, life force dropping rapidly. Xianfi quickly uses her emerald light, granting 3 stacks of blessing. All debuffs vanish, physical stats shoot up, and each stack can block a hit. The exhaustion disappears completely. Even seasoned warriors who fought alongside priests are stunned this dragon's support is next level. Everyone's at peak condition and ready to push toward the Shadow Spring. But just as they start moving, Lu raises his hand and stops them. He sensed something. Our boy spins around and dodges a dagger flying straight at his face. He wicks out his bow, and this thing's no joke. It fires 12 magical shots without needing a single arrow. Every hit drags the enemy 20% closer to death. Our boy fires the arrow, it hits something, and when the dust clears off, this level 80 Shadow Swordsman walks out. Just then, a system window pops up with all of this bastard's info. This thing has 3 abilities. First, Shadow Strike. It forms right behind you, sudden and precise. Second, a deathly barrier that lasts 5 seconds and makes it basically invincible. Third, Resonance, a blast of shadow energy that devours everything in a 10-meter radius. Andrew told our boy to be careful, telling him how the last time they encountered him, that bastard wiped out almost all of their group. While he was in the middle of the explanation, Wuxian just summons her staff, changes to her battle outfit, and starts walking towards the Shadow Soldier, saying she wants to test out how this thing would hold off against her move. Man, I also want to know how I'll hold off against her move. Without wasting a second, she charges straight at him and her staff transforms into this fire arrow. On the sidelines, our boy is just watching, commenting on how the staff just changed forms. Meanwhile, the Wuxian had split the Shadow Swordsman in half. She then turns around, saying how her weapon can change form, but she never had to do that till now. Just then she sensed something and Andrew was standing there in a defensive stance. He told the group not to celebrate this early because these bastards never appear alone. As he was saying that, his Flame God's true body skill had already taken effect, and surely as he had said, a bunch of these Shadow Swordsmen pop out. Andrew tells the group to be careful, saying that these things would cling to them like ghosts, and because of that, he lost so many of his comrades last time, and one of them was a rank 4. So now our boy is confused as to how it could be, because with the strength of a rank 4, retreating shouldn't have been a problem. As he said that, Andrew remembered the horror he went through, but our boy quickly comforted him, telling him that this time won't be the same as the last one. With that, Lu smiles and tells Xiaofi to summon the Holy Dragon. She pulls out a dragon bone flute, summoning the twin corpse dragon. Andrew's brain can't even process it, one dragon summoning another. He is totally confused. Our boy then whips out his dragon wings, soars high in the sky, and tells Xiaofi to hit them with the Emerald White and Emerald Blessing. She doesn't waste a single second activating both of her skills, and our boy activates Dragon Encouragement, increasing all of their attacks by 30%. With that, the green energy flows, symbols light up, damage is multiplied, and Divine Protection is activated. After that, he doesn't waste a single second and charges at the Shadow Swordsman. He tells Wuxian to hold back, as her injuries aren't healed yet. In an instant, he takes out one swordsman and starts chopping them left and right. We then see our boy and Andrew back to back. Andrew was warning our boy to be careful of these bastards, telling him how these things always strike from the dark, and that his hook absorbs life force when it touches you, and you'll basically be useless if you get hit. Just as they were talking, one of the hooks goes straight for the Wuxian and both of them are freaking out, but my girl stops the chain effortlessly. She then looks at our boy, asking him if they think that she is some kind of a pushover and that she can't handle something like this. Then she snaps the chain in half and looks at the bastard, telling him that he picked the wrong person. Then she charges straight at him with her flame spear and rips that thing in half. After ripping that bastard in half, she is just standing there thinking how the power of the dragon is really amazing. She looks around. The demon's gone, or maybe hiding. She's tripping because level 85 elite monsters usually take at least 2 powerful skills to kill. Now they're dropping with a single strike. Watching from afar was impressive, but using this power herself, she's realizing just how insane these dragon buffs really are. Then she turns to our boy and tells him to stay out of the disputes at the western border, saying all he has to do is to lend her Xiao Fei and she alone can destroy the Huang clan herself. But she got way too excited, and that's scaring Xiao Fei. Our boy reassures Xiao Fei, telling her there's nothing to worry about and making it crystal clear that Xiao Fei won't be let out under any circumstances. Seeing this, Wuxian says how it's hard to stay calm when Xiao Fei's nearby. And our boy is cursing his luck, saying how the drop rate for Shadow Aura is absolute trash and they need way more monsters for grinding. Our boy checks his inventory. The Shadow Dragon King Contract Blueprint, a legendary consumable item. To synthesize it, they need 3 materials: Shadow Gleam Stone, Ancient God Crystal, and a full stock of both Shadow Aura and Shadow Spring Water. Right now, they've got just 17 out of the 300 Shadow Aura needed and 0 Shadow Spring Water. Even though that number looks terrible, there's no reason to panic. The road ahead is packed with monsters. The group pushes forward, following the trail toward the Shadow Spring. Then twin dragons activate Divine Valley Fusion. This ability lets them absorb Shadow Swordsmen and turn them into pure attribute points, so nothing goes to waste. Suddenly, they heard a weird sound. They turn around and monsters showed up. Our boy tells senior sister to take it easy and let him and Ander handle it, especially with her injury still healing, but she refuses. With Xiao Fei beside her, she's not letting anyone steal the spotlight. After 4 brutal hours of non-stop combat, they finally secure another Shadow Aura. That brings the total to 72 out of 300. At last, they reach the center of the island. There's this ruined city so massive it rivals an entire metropolis. Graves surround its towering gates, but there are no monsters or signs of life anywhere. The Shadow Spring is believed to be deep within that ruined city. But something about this place feels off. As they were busy figuring out what the heck the deal with this place is, a fireball comes straight at Wuxian. Our boy ran towards her, and he was barely able to save her thanks to Xiao Fei, who used her Eternal Guardian ability just in time. They start looking around for the source of the attack, their weapon already drawn. Our boy tells Xiao Yi to use her perception ability. She lets out a roar, revealing every stealth and disguised enemy in the area. In an instant, the sky fills with enemies. More than 1,000 level 95 Shadow Death Singers appear. These things are powerful. They've got Shadow Stealth, a death song that causes hallucinations, and they launch magical orbs that slow you down with dark energy. Even so, the group's confident. With our boy and the dragons on their side, numbers don't matter. But then something shifts underground. Wuxian wonders if the boss monster is hiding below the surface. Our boy asks Xiao Yi to use her ability to detect if someone is hiding there, but she finds nothing. Our boy says that it must be because her skill is of a higher level. Seeing this, they can be attacked anytime. Ander and senior sister volunteer to watch the ground while our boy takes to the sky to clear out the Death Singers. The goal is to wipe out the flying enemies before going deeper into the city. Then the battle starts again. Our boy activates the true body of the Flame God, unleashing devastating power. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei finds something wedged deep in a crevice, a letter sealed with black wax. Turns out it's a piece of a secret quest tied directly to that mysterious monster hiding underground. Lu is praising Xiao Fei, saying how once again she helped him find a hidden mission. The Shadow Digger has to go down eventually, so our boy figures they might as well grab an extra reward while they're at it. He gets this quest notification and activates the Emerald Dragon Bloodline. Just like that, all skill effects are doubled for dragons and anyone with dragon blood. Right now, they've got Black Dragon and Emerald Light auras running, which stack 3 to 6 layers of protection on allies. Each layer removes debuffs and boosts all attributes by 30 to 60%. These layers can straight up block single hits completely. Even a level 95 skill can't touch him. Wuxian is thinking about how people are still underestimating our boy despite how strong he's gotten. The Digger's still far away, so it's the perfect time to strike. Our boy signals Xiao Yi to prepare for the World Ender. The Emerald Dragon Bloodline activates again, doubling skill effects for all dragon kin. At the same moment, Xiao Fei casts Emerald Mirror on the fallen Holy Dragon. Emerald Mirror creates 2 to 4 duplicates of an ally, each with the original skills but at 30 to 60% power. This time, 8 mirrors appear. All 8 of the dragons attack at the same time, while the Roar of Destruction was causing damage to all of the enemies. They then activate the Dragon Assault skill that absorbs fallen quartz energy and turns it into armor. Our boy dashes forward, dealing heavy damage while reducing incoming damage from almost everything and reflecting harmful effects back. Our boy's moving at insane speed. His strikes are happening 10 times per second. Wuxian sends her spear flying and tells our boy not to get cocky, telling him that the diggers were getting closer, but our boy's more than ready. He breaks the air and attaches a dragon aura to his weapon. 2 slashes follow, each one packed with dragon energy. His dragon companion moves in perfect sync with him. Ander's still processing what just happened when the battlefield's already clear. Then the bastard finally showed up, and this thing is level 90 and its skill is still unknown. This bastard activates Miasma Chrysalis and absorbs shadow energy from the area. A cocoon forms around it, and before it can hatch, the digger revives dead zombies from nearby graves. A level 85 Tidewalker zombie rises first, then a level 90 Blaze Walker. More undead follow in waves, but our boy just smiles. He orders Xiao Yi to use Destruction Dragon and burn them all. Xiao Yi used her Cataclysm skill and started flying over the enemies, burning everything it touched. Wuxian tells the group to be careful, as these bastards started moving once again. Soul Sanctuary takes full effect, and everyone affected by Soul Light has their attributes doubled or even tripled. Each time they take damage, they gain 1 or 2 stacks. When they reach 10 stacks, a shockwave explodes, dealing all the absorbed damage at once. The power also gives recovery and protection. Summons keep rising from the earth, and the Miasma Chrysalis enters a second stage. While inside the cocoon, the Shadow Digger takes almost no damage. When its health drops below half, it absorbs nearby summons to heal itself. 9 seconds remain and the cocoon starts shaking. Preparation is complete. It bursts apart and something new emerges from it, and folks, a level 95 Shadow Dragon General appears. And man, its skills are something else. In its night form, the general looks human. Its attacks deal both physical and shadow damage, and spirit attributes rise by 25%. In dragonoid form, the general becomes a full dragon. Its strikes change to a mix of physical and magical power, and strength increases by 25%. At low health, it summons Shadow Miasma and drains life from nearby enemies. Seeing this, Wuxian comments on how this wasn't a phase change. The boss was hiding inside the chrysalis from the start. But Lu doesn't care about it at all. He uses the idiot logic, saying, so what? We just have to kill it. He activates Thunder's Favor and switches into World Ender form. The Thunder Jade shifts to Amber Jade. All Blue Dragon skills double in power. When Amber Jade releases its last spell, it creates a Thunder Zone. Anyone who moves inside takes extra damage. Our boy orders Xiao Fei to guard Senior Sister and Ander. She casts an Emerald Mirror on our boy and Xiao Fei. Then the Eternal One starts transforming into an Emerald Dragon. Eternal Guardian raises a protective barrier under the entire team. Its strength depends on the caster's health and recovery rate. Emerald Mirror activates again, creating 2 to 4 more mirror images, each with the same skills but weaker. This time, 8 images appear. The Blue Dragon charges. Before the enemy can even respond, it's wiped out in one clean strike. A lava burst triggers a sea of flame. A burning pool forms, trapping enemies who slowly sink and take damage every second. Thunderous clouds summon storm energy above. 3 lightning bolts strike in rapid order. Their damage depends on spirit level and destroys anything caught in the blast. The impossible enemy is no longer a threat, folks. And with that, the path into the ruined city finally opens. Our boy reaches level 46. Black Dragon advances to level 45. Emerald Dragon hits level 40. Blue Dragon rises to level 27. Guardian Flow awakens a new skill. Our boy's thinking about how Xiao Fei just unlocked this insane new skill that forms a protective shield lasting 5 minutes. This thing reduces incoming damage by 30% and gives complete immunity to debuffs. At level 40, the Emerald Dragon contract lets you use Guardian Flow, which means you can slap this shield on yourself or an ally. With this, they don't need to keep spamming Emerald Light to deal with the miasma anymore. Xiao immediately casts Guardian Flow on everyone. As the light hits them, the whole team instantly feels the difference. Their bodies feel lighter, more secure. With reduced damage and full protection from status effects, they can now move freely through the thick miasma. Anders thanking our boy, saying how the miasma effect isn't working on him at all. The group's feeling confident now and decides to help our boy gather materials. Using Divine Bone Fusion, the fallen Holy Dragon can break down its own summons and pets into skeletal remains. By absorbing these remains, it permanently adds 1% of their total attributes to itself. With 2 dragons gathering corpses, the materials become way more accessible, and with the help of the group, he can collect materials way faster. Just then, our boy spots the corpse dragon about to absorb the Shadow General. He stalks it immediately, saying how it'd be a waste to convert this bastard into an attribute. He thinks it'd be more useful as a corpse puppet. He drops his own cheap version of Arise, and in the next second, that bastard's standing there with the Spank Me, Master Attitude. His skills and attributes are just as crazy as before. Now our boy's standing there admiring his pet collection, thinking how he's got 9 realm demons, the 5 protectors of the nation, the god of bone clones, and a Shadow Dragon General. Every one of them can easily take on a 4th level master. Our boy then checks the rewards for completing the Shadow Digger bounty quest and finds an epic quality enhancement scroll. This item raises weapon or equipment quality by 1 tier up to legendary status. The last scroll was already used on a weapon, so this new one's a valuable addition. They also come back with 397 units of Shadow Aura, way more than the required 200. With their total reaching 569, they got more than enough for any crafting needs. Wuxian asks our boy if he's planning to upgrade his soul wings. Our boy nods, saying how even though they're already legendary quality, he still wants to upgrade them for the mobility boost. Without wasting a second, he uses the scroll, upgrading his wings. The upgraded soul wings now have no level requirement. Their enchantment levels removed and stats are significantly boosted. Agility increases by 356, strength by 291, spirit by 246, and stamina by 234. He soars high in the sky to take a test drive of his newly upgraded wings. He orders the girls to follow him to the palace in the center of the ruined city to find the Shadow Spring. Abo's cursing his heart out, asking our boy if he's flying this fast because he wants to compete. As he's flying, our boy hears a cry for help. He pauses for a second, thinking how this cry came by the same method Wuxian uses when she speaks as the principal. Wuxian asks him why he just stopped. For a second, he doesn't reply, just stares at the ground. Then he tells the others it seems they have to enter the palace below to find out. In the next second, they're on the ground because why even think it could be dangerous? As they land, they can hear the sound clearly, so our boy thinks the source should be nearby. Andrew nods, saying how it makes sense because the Shadow Spring is also nearby. Just then, an elder with a white robe and white hair pops out, saying how it took 300 years, but finally, the hero who completed the bounty order has arrived. Abao's eyeing him hard. The old man gets scared and hides behind the door. Abao's like, "You're already dead, old man. What more can I do?" So after a few love punches later, Abao's crying, and our boy asks the old man why he was calling to him. The old man gets down to business, saying how once this place was called Tianfu Island and he's the master of this kingdom. He tells our boy he died protecting Fukuguangquan in this palace. What the hell is it? The Chinese version of abracadabra? The old man starts explaining how 300 years ago a black dragon descended here. The miasma it brought destroyed the whole kingdom, polluted the spring water, corrupted the king, and cursed the people. He asks our boy to get rid of the curse and free the king. The group starts discussing how what the old man said seems to be true, as they're the only ones to enter the palace in the past 300 years. But our boy's looking at the quest window and his eyes are stuck on the rewards section because it's showing that the reward for completing this mission is the whole damn island. Just then a zombie walks in. Our boy turns to see this giant corpse king, level 95, walking towards them. This bastard's got a whole list of broken skills and abilities. But honestly, I'm not even going to bother listing them all because what's the point? We all know this dude's getting clapped in like one chapter anyways. So the damn thing showed up and the first thing he did was turn into a half-human, half-dragon abomination. Man, you have to wait for the second phase for pulling out transformation. The air is heavy, everyone's feeling that dread creeping in, but our boy the one's just standing there unfazed. He tells Andrew to chill in the back and not do anything stupid, ordering him to find an opportunity to search for the Shadow Spring. With that, our boy charges at the Zombie King, telling her to change her destructive dragon form. The death sentence activates again and boom, a devastating slash lands on the boss, dealing shadow damage that you literally cannot dodge. Xiao Fei also activates her Emerald Guardian skill. They successfully block the incoming attack and Xiao Fei immediately goes on the offensive. She starts charging Lava Burst, hitting the zombie bastard with her fire breath. But the boss doesn't care. It literally swats away the attack. Bro, at least care about the logic. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot it died 100 chapters ago. Seeing her big sister fight, Abao also wanted to join the fun, so when our boy orders him, he doesn't waste a single second. He activates his Thunder's Favor skill and he switches into World Ender Thunder form. The Thunder Jade gets swapped to Amber Jade and this upgrade is no joke. It doubles the strength of all Blue Dragon abilities. Every time he uses Thunder Magic now, it creates this special damage zone at the target spot. Enemies inside take extra damage, while the zombie bastard could recover from that. Abao hits him with the 3.3 million world-ending thunders, unleashing an absolute storm of lightning bolts that rain down across the entire battlefield, enhanced by Thunder's favor and not limited by the usual restrictions. But the fight's nowhere near done and our boy knows that as well. He uses Void Break, charges up his dragon aura, and slices forward twice. The move can even sync with dragon pets for bonus power. Then it activates Shadow Corrosion and does the most annoying thing possible. It dissolves into black miasma. While in this mist form, it goes completely invisible and can still attack freely. The boss vanishes into thin air. Wuxian and Lu Fan are trying their hardest to sense where it went, but the skill's too good. It hides the boss completely. Our boy sends Ander forward and follows behind him. As he got close, the boss flattened the land and Ander along with it. Luan had seen the opportunity in the chaos. He thinks the Shadow Spring must be just ahead, so naturally he decides now's the perfect time to make a run for it. Wuxian is asking our boy if he has lost his mind, but Andrew told her not to worry. He told her that he was fine, the boss only killed his reflection. He tells her about our boy's plan, telling her that seeing that the boss could not be identified, Lu asked Shofi to help him lure it out. And when the damn thing walked out, Lu Fan saw his opening and took it. Both Lava Burst and Judgment Calamity start charging up. He then orders Shofi to cast a Guardian Domain to trap the enemy in place, stopping it from pulling that annoying miasma disappearing act again. Without wasting a second, Xiao Yi activated her Dragon Domain, creating this absolutely massive area 100 meters wide. Inside this zone, all Dragon-type allies and anyone with Dragon Blood get a fat 50% boost to all their stats. Meanwhile, enemies get the opposite treatment, a 50% reduction across the board. Oh, and they can't leave. And Abal and Xiaofai joined in as well, activating their own abilities. After that, our boy charges in and splits the boss in two. With that, the system window starts popping up. Blue Dragon has hit level 28, Black Dragon is at 46, Emerald Dragon is at 41, and finally our boy is now sitting at level 47. After that, the quest completed notification popped up, showing that our boy had killed the Shadow Dragon King and all he needs to do now is to let him rest in peace. As a reward, he got a crown. He picks it up, examines it, and realizes this thing can be dismantled. But it's not just any crown. It's got the Shadow Glare Stone embedded in it. Turns out this was the Shadow Crown worn by the king of the Tianfu Islands back in the day. Lu Fan's standing there thinking, alright, cool, now I got everything except the Shadow Spring. Plus, he's got a bunch of extra materials he can flip for dragon coins. His inventory's stacked with Shadow Stones, God Crystals, Island Breach items, and all sorts of useful gear. Before he could celebrate, Luxian hit him with the staff. She's like, why the hell didn't anyone tell me about this plan, you idiot? I thought you died. Andrew jumps in trying to calm her down. He explains they were using mirror imaging for the first time on people. Things were moving fast, so they just communicated with eye contact. He promises there will be a next time. Then this old ghost dude steps out of the shadows looking all emotional. He's thanking them for freeing his king, calling Lu Fan a hero, and saying he's waited centuries for this moment. He pushes a red sword toward our boy. The system pops up. Shadow Great Sword, quest item, symbol of the Tianfu Island's authority. The old man's basically begging Lu Fan to accept it and save the island. Lu Fan takes the sword and the ghost thanks him again, saying now the island's spirits can finally rest. The system updates with lore about the Dragon King, and then Alwyn's voice echoes through, promising to dedicate Tianfu Island's future to Luan. A new prompt appears linking Shadow Island to the now purified Tianfu Island. Over on the beach, two island boys are looking around confused. The thunderstorm's gone. One's like, no way, and the other nods, saying Amdur and that dragon tamer must have pulled it off. The old man turns to Lu Fan, all respectful, and says from now on, this place belongs to you. Lu Fan's gripping the red sword when the screen flashes. Court Archmage request accepted. The territory system is unlocked. Wuxian congratulates him, pointing out how she inherited her family territory while he straight up earned his. Our boy's checking out the territory feature, and it's pretty stacked. Daily resources, steady income, and wild monster respawns for grinding. The system shows Tianfu as a level 2 island territory in the Black Sand Sea region. Now that Shadow Island's been purified into Tianfu, Lu Fan's calculating what he needs. Water, stone, shadow stones. By default, all the defensive stuff like thunderstorms and fog is turned off. He can open the port for trading, accept bounties, and even turn it into a vacation spot. But here's the kicker. If he needs to, he can flip it back to Shadow Island mode, reactivating all the storms, thunderclouds, and miasma to keep people out. Resource output and monster aggro would reset too. He could leave dragons and puppets behind to farm and level up on autopilot. With the territory teleport skill, he can open a portal here anytime he wants. Wuxian's hyped, clapping, and saying they should bring everyone to see it since it's beautiful and safe now. But Anders over there looking troubled. Lu Fan asks what's wrong, and Anders says that his task was to destroy the Shadow Spring, but after searching forever, he only found one spring, and it's not the Shadow Spring. Wuxian suggests there might be a hidden area, but Lu Fan stops her. He opens the system and asks Andrew to take him to the spring, saying he might be able to switch it into the Shadow Spring. Andrew's confused, and Wuxian laughs, explaining that since Lu Fan owns the island now, he's got admin privileges. They walk through the jungle, and Andrew mentions with some embarrassment how his family's territory is huge, but he doesn't have one of his own. When they reach the spring, Lu Fan comments it's bigger than expected. Ander asks if he means switching back to Shadow Island. Lu Fan confirms if this is the spring, reverting to Shadow Island will turn it into the Shadow Spring. Wuxian's staring at the crystal clear water, saying it makes her want to take a bath. Lu Fan immediately panics and begs her not to. She dips her hand in and gasps. Lu Fan asks what's wrong, and she says just touching the water increased her attributes. Lu Fan puts his hand in and realizes the spring water's blessing is legit useful. A notification pops up. Each level allows 10 seconds of contact, increasing all attributes by 3 to 30% per level. Wuxian's eyes light up, thinking about the long-term gains. Then she gets an idea, offering to contact Boss Tian, wanna bottle this stuff and sell it for crazy money. Lu Fan shuts that down quick, saying he's not selling it and needs to help Ander finish his task first. He taps the screen, pulling up the Shadow Island interface showing the connection between Tianfu and its darker twin. Back on the beach, the two boys are watching confused. One asks why the water keeps changing, and the other worries that maybe Ander and the Dragon Tamer failed. The screen updates. Island defenses reactivated. Storm mode, thundercloud, and miasma fog are all on. As Ander prepares to destroy the corrupted spring, Lu Fan steps forward. Xio, activate Guardian Flow. The system shows the Shadow Spring status, a blessed spring corrupted by shadow energy. Ander pauses, realizing something. Lu Fan destroying the Shadow Spring means destroying your territory's resources. Lu Fan smiles and tells him not to worry. After the task is done, he'll get someone to repair it. Wuxian adds, half joking, that if they're repairing it, they might as well renovate the whole ruined city. Anders genuinely touched, saying he'll take care of repairs. He raises his hammer and strikes the spring, completing the task. As they back away, Anders grins, saying he'll help them transform this island into a vacation paradise. The sky cracks with lightning. Lu Fan stands there thinking the Shadow Island journey's over and they can finally head back. He reflects on how fruitful the trip was, got tons of synthesis materials, unlocked a territory, and became a lord. Anders' task brought serious rewards too. Feeling guilty about damaging Lu Fan's territory, Anders offers to help rebuild and hands over a skill book as compensation. This skill book was called The Wrath of 10,000 Dragons, and it requires level 45. The three of them are enjoying the calm when Lu Fan's thoughts drift forward. Now all that's left is repairing the Shadow Spirit Eye. Once that's done, every piece will be in place for contracting the Shadow Dragon King. Then we cut to 1 week later, and our boy Lu Fan's been thinking about how it's been a full week since he took over Shadow Island and flicked it into the gorgeous Tianfu Island. He shut down the defense system so his puppet army could keep spawning monsters. He even set up the teleportation gate inside Villa Number 2 for easy access. The island's so beautiful now that everyone who visits doesn't want to leave. Friends come to train, hang out, and unwind on what used to be Nightmare Island. In the blink of an eye, Tianfu became everyone's dream vacation spot. But despite building this paradise, there's still unfinished business. Anders' quest damaged the Shadow Spring's inner walls, so they can't collect any more spring water until repairs are done. And then there was our boy Lu Fan standing at the edge of the spring chilling with his golden dragon out. Before he could get into the pool, he heard Wuxian calling out to him. Lu Fan panics, telling her not to come over, but she steps forward too fast, slips and lands right on top of Lu Fan. He catches her instinctively, telling her to watch out. She sprawled on him awkwardly, muttering about how slippery it is. Lu Fan asks why she's even here. She leans closer with a teasing smirk, commenting on how red his face is and asking if he's shy. He yells back that it's not true and blames the hot spring for being too hot. Wuxian laughs, sitting up and backing off, saying she won't tease him anymore. Then she tells him the good news that the Shadow Spring's been repaired. Lu Fan's eyes light up. Finally, he moves to the edge and pulls out a container, carefully collecting the restored spring water. He yells out how it's finally complete. Wuxian leans over, asking what he's been making this whole time. He tells her she'll know soon. He taps on the crafting interface and the screen pops up showing the Shadow Dragon King's contract crafting diagram. A system window asks for final confirmation. Yes or no? Lu Fan taps yes without hesitation. The water starts swirling, reacting with the item hovering above the spring. The process was completed in an instant, and in the next second, he was holding a summoning scroll. He then summons Xiao Fei and tosses the scroll to her, so while she was munching on it, our boy told Wuxian that this scroll has limited uses. After Xiao Fei eats it, it becomes her skill. She can use it infinitely in the future. A new screen opens. Natural Assimilation, Shadow Dragon King Contractor Skill. Summons the Shadow Dragon King's blade, level matched to the user. Xiao Fei takes flight, energy building around her. Lu Fan points toward her. This time, shown your true form. 5 minutes pass. Wuxian stands silently beside him, scanning the air. Lu Fan frowns, watching the empty space. Something doesn't feel right. Didn't the summoning succeed? He wonders what could go wrong because it's still showing contract success. On the system window, there was the info of his new dragon, and Lu Fan wasn't buying it. Extreme agility plus overpowered skills. This strength is probably some kind of system loophole. Wuxian asks him if he is daydreaming. Just then, Lu ordered his dragon to turn off his stealth mode, and in the next second, there it was, the giant dragon. Wuxian asks him if he has got another dragon, and she is shocked, seeing how this thing could even turn invisible. Lu Fan then turns to her, saying, "This is not an ordinary dragon. Do you want to see its powers?" Just then, a system window pops up showing the info of the dragon. This thing's a level 95 beast, and not only that, but it also has 3 forms. First, the Night form. Second, the War Dragon form. And last, the Shadow Miasma form. In the sky, our boy is flying with Xiao Fei and his newly acquired dragon. He points at the dragon on the ground and tells him to use that thing as a practice dummy, saying how after the big Shadow Dragon, this thing's basically the second strongest creature on the island. In the next second, the dragon turns invisible and charges at the dragon on the ground. The boss dragon senses our boy and starts charging towards him, but in the next second, he gets hit with a shockwave that appears out of nowhere. Before he could think, what the hell is happening? He got hit multiple times and is now bleeding all over. In the sky, Wuxian comments on how the poor thing couldn't even see what was hitting him and was now roaring like crazy, trying to figure out where the attacks were coming from. Our boy looks at her and basically goes, "Oh, let me add more fuel to the fire in that case," and orders Xiao Fei to provide soul protection to the Black Blade. She does it without asking anything. In the next second, she transforms into her dragon form and activates her Emerald Dragon Bloodline skill, doubling the stats of all the alley dragons nearby. Meanwhile, on the ground, the boss dragon, who's been getting his ass handed to him, finally sees an enemy, so he fires his dragon breath at her without wasting a second. But nothing happens. Seeing this, our boy was grinning, thinking to himself how the power of the Black Blade isn't bad at all because it also allows the friendly dragons to turn invisible with him. So now once more, the boss didn't have a target, so he chose the next best thing, the puny humans in front of him. He fires his attack in their direction, but our boy doesn't move. He summons a black hole that sucks in all the incoming attacks. While he's standing there aura farming, he drops a corny-ass line like turn all the attacks into nothingness. Then he orders the Black Blade to hit the boss with his strongest attack. In the next second, his eyes turn red and he takes off to the sky. In the blink of an eye, the boss went from a 2-winged dragon to a 1-winged dragon. Black Blade had hit him with his ultimate move, Shadow Strike, which allows him to lock onto a target and teleport behind them, increasing the damage by 1600%. Up in the sky, Wuxian's thinking about how Lu's new dragon is scary because the thing it killed so easily right now was a level 95 boss. Lu Fan replies casually, the Shadow Dragon King is an assassin among dragons, emphasizes one-hit kills. Plus Wuxio's support, it's normal to instantly kill a boss. But Wuxian asks how it could be normal. His dragon was only level 47, while the boss was level 95. She then adds how she's only level 96 with just over 8,000 base stats. How overpowered must it be? She clenches her fist before saying, but in 2 days, I can finally stand tall and compete with those two factions. As long as you're here, that's my confidence. Lu Fan looks at her calmly and says, don't worry, with me here, no one will dare bully you anymore. She smiles faintly and nods, but inside she was thinking, if you truly can do this, you'll be a great benefactor to the Yi family. I will present you with a grand gift. 2 days pass in a blur and the scene shifts. Our boy and Wuxian are now standing on dry, uneven ground, a rugged stretch dotted with rocky hills and scattered stones. Lu Fan takes in the desolate landscape, thinking how 2 days later, they finally arrived at the western frontier as promised. They're riding the skeletal dragon through the sky. Lu Fan's looking down at the scenery, telling Wuxian how beautiful and rich this land looks, finally understanding why all these noble families set up shop here. Miss Yi drops some lore explaining that since the Dragon Kingdom was founded, they've been kissing up to these noble families. The kingdom basically gave them this resource-rich western frontier as a thanks for existing gift. She adds that they even avoided building cities here just so these nobles could vibe in peace. Lu Fan asks if that's really the only reason. She confirms it, then hits him with the reality check. The Long family, despite all their flexing, holds the LOES noble rank in the western frontier. Further in, there are even more powerful houses with 4th-tier experts guarding them. Among these elite families, being a 4th-tier expert is nothing special. So now our boy is thinking how shallow his understanding of the world is and how, to these A-rank families, he's probably just an insect. But before he could go down the route of how his whole existence is pathetic and how he shouldn't have been born and now is just wasting the oxygen, Wuxian interrupts his monologue saying they've arrived. She orders the dragon to land at the Yi residence and soon they're standing in front of this fancy villa. She turns to him, asks if he's really ready for what's coming, giving him one last chance to bail. But Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. He says with everyone already gathered, he's got no regrets. If anyone should be reflecting on their choices, it's the Hong and Long families. Wuxian smiles and extends her hand, ready to show him where she grew up. The scene shifts to the Hong family grounds in the Grand Marshal Arena. We've got 2 dudes facing off. It's the same Huang trash from before. The black-haired dude is grinning, saying how the old man has still got it and how even after a month of training, he's still slightly behind, but the elder is complimenting him for showing level 99 strength despite only being level 98. He says in another half year, he will probably surpass him. For someone from a low-ranking noble family, that's wild. Reaching level 99 could bump their house up to C-rank nobility, giving them enough pull to stand up to the Ning family. Then news arrives that Wuxian has returned and she's not alone, she's got some young man riding a skeletal dragon. The black-haired dude is surprised. He asks, didn't you say the last time he had a black dragon, the elder told him that our boy has multiple dragons and how it will be a huge problem if all of them grow up? Yukin narrows his eyes, saying he'll recruit him under the Hong family. And if not, then he'll simply kill him. The elder then mentions the Long families heading to the Yi residence to demand resources and justice and even push for a marriage proposal with Wuxian. Yukin scoffs, saying the Long family hasn't changed at all. He decides to show up at the Yi family in 3 days, right when the Long family arrives, so they can suppress both families at once. The elder's confident the western frontier will eventually fall under their control. 3 days pass. At the Yi family residence, a maid is knocking on our boy's door, but this dumbass is at Tinfu Island with Xiao Yi and Xiao Yi Fei, grinding hard. System notifications pop up with a bunch of level-up notifications. He's thinking about how fast they've grown and wondering if he could actually launch an assault on these noble families now. He's also wondering how Wuxian's preparations are going. Then he returns to the mansion and hears someone saying that the bastards from the Long family had arrived and they were calling for her. Inside the main hall, they approach a long table where several men are waiting. The gray-haired guy smirks, saying the Yi family's hospitality is lacking. They've been waiting without even a pot of tea. Wuxian fires back that given their past conduct, they should feel lucky to be welcomed at all. The man laughs and mocks her, saying even if they pissed on the Yi family's doorstep, no one would dare object. Then this other bastard named Long Aru speaks. He says how the 2-month period has passed, and they come to reclaim the resources the Yi family borrowed. He accuses them of betraying Long Xing, who went to great lengths to chart a path for them. Their patriarch is furious and demands consequences. Wuxian's pissed, saying that Longxing violated the rules and shamed himself. Their family has no intention of returning anything. But this bastard just laughs that he has a foolproof plan to save the Yi family from their elder's wrath, and that's to marry him, and then he starts telling her all the benefits, saying how she'll become Longxing's sister-in-law and be protected by the Long family. Just then, Lu cuts him off, asking him if he has seen a mirror in his lifetime. So this bastard starts cursing out our boy, asking how dare he talk to his brother like that. But Lu Fan doesn't give a damn. He turns to Wuxian, grabs her hand, and tells her not to worry about these goons because no one's touching her while he's here. Then Wuxian wraps her arm around our boy, and the Long family dudes are losing their minds seeing how she's choosing some random guy over them. They're annoyed and furious that Wuxian plans to marry someone outside the Yi family. Our boy follows up, saying if she wants, he'll take care of this. The Long family bastard gets even more pissed, saying Lu Fan is nothing but a boy who should know his place. He's not qualified to interfere in family disputes. But Wuxian just cuts in asking, what dispute? There's no legitimacy to anything they're saying. She casually announces Lu Fan as the representative of the Yi family. Without wasting a second, he sits down in the chair like he owns the place. Wuxian continues telling those goons that as the heir to the Yi family, she's putting our boy in charge, so he's absolutely qualified to interfere in their business. The Long family bastard starts yelling, asking how she could just put some random guy on the throne of the family head. He tries to provoke our boy, but Lu Fan doesn't care. He tells them if they have something to say, they better bring their boss because he's not wasting time talking to low-level goons. One of them raises his hand, saying now that it's come to this, according to the rules, they have to go ask the elder sister. But this waste of space isn't having it. He says he doesn't care about rules at all, and then starts going on about how he loves Wuxian so much that he'll teach our boy a lesson today. He even warns her not to come between them, saying he doesn't usually fight women, but he's pretty furious right now. Wuxian tries to calm things down, but our boy chooses violence. He tells her he'll take care of it, then turns to the Long family bastard with the challenge. He'll give up on Wuxian if the guy can survive 3 seconds against him. If he does, Lu Fan will leave the territory, give up the family head seat, and give his blessing to their marriage. Now everyone knows our boy has the power of the Black Dragon and other dragons on his side. He's ridiculously strong. But this fool wasn't having it. He accepts the condition and says if our boy survives 3 hits against him, he'll not only return the resources the Long family owes, but throw in a mountain on top of that. Our boy tells the Long family bastard to bring it on. Lu Fan starts counting down from 3 and doesn't even move from his seat. The fool's confused, thinking about how our boy was acting all arrogant. He's thinking about how he survived clashes with the Hong family and even came out without a scratch, so he could definitely survive this. But he needs to watch out for dragon attacks. Lu Fan finishes counting down and starts yawning, but nothing happens. This bastard starts laughing, saying our boy's nothing but talk. Then the Long Shin starts mocking Lu Fan, saying he chickened out at the last moment. He walks over to his senior brother, and as he places his hand on his shoulder, the guy's head suddenly slams into the ground. Our boy says the battle's now over. The Long family starts freaking out, thinking about how their representative was defeated without Lu Fan even leaving his chair. In the next second, Long Shin is on the floor losing his mind, thinking how the second son, a powerful fighter, just got killed in an instant. He's thinking how it's impossible since Lu Fan didn't even move from his chair. These fools start yelling that our boy killed the second master and draw their swords, saying they'll kill him. But what are these idiots even thinking? Lu Fan didn't move from his seat to kill the second strongest man of their family. What are they planning to do with a bunch of swords against him? Wuxian's getting anxious, telling them they need to survive and get out of here. But our boy just laughs and does the Thanos snap. Everyone disappears except the long-haired bastard. Then Lu Fan stands up from his seat and starts walking over, saying according to the Long family's rules, if servants refuse to obey, there's no choice but to kill them. He asked if the Long family couldn't even control their own servants, disrespecting the long-haired bastard along the way. So this absolute waste of space immediately starts begging for his life, going on about how he was just following Senior's orders. Our boy gets straight to business, telling him that he's not going to him. He just wants him to run back to the Long family and report exactly what went down here, just like he did last time. The bastard's thanking him profusely, saying he'll do it right away. But our boy tells Long Xing to go back and tell his family they better return all the Yi family's resources, and they better make it quick. He even sets a 3-day deadline. From now on, the Long family is officially a vassal family of the Yi family. They have to start paying tribute starting this year, and if they don't like it, well, they can get destroyed. Cut to this bastard getting literally thrown out of the family grounds. The guards are laughing their asses off, saying how they've always despised these Long family bastards, and tossing this guy out was incredibly satisfying. Meanwhile, Long Xing is sprawled on the ground thinking about how nobody's going to believe him when he reports that the second master, along with a bunch of other Long family members, just got deleted in an instant. He's trying to figure out what the hell kind of skill our boy even used. Dude didn't even move from his chair, and Long Xing couldn't sense anything. That's when it hits him. His face goes pale and he starts running like crazy, thinking how everything suddenly makes sense. This is what the dragon's doing. He realizes the dragon was chilling there long before they even showed up. Then we cut half an hour later, somewhere over the western horizon, we got these guys flying on what honestly looked like beedrills to me. One dude asks Yukon if he heard that the Long family sent a bunch of level 3s along with a level 4 master, so he's wondering if just the two of them will be enough. Right then, these riders notice some idiot running on the ground like his life depends on it. Yukon immediately recognizes him as Long Xing. The Hong family members start running their mouths about how the Long family are all useless and their techniques are trash, but Yukon tells them to shut up and focus on riding, because seeing Long Xing covered in bruises and running like that, he's got a bad feeling about this. Another half hour passes. Now we're at the Yi family garden and these Hong family bastards have arrived. The girl tells them to wait while she informs the family head. But Yukon, this arrogant prick, says not to bother, he's going to go see Wuxian in person. For some reason, he thinks slicing off the guard's head would be the perfect way to announce his arrival. The guard starts running, screaming about how these Hong family guys are insane. Yukon's about to kill him too when he senses someone powerful, like crazy powerful, heading their way. Then we see Wuxian in her battle armor. She says he has no morals attacking a helpless guard like this. She asks if he has any last words. Yukon tries the whole villain monologue thing, but she cuts him off. He started this, and she's going to end it. She immediately activates her skills and charges at him. But Yukon's still on his arrogant bullshit, saying how even after he injured her before, Wuxian's got such extraordinary skills. He casually blocks her spear with his level 90 sword, going on about how it's a pity her scar will never heal and the pain will always remind her that she's weak. Then Wuxian kicks him in the face. This dude says this time won't end like last time, he's going to teach her a lesson. He orders his goons to charge at her. That's when things get spicy. The corpse of that Long family bastard from earlier just appears behind the Hong family members and starts absolutely demolishing them, kills one with a single punch and takes out two more instantly. Meanwhile, our boy's just sitting there like he's watching Netflix, smiling as he orders his undead boy, Long Erhu, to kill the rest of these Hong family clowns too. The Hong family members are standing there confused as hell, thinking, why would a Long family member attack us out of nowhere? Meanwhile, our boy's just chilling, going through his inventory and checking out his treasure map, seeing that he now possesses 2 god-level treasure maps. The Hong family finally notices someone's on the rooftop. They're confused, not realizing who it is. Wuxian tells our boy not to interfere this time. She wants to handle these guys herself. He tells her not to worry, saying he won't have to lift a finger. Yukon casually pulls out a bunch of level 90 swords and uses his skills, saying it doesn't matter who this person is because at the end of the day, they're nothing but insects in front of him. He attacks our boy with all of his swords at once. And what does our boy do? From his seated position, he just says Shadow Blade, and in the next moment, all the swords are broken and falling to the ground. Yukon's genuinely shocked, thinking how a dragon just appeared out of nowhere and he didn't even sense it coming. That's when a system window pops up saying that he only has 3 shots remaining. Our boy gets this serious expression and tells Yukon to show him the exact skill he used to hurt Wuxian, because today he's going to make this bastard pay for it tenfold. So after dropping the bomb that Yukon's getting a one-way ticket to hell, our boy's just vibing on the rooftop. Meanwhile, Yukon's over there absolutely losing his mind, staring at this shadow dragon looming behind him. Man's thinking about how his ancestor never dropped a single hint about our protagonist having a dragon this powerful. Suddenly, he hears his men screaming bloody murder. He turns around and sees Long Erhu just going full massacre mode on his guards, killing them left and right. The Hong family members are yelling at him to chill out, but Long Erhu's got his AirPods and he can't hear the haters. Before Yukon could even process this, he hears Wuxian telling our boy not to interfere in her fight again, and Lu's just like, yeah, sure, go off, queen. She powers up her skills and tells Yukon that today is the day the Hong family is going to apologize to the Yi family, and she's personally going to make sure of it. But this dumbass still doesn't get how cook he is and asks Wuxian if she really thinks one invisible dragon is going to stop him. He charges straight at Wuxian with his ice sword, talking big about how he's going to show her the technique to break that dragon's invisibility. He uses his sword skill that's supposed to reveal every hidden enemy, but guess what? Nothing happens. Now this fool's standing there confused, thinking his skill level's too low to break the dragon's invisibility. Then he sees our boy casually strolling towards him, doing a slow clap, saying how Yukon had a decent idea, but his weak-ass skill can't do jack against his dragon. In that second, Wuxian charges at him, and Yukon tells her not to go too far. Wuxian reminds this bastard that he used the Yi family's resources and left her gravely wounded. She calls out his twisted logic, pointing out it's the Hong family that refuses to act with any kind of restraint. And then she finally lands her attack and this man's eating dirt. He's all shocked Pikachu face like I hadn't expected her to actually hurt me. And Wuxian tells him that's just the appetizer, she's going to kill him today. Yukon realizes he's in deep trouble now, so he decides if he's going down, he's taking everyone with him. With that, he activates his Cold Ice Formation skill, combining all of his remaining swords into one mega sword. As he does this, Wuxian's eyes go wide. She recognizes this move. This was the exact skill that Yukon used to wreck her before, and now he's charging straight at her again. But our boy had already seen through this cheap-ass trick from a mile away. He knows Yukon's only pretending to attack Wuxian, hoping Lu will jump in to save her. So our boy decides to use that against him and sends the Shadow Dragon to intercept. The moment that bastard sees the dragon charging, he shifts his attention from Wuxian to the dragon and uses his skill, Blood Sword Imprisonment, locking up the shadow dragon for 30 seconds. Then he starts laughing, saying how he knew Lu Fan wouldn't stay quiet and would interfere, and now that his dragon's imprisoned, he's basically useless. He then tries bouncing out of there on his ugly-ass mount. Just then 2 slashes came flying from behind him, completely destroying the mount, and in the next second that bastard was face-planting into the ground. Our boy pins his swords right to his neck, asking if he was really under the assumption that the dragons were the only threat here. Like, bro, do you forget our protagonist literally exists? Yukin then starts yapping about how Lu can't kill him because this is a conflict between aristocratic families, and he has no authority to intervene. Wuxian tells him that Lu's now the head of the Yi family and he totally can, but then stops mid-sentence and goes, well, there's no need to tell a dead person all that. Yukin starts begging, saying how their families were allies once and whatever he said was just out of anger and he didn't mean any of it. But Wuxian goes, nah, do you think I'm going to fall for the same trick twice? Before straight up plunging her spear through his heart. Then she screams at all the dead souls, asking if they see how she just deleted this bastard from existence. In the end, she completely incinerates this fool and then collapses herself from overexerting. Our boy catches her before she hits the ground. He then orders the surviving Hong family members to go back and report everything that went down here. Then he turns to Wuxian, saying how she must have been keeping all this anger bottled up inside for who knows how long. Our boy Lu Fan is just standing there with his twin dragons circling around him. The air is filled with ash, and suddenly that ash starts swirling around and reforms into a whole person. It's Yukin now transformed into our boy's little puppet. The system pops up showing Yukin's stats, and our boy's thinking how this resurrection ability is straight up broken. Lu Fan's checking out his crew now. He's got Long, who's a beast at defense, and now Yukin, who's great at offense and crowd control. With these two, his squad is looking pretty solid. But then he starts thinking about Long Aru and Hong Yukin's deaths and wondering if their families have heard the news yet and what they're planning to do about it. Meanwhile, at the Long family mansion, Long Xing walks into the grand hall where the clan king is waiting. This guy's a level 98 beast called the Blood Knight. The king wants confirmation about what happened, and Long Xing tells him everything. He says Dragon Tamer is crazy powerful, and that Long Aru got obliterated before you could even make a move. One hit from that dragon, and you're done. Even third-stage warriors can't survive. Everyone in the room is shocked. The king asks how some girl from the Ye family could even find someone that's strong to be her backer, but then an elder interrupts, saying the real problem is the message Dragon Tamer sent. The Long family has 3 days to surrender all their territory and resources or they're getting destroyed. Before anyone can respond, there's a huge explosion on the rooftop, and this guy bursts into the hall screaming Long Chong Kong's name. It's an elder from the Hong family, and he's pissed about his grandson Hong Yuan's death. He's just saying how his grandson killed his grandson. Long Chong Kong mocks him, saying the Hong clan couldn't beat the Ye family, so now they're blaming others. But the Hong elder says Long Aru killed his grandson under the Ye family's orders. Long Xing is confused and says his brother was killed by Lu Fan's dragon. He saw it happen. The Hong elder asks if he's telling the truth and threatens him that if he's lying, he'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. Long Xing gets scared and hides behind Long Chong Kong. Then the family leader says that maybe a necromancer was controlling Long Aru's corpse, which pisses off both elders. Long Chong Kong explains that the Dragon Tamer sent the surrender message on purpose as a strategy. The Hong elder reveals he got the same ultimatum and he's furious, asking how the Ye family got this confident in just 2 months. Long Chong Kong says their arrogance will be their downfall and revenge is coming. He tells everyone the most dangerous thing about the Ye family is the Dragon Tamer and his 2 dragons. Long Xing explains one dragon is like an assassin and the other just overwhelms you with raw power. The Hong elder says Dragon Tamers aren't invincible though. If you restrain the dragons, the tamer becomes vulnerable, and once the tamer falls, the dragons disappear. Long Chong Kong says their clan has a secret weapon, the sun-piercing arrow god that can track the dragon's presence. The Hong elder thinks the Yi family must have more tricks if they're bold enough to mess with 2 ancestral clans. Chong Kong says there's no need to speculate. They just need to remind the Yi family of their place. He mentions he once thought about recruiting Lu Fan into the Hong family, but now that's off the table. Back at the Yi family mansion, 2 guards are standing at the gate when the ground starts shaking. One asks if the other feels it. Maybe it's an earthquake. But then a crow flies overhead and dust clouds rise. A pack of bloody wolves emerges, snarling and roaring. The guards realize it's a beast tide and they need to alert the Ye family immediately. Inside the mansion, our boy and Wuxian are eating after that fight when the floor starts shaking. Lu Fan asks if it's an earthquake, and then an employee runs in saying trouble's coming. Beast tide's on the move. Wuxian's eyes go wide as she hears that. For a second, she even thinks that she might have heard it wrong, but then she sees our boy nod and say they need to go check it out. Outside the Yi clan villa, everyone's getting ready for battle with their swords out. A horde of wolves shows up with glowing red eyes, and there's this old man floating in the air next to a sky dragon. He's screaming at them, asking how they dare to kill someone from the Long family and then demand submission within 3 days. He says the Long and Yi families used to be allies, but now they killed someone from his bloodline and aren't even apologizing. He orders them to level the Yi manor and leave no survivors. The wolves charge forward and the guards are yelling to defend the manor. Red mana starts raining down from above and the guards realize they're surrounded. One guard screams that they're in real danger, but then all the attacks slam into this glowing blue shield protecting the Yi family. The shield holds strong against everything. The Long and Hong family leaders are pissed, saying even legendary defense scrolls shouldn't be able to block attacks this powerful. They're wondering what kind of power the Yi clan is using. Lu Fang shows up at the front with Shelly Fai and Wuxin. The system says the Eternal War Barrier has been activated. Lu Fang is thinking these guys still don't get it. They're way too overconfident. Wuxin's yelling about how two clans are teaming up against them. Long Chong Kong asks our boy if he is the dragon tamer and he nods. Wuxin tells Long Chong Kong to watch his tone because Lu Fan's now at the top of the Yi clan. This pisses off Long Chong Kong, who says they're too arrogant with just a few dragons and that the combined Long and Hong clans will crush them with their million-strong alliance. Lu Fan just smiles and says it's ridiculous to think a beast wave could destroy the Yi clan. At his command, his dragons step forward and a ton of them gather behind him. Long Chong Kong's freaking out, asking how Lu Fan has so many dragons. The old man's nervously laughing, saying it should be impossible to find real dragons, but here's Lu Fan with a whole squad of them. The system window pops up that Xiao Fei has used to strengthen all of her allies nearby, and then he uses the twin dragon flute, summoning the corpse dragon, and the Kong is surprised to see his dragon summoning two more dragons. Lu Fan whistles and says something even more shocking is coming. He calls out Long Aru and Yukin, who appear in front of everyone. The ancestors of both clans are speechless, seeing their own sons now under Lu Fan's control. The system announces Quartz Dragon Control activation. The old man is thinking that even one of these puppets could overwhelm an entire noble clan and remembering how the Tai Kingdom fell because of Lu Fan. Long Chong Kong is wondering if they've already lost since their wolves are trembling in fear. A yellow light surrounds Lu Fan and he says he wants to test how long they can last before being destroyed. His eyes glow yellow, flames circle him, and then he transforms into a massive yellow dragon. The Long family ancestors can't believe Lu Fan can not only command dragons but also become one himself. Lu Fan tells Shopi to create a jade mirror clone. The system signals clone activation and the yellow dragon splits into multiple identical dragons. Lu Fan says he's never feared being outnumbered. The old man is questioning if attacking the Yi clan was a mistake. Lu Fan shouts that none of them can survive and the system announces dragon language replication. His dragon pets are getting copied. One of the yellow dragons breathes white flames using the lava burst technique, spreading fire across the battlefield. The old man tries making an energy shield and Long Chong Kong covers himself with his wings, but the fire's closing in. Then the roaring thunder technique activates, sending lightning bolts crashing down. After that, the falling stars technique drops starlight from above. The old man's panicking, thinking he's in a nightmare. Both these old guys are freaking out now, realizing there might be no escape from Lu Fan. The system announces the dragons are using Starfall, unleashing ancient dragon language magic. High above, dragons are flying while clan members below are screaming and running from the destruction. The dragons keep using lava bursts and one of them flaps its wings, causing a massive explosion that rocks the battlefield. The Hong and Long family ancestors are yelling at each other, using protective cards to shield from the fire. The old man says if they don't kill Lu Fan now, both clans are done for. Long Chong Kong agrees and says they should work together. They make a deal that once the Yi clan is destroyed, they'll split their resources. They shake on it. Look at these bastards making business deals in the middle of getting wrecked. The old man raises two fingers and cards start swirling around him. He says this is his strongest control skill that can freeze opponents for at least 10 seconds. He seals himself in a protective bubble as Lu Fan in dragon form closes in. Long Chong Kong's holding the written agreement when the old man says it's time to end the dragon threat. But Long Chong Kong gets all prideful and snaps at him, saying he doesn't need instructions. Red mana surges out and the wild wolves start trembling, their eyes glowing red as they get more dangerous. Lu Fan watches as a massive yellow explosion wrapped in red light blasts across the battlefield. Wuxin's freaking out, calling Lu Fan's name. Long Chong Kong smirks, saying Lu Fan's just a fake shape-shifted dragon and can't survive a combined attack from him and the Hong clan's second elder. He calls him a dead rat. But then Lu Fan shows up completely fine, still in dragon form. He asks mockingly if they really thought they destroyed him. Long Chong Kong freezes when Lu Fan appears behind him, revealing the dragon they hit was just a jade mirror clone. Long Chong Kong was stunned, trying to understand Lu Fan's power. Lu Fan's massive tail wraps around him and Long Chong Kong screams, saying he'll kill him now that his real form has showed up. He launches a full power attack. Miss Yi is still fighting the wolves and calls out Lu Fan's name in concern. Lu Fan blocks Long Chong Kong's attack with one hand and counters, sending him flying off his dragon mount. Long Chong Kong is recovering midair with yellow mana coming from his eyes, admitting he thought his power was huge, but even one of Lu Fan's clones was enough to exhaust him. He's questioning if he has any strength left at all. His last blow drained everything and he can't understand how Lu Fan, at only the second transition class, can counter his high-tier attacks. The guy's having an existential crisis mid-battle. Lu Fan appears before him again, asking what he has left to resist with. He mentions his dragons are using advanced techniques like Jade Dragon Skill and Star Dragon Skill, and that even his pets leveled up. He taunts Long Chong Kong, asking if he and his allies have anything left besides broken bodies. Long Chong Kong watches his clan members falling to the fire and asks if he brought death to his own people. The old man mutters the Hong clan's been devastated too. Lu Fan appears behind both elders, saying from now on the western region won't know the Long and Hong clans anymore. Both freeze, but Long Chong Kong's eyes ignite with red flame. He shouts the Long clan won't fall easily. He then activates his Life Flame Soul Burn skill, and this thing is a pure gamble with a 50% mortality risk. The old man pulls out a mysterious object, and a green light bursts from it. The system confirms Vital Devour Elixir technique activation. Both ancestors launch an all-out assault on Lu Fan. Long Chong Kong says he'll kill him even if it costs his soul and lifespan. The old man aligns his magical cards midair and touches his finger to his lips. The system announces the Heaven Calamity of the 10,000 Talismans technique. Both of these bastards then attack our boy at once. The cards form chains around Lu Fan, and the old man thinks they've finally trapped him. But Lu Fan says that he came to test the Hong clan ancestors' strength, and he's severely disappointed. With one move, Lu Fan shatters every barrier and seal around him. The old man's face twists in terror, realizing that despite everything, they couldn't even hold Lu Fan for a single second. Against this power, they're completely helpless. Lu Fan's completely lost it now, his whole body covered in these crazy yellow flames as he says it's his turn now. The system pops up, saying the dragon language replication technique is activated. The old dude immediately throws up his card shield because he knows if this hits, they're absolutely screwed. The system shows he used the Mystic Talisman's Spirit Shield, which is supposedly one of those legendary 12 elemental talismans. But honestly, that's not going to cut it, because our boy is absolutely pissed. His eyes go fully white, and he tells them they better brace themselves for this. A massive wave of fire explodes from the dragon's mouth straight at the old man, who's screaming like he's being cooked alive. Lu Fan shifts back to his human form and just casually walks forward like nothing happened. He strolls up to the injured Long clan ancestors, and this bastard still hasn't accepted his defeat. He's saying how his clan had the divine artifact, asking our boy what trick he pulled to deceive it. Our boy turns, asking him if he's talking about that little bug over there. He grins and says it was an eyesore, so they took care of it. Lu Fan smiles and tells them he already sent someone to deliver a final ultimatum. These guys could either show up with a resource transfer agreement or get completely wiped out. Guess what they chose? Yep, total destruction. Lu Fan says whatever mess they're in right now is totally their own fault, and whatever they want to say, they can say it when they're dead. Long Chong Kong tries warning Lu Fan that sure, maybe he doesn't fear the Long clan, but the forces backing them are way beyond anything he understands. The old man raises one finger, saying both clans have the big clans behind them. Some class of faction with level 100 elites who could squash him like a bug. Lu Fan just casually cleans his ear with his pinky and asks with the most sarcastic tone if they're done threatening him yet. Long Chong Kong's jaw drops at how little this guy cares, while the old man's screaming at him to think this through. Lu Fan says if they're so worried about their big bad backers, maybe they should head to the afterlife first and wait for them. Man, the disrespect is real. This yellow aura starts rising around Lu Fan's feet, and all of his dragons come back to the battlefield glowing with power. The old man says he can't believe Lu Fan's really about to drag them into a fight to the death. Lu Fan suggests someone from the Ning clan might show up, but only to hear their final screams. All of his dragons are hovering behind him now in this sick formation with their wings spread. Long Chong Kong screams, saying that killing them means turning the entire noble world against him. But nah, our boy doesn't care. He goes, you know what? There's something that I've wanted to try for a long time, and then he absorbs all 5 dragons into his own body. A massive white dragon appears behind Lu Fan. He steps forward, saying the moment's perfect to test his new technique on these guys. The system confirms the Wrath of the 10,000 Dragons technique activation. Basically, this lets Lu Fan feuds with all his dragon pets at the same time. The white dragon creates this radiant sphere that splits into a bunch of smaller orbs. These orbs surround the Long and Hong clan ancestors, who immediately start screaming. Lu Fan raises his hand and just commands the orbs to destroy them. A blue energy ray shoots from the white dragon, sending the orbs straight at them. As they get hit, they're crying out that the Ning clan will avenge them. Wuxian walks up to him, saying how she was scared, but in the next second he clapped both of those bastards. Then this bastard turns, saying that being her shield isn't really an easy job, and Wuxian gets all red. She turns, saying that now that the main force is dead, the remaining ones can't stand up to them, so it's the perfect time to take control. They both decide to go to the Long and Hong families to seize control. Then we cut to the Long estate. On the way, our boy is thinking about how the recent massacre earned him plenty of points, and as a result of that, the Star Dragon is now level 40, unlocking another skill with a long-ass name that doesn't make sense. Meanwhile, Long Xing is on the ground asking the servants if they got any news. He's thinking how, as long as our boy is alive, his life is basically cooked. Just then, a bright yellow light flashes in the sky. Lu Fan's standing in the middle of Long Street with his black dragon, thinking about how his technique could literally flatten an entire city if he went all out. He steps onto the ground and opens this golden box that starts glowing golden. The system pops up saying he's at a trigger map location and just got the Flame Dragon Warrior's legacy, some treasure from the Golden Dragon Kings. Another notification says he's collected 3 out of 5 pieces of the Golden Dragon King set. The system explains what's in the set: a skill book called Scorching Dragon's Wrath and some scrolls for enchantments, pet enchantment, and summon slot expansion. Lu Fan's hyped because he was worried about his pet slots being full, but now he can hatch another dragon. The pet enchantment scroll lets his Shadow Dragon King get a new ability, and the charm of his Snake Dragon can be upgraded to Legend tier. With everything sorted, Lu Fan takes off with his pet dragon into the sky, saying it's time to head back. Cut to the Hong clan where members are gathering with boxes. Suddenly, this guy runs up to Wuxian, grabs her legs, and starts bowing desperately. He says the Hong clan's elder and main force was destroyed, but they still have like 500 to 600 brothers and some resource points. His name's Hong Sing, and he used to manage the outer hall. He's offering to integrate the remaining assets for Wuxian. This dude's pledging absolute loyalty to the Yi clan, saying he has no intention of going down with the Hong clan and promising he'll never betray them. He's basically begging to become a subordinate. Then Lu Fan's voice comes from behind, warning Hong Sing to remember those words, because if he goes back on his word, he'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. The guy freezes and turns to find Lu Fan standing there. Wuxian's surprised and happy seeing Lu Fan. But Hong Sing is absolutely freaking out. He's acting as if he has seen the devil. Meanwhile, Lu tells Wuxian how this dude would be perfect for the job because he is trash who knows the ins and outs of the Hong family, so he could be of help managing the state. Then he told Xing to integrate all of the Hong family's resources with the Yi family within 3 days. Wuxian asks if the Long clan situation is handled, and Lu Fan says, yeah, everything is taken care of. Wuxian then tells Lu Fan to come with her because she wants to show him something. She pulls out documents, and he's stunned when she says he can take over management of all 3 clans. She explains she planned ahead that if they won, she'd integrate the resources and pass them to him. Lu Fan's grateful but declines, saying he's not interested in running a clan. His goal was just to help her. Wuxian smiles and says while she can handle things now, he's welcome to take control whenever. Lu Fan looks away, hand behind his head, asking if this was the gift she wanted to give him. Man looks clearly disappointed. Wuxian moves closer, asking shyly if he's ever thought she might want to give herself to him too. Lu Fan turns red and nervously says he's never thought about it that way. She softly places the documents against his chest, saying she's joking. The documents have secrets and info on resources, and he can pick whatever interests him. Lu Fan flips through them, wondering if one reveals the final combined trigger map. He pulls out a paper and shows it to Wuxian, asking if she wants to go there. Wuxian's surprised seeing the image. She says it's the Flying Immortal Ancient Shrine. The next day, Lu Fan and Wuxian are flying through the sky. She asks if he's sure about this, reminding him the shrine only allows 1 entry per person regardless of level, and he'll only gain 1 level, which might not be worth it right now. Lu Fan glances at her, saying while the shrine will return eventually, he'll lose sleep if he doesn't explore it now. They land at the shrine's entrance, where members step forward to welcome them. Many start showing off their loyalty, but Wuxian tells them formalities are necessary. She says loyalty to the Yi clan gets rewarded, while betrayal gets punished. Lu Fan steps forward, leading the way up the stone steps. Wuxian stops at the entrance, telling Lu Fan she already entered once before, so she can't go with him. She says she'll wait outside until he returns. Lu Fan smiles, nods, and then enters. The system message says he's arrived at the application zone. Inside there's a large training dummy ahead of him. Lu Fan looks around, wondering if this is really his destination, and starts thinking about taking a dragon egg, wondering what's next. As soon as our boy sits down in front of the poison dragon egg, he's thinking how it's been forever since he last saw a dragon egg. Not since the time with Abao. The moment he grabs it, he thanks the senior for the blessing and promises to have the Hong family fix up the old shrine when he gets back. Then he notices he's been holding a book this whole time and completely forgot about it because he was too focused on the egg. He checks it out and sees it's an explorer's notebook, some high-quality item from a wilderness explorer. Flipping through the pages, he sees wear and damage, showing the original owner went through some seriously dangerous places. The notebook's filled with tiny faded handwriting describing how the author saw a massive dragon deep in fallen Dragon Valley. The entry is from Dragon Kingdom calendar year 589 January 30th. 3 adventurers found an injured giant dragon, and though 1 teammate died, the survivors thought they could tame the wounded dragon and harvest materials from the dead one. He had even prepared a taming scroll, thinking their 4th Terror Master's strength would be enough to tame a wounded dragon. But that thing quickly told them how wrong they were. It used his poison ability, and they couldn't do anything but run from there while many of his friends were dying in the most gruesome way possible. But running didn't help him save his life because in the end he had inhaled some of the gas, so he wasn't going to survive. He had written this diary entry in his last moments. He was telling anyone who was reading this to never go to the Fallen Valley and to never awaken the dragon who has the strength to rival the gods. Finishing the entry, our boy mutters how the dragon's been hidden for a long time and names it the devoured demon dragon Abyssal. Holding the notebook, he suddenly remembers something important, a quest item, the seed of the flying dragon Divine Wood. After the flying dragon Divine Wood got overrun by minions of the devoured demon dragon, he got a hidden quest back in the flying dragon mausoleum. Back then, he didn't have clues or power to complete it, but now it feels totally doable. He recalls he got a summon slot expansion scroll, which means he can tame a dragon companion directly. He summons all of his dragons, wanting them to meet his new pet dragon. He used the scroll and all of his dragons were on the floor waiting for the little one to join them. Lu looks around and warns Xiao Yi and Abao not to bully the new kid. Then he starts his dragon riding technique. The egg cracks and poor Xiao Yi gets a full blast of poison to the face. So while she is busy throwing up, our boy is wondering how it's odd that the poison dragon is not coming out of the shell and is only concerned about turning the room into a gas chamber. He checks the system window. It shows the dragon's stats and most of them are average. Only the spirit number looks good but not impressive enough to brag about. Then he sees the passive skill and his jaw almost drops. The dragon basically refuses to die. It explodes and revives on its own, and anyone who touches it gets poisoned. Lu smiles. Finally, some good news. The little guy pops out and immediately starts a race around the room with Abao chasing him like a toddler. Lu tells him to chill out. Then he notices that the little dragon squeaks like a mouse. And we get a shot of the poison dragon, and man, this thing is overflowing with cuteness. Our boy lifts him up, saying how this little guy is kind of odd. He feels more like a slime. He also notices the poison does not harm him and guesses his bloodline has something to do with it. He then turns to the little guy and says that he is going to name him Xiaoji because of the way he cries. Man didn't even put a little thought into coming up with this. Then he hands Xiaoji the eggshell, telling him to eat and grow up fast. Lu notices the baby dragon is too shy to eat with everyone staring, so he gives him to Xiaofei and asks her to feed him properly. As the little one was in her hands, our boy was thinking how both of them looked alike, hoping that the two of them would become friends. He thinks about how her ability to absorb and collect different poisons and stack toxins seems to have no limit on capacity, giving her huge future potential. Lu Fan smiles to himself, saying this is perfect because Fallen Dragon Valley is filled with poison. In 3 days when they finally leave, it'll be Xiaoji's time to shine. Then we cut to 3 days after, and there's our boy just chilling with his whole dragon squad after spending 3 days grinding in the flying immortal ancient shrine. And man, bro's been BUSV. He hit level 49 and unlocked this weapon master passive. In these 3 days, Xiaoji leveled up even faster than him because she started lower. She's already at level 13 and picked up this skill called Netherworld Guardian. Lu Fan's sitting there thinking about how she's not like his other dragons at all. This girl is timid, insecure, socially anxious, and has zero aggressive energy. Basically, she's me at any family gathering. Her entire skill set revolves around hiding and running away. After spending 3 days playing Dragon Therapist, helping Ebao, and getting Xiaoji to face her fears, Xiaoji finally warmed up to the group. And now that the 3 days are over, he has to go back. He exits the shrine and Wuxian is waiting for him outside, and she immediately locks onto Xiaoji. She's like, "What is that adorable thing?" And Lu Fan introduces her as his new dragon. Wuxian asks if she can touch her because she looks squishy like jelly. But Lu Fan's like, "Whoa, hold up, she's got social anxiety. Don't overwhelm her," and yeets Xiaoji back into storage before she has a panic attack. Then Lu Fan asks if Wuxian's been waiting long, and she's like, "Oh crap, I almost forgot why I came here." She switches into principal mode and tells him that Xiao Sung Ming reached out yesterday about the final assessment at Dragon City Academy. Apparently, they said Lu Fan's participation was optional because he's already OP, but Wuxian's not having it. She's like, "Nah, our students don't skip exams. You're going." Before she can go full authority figure on him, Lu Fan interrupts and tells her to drop the act and talk normally. So she switches to senior sister mode immediately. Our boy gets all nostalgic, saying it feels like just yesterday when Teacher Gu recruited him. Then Lu Fan hits her with, "Hey, do you know where Fallen Dragon Valley is?" And Wuxian freezes. She's like, "Why do you want to go there?" Lu Fan's surprised she even knows about it. She tells him that his old man died because of that place. 6 months ago, he led 3/4 Terra Masters to explore the western frontier and push all the way to the valley floor. Her old man was a confident, experienced, powerful dude who thought he could just annex the whole valley into the Yi family domain. They unknowingly entered a forbidden zone, found a more open area, and ran into a final boss they had no business fighting. One of his companions yelled for him to watch his back, and Grandpa realized they were screwed. He ordered a retreat and planned to come back with reinforcements, but during the escape, he got poisoned. And this wasn't your average poison either. Even the Dragon City priests couldn't cure it. The man collapsed, everyone's crying, and to make it worse, the Hong and Long families used his weakened state to start beef with the Yi family. In his final moments, Grandpa held Wuxian's hand and told her that during the retreat, he heard a single dragon roar coming from deeper in the valley. He died hoping that one day the valley would belong to the Yi family. Wuxian finishes the story and says it's basically a secret family asset, then asks Lu Fan again why he wants to go there. Lu Fan explains he got a rare hidden quest to slay a Dragon King level entity. Wuxian's shocked, but also like, "Yeah, that tracks for you." Lu Fan admits it's risky, but says he's got enough trump cards now to survive, then asks if she'll support him. Without hesitation, Wuxian says absolutely she's a key decision maker in the Yi family and has the authority to reveal the valley's location. Lu Fan thanks her and tells her to head back to Yi Manor and prep for departure the next day. Then we cut to the old Hong Manor and oh boy, things are not going well. A giant punches the ground and the kid riding on his shoulder is like, you Hong family bastards are in serious trouble now, and the reason why this dude is mad is because they are 3 days late in delivering their tribute. Some guy nearby is begging him to stop, crying that this isn't even a Hong family anymore. Ning doesn't care. He's like, I don't care. My sister is waiting for the tribute. The guards then start running a frenzy because they know how crazy this kid is. As they are running for their lives, this little bastard is enjoying all this, saying they're getting crushed like insects. Meanwhile, some mansion guy is looking around in alarm, shouting about the loud noises and demanding to know what's going on. The ghost just keeps advancing, crushing everything, and another dude is frozen with fear, realizing there's no time to notify the family. They're completely unprepared for what just rolled up to their doorstep. Meanwhile, our boy is already in Fallen Dragon Valley, and it's exactly what it sounds like. A massive, creepy wilderness with birds flying overhead through this hazy, ominous sky. Lu Fan's walking through like he's on a casual hike, checking his GPS or whatever fantasy equivalent he's got and thinking, yep, finally found the right place thanks to Senior Sister's coordinates. This is the Western Frontier's uncharted zone, a level 90 area. Lu Fan sets his bag down gently, and we get this little flashback to the day before when Wuxian handed it to him. She packed it full of tools from her late grandfather's records, consumables, scrolls, buff food, and the whole adventurer's starter pack. Lu Fan had tried to tell her she didn't need to go that hard, but Wuxian wasn't having it. She reminded him that a lot of unforeseen accidents have happened in this valley, so it's better to be overprepared. Lu Fan looked at her all sincere and apologized for not being able to bring her along this time. She calmly told him that when it comes to dragons, she wouldn't be much help anyway. Plus, she needed to deal with the growing beef between the Yi and Hong families. As Lu Fan turned to leave, she hit him with that classic be extremely cautious around the Dragon King line. Cut to shortly after Lu Fan left. Another girl walks up to Wuxian and reports that the Hong family has officially handed over the high-level secret realm called Molten Core Cavern, and Hong Ying is organizing the resource collection. Wuxian's like, cool, I'll personally visit the cavern, and tells the girl to help Hong Ying manage things but also keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, Ning is chilling in the guest hall of the former Huang family estate, living his best villain life. Some dude bows before him and drops the news that Miss Yi, despite now leading 3 clans, personally entered the mine to gather ores herself. Ning laughs. He's like, this new clan master is wild. First time I've ever heard of a leader collecting ores herself and trusting former enemies to manage her house. A maid brings him tea, and he takes a sip while casually commenting that even third-rate clans still understand proper etiquette. Then he says he'll give them a few more days because he wants to meet this fascinating clan leader in person. Back at Fallen Dragon Valley's entrance, Lu Fan activates this round device he's carrying, and it turns out to be a portable magnetic light, perfect for when you're about to descend into a toxic death pit. Just as he's about to head in, Xiaoji pops out of the bag like a curious cat. Lu Fan glances at her and tells her to stay put, then packs the bag again and keeps walking. But here's the thing, he's actually happy she's with him because, thanks to Xiaoji's presence, he's completely immune to the toxins filling the valley. He then orders Abo and Xiao Yi to clear a path for them, and he is standing in the center thinking how, if Xiaoji had been the first dragon I ever encountered, I might have truly doubted whether dragons are the most powerful beings in the world. So while his dragons were committing a monster massacre, Abao ran into a level 85 venom slime and our boy immediately turned to Xiaoji, telling her that it's her turn to shine now. As he was saying that, he noticed that his other dragons were killing these slimes left and right, so he immediately ordered them to at least let one live for Xiaoji, and this dumbass Abao was in no mood to listen until he got a kick to his face. Then he turns to Xiaoji and says it's her time to shine. She needs to absorb the toxin to grow up, hyping her up by saying she's a dragon, the mightiest of all of her kind, and she finally feels it. She flies to the slime, absorbing that poor dude whole, and as the absorption finishes, she levels up to 14. Our boy lifts her high, saying how if she continues to grow strong, one day she'll become as strong as her brother and sisters. So the scene shifts, and now the whole group is fighting against these level 86 fire moths. And our boy just standing there thinking about how far they've come. After 2 solid hours of getting their asses kicked in combat training, Xiaoji's finally starting to figure out how battlefields actually work. So naturally, they decide to push deeper into the valley because why not tempt fate, right? Xiaoya and Ayubao are up front doing the heavy lifting while Xiaoji's basically playing loot goblin, absorbing every toxin she can find from dead monsters. Then they run into this green-armed poison scorpion level 87, and this bastard's got shell armor so thick it reduces all damage by 70% for a full minute. But here's where it gets interesting. Xiaoji absorbs this scorpion's venom, which paralyzes enemies for 12 seconds and then slows them down by 30% for another 20 seconds after that. Lu Fan pats his poison dragon and he's genuinely proud now, telling her she's collected 3 powerful toxins: corrosion, burning, and paralysis. Our girl hit level 15 and unlocked something called Form Shift. Now Lu Fan's looking at the system screen and his jaw just drops. The description says Shioji's new form is the source of all venoms, some legendary nightmare straight out of ancient monster encyclopedias tied to the netherworld. But instead of turning into some giant dragon or whatever, this girl literally transforms into a poisonous swamp. While he's processing this insanity, Lu Fan spots a ball off in the corner still poking glowing mushrooms like a toddler with a nightlight. He shakes his head, thinking, why is this dragon playing with fungi? Makes a mental note to buy some actual toys once they get out of here, maybe a ball or something. Then he turns back to Shioji and she's glowing. Turns out she absorbed toxins from those glow-cap mushrooms Abo was messing with, and now she's a walking lamp. So yeah, the mushrooms are poisonous, but apparently they also come with LED features. Just when everyone's admiring their new night-like dragon, a swarm of these disgusting black worms crawls out from the shadows. Level 88. Lu Fan takes one look at these things and goes, nope, absolutely repulsive, and orders Xiao Yi to burn them, because when in doubt, fire solves most problems. But before Xioya can torch them, Shioji floats up into the air with this newfound confidence. Lu Fan's watching her, thinking she's about to do something crazy, and he's right. She transforms again and unlocks two new abilities, Toxic Sea Surge and Nether Spirit Counter. Then our girl just melts into liquid form and spreads across the entire battlefield. Lu Fan's hyped now, shouting for her to devour these worms and show what she's got. And Shioji delivers her liquid form, starts spawning mini poison dragon clones that rise up from the toxic sludge and attack in perfect sync. The whole squad's cheering because the shy little dragon who used to hide behind everyone is now soloing enemies like a boss. Lu Fan decides it's time to join the party and pulls out his dark serpent arrow. He starts charging up this special shot that takes 3 seconds but increases damage by 500%. 1 second passes, he calls out to Shioji, who's surrounded by fire. 2 seconds. Abo warns to get clear. 3 seconds reminds everyone to leave one worm alive for Shioji to absorb. Then he releases the arrow, and this thing is glowing with red, yellow, and deep blue energy. The shot explodes and just annihilates the entire swarm in one blast. Once the smoke clears, Lu Fan tells Shioji to go collect her prize. She glides over immediately to absorb whatever toxins are left, and Lu Fan's standing there genuinely impressed. He thought she'd stay timid forever, but instead she adapted and evolved way beyond what he expected. He calls everyone to gather up because his scanner or whatever found a deeper cave ahead, pulls out this round light device and tells Shioji to stay alert for ambushes. She nods, all serious now, saying she's ready. As they push deeper, Lu Fan mutters that they're finally reaching the bottom of Fallen Dragon Valley, the exact place Gramps kicked the bucket. The path opens up into this massive hollow chamber, and right in the center is this ancient twisted tree. But it's not just any creepy tree. Every inch of bark, every branch, every root is covered in thousands of red eyes just staring at them. The system identifies it, Venom Devil Vine, level 100. Our boy walks toward the massive roots, pushes them aside, and steps into the narrow passage. As he heads deeper, something feels off. He orders Shioji to cast Perception, and the moment she completes it, yep, he was right. Those aren't roots. They're monster tentacles stretching outward. But instead of panicking, he grins and calls it perfect. He commands the group to ignite the roots, knowing they'll lead straight to the core. Flames spread fast, and our boy bolts down the burning path, shouting for everyone to follow as they descend deeper. Lu's having an internal monologue about how these poisonous vines must have been what messed up Elder Yushin. At the bottom of Fallen Dragon Valley, they finally find it, the 10,000 Venom Devil Vine. The damn thing doesn't waste a second and swings at our boy with its claws. Lu gets it back with fire and summons all his dragons. The dragons dive in immediately, unleashing their skills. Xiao Yi and Abao charge the tree head-on while our boy warns Xiao Yi to watch for the seeds. She pops her Lava Burst skill, dealing continuous burn damage, while the twins provide support from the sidelines and Shadow Blade joins the fray. He orders Xiao Fi to buff Abao and Xiao Yi, and she activates Emerald Guardian, boosting all the dragons. Together, they tear into the monster. Poison spews everywhere. Thinking it's over, our boy orders Xiao Jin to absorb the poison, but when she hesitates, he frowns. Then a system window pops up. The bastard can regenerate infinitely as long as its roots remain. Luke instantly commands Star to shift into her radiant form. He admits this is rough. Level 100 traits like these are why 5th turn experts can literally rule nations. Suddenly, the poison dragon takes flight and dives straight toward Lu Fan. Dragon Domain locks the Devil Vine's stats while Shioji uses Corruption Toxin to weaken it further. The system then announces Toxic Sea Surge, a swamp of venom that doubles toxin stacking, followed by Toxin Corruption, which reduces enemy stats by 1% per stack and prolongs all debuffs. The combo keeps bleeding the monster's strength away. It's death by 1,000 cuts poison style. Lu turns to Xiao Fei and tells her to grant Xiao Jin her Emerald Light. Then he orders Shioji to keep corrupting, saying time's no issue. Even though Shioji is only level 15, her debuff nature makes her the perfect predator for this kind of fight. With enough time, even a level 100 boss can be worn down. Not flashy, but effective. 15 minutes later, the system finally confirms the toxins absorbed. The 10,000 Venom Devil Vine's poisonous seeds are consumed instead of spreading. Lu grins. Xiaoji just absorbed the essence of a level 100 boss. Maybe she could even take on the Dragon King next. Lu hugs Xiaojin as her level shoots up to 21. 6 levels from one boss. Absolute Chad behavior. So a screen pops up showing this new ability. 10,000 Venom Devil Vine Germit Plant Seeds. Basically, it implants seeds inside the target that keep absorbing HP during breeding. And when controlled, these seeds can burst out and instantly kill the target. Plus, when they touch the ground, they sprout roots that bind enemies in place. Our boy is reading the description of this new power, and you can practically see the evil light bulb going off above his head. He's thinking, oh man, this is going to be perfect for torture. But then he gets all emo about it because the Venom Devil Vine's body got completely absorbed by Shio-ji. He's sitting there like, damn, if I turned that thing into a puppet instead, I could have had resurrection powers. Bro is really out here regretting his life choices over a plant corpse. Anyway, he turns to Tsubuji and basically gives him the dad talk, saying that she is a big baby now so she can handle stuff on her own, and telling her to show her skills to her big brothers and sister on the road ahead. Ixaoji makes some noise, probably agreeing or just vibing, and our boy gets all proud parent mode. He's thinking that sure, nothing's perfect, but watching Shio-ji grow up is giving him all the feels. Once everyone's ready and done with their emotional moment, he tells them to stop standing as they have a place to be. They head toward this mountain pass, and honestly, it's going smoothly. Too smooth. You know something's about to go sideways when a fantasy story says, the journey proceeded smoothly. But before that happens, we get the classic leveling montage where our boy and his dragons are casually committing mass monster genocide, turning these poor bastards into experience. And the one who benefited the most from it was Xiaoji. She get level 30, and when that happens, the whole squad gets hyped because a new skill is unlocked. It's called Poison Cloud, Rain, and Summer. Then we cut to the skies above Fallen Dragon Valley. Our boy and his crew are posted up on a cliff, doing some recon on this massive abyss below. He tells everyone that the valley's end is down there and orders them to get ready to descend. Darkblade activates his skill, making all of his allies invincible for 6 minutes. Then Shou Fei hits the crew with her Emerald Blessing. Our boy tells everyone to hide their aura. As they head down, they enter this cliff that's just glowing with green energy. And our boy is thinking how it looks kind of like Shioji's Netherrealm swamp, but something's off. There are no guardian beads anywhere. He's standing there confused when suddenly this purple and green energy just touches him, and he immediately realizes this toxic stuff can bypass Xiaoji's defenses. Xiao Yi does a full perception scan of the poisonous pool and straight up gasps in shock. On the other side, the black dragon starts roaring like crazy while flames erupt all around it. The screen pops up to explain that the black dragon's perception can detect hidden enemies and cancel out camouflage effects nearby. Then this green creature shows up with glowing red eyes, just death staring at the whole group. The black dragon rushes in to confront it with everything he's got, but then this creature does something weird. Energy forms into a bubble, and when does it burst? Green energy just surges out. Lu screams for everyone to scatter, but this attack is way too fast. It hits him directly, and the dragons are all panicking, crying out. But our boy's tough. He tells them he's fine, orders them to fly higher, away from that cursed poisonous pool. He's glaring at this creature now, realizing it could see through Darkblade's concealment the whole time. And that's when it hits him, this might actually be the Dragon King. Pain starts spreading through his body, and he admits something pretty scary. Even though he shares blood with Shio-ji, which should give him poison resistance, the Demon Dragon King's poison is on another level. It's straight up overpowering Shio-ji's resistance. Shio decides it's his turn and unleashes a surge of green energy, hurling a poison orb at the enemy like he's playing dodgeball with death. The screen shows Life Spring activating, which continuously restores HP to all the allies. At least they got healing going. The master warns everyone that if this fight drags on, they're screwed. They need to end this fast. So he does, he pulls out his bow, and you guys already know how broken this thing is. If you charge this thing for 3 seconds while drawing the Dark Serpent bow, it releases this powerful shot that increases damage by 500% and gives you a brief charge effect. The Dragon King then finally takes a good look at our boy and realizes that he is a dragon tamer. Meanwhile, our boy was just chilling when suddenly his spidey senses started tingling. His mind goes, who? And before he can finish that thought, this beast comes crawling out of the shadows, all ancient and dramatic. And get this, the thing starts roasting Lu Fan telepathically, calling him a lowly creature, but with a compliment sandwich thrown in there about being able to mind chat. Our boy Lu Fan's standing there like, bro, did you just speak? The dragon says it's heard all these wild stories about humans enslaving baby dragons, claims it thought they were just myths, like Bigfoot or your uncle's fishing stories, but nope, here's Lu Fan proving legends right. Then this oversized lizard has the audacity to ask where Lu Fan stole those baby dragons from, like he's some kind of dragon trafficker. Right at that moment, his bow had charged for 3 seconds, exactly what he was waiting for. Lu Fan had had enough of the interrogation and stepped up, basically telling the dragon to mind its own damn business. Then he decided to ditch the telepathy method and materialize himself. The camera cuts to show the Dragon King. The title drops Demon Devouring Dragon King in case anyone forgot who the big bad was. This oversized gecko starts talking trash, saying no human should dare challenge a true dragon. Lu Fan shouts for his squad to prep a united strike, and the blessing upgrades to 6 stacks. Now here's where it gets wild. His whole squad starts throwing out their ultimate moves. Xiao Yi activates Lava Flame and Star drops Roaring Thunder, summoning a lightning storm that paralyzes everyone in range. The third teammate unleashes Shadow Mental, Sunblade Energy Burst that hits everyone nearby and yoinks their buffs away. And our boy is rapidly firing Serpent Shadow arrows. All these attacks slam into the dragon at once. Lu fans watching nervously probably thinking, please be dead, when the dragon just laughs and hits them with a line. So this was your best? It barely tickled. The dragon just casually pushes itself up, completely unscathed. Man, this dude is basically flexing on everyone. The next thing you know, they were getting hit by a combined 4 elemental type attacks. The Dragon King's voice booms out, calling Lu Fan a sinner and dragon enslaver. Luan yells for Xiao to activate Eternal Guard, and they charge straight through the fire like absolute madmen. But the Dragon King's still talking trash, saying even with baby dragons backing him up, Lu Fan's got no chance against true Dragon King power. So our boy too decided to flex. He turned into his golden dragon form, which is basically God mode for 20 seconds, reduces damage, boosts strength, agility, and spirit by 40%, and doubles endurance. Now our boy is thinking how if he had transformed just a second later, he would have been turned into bones immediately. He then immediately orders Star to prepare the 17 million Celestial Star of Annihilation attack. The screen confirms this is Star Dragon's second form, Star Shines, and our boy is thinking how the Dragon King is the most powerful opponent he has encountered to date, and this thing is absolutely terrifying. He figures if he and Star combine their power, they can take it down. The screen displays just how busted this 17 million Celestial Stars attack is. It's a divine level skill that can turn entire cities to dust. Only the Stellar Dragon can activate it. Now that the skill is prepared, our boy is screaming how we'll send him to the void. As our boy hit him with the attack, he got a system pop showing that his attack was ineffective because the Dragon King had used the divine shield of the Golden Dragon. Our boy's facing something that's basically hacking reality with cheat codes, and you can tell by the look on his face that he knows how screwed he is right now. The giant dragon just stares at them. This giant bastard just casually drops that Lu's strength is cute and then has the audacity to say all their struggling is meaningless. Then this overgrown lizard starts bragging about his kill count, saying he's devoured 13 dragons in his lifetime, including actual dragon kings, and thanks Lu for delivering such pure-blooded baby dragons. And our boy wants to know what the hell he means by that. The giant dragon's like, after all these years, I finally get this rare gift. Our boy realizes he's staring into an endless void of power here. Lu Fan then warns his squad that this thing's magic shows no signs of running out, and since they already burned their Eternal Guard, they're going to have to tank hits face first. A screen pops up showing Fountain of Life, which heals all friendly targets continuously. As they push through the shattered ice barrier, the giant dragon just watches them with zero concern and asks if they really think they can handle what's coming. The ice under their feet starts cracking and melting while those piercing blue eyes study them like lab rats. Lu admits that without devouring resistance and negating the freeze effect, they'd already be corpses. In pure desperation mode, Lu calls out for Xiaoji. She activates Grunt Poison and uses the 10,000 Venom Devil Vine, and if you remember from before, this nasty thing plants a seed inside the target that breeds and absorbs health until it either erupts from within to kill the host or roots into the ground to bind them. The giant dragon looks mildly curious for the first time, questioning what kind of power this little dragon has. But before he can finish being condescending, he lets out this massive roar. Lu quickly realizes the germination failed to take effect. The Dragon King is now confused, asking if that little thing had already learned the vine trick, and honestly, he sounds almost impressed. Then this absolute Chad activates his skill called Devouring Source, which expands this dark purple magic circle designed to crush everything and convert it into annihilation power. Our boy realizes it's absorbing energy and they have to stop it now like yesterday. Then Dragon Domain activates, unfolding across a 100-meter radius and turning the entire battlefield into dragon-type territory. All allied dragons get massive stat boosts, while enemies without dragon blood get severely weakened and can't teleport or summon help. But this thing didn't even care. Bro just fired his dragon breath, and Lu quickly realizes if that attack connects, they're getting sent back to the respawn point permanently. So he orders Xiao Fi to throw up the Eternal Guard. So this thing appears just in time to save our boy's skin, and after taking only a single hit, it's already on the brink of destruction. Meanwhile, all of his dragons are now in their battle forms, activating their skills. Our boy tells them to hit that jerk with everything they've got. He's counting on the fact that the Dragon King was already injured and could only use 10% of her powers. The dragons unleash absolutely everything. After they're done, the whole gang is out of breath. Our boy is thinking about how the Dragon King just vanished into thin air. He's looking around trying to find where that fool went when suddenly he notices something in the lake below. He gathers all of his dragons, getting ready for round 2 because he knows better than to assume the boss is actually dead. When the Dragon King doesn't appear, he calls out, asking how long she's going to hide. Then a figure rises from the lake, saying how she underestimated him. And here's a plot twist, guys. Yep, the Dragon Squad is about to get a strong new addition now. But then she tells Lu to look at his dragons too, pointing out how they're at their limits. She's basically saying if they keep fighting, they'll only destroy everyone involved. She offers our boy a deal and Lu tilts his head, asking what kind of deal. He even adds that it seems like she's only saying that to buy time so she can recover and kill him later. Looking at Lu, she's thinking about how he has a different aura, probably sensing that protagonist energy radiating off him. Then he told her that her era is over. But before she could get defeated, she quickly tells our boy to stop, saying she could reveal the location of the myriad armored dragon egg. So now our boy is floating there in the air, side-eyeing this woman, asking if she really has this myriad dragon egg she's been hyping up. And she's like, forget the egg, bro. I can form a contract with you. It won't even take up a summon slot. But you know it's kind of difficult to trust someone who just a few moments ago wanted to kill you, so you need to forgive my boy for not trusting this baddie immediately. He asks her if she's going to stab him in the back the first chance she gets. But the next thing you know, she flies high, grabs this bastard by the collar, and kisses him on the lips after that. The system pops up like congratulations, Dragon King contract completed, and Lu Fan's just floating there with his brain completely fried. He's falling backward, all dizzy and confused, muttering something like, wait, what just happened? She tells him it was the ritual, and that's how dragons do things. Fast forward to who knows how long later, and our boy wakes up at the bottom of Fallen Dragon Valley, buried in some abyss. He's clutching his head, groaning about how long he was out. He's thinking back to that insane fight with the demon-devouring Dragon King. He is thinking how the Dragon Kings are on a whole different level. He checks on his little dragon buddy, and it's still full of energy. Then he hears a voice, and guess who? It's her again, chilling in some green goop, asking if he's awake yet. Lu Fan just stares at her. She's holding some of that green fluid and casually asks if he wants to team up, calling him Little Dragon Tamer. Lu Fan's not having it. He looks away and says no, then hits her with, why were you hiding here the whole time? She stands up, acting all innocent, asking why he's still so paranoid when they literally signed a binding contract. She reminds him that if he dies, she's toast too, so there's zero reason for her to screw him over. But Lu Fan's trust issues are going strong. He says he's still not convinced, thinking there's got to be some loophole or hidden trick she's going to pull later. She laughs, saying how she is hurt by his remarks, but then says, yeah, you are not wrong either. She says how she only lost to him because she was badly wounded, and by forming this contract, she can use his pet space to heal up faster. She tells him that as payback for helping her recover, she'll let him summon her 3 times in the future to help him fight enemies he can't handle. She's smiling, calling it a win-win, and asking if he's cool with it. But he's like, alright, but you have to meet 3 conditions first. And she was shocked, thinking about how our boy is trying to push his luck. He reminds her that she was the one who proposed the contract to survive, and since he technically beat her, the spoils should go to him. She goes quiet, then he hits her. If you don't agree, I'll just never summon you. Or better yet, I'll terminate the contract, and when I die, you die with me. She smiles and asks what his 3 conditions are. Lu Fan raises his first finger and says he wants the poison pool, the one she's been soaking in for years. She accepts pretty quickly, saying it doesn't help her much anymore and that his pet space heals her faster anyway. Then she points at this skeleton nearby and drops some more. Turns out those bones belong to the underworld poison dragon king, her old partner. The poison pool? Yeah, that's made from the dragon's flesh and blood, infused with Dragon King power. She explains that years ago, there was this legendary battle the underworld poison dragon king and the myriad armored dragon king all going at it. The fight was so brutal it turned the whole area into a forbidden zone. Lu Fan's sitting there, probably wondering what kind of connection his baby dragon has to this underworld poison dragon king. But before he could think of anything else, she just casually dropped the fact that in the end she even unalived her partner as well. And our boy immediately starts freaking out, thinking about how this woman is dangerous but doesn't show it on his face. And then she asks our boy about his other condition, and he tells her to give him 1 drop of her blood. She stares at him in disbelief, and her voice gets all serious and deep, but before saying something, she pauses for a sec, then says she never thought those inferior subdragons would ever get their hands on the seed of the divine dragon tree. Then she smiles and says how it's absolutely disgraceful for a dragon king to rely on a human for revenge. This was amusing to her, but she'll accept his conditions. She tells our boy he can take the seed and do whatever the Dragon King wanted, but when the time comes, she wants to tear apart the dragons who entrusted him with the task. Lu Fan immediately shuts that down with a hard no. She just laughs and says he'll understand eventually. Ominous much? Then she calls him Little Dragon Tamer and says she's tired of playing alone and needs a nap. Lu Fan's immediately like, wait, what are you planning now? She lowers her tongue and slowly licks her finger in the creepiest way possible, saying that she's tired and heads to his pet space to rest. He yells at her, demanding to know where she took the myriad armored dragon egg. She just laughs and tells him not to be impatient. He says even with her help, he's not strong enough to retrieve it yet. She promises she'll come back once she's recovered and reminds him she doesn't break promises. So now our boy is just standing there thinking about how annoying she is, but since he can't do anything about it, he decided to focus on his hidden quest. He is happy that he was able to complete the quest, and then he orders Hyoji to go and absorb the poison pool. He's rushing her, saying they need to finish up and get out of there soon. He then opens his system window and they're all wrecked. Only Hyoji and Star have a little stamina left. Everyone else has collapsed from exhaustion and would need to recover. After he was done with that, he asks if Shioji's done yet, and when he looks over, she's already absorbed the entire poison pool, like the whole thing. Our boy's rubbing his temples, dizzy as hell, realizing he's way too exhausted to fly back using soul wings. So he summons Star and orders her to open the teleportation portal. He turns around, checking up on Xiaoji's progress, and this little gremlin had already absorbed the entire pool. Her level shot up to 47. He opens her contract screen and watches her stats: strength, agility, spirit, just skagiti. She's basically a completely different dragon now. The next morning, the scene shifts to Old Han's reception hall. Workers are bustling around doing their thing, and Lil Ning is sprawled out on a couch complaining about the noise. He's like, "Can everyone please shut up?" And the guy whose name I forgot and won't bother to look up says that he's worried Miss Yi might not come back from the mansion. Ning waves him off, acting all confident, saying he can totally tell whether she's out of the secret realm or not. Then we cut to the core mine and Wuxian walks out of the portal looking all tired. Everyone rushes over to help her. One guy offers support and another asks if she's okay. She waves them off, saying she can manage on her own. Internally, she's thinking about Lu Fan's insane progress. Half a year ago, she was teaching him melee combat techniques. Now she's worried she won't even qualify as his senior unless she steps up her game. Then she hears something. She glances toward the sky and rubs her eyes like she's seeing things. She sees that someone was calling her. And this bastard has no chill. He slams her to the ground. Wuxian looks at him and asks him who he is. Ning too introduces himself as the second master of the Ning family, saying he's been waiting for days to finally meet her. So now Wuxian is just lying there on the ground, completely helpless, trying to figure out who this puppet guy is and if these third-tier clans showed up to avenge the Hong family. Then some desperate dude comes running in, absolutely BGGAing for mercy. He's telling Ning to let Wuxian go, saying she's probably got enough earth cores and promising to hand them over right now if they just spare her. Meanwhile, his puppets got Wuxian by the knee, choking her out and not in the fun kind of way, and she's gasping for air, asking if all they want are the earth cores. Ning said that since the Hong family merged into the Yi family, their tribute is now Wuxian's problem. He says working under the Ning family will give them a chance to climb into the third-tier clans. The guy next to Wuxian keeps begging her to just accept the deal, but she's got tears forming in her eyes, cursing her timing. She had spent way too long in that earth core cave, and now she's completely drained. Ning's aura gets all dark and menacing as he demands she hand over the earth cores now. Tells her to behave like a loyal dog if she wants the Yi family to survive. Then drops the classic villain line. With one flick of a Ning family finger, your entire bloodline could be erased from the Western territory. But my girl doesn't give in, and this bastard does not appreciate that. He orders his puppet to slam her to the ground. The servant dude is telling Ning to think it over, but Ning's done with the diplomacy route, so he orders his ghost general to charge and crush her. The puppet dashes forward, there's an explosion, and from within it, Wuxian emerges with her spear. She activates the first layer. Each layer burns out one after another, and she's shouting that Ning's no better than the Hong family, just another bully. By the time she's down to the last layer, Ning's straight up laughing at her. He mocks her sense of righteousness, saying he showed her too much mercy. Then he turns to his ghost general with this twisted smile and orders him to keep playing with her. The last layer flickers out, and Wuxian's just standing there speechless, probably thinking this is it. Ning casually suggests they start by breaking her legs. Then someone appears out of nowhere. Wuxian looks up, stunned, asking who the hell this guy is. The mysterious figure steps forward and gently tells her not to worry. He says he's here now. She recognizes him and just sighs deeply, grateful but also embarrassed. She thanks him, saying he arrived just in time. Our boy tells her that he might not know the full story, but he's seen enough to know it's time someone taught Ning a lesson. We cut to a scene from a few minutes earlier, and we're in the Ye family garden. A young girl is running frantically through the halls, screaming that something terrible happened. She tells the crowd that Wuxian had her watching over Honging, but members of the Ning family showed up demanding tribute. They took Hong and are now heading straight for the mines where Wuxian is. Our boy tells her not to worry and BLTS off to rescue her. Back in the mine zone, Wuxian is still weak, coughing, looking up at Lu and saying it makes sense now why he showed up at the perfect moment. She admits she nearly died after completely depleting her strength. Lu turns and calls for Qiu Fi, who appears instantly, and he tells her to heal Wuxian while he handles their enemies. Qiu Fi activates the Fountain of Life. As Wuxian recovers, she warns Lu to be careful, explains that the giant guy is actually a puppet, just like Lu's own fallen quartz puppet. The little bastard then smiles and asks our boy if he is the famous dragon tamer he has been hearing about. He asks our boy if he knows the consequences of provoking him, but our boy just casually pulls out his dagger and asks him if he knows the consequences of hurting his waifu. This little bastard is sitting on his giant puppet's shoulder, and this tiny thing has arrogance stats on max. He's scoffing with maximum arrogance, going on about how a mere D-grade family thinks they can challenge him. He laughs, saying how our boy is at least good enough to be one of my puppets. Then he points dramatically and tells his ghost general to crush him. The ghost general comes in swinging with a punch, laughing. Right before impact, there's this burst of energy and our boy transforms into a golden dragon and catches the fist like it's nothing. Ning's whole smug expression just evaporates. Our boy looks at the puppet and basically goes, "Yeah, "You're not a problem anymore," then activates some bonus stat boost. When the puppet tries again, he just mocks him with "Is that all you got?" While gripping the puppet's hand, the dragon's eyes start glowing as he analyzes this fool. Then he activates another bonus that unlocks his latent bloodline power, the Golden Dragon King transformation. His strength, agility, and spirit just skyrocket. Ning's watching this unfold, and you can see the oh shit realization hit him. He says how this isn't how dragon tamers are supposed to fight. Our boy doesn't stop there. He calls for Zufi to possess him because why have one power-up when you can stack them? Xiaofei shows up in this storm of green energy as an emerald dragon, spreading wings and everything. A screen pops up explaining that all emerald dragon skills get DOBLED. While the puppet's struggling, this soul sanctuary activates, buffing all allies who have soul light by boosting their stats completely. Plus, every hit they take gives them energy guard layers. Back to Ning, who's coughing and yelling at the puppet to get up. He's thinking to himself that getting defeated in one strike at level 100 is too outrageous. Our boy then roars and demands to know what Ning was shouting about earlier. Ning's just standing there in disbelief as the dragon summons this massive lava burst while chanting about crushing enemies. He's using dragon language replication to copy his pet's magic and amp it up. Then he opens his mouth and releases this lava burst that creates a blazing magma pool. Anyone caught in it starts sinking and taking continuous heavy damage. Now here's where Ning goes from worried to unhinged. Dude just bursts out laughing and rings this mysterious bell while going, "How fun and interesting." As the bell rings, the ghost general's eyes flash red. This surprises our boy because apparently the puppet just transformed too. Ning's laughing mockingly, asking if he's surprised, then says that even a dragon can't touch him. He reveals the puppet just entered phase 2 at level 100. But then our boy uses his Judgment Claw ability. Ning's still laughing, shouting that the dragon can hurt him. Our dragon boy rises again, all calm, and goes, "Oh, is that so?" before activating Judgment Claw again. Now his twin claws are literally on fire as the skill converts stamina into strength for powered-up attacks. The battle gets intense with the ghost going full berserker mode while the dragon's defending. Lu stares him down with those big red eyes of his and says that now it's his turn. Ning rings the bell again and our boy charges at him again with Judgment Claw, but the puppet protects Ning with his body. As things clear up, Ning breaks into laughter again, saying the whole struggle is hilarious. And our boy is standing there thinking if he has finally gone mad. Ning taunts him about enjoying watching him try so hard and fail, but since he still hasn't lost his spirit, he'll show him something fun. He pulls out a piece of paper and says how the Ghost General is a level 100 puppet. His puppet then transforms once again. This bastard was now in his third phase. Just then a system window pops up informing him how he's possessed by the Mountain God. As a mountain breaker, the ghost channels divine power and gains the god's might. Both strength and stamina stats surge by 300%. So now this bastard is laughing as his puppet's power rises with triple stats and the blessing of the mountain god. He's flexing hard, claiming even level 100 elites would be shaking in their boots right now. But wait, there's more. Because apparently one ultimate skill wasn't enough for this overachiever. He's about to display another one. The screen pops up revealing 3 nails to the soul. Basically, each puppet gets stronger and their attack power doubles with every wooden nail embedded in them. Wang suddenly looks even more terrifying and Ning commands him to unleash his full strength. Bro's really out here stacking buffs like he's min-maxing a Dark Souls build. After that, this bastard is laughing like he has already won and tells our boy to give up since his puppet's stats have now increased by tenfold. Then our boy reverts to his normal human form and Ning bursts out laughing, asking if he's surrendering. He shakes his head and says that even with an ultimate skill and 10 times the power, it's still a shame. Ning gets furious and asks him what he means by that, but our boy doesn't reply, and he's thinking to himself that his puppet relies only on brute force while he relies on control, which makes them both perfect puppet material. Meanwhile, Ning is standing there waiting to see which terrifying dragon Lu will summon, and from the portal steps out Xiaojin, probably ready for her snake. She takes one look at that giant thing and goes nope. She immediately hides behind her boy. Seeing this, that bastard is now laughing his ass off, but Lu picks Xiaoji up. He tells her that she has already defeated the 10,000 Venom Devil Vine and the Demon-Devouring Dragon King, so this big fool and short dude should be a problem to her, and man, her reaction is super cute. She says that she'll first fight and then hide. Man, I want to adopt her so bad. Seeing this, Ning asks Lu if he thinks that he could defeat him and his level 100 puppet with her, but then our boy basically goes, I never said I had only one dragon. He then orders Xiaofi to summon the Black Blade. As he appears, Ning immediately realizes that he is in deep trouble now. He wants to know what kind of ability this dragon has, but then decides to go the brute route. He summons his bell. This one doubles his damage, gives him a shield and other standard stuff. He then orders the Ghost General to charge and kill our boy and his dragons. But our boy doesn't move from his position, and as the puppet's fist was about to hit our boy, a system window pops up showing how Xiaoji's current poison effect causes her enemies to lose health over time. And in that very instance, this place had turned into the poison swamp, and Ning is confused as hell, thinking to himself, when did our boy fill the place with the poison? Though he quickly activates his skill Clear Mind Mirror, making him immune to all the negative effects for the next 3 seconds, and then stacks other skills. It was useless, as all it combined could not remove the effect of Xiaoji's poison. Ning is thinking how it's ridiculous. He then decided to change his strategy and called back the puppet, but it was stuck, and before he could do anything to free it, Shadow Blade swooped in from where it was and split the damn thing in half. It dropped in the poison, and Lu followed up with an attack of his own. Ning then immediately summons another one of his puppets, thinking to himself how he can't lose the Ghost General, as it's his strongest puppet. But instead of fighting, he decided to retreat, but our boy wasn't having it. He chased after him, and was basically like, "Where the hell are you going with that top-tier puppet material?" This dude's running around cursing everything and calls in his ghost guard to handle business. The guard whips out his sword and unleashes this red energy wave. Lu looks at this attack and basically goes, "That's it? That's your whole arsenal?" Then he takes off into the sky with his aura blazing. A system screen pops up showing all of his techniques: cut the sky, attach dragon aura, strike twice in succession. Then another prompt shows up for Soul Shock. He orders Xiao Fei to completely destroy his puppet while he takes care of Ning. Xiao Fei absolutely destroys the puppets as ordered, and Ning is cursing about how they're all useless, and he'll replace them as soon as he gets home. But nah, this bastard should have focused on running, because in the next second, Shadow Blade comes out of invisibility and slices both his puppet and him in half. Now Ning's begging for help, saying how he's just a little kid and doesn't want to die yet. But Lu doesn't care. Ning doubles down, saying if he saves him, his family would give him anything he wants. Lu then turns to Xiao Fei and orders her to summon the Quartz Dragon. Ning's on the ground asking Lu what exactly he's trying to do. Lu orders the Quartz Dragon to turn Ning into a puppet. This bastard's now asking our boy if he's crazy. Doesn't he know his family would kill him if they found out, especially his sister? But when you're the MC, you don't care about second-rate villains. So naturally, our boy doesn't care. He turns Ning into one of his quartz puppets. The system window pops up with all his info, and Lu's thinking about how this bastard's skills were absolutely broken. His skills apply to the puppets. As he's busy thinking about how he could use that to build an army of puppets, Wuxian calls for him. She says how cruel it was to kill a little boy and then turn him into a puppet. Lu just shrugs and says it would have been a waste to not turn a level 100 expert into a puppet. Plus, he wanted to see if Ning could turn the fallen puppets into normal puppets. If he could, their combat efficiency would skyrocket. Then he casually asks her how her health is. She says her injuries were pretty severe, but Shia's healing restored her almost completely. Just some mild fatigue left, nothing a good nap can't fix. He nods, promising he'll continue his work and hoping the outcome doesn't disappoint. After checking up on her, he turns to Ning and summons his puppets. His Pokemon collection walks out, and he orders Ning to control them. Ning extends his hands and uses his skill to make puppets. After he's done, he pulls out his ring. The result is a success. Wuxian asks Lu if it means that now he only has to control Ning and Ning will take care of the rest. Lu tells her that's just the tip of the iceberg. This little bastard can do more than that. Then Ning rings his bell and all his puppets get this crazy power-up. Our boy turns to Wuxian asking if she saw that. She's looking confused. So he explains that due to Ning's skill, these puppets can basically regenerate infinitely as long as they're not completely shattered. Wuxian says how our boy has become so terrifying that no one wants to become his enemy, and if someone's stupid enough to do that, they'll be in deep trouble. Our boy turns, flashes his idiotic smile, and says that's true for the Yi family as well. Since he's now the master of the Yi family, he'll do whatever he can to make the Yi family great again. Just then, someone calls Lu and Wuxian. As they turn, this guy is at Lu Fan's legs, saying how Lu had saved them. He tells them how Demon Ning barged into their place and cut down everything. Ning, too, forced him to lead the way to the young lady. He was ready to die to stay loyal, but he thought about the Hong household and the Yi family she struggled to build. Since Lu hadn't returned to take command, he couldn't let the Yi family fall because of him. So he chose to bluff and flatter, using every trick he knew while praying the two would come save them. Lu was surprised, saying he thought the man was scheming, ready to abandon the sinking Yi family to cling to the Ning family's power. The man starts crying like a child and swears by heaven, the sun, and the moon that his loyalty to young Master Lu and the Yi family was purer than gold. He says he would never dare betray them, even with 100 borrowed lives. He wanted to be brave, but if he had resisted, then before help came, not even a roof tile would have been left on the Hong estate. Wuxian then says that facing the Ning family without being a combat class user was impossible, and even a 4th stage master would struggle. She assures our boy that he did his best. Our hero sighs and pulls himself free, warning that if the Hong estate remains ruined in 1 month, the man will lose his position as the butler. The man breaks into a sweat and vows that in 1 month, the Hong estate will be 10 times more glorious. He promises that if he falls short, he'll leave on his own without being asked. Suddenly, Wuxian begins to feel a headache. Just as she's about to fall, our hero catches her. He lifts her in his arms and says she's still tired, so he'll take her home to rest. She smiles softly and says something. That night, at the Western Borderlands, Ning's sister got the news about his brother's death. She is saying all that standard stuff about how she'll kill whoever did it, and it's not just empty talk because this hot girl is a level 109 Phoenix warrior. Suddenly, someone tells her to calm down. As she turns, it's her father on a giant tamed Phoenix. He says she's in the middle of breaking through level 110, so she had better train rather than come here. But Shuai presses him to find where her brother is. She's worried if he really died. Her father jumps in, saying she's speaking nonsense. She shows him a jade pendant Ning Tu gave her, which is a puppet master thread that always pointed towards Ning Tu's location. But now the thread is snapped and about to vanish, which confirms Ning Tu is dead. Her father can't believe it. He says not long ago Ning Tu merely went to collect Earth Core crystals for his sister's breakthrough. Shuang asks about Earth Core crystals and then wonders if he went to the Hong family. But her father cuts her talk short, saying there's no way the Hong family alone could possibly harm Ning Tu. Shuang replies that even if it seems impossible, it's their only lead, and she says that she's going to turn the Hong family upside down and get answers. Her father shakes his head, saying Shuang's top priority now is to push past level 110 and unlock her second god tier. As for Ning Tu, he adds the boy wasn't even 1% as important as her. She says that boy might be trash for him, but she still cared for him, and that he was important to her. She then goes berserk, claiming that nothing matters more than her little brother's life. His father told her that he'll send someone to the Hong estate to find out what happened, telling her to focus on her breakthrough, but she wanted to go there personally. His father draws out his sword and tells her to go back to her training. He then adds that whether Ning Tu lives or dies is less important than whether she reaches level 110. He then orders her to go to the Divine Palace and do what's best for the clan. He even says that frankly it might be better if Ning Tu were dead so she would stop clinging to him, holding herself back and disappointing the clan. Damn, this guy really said skill issue to his own daughter mourning her brother. She charges at him, asking him if he even cares about his children at all, but the dude decided to answer with action instead of words as he injures her hand with his sword. So now he is wiping the blood off his sword. He is telling his daughter that her wings got a little too big and she's getting bold enough to throw hands at him. This man pulls out a no-teacher sword and says maybe it's time to teach her some manners and make her obedient again. That's when this dude with glasses comes flying, screaming at Uncle Ming to chill hell out. He's asking why everyone's fighting. Her father's like, well, since you're engaged to my daughter, you're basically family, so I'll tell you straight up. Puts his sword away and explains that Shuang doesn't understand priorities and went against the family's orders. Why? Because she's convinced her brother Ning Tu is dead. She's clutching her wounded arm, looking absolutely done with everyone's BS, and says, yeah, I'm right about this. Lu gets closer, tries to calm her down and tells her to be careful, but she's having none of it. Tells him to let go and says that she's heading to the Shuang estate to find her brother and nobody's stopping her. Then Lu takes off his glasses and he's like, oh, so that's what this is about. Drops the bomb that he already knew about Ning Tu's death, but was going to wait to tell her until after she leveled up. She turns to him crying, asking if he really knew if her brother's actually dead and if the Hong family did it. Lu tells her to calm down first and flexes that his Lu family became a C-tier noble clan in the western borderlands thanks to their intelligence network. Confirms that yeah, Ning Tu got murdered, but nah, it wasn't the Hong family. She asks who did it then, and Lu says it was this dragon tamer dude named Lu Fan from the Yi family. She's like, who the hell is that? Her father says that he heard of this dragon tamer guy before. Says, yeah, Lu Fan has dragon pets, but he's under level 50, so there's no way he could kill Ning Tu. But Lu is insisting they trust the family intel, explaining that this man helped the Yi family subjugate both the Hong and Long families. According to their investigation, the guy might have 8 dragon pets, and he only used 3 of them to kill Ning Tu. Her father's shocked, asking where the hell Lu Fan got 8 dragons from. Lu explains they investigated everything about this guy. His experience is crazy, his combat record is impressive, but unfortunately, they couldn't figure out how they got the dragon eggs. Ning's like, if even the Lu family can't find out, this Lu Fan guy must be something special. Meanwhile, Shuang's over here with literal fire buzzing around her head. Our girl is pious HD. She's screaming that she doesn't care. Lu Fan killed her brother and she's going to take his life. Demands to know where he is and tells Lu to spill. Her dad tells her to shut up, says she's not going anywhere except the divine ruins, and that he'll handle his son's situation. Shuang calls him out, saying he doesn't even care about Ning Tu. Then Shuang tells everyone to calm down. They're standing right in front of this lava-buzzing hill, and he says he's got an idea and they should listen. Cut to later, and her father admits that Lu's proposal was actually pretty good since it won't delay Shuang and Ning Chuan from hitting up the Divine Ring secret realm while also letting them get revenge. 2 days later, we're at the western borderlands in a Yi family garden. Lu Fan's asking Wuxian if she's sure she wants to come back to Dragon Capital with him. She says nah, she's about to hit level 97 since she just came out of the Earth's core lava, and she wants to level up first. Plus, she's got business with the Ning family and can't leave for at least a month. She hands him something, tells him to take it and go find the Quan family, and says she's already prepared everything. What she gave him was a teleportation scroll. Our boy asks why it has to be the Quan family specifically. She explains that a one-way trip from the western borderland to Dragon Capital takes 2 days, and the teleportation scroll doesn't support that kind of distance. The Quan family's got an enhancement master who can enchant it to open a 2-way portal to a fixed location. Then she sighs, saying if only the Starlight portal could ignore distance, she could save this money. As he takes the scroll, he points out that even if he opens a portal between Dragon Capital Academy and here, she'd still have to wait a month before she could go. She looks at him quietly, then suddenly grabs his face with both hands, which catches him completely off guard and tells him that the burden of the family is on her shoulders and she can't afford to be idle. A month will pass quickly, she says. Our boy notes that by then, Dragon Capital Academy should be done with exams and on break, and he might return to Zhang City with his aunt. She pokes his nose, being all cute, and says it's fine if he's not in Dragon Capital since she was thinking of visiting his hometown anyway. They smile at each other and he says it's settled. She adds that he should take some equipment back to everyone since it might be useful for the final exams. He says it's way too much. Suddenly, we cut back to Shuang, who is trying to find our boy using some kind of magic. We cut to the western borderland once again, where Lu is saying his goodbye to Wuxian when suddenly the sky tiers open. A giant hawk avatar materializes and starts screeching. Our hero's just standing there squinting at it, wondering if some fierce beast just crashed the party. But now, Wuxian explains it's not a beast. It's a class changer's avatar, basically a projection. The hawk goes quiet and locks eyes with them. Even though it's just an avatar, the aura coming off this thing is no joke. Then it speaks up, demanding that Lu come out and show himself immediately. And following the dumbest logic, our boy was eager to head out, but Wuxian asked Lu to be careful, saying this has to be someone from the Ning family here for revenge, and rushing in might make things worse. But our boy's like, nah, someone knocked on my door. I'm answering. He pulls out his dragon wings, tells her to stay back and protect the estate, and flies up to meet this thing face to face. The avatar introduces herself as Ning Shuang, eldest daughter of the Ning family, and gets straight to the point, asking if he killed her brother Ning. Our hero confirms it without hesitation and asks if she's got a problem with that. Oh boy, she's got a problem, alright. Goes absolutely ballistic and launches a fireball at him. Our hero dodges and fires back, saying the Ning family started acting tyrannical first, so they don't get to play victim now. He points out she didn't even have the guts to show up in person, calling her out for courting death. Shuang says her avatar alone is enough to wipe him and the entire estate off the map and slams fire down at the ground. Wuxian's freaking out, thinking they're screwed. Shuang's level is way too high. Her avatar could incinerate them, and if her real body shows up, it's game over. She's thinking they need to retreat with Lu Fei and ASAP. Meanwhile, our boy's just standing there calm as hell. He turns to his senior and goes, "Did you hear that? Someone who doesn't even have the guts to come out in person is threatening us." With that, he summons Xiaofei. Shuang recognizes it as one of the 8 dragons and laughs, saying according to what she heard, it's just a support type. She says that Lu will pay for her brother's life and unleashes her fully charged attack. It's this massive whirlwind flame phoenix strike that hits everything in range like a falling sun, dealing absolutely ridiculous damage. Only problem? It needs at least 10 seconds to charge, which she just spent doing. Before the strike lands, our hero calls Xiaofei to attack. Xiaofei immediately creates an eternal guard, protecting all allies with her strength and region. The system pops up with the skill info. Just the phoenix flames crash into the barrier and just fade away. Shuang standing there stunned that Xiaofei blocked her ultimate attack like it was nothing. Then our boy snaps his fingers. In a split second, his black dragon teleports directly behind the avatar, going for Shadow Strike. It's this perfect teleportation move that targets weak spots. The black dragon's fist goes straight through the avatar, triggering an extra 20% damage. The avatar starts glitching out as Shuang realizes Lu Fan's dragons are way too fast. She's looking at the black dragon, thinking this must be the one that killed her brother. As her avatar fades, Shuang admits he's truly a legendary dragon tamer, living up to the hype. Our hero tells her she thought she could get revenge with just an avatar, but she seriously underestimated him. Shuang's not having it though. She says her revenge is just getting started and she will kill him, just not today. She says that she'll settle this. Right as the avatar disappears, our boy snatches up the Divine Ruin Secret Realm teleportation stone it dropped. He's looking at this legendary great item, thinking about all the properties it has for entering the secret realm. The system pops up showing the realm opens in 68 days. Cut to Shuang. She's standing there thinking about our boy and how he only used a quarter of her strength, and now she wanted to fight him for real, so she can't wait for when he'll come to this divine realm. Meanwhile, back in the western horizon, our boy is reading the system details on the teleportation stone, wondering if he's supposed to use this to enter the realm. Wuxian flies over, asking if he's worried about Ning Shuang coming back. He asks her what she knows about the Divine Ruin Secret Realm. She explains it's this ultra-rare secret realm of opportunity in the western borderlands that only appears once every 50 years. The teleportation stones are extremely rare drops from monsters. Our boy shows her the stone, thinking this thing could sell for a sky-high price, but he realizes Ning Shuang is using it to challenge him to a duel. Wuxian tells him not to accept because it won't just be Shuang there. Tons of nobles approaching their 5th advancement will show up too. Our boy lands and hears Dragon Mummy's voice telling her not to listen to Wuxian and saying that he has to go there. And our boy is like, why? She explains that he needs to go there to find the spirit-quenching liquid for her. She promises that after he reaches his 3rd advancement, she'll tell him where the myriad armored dragon egg is. He asks if she's been awake this whole time watching everything. She says his pet space is super comfortable and she'll be fully recovered in a month or 2. He asks why she wants him to go and what the spirit-quenching liquid even does. She's sitting there all innocent-like, explaining the secret realm is where a legendary god fell, so it's packed with treasures. but the spirit-quenching liquid is the most precious. The higher someone's attributes are, the more it increases them, potentially even doubling stats. Our boy's thinking this sounds like a pro version of the Fountain of Blessed Light. If he combined both, his attributes would go through the roof. He's thinking if she's willing to trade a myriad armor dragon egg for it. This liquid thing must be insanely hard to get. While playing with our boy's emotions, she explains that Shuang invited him with an avatar because she wants to use the Divine Ruin's secret realm's unique properties to kill him. He asks her, and what exactly is that property? She tells him that inside the secret realm, he can't use summons or weapons. He can only rely on himself. This means the puppet team he prepared is completely useless. Entering would be walking straight into Shuang's trap. She then tells him not to be afraid since he still has the Golden Dragon set and can use the transformation skill. She adds that even though she's not in his contract slot, he wouldn't be able to summon her in the realm anyway because in the end, she is also his pate. But our boy is still not convinced. He says how what she is telling him to do is crazy, as that woman along with her subordinate will be there to kill him. He reminds her that she is now bound to him by the contract and if he dies, she'll die with him. She smiles, asking Lu if he is still afraid of her, telling him not to be. Then she asks him not to forget the spirit-quenching liquid and promises after his third advancement, she'll help find the myriad armor dragon egg, and with that egg in his hand, Shadowblade's power will skyrocket, and that woman won't be a match for him. So now our boy is standing there wondering if this armor is really that strong or if she is playing tricks with him. Just then he hears Wuxian calling for him, asking if he is daydreaming. She tells him to hurry up and says that he needs to go back to the Dragon City if Malcolm missed the final exam. He nods, saying that he is coming, though his thoughts are different. He thinks how this is not the time to ask endless questions. He should level up and reach his third advancement before the realm opens. That way he'll at least have the ability to tame the myriad armor dragon and obtain the spirit-quenching liquid, and if everything goes smoothly, maybe even defeat Shuang. The next day at Dragon City Academy, our boy was sprinting across campus, late as hell. Why? Because of Shuang, of course. She made him miss the final exam assembly. He shows up and hears two dudes talking about how it's going to be 5v5 matches, and our boy immediately starts cursing, thinking about ranking and stuff, and in that hurry, he runs into Teacher Gu. Our boy asks her how she is doing, and she immediately starts thanking our boy for saving her. Then the other teacher asks Lu if he had formed a team. Cut to a Wanig swordsman bragging about being level 31. The dude gets roasted by a girl who reminds him that he harassed Gianting at the beginning of the semester, telling him to get the hell out of there. Then they turn and greet our boy, tease him a bit, and say how now that he's back their team's complete. Taosi jokes they can all chill since Lu Fan's back, but our boy laughs, calling himself their personal laborer. Tao proudly says they've been grinding dungeons under Jinning's lead, and their strength's nearly Qinian level now. Then Quinn asks him if he's looking for Jinju and Tianti. As she said that the mood shifted instantly, she told him that they've been missing since returning from the Patchy Kingdom. Our boy swears he'll kill them someday. Tao reminds everyone the assessment is in 3 days. In the distance, some martial arts dude was recruiting members for his team, announcing that only top 10 ranked players can join his elite squad. Our boy turns, he tells the group how those two dumbuses seem familiar. The girls told him that they are from the Wind Pavilion, saying how these guys have been inactive for a long time because they were punished, but now they are back. But nah, these losers aren't even worth our boy's time. He told everyone to keep moving when someone shouted that he wanted to join their team. This giant dude walks up to those fools, asking if they truly have the ability to take first place. He says that if they can, he'll join, but he's got no interest in teaming up with weaklings. What he wants is first place in the assessment. Jiang is taken aback seeing him, narrowing his eyes and reminding the man he formally invited him to join the Fongjin Pavilion before but got refused. The armored dude replies that if it weren't for these ridiculous rules, he would accept it, but he's willing to join temporarily for the assessment. Lu asks the girl about the giant dude. They tell him that it's Ming, the transfer student who arrived during the national trials. She heard Ming comes from a military family and enlisted young. Everyone else believes Ming's the strongest. Tao adds that Ming's been participating in ranked matches with a 132-win streak. He's beaten Jiang and even third-ranked Jiang Fo. His next match is supposed to be against Jin. She told her that she's never participated in ranked matches but guesses Ming intends to use the final assessment as an opportunity to fight her. Our boy's thinking if Ming truly replaced Jiang Fo as number 3, he must be the real deal. Meanwhile, Quinn was telling everyone to head back, saying that Jiang will most likely team up with Ming. Our boy replies that he'll see for himself. If they're strong enough, then he won't need to step in. Kata smiles with confidence, saying she'll give Lu a big surprise when the time comes. Just then, Jing panics and rushes to Jiang, saying he just spotted Lu Fan in the crowd. Jiang starts freaking out, wondering when Lu Fan returned. Ming asks them who Lu Fan is. Jiang tells Ming that Lu is the dragon tamer who is currently ranked number 1, adding that if he's truly returned, their chances of taking first place vanish. And Ming didn't like that at all. He suddenly roars or maybe uses one of his skills that grabs everyone's attention. He then asks these dumbuses how they could admit defeat before even fighting. He says how the only reason he had joined them was because he had thought that they were powerful. Then suddenly one boy points to the army badge on Ming's chest, saying how this belongs to the blood-clad army, and it's known as the strongest comprehensive military force in the nation's dragon military. People can't believe this dude's only 2 years older than them. The badge on his uniform means he can literally command 100 soldiers in the blood-clad army. Ming starts going off about how since he was a kid, he's been stationed at the border fighting off invasions. Dude joined the blood-clad army super early and leveled up his combat class while wading through literal mountains of corpses. And he did all this because he wanted to become the youngest general to protect the nation. Ming then says that he's got to take first place in every assessment and graduate early so he can get back to the blood-clad army. He sticks out his hand asking if they got the balls to beat Lu Fan. Zhang finally grabs his hand and welcomes him to the team. Everyone loses their minds, screaming about Brother Ming's crazy presence and how they're about to crown a new #1. But Zhang's still sweating a bit. He reminds them they might be popping off too early since Lu Fan's literally a national hero who competed in the trials. Ming just smirks, thinking his resume alone should make Lu Fan embarrassed. He's heard of Lu Fan before, yeah. The guy's got dragon pets, but Ming thinks it's weak sauce since Lu Fan never experienced real frontline combat. What he really wants is to test how strong Lu Fan actually is. Cut to Dragon Capital Academy. Tao's staring at this glowing armor on the table with her eyes bugging out. Quinn's like, yeah, this is way too valuable. Good enough to use till level 50 or 60 easy. Tao's wondering if their senior just gave all this stuff to them. Our boy quickly tells her the gear's for everyone. Nobody gets to hoard it. He tells his aunt he brought a bunch of skill books for her to enchanting stuff and protective skills. His aunt gets all emotional, saying she tells the little fan to thank her properly. The system shows off the state of the equipment and man, this is broken. Tao tries it on and freaks out it's her first legendary weapon. It's the Hydra set that turns her into a Water Lotus sword with a skill that amps all water damage by 40%. Quinn gets this legendary regal armor next. The best part? It autocasts zero-cost Holy Light Starfall. Quinn's stunned, thinking this is worth more than anything her dad could buy. She also gets the Judgment set with this Starlight Annihilation skill that does continuous damage that can't be removed. Jin gets a set that blows her mind too. She's saying even just the enchantment effect alone is something she couldn't afford in a million years. She's got this legendary blade set that maxes out damage with class weapons, boosting effects by 120%. Everyone's putting on their new armor and going absolutely crazy. Tao's hyped, saying her stats literally doubled. Quinn says with Senior's help they've got no excuse. They have to crush this exam. Jin says they need to invite Wuxian over to thank her properly, and everyone agrees. Even the honest saying little fan can't be ungrateful. Our boy says they probably can beat up for about a month since Wuxian's dealing with family stuff. His aunt sighs, saying by then the exam's over and they'll all be on vacation. Someone knocks on the door. Our boy opens it, and there's this massive dude standing outside. He introduces himself as Marozov from the Snow Country, saying Andrew sent him to oversee the renovation project for Luan's territory. Our boy's thinking Andrew moved fast as hell. In such a short time, he got the famous Snow Country designer Marzovic to find him with construction blueprints for his island. The design plans blow his mind because they include epic-grade Shadow Diamond Crystal cannons deployed all around Iceland. Their firing range covers the entire island and the surrounding sea, easily capable of killing a 5th advancement master. While the girls are teasing each other, Marzovic says that the teleportation formation linking Dragon Capital Academy Dungeon Hall to Shadow Island will be done in 3 days. And that's the same day the final exam starts. Tao and the others volunteer for the task. Tao says how if they don't run into someone crazy strong, Lu won't need to make a move. She says they'll show him the results of their training, so he accepts, saying he's happy to be useless. Then he decides to give them a final power-up sprint before the exam and teaches them new skills. Tao learns Dazzling Holy Light, which deals high damage to all enemies in range and slaps on a Holy Light burn effect that cuts enemy resistance by 20%. He trains Qin with Earth Splitting. This thing's mountain-shaking effect delivers a whopping 320% physical damage. And the last one with a Water Prism. She can swing her blade to release 4 water channels that lock onto a target, making it unable to escape. During this time, the enemy's movement and attack speed drop for 8 seconds. After that, our boy takes them leveling and training. Tao hits level 38, Qin reaches 39, his aunt gets to 30, but Jin levels up the most, hitting 40. He himself only goes up to 50 with barely any effort. Then we cut to 3 days later and the competition's finally about to start. Number 8 gets called and our boy's wondering who his opponent might be. Tao casually says it doesn't matter because they'll beat whoever is unlucky enough to become their opponent. Then someone calls out to our boy addressing him as Great Lu Fan. This little dude speaking all hesitantly, asking if he can get a photo with Lu. Our boy looks at him surprised as the guy grabs his phone, explaining he watched the Trial of the Nation live stream and thought it was awesome, saying that he had become his biggest fan after that. Our boy smiles and agrees to the selfie. Afterward, he asks if there's anything else. He then says that he is that unlucky opponent. He runs away while adding that Lu can rest assured since he knows his own limits and will forfeit. Tao says he shouldn't run or forfeit because she heard the exam doesn't just evaluate ranking but also combat performance. If he fled, he'd have to take a makeup exam. The guy turns back saying he understands but insists even if 50 or 100 people joined his team, they still wouldn't land a single hit on Lu. For him, stepping onto the field means instant defeat. Tao reassures him by patting his shoulder, telling him to relax because she won't let him get instantly defeated. She guarantees he'll have a chance to perform. Then we cut to the actual battle, and these guys are tense as hell. Fatty asks the two ladies if they really need to fight like this. Tao tells them to stop talking nonsense and attack already. With that, the battle begins. Qin unleashes her light domain imprisonment skill, raising walls around the opponents in a 6 to 7 meter radius, completely trapping them. Tao goes in for the strike, slamming her sword at them, while saying it's a pity they missed their best opportunity. She uses abyssal coagulation. Countless condensed water needles shoot at the 5 players from every direction, dealing piercing water damage. Qin apologizes to the fatty, saying that the fight's about to be over. She leaps high in the air. Using her Starlight Annihilation skill, she summons Holy Light, dealing high magic damage to all enemies while applying Holy Light Burn. And just like that, the battle ended. People are wondering what just happened because they looked away at their phones for only a moment, and in that instant, the two girls had already wiped all 5 players. They were wondering when they became so powerful. The scene shifts and Zhang is busy sucking up to Ming, saying how he always wanted to be a part of the Blood Cloaked. They want to know if from now on they're going to be a fixed team or not. Ming smiles and says sure, as long as he can beat Lu Fan in the final, he is good with everything else. And if that happens, he promises he'll personally recommend them to the Blood-Cloaked army. They walk into the area and everyone is talking about our boys' team and how the girls have been practically wiping the floor in all of their fights. And Ming doesn't like that he is eyeing our boy hard, saying how stupid everyone is to think that this trash is actually worth something when in reality he just got lucky and he wasn't having this guy coming up with fantasies in his mind, thinking how in his battle he'll kill our boy with his own hands. Then we cut to 6 days later at the arena battlegrounds. People are placing bets. Some are confident in Lu Fan, pointing out he's the god who completely dominated the secret realm of the nation. Others are putting their hopes on Ming's team because just one day ago, a video leaked showing Ming soloing a tough third advancement master in less than 5 minutes, and his victory was absolutely brutal. When both teams face each other, the audience is surprised to see Lu and Ming aren't fighting in the first round. The crowd says that Zhang and the others are strong, but 3 against 4 seems like a big gap. People are questioning how 3 girls can handle 4 men. Some scoff, saying having a lifetime profession on the team is nothing more than giving away a weakness. Our boy's watching quietly from a distance with his aunt while Ming keeps his eyes fixed on him. In the arena, this bastard says how our boy was playing smart. If he doesn't step onto the battlefield, he won't be able to keep his #1 title. But our boy just smiles and tells Zhang that if he wants to face him, he has to step up his game. This pisses Zhang off. He orders his team not to finish the fight too quickly and tells them to let the world know Wind Pavilion is making a comeback. Tao laughs when she hears that comeback talk and asks her friends if they heard it too. Jin told her to get serious. Then Teacher Gu signals the start and the face-off begins. Tao immediately launches abyssal coagulation, condensing countless water needles in the air. Chen follows with Starlight Annihilation, while Zhang uses Mountain Shaking, a deadly move dealing 210% physical damage in a wide area. The enemy team reacts quickly. As the girls unleash their attacks, Zhang orders his men to scatter to avoid the damage. They use the smokescreen and completely vanish, and Tao thinks the enemies escaped, but Jin warns her to watch out for an ambush. Just then something crazy happens. Pink strings suddenly shoot out from the smoke, binding Jin, and a system panel pops up, showing that the imprisonment will last 5 seconds. The girls immediately understand Jin is the enemy's target. Just then, Tao notices an archer aiming at her while another dude was blocking. Qin and Zhang thought it was a good opportunity to attack Jin. Looking at her, he says how she has now become useless and can't even move. He then uses his skill, Shadow Attack, which will create 16 phantoms for the next 1.5 seconds. Jin just smiles. She was enjoying this way too much. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin and Tao were absolutely destroying these bastards. Both of them had used their new skills, hearing his friend scream. Zhang turns around and he's absolutely surprised, but then he decides to deal with Jin first, so he pulls out his dagger, and as he was about to attack her, he gets hit with a bunch of swords, so now he is even more surprised. He is thinking, how did Jin manage to use a skill when she is clearly under her imprisonment? So while he was thinking about this, the imprisonment time ended and Jin's chain broke. This bastard, along with his 16 trash selves, then charged at Jin, but nah, my girl just stood there saying how whatever he'll do, it'll be in vain. So now these idiots are getting their asses kicked, girls are absolutely wiping the floor with them, and the audience can't believe how one-sided this whole battle seems. Zhang turns to Ming, asking him if he is still not going to take action, then finally comes rushing in, shoving his own teammates aside. Seeing this, our boy smiles, saying how now he has to participate as well. Meanwhile, Ming was charging at our boy and wasn't even paying attention to the girls, thinking that they wouldn't be a danger to him. But Jin decided otherwise. She leaped over his head and activated a bunch of her skills, charging her swords, and she attacked Ming with her swords. First, the Frigid Water Sword with ice elemental damage, then the Blood-Breaking Sword piercing through defenses, and finally, the Army Breaker Great Sword with raw physical destruction. But Na Ming tanked all of it. He deflected her black sword, telling her to get out of his way as he was not interested in fighting her. But Jin answered him by sending another sword at him at the same time. Tao charged at Ming too, but this bastard blocked her attack and asked her if she really thought that she was worthy enough to be her opponent, but the girl was in no mood to give up until our boy showed up. He put his hand on Qin's shoulder, telling her that they can rest now, as Ming wanted to fight him, so he is more than happy to fulfill his wish. On the other side, Ming was overpowering Tao. She told the rest that she couldn't hold on for long when an arrow came flying towards Ming, almost hitting him on his stupid face. Lu then ordered the girls to fall back and protect Qin and his aunt, and Ming did the same. He ordered the idiots to fall back as well, saying that he didn't want to hit them by accident. Seeing this, the crowd's going nuts. This was the exact moment they were waiting for. They are wondering if our boy is going to summon a dragon. But some think that if he does, the victory would be unfair. Just then, Ming jumps into the air. Man, I didn't know this gorilla could jump this high. He is boosting his status, saying how he is a true warrior who had fought on the battlefield, but our boy easily sidesteps his attack, pulls out his dagger, and attacks Ming with a fire slash. Ming blocks it effortlessly and asks our boy why he didn't summon a dragon, as it's the only way dragon tamers could fight. So now our boy is walking towards him and says, "You'll see a dragon when you manage to hurt me." This accomplishes nothing but pisses this bastard off, and then this dude Nsforms into a we are a wolf. His roar is so terrifying that even his own teammates are shocked, while Zhang's over here fanboying, shouting, "Brother Ming unleashed his werewolf form." Our boy Li recognizes this as a berserk werewolf swordsman transformation, a bloodline ability that boosts physical and defensive power by 750%. But our boy just casually pulls out his wings, flies into the sky, and hits this bastard with a bunch of arrows. He's thinking about how Ming was hiding his true strength and how this must be Mang's unique class trait, and just so you know, our boy could finish this fight now without even lifting his finger because these arrows have serpent venom that drains 20% of the opponent's health. On the ground, Ming's losing his damn mind in this werewolf form. Dude can't even tell his teammates from his enemies anymore. Lu fires a serpent shadow arrow, but Ming's not giving him any breathing room. This bastard slams his fist down, straight up shattering the ground. Our boy barely dodges by leaping into the air, yelling at Ming to chill out because if he keeps this up, he's going to become a mindless killing machine. But Ming doesn't care, he charges again. That's when Zhang rushes in trying to help, and Ming literally tries to punch his own teammate, screaming he'll tear him to shreds. Zhang's begging him to stop while his other teammates throw up a magic barrier to protect him, but it'll only last 15 seconds. The crowd's panicking now because Ming's completely lost it and is attacking his own people. Everyone's screaming at the teachers to step in and stop this madness. Teacher Gu's begging the principal to end the assessment, saying Ming's gone berserk. But the principal's like, nah, Lu Fan hasn't done anything yet. Let's wait. This dude really said, let them cook, while the werewolf was having a mental breakdown on the battlefield. Lu shot another arrow, saying how this is the only way to stop Ming before he completely loses himself. He charges up his arrow, aims at Ming's head, and is ready to end it all here. He releases it, and boom, lightning crashes down on Ming and Zhang, damn near turning them into BBQ. Zhang is screaming in pain, and just then the barrier is shattered too, so all of his teammates got a taste of the thunder too. Zhao orders everyone to evacuate and tells our boy to stop asking him if he's trying to kill them. Lu just calmly says there's no need to panic, he's not trying to kill them. They'll just be in the hospital for a few days. As he lands on the ground, Ming collapses. Dude couldn't even last one chapter. Meanwhile, the crowd is going crazy. They're calling Lu the undisputed #1, saying he's always worth watching. Teacher Gu announces the assessment is over and Lu's team won. The girls rush over praising him for keeping that #1 rank, and his aunt's already talking about the victory feast. But instead of celebrating, Lu just walks straight ahead. He summons Xiao Fei, and seeing her in her human form, the crowd goes crazy. Everyone's saying how adorable she is and how they want to hug her. Meanwhile, he was trying to get back to his feet. Seeing our boy coming towards his direction, he gets surprised. He reminds him this isn't a real battlefield. He doesn't have to do that. But then Xiao raises her hand and activates the Fountain of Life, healing everyone. Ming freezes because he just realized Lu healed them. Lu turns away and says in the future, Ming shouldn't play chess with terrible players. Staying with Fang's pavilion is just dragging him down. Even though he got his ass handed to him, Ming is still refusing to accept the defeat. He can't understand how a mere student overpowered him. He falls to his knees, shouting about how he's fought savage beasts every day, trained relentlessly, and holds the record as the fastest in the blood-clad army to reach Third Order. How could Lu defeat him so easily? He says how it's too unfair. That our boy turns, telling him that everyone thinks he just got lucky and soared to the top by relying on a dragon. But the truth is, he saw opportunities and worked his ass off raising each dragon, constantly facing stronger challenges. His efforts are no less than theirs. Then Tao jumps in, telling everyone that Lu has military honors from the northern borderlands and carries a golden ENBLEM from the Griffin Legions. Plus, he's been recognized by one of the 3 elders of Dragon Country. If he wanted, he could command the entire blood-clad army himself. Ming and Zhang are Stu, a golden emblem from the Griffin Legion. For someone who's only been enrolled for a year, how the hell is that possible? Everyone is now connecting dots. One of the 3 elders is the nation's battle supervisor, which means this whole trial wasn't ordinary at all. Now everyone is thinking that the chaos in Tai Chi City might be tied to Lu Fan himself. The principal breathes a sigh of relief, saying at least no one else will get hurt. Lu assures everyone he won't abuse his power or mess with anyone's path. He just advises them to work hard so their strength matches the positions they want. Then we cut to the night after the victory feast and our boy's climbing the stairs, saying his aunt's cooking is perfect as always. But when he enters his room, he gets caught completely off guard. Jin is lying on his bed, fast asleep, wearing this loose, revealing outfit. Lu immediately closes the door, wondering why she's on his bed dressed like that. He shakes his head, muttering he must be hallucinating. Maybe he ate too many mushrooms earlier, or maybe for once his aunt's cooking actually went wrong. Yeah, buddy, I don't think it's the mushrooms. Our boy gathers his courage and quietly opens the door again. This time Jin wakes up, asking what he's doing. But our boy asks her why the hell she's in his bedroom. She walks toward him and apologizes, admitting she came in without permission. After hesitating for a bit, she says that she's been waiting for him. She starts explaining that after he finished eating, she wanted to continue talking, but her voice trails off until she finally admits she just wanted to spend time with him. Lu's face goes ray deep, but then he asks what exactly she means by that. Jin quickly clarifies she only wants to talk about the holiday break. She heard from her elder sister Ham that Lu's leaving the dragon capital when break starts. Lu nods, confirming it's true. The break lasts 4 months and they're returning to Shanghai City. Qian and Tao are coming too since it's their hometown. Jin asks if she could go with him. Lu is surprised at first, then laughs, realizing this is what she was so nervous about. He tells her, of course, she can come, though he's wondering why she wants to. Her smile fades as she shares her backstory. Her family was one of the most prominent in the border city of Yim province, but when the beast tide came, the entire city got destroyed. Her family sent her to the dragon capital while they stayed behind to defend their home, fighting until the very end. None of them survived. She tells him this happened only 2 months before she enrolled. She used to be a top scholar of Yim province, but now she's got no home to return to and no family left. Then she got all shy, thinking that she was causing our boy unnecessary trouble, and started to leave the room, but our boy stopped her, dropping the line, "No one is destined to be alone. There is always a place for you in my harem," saying that she could go with him to the dragon city that could be her new home from now on. She got all teary, thanking our boy. But while they were having their emotional moment, something dangerous was about to take place in the Divine Valley, the border of the Tai Nation. A giant skeleton hand split the ground apart. He was muttering something about the destruction of the dragon tamer. At the same time, urgent warnings spread through the city. News breaks that Taiyaki Nation got hit by a massive beast tide attack. All flights are suspended and passengers need to adjust their tickets at the service desk. His aunt turns to him, uneasy, asking if the Taiyaki Nation pissed off both heaven and man. Lu stays silent, convinced the Taiyaki are hiding the truth. What the hell happened? The Lu family seized power after the Jin family's downfall, and thankfully his wanted status got nullified. But he's wondering if those mysterious figures his senior sister mentioned will make their move. His aunt is all happy, saying whatever this is doesn't concern them. They've been away from Shanghai too long, it's time to return and show Lu their new home. Lu nods, thinking to himself that worrying about it won't help, and decides to focus on the holidays ahead of him. Meanwhile, the castle city had been turned into rubble, and the authorities there were trying to talk to the dragons. His old man is looking at the dragon, begging for it to spare them, while thinking to himself how the higher-ups have clearly given it on them. If they want to stay alive, they have to make these dragons happy. Then he turns to his guards, telling them to bring the prisoners in. The girl gets scared, asking the fatty what more they want from them. Their family is already their prisoners, but the fatty doesn't listen. He points at the white-haired dude, telling them he's the only dragon tamer they got. Meanwhile, this dude is freaking out, thinking about how the dragon's overwhelming aura alone is enough to kill him. If he wants to live, he needs to get the hell out of there. He summons his discounted dragon, hoping it'll buy him enough time to escape, but nah, the skeleton dragon kills it in one attack. It tells the fatty this isn't the guy they're looking for, and since they helped him find the one, they're basically useless. The dragon then starts charging up its fire breath as the guards carry the fatty away. Meanwhile, the white-haired dude is stuck in the rubble, cursing his luck. He looks at the dragons, wondering if this too is the doing of our boy. So the dragon gets all up in this little girl's face like dangerously close when suddenly the white-haired dude starts screaming. The skeleton dragon turns to the white-haired dude and asks him if he knows who they're looking for. This guy doesn't even put up a fight. He just straight up tells them the person they want is Lu Fan, and he's a student at Dragon City Academy. He even adds that since it's break time and vacation season, Lu Fan probably isn't at school. He's most likely chilling at home. The dragon's like, "Alright, you did good," and tells him to take him to Lu Fan. In exchange, he'll grant him the power of the ancient gods. But if he refuses, well, he'll end up exactly like that little lizard over there. You know, dead as hell. Chan asks if the dragon will really give him enough power to kill Lu Fan. The dragon sees all that resentment and anger burning in the kid's eyes and goes, "I like this guy," before doing his dragon thing. Purple energy swirls all over Chen, and in the next second he transforms into this skeleton general. His level shoots straight up to 110. Looking at his bone armor and new body, he's feeling himself, muttering how the power of a level 110 ancient god feels absolutely incredible. The skeleton dragon tells him that from now on he's his slave. His life and death depend on the dragon's will. His job? Find Lu Fan. Until he does, the dragon will rest in his pet space, But before dipping, the dragon reminds him with this creepy smile that if he fails, killing him won't be any trouble at all. Meanwhile, the little girl's hiding behind a fallen building, watching Chen and thinking how it's all over. This dude just transformed into an ancient god. She's remembering how she used to order him around, and now, if she tries that, they'll probably kill her on the spot. Over there, Chen's feeling all high and mighty with his newfound power. He's talking big, saying he's now the most powerful person in the world and no one will be able to look down on him anymore. That's when Fatty comes running over, asking what happened to the dragon. Chen tells him the dragon's resting in his body after giving him ancient god powers. Fatty's eyes go wide. Chen turns to leave, but Fatty just had to push his luck. He orders Chen to stop, acting like he's still in charge. Chen slowly turns around and asks what power Fatty has to order him around like that. Then he unleashes this terrifying aura and tells Fatty that his tyranny has ended, and if he pisses him off any further, he's going 6 feet under. Before Fatty can even react, someone tells Chen not to get so arrogant just because he got powerful. Chen turns, and of course it's this ninja dude with his face covered by a white mask. Turns out he's from the Tan family. Chen's thinking about how the family this masked dude just mentioned disappeared 100 years ago. He's wondering if they've been controlling the city from the shadows this whole time. The masked dude looks at Chen and says, judging from his expression, he must understand that Liu is just a pawn for the Tan family. As long as Chen follows orders, they'll let him live. But now that Chen's got ancient dragon powers, he's done taking orders. Chen smiles and starts walking toward the ninja. The masked guy realizes Chen has malicious intentions and tells him to know his limits. He shoots some attacks at Chen, saying the power he has now will belong to the Tan family. Chen easily dodges the attack. Making bone spears out of nowhere, he pierces the dude's heart clean through. Shin is surprised as king. How did he just do that? Fatty's absolutely freaking out, screaming how it's impossible. The little girl's also losing her mind, thinking to herself how Chen just killed a level 100 warrior in one attack. Chen looks down at the masked dude and says if the Tan family's really that capable and powerful, why are they hiding in the shadows? Then Chen turns to Fatty. He's had enough of these guys. He remembers how Fatty tortured him all this time. Fatty immediately starts defending himself, saying it wasn't his doing. He was just following the Tan family's orders. But Chen's not having it. He forms this giant bone claw from his hand. Fatty starts defending himself with this third-rate excuse, saying how if Chen hadn't come here, he wouldn't have gotten these powers. So for that reason alone, Chen should spare him. He promises he won't cause any more trouble. But come on, has that logic ever worked? Chen stops when he notices the girl from the Tai family kneeling before him. He doesn't even pay her any attention. He just spreads his wings and flies away. Down on the ground, the girl's left wondering what the hell just happened. Meanwhile, we cut to Jianghai City. Our boy was in his car heading toward the city when this dude came to pick them up. He's going on about how it's been so long since they've seen each other and how he missed watching Lu's matches. Basically, this dude's fanboying hard like every other character in this series. This new guy's name is Sunji, a level 29 warrior. Lu tells him he doesn't have to be so formal, saying the first time he went into the secret realm, Sunji was commander and led the team, so it's always nice to see him. Meanwhile, Qin's telling Jin she can come live with them at Jiangshan Garden. Our boy won that place as a reward, but they never really got to live there yet. Toh saying she hasn't seen her parents in a long time and can't wait to visit them. That's when they get news from the radio that the beast tide in Tai City has been cleared and its ruler died clean in battle. Tao's in the backseat complaining about how it can't just be over like that. She was expecting this thing to last at least a week or so, but it just ended. The whole city got destroyed, sure, but she was expecting country-level destruction. Girl's got some wild expectations, man. Meanwhile, our boy's wondering if he should be more concerned about some kind of curse or something, but he's not really worried about the Thai citizens. His senior told him there are level 5 experts hiding in the city, so if things go south, they should be able to handle this mess on their own. After a while, they arrive at the Qin mansion. Qin's father and uncle are waiting outside. Both girls run toward their fathers, saying how much they miss them. The parents do their usual thing, saying how the children have grown so much they can barely recognize them. Then they turn to our boy and his aunt. Lu's aunt says it's been a really long time since they last saw each other and apologizes for showing up unannounced like this. She thanks them for sending a car to pick them up. Qin's father invites them inside, introducing Tao's father, Tao Shan. And man, this guy is loaded. Like the richest in the city level loaded. Our boy starts introducing himself when Tao's father immediately switches to father mode. He says he heard his daughter's part of Lu's harem and how happy he is to hear that. Both Tao's and Qin's fathers start saying how they never thought our boy would be able to help their daughters grow this much. Lu's just standing there in the middle, looking all awkward like he wants to disappear. Tao immediately grabs Lu's collar, telling him not to let this get to his head. Then Tao's father invites Lu's group over and our boy says he'll be there. After dropping off Tao and Qin, the rest of the group heads to Jiangshan Garden. On the way there, Lu's apologizing to Jin, saying how he should have introduced her to others. Jin cuts him off, telling him not to worry since she's relatively new to this place anyway. Lu's aunt tells her not to stress, offering that she'll show her around. Meanwhile, Sunji is telling our boy how in less than 2 days, they managed to clear up Jiangshan Garden. When the group looks surprised, he asks if they didn't know that Mr. Qin had been sending someone every week to look after the place. Our boy's like, wait, what? Cut to the next morning, and now our boy's stuck between these old dudes. Then this conversation suddenly turns into a competition about whose daughter is cuter and more perfect for our boy. Both old men start showing off their daughters, one saying how his is cute while the other's claiming his is more mature and perfect for Lou. So now our boy has two routes open. First is the classic childhood friend route. Second is the classic pink-haired route, meaning our boy could raid her pink dungeon for a lifetime. Man's living a dating sim at this point. Mr. Kin's now teasing Mr. Tao about how if Lou ends up choosing his daughter, he'll have to come to the wedding. Our boy's desperately trying to calm these old men down before they start planning the entire ceremony. And even the system's having fun with this. It's playing narrator, saying how our boy has more than two routes open. There's also the option of the silent, quiet type. We cut to some time after, and his aunt's asking our boy to slow down. She's like, why are you in such a hurry? Jin starts teasing him, saying he's probably happy about all this attention. Our boy's literally begging her not to remind him of anything about that topic. He just wants to forget the whole thing happened. Just then, one old dude and one ancient man appear. Seeing them, our boy is surprised he hadn't expected to meet them here. Baldy tells him he came all the way here just to pay him a visit since they were worried he might have forgotten about them. So his aunt naturally invites them in. They explain they're here to invite our boy to give a speech. They want Lou to inspire the students. Lou would have rejected it immediately, but since these two actually treated him with respect instead of like the trash everyone else thinks he is, he agrees. After he agrees, these old men start going on about how almost all the first years are around level 30, so it's a huge deal that our boy's already at level 60. He sees them off with the promise that he'll visit the school in 3 days. Cuts to the next day, and our boy gets a call from Mr. Tao. The old man starts rambling about something, and Lou has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. All he manages to catch from that conversation is that he's about to receive something. After the call, he's scratching his head thinking, what the hell did this old man send me now? Before he can even wrap his head around what just happened, he gets another call from Mr. Kin. This old fox also starts saying how experience crystals will be delivered to him soon. Our boy's just standing there completely confused, wondering what these old foxes are plotting. He's asking himself if they somehow knew he wanted to level up. We cut to some time later. The delivery boy shows up with the crystals, and our boy's screaming his brain out, saying how his school was supposed to keep that information a secret. So when these old men found out about it, they went ahead and bought all the experience crystals from the entire city. Like, every single one. Now he's standing there thinking about how he can't accept this, since these two are clearly doing it to set up their daughters with him. It's a trap disguised as generosity, folks. But you know what? Free crystals are free crystals. So the next few days, he continues using the experience crystals and keeps visiting the Shadow Island, clearing up monsters left and right. As a result, his level shoots straight up to 53. The days pass like this until speech day arrives. He's absorbed all the experience crystals and is now level 54. The next day at School 3, the whole place is going absolutely crazy. Students are buzzing, saying they heard the school invited some big shot to deliver the speech this year, and they're dying to know who it is. Everyone's got their theories flying around. The dean tells everyone to quiet down and then introduces our boy. The entire auditorium erupts in applause. They're seeing the legendary dragon tamer in the flesh, and they can't contain themselves. At the same time, in the old city of Jianghai, Chen's arrived at our boy's hometown looking for him. The ancient dragon asks if he's sure they can find Lou here. Chen nods, saying they will if they start destroying everything in sight. The dragon asks him if he knows what's going to happen to him if he's wrong. Chen nods again, saying he knows very well what the consequences are. The dragon says he's pleased Chen's acting like a fine slave. That's what you love to hear from your evil overlord, right? He then asks Chen how he feel about going on a killing spree here. Asks him that since he belonged to this place, would he want to spare any humans? But Chen replies immediately that he doesn't care. Saying that he doesn't care, actually, he wants to kill more people since it means that bastard would show up faster. And what do you know, that evil dragon lord lives for the chaos. So there is no way this didn't impress him. This dude literally shoots up into the sky and rips open some black hole portal straight out of a Marvel movie, and it starts vacuuming up everything, people, buildings. The NPCs are running around like headless chickens, screaming and losing their minds. Meanwhile, Chen's having his villain monologue moment, thinking to himself, as long as Daddy Dragon keeps giving me power, I don't care about shit. But while he's busy being edgy and monologuing like he's got all the time in the world, the dragon army from literal hell has already crashed the party, ready to hand out death certificates to everyone. And all this chaos? Yeah, it's already spread to Jianghai City, where our boy Lu Fan is chilling, and he's like, yo, what the fuck is going on? Then the dean jumps in, ordering all the students to head to the underground shelter. That snaps Lu Fan out of his confusion real quick. My man flies up and stops right in front of this dragon, thinking, how the hell is this motherfucker back? But before he can process anything, some city guards zoom past him like they're in Fast and Furious, yelling about how they have to stop the danger before it reaches the city. Now Lu Fan knows exactly what's going to happen to these idiots if they try to be heroes, so he pulls out his golden griffin emblem and orders these morons to fall back and help with the evacuation instead. Then he summons his entire puppet crew to assist. After getting that sorted, he hits up the dean and tells him, "Hide your ass until I deal with this beast tide." Without wasting a single second, Lu Fan summons Xiao Fei and tells her to bring out the holy corrupted dragons, and she doesn't hesitate, the girl just does it. Then he turns to the puppet squad and gives them the mission: help him fight Godbone but keep the property damage to a minimum because they're not trying to explain this to insurance. The squad spreads out like a well-oiled machine, and Lu Fan starts pulling out spell after spell and summoning everything in his arsenal because he knows this time hits different. Why? Because this time they're facing Godbone's real body. With all the prep work done, he charges straight at Godbone like he's got a death wish. But Chen comes flying in with his spear aimed right at Lu Fan. Our boy dodges it somehow, but now he's confused as hell, like, why is this bastard here? Chen just smirks with that punchable face and goes, "Long time no see, friend." Then Godbone starts his villain bragging session about how he committed genocide just to show up here today. But Lu Fan completely ignores the bone lizard and laser focuses on Chen instead, asking if he brought Godbone here while simultaneously attacking him. But Chen's clearly high on that dragon power, because he starts ranting about how it's all Lu Fan's fault. And now that Godbone's real body is here, the whole city's getting destroyed, and he's personally going to make sure Lu Fan dies. So Lu Fan tries the reasonable approach, probably a mistake with this lunatic, reminding Chen that he's got Dragon Country blood in his veins, and no matter what beef they have, he shouldn't be killing his own people. But nope, Chen's already gone full psycho. This bastard just starts cackling like a maniac, saying he doesn't give a damn because none of these people cared about him when he became the laughingstock thanks to Lu Fan. But now that he's got that Dragon God power, it's revenge time, baby. And he's starting with Lu Fan, the one he blames for everything. Lu Fan tries to defend himself, saying he never did anything to hurt Chen. All he wanted was for this dude to choose the right path. But in his head, Lu Fan's thinking how the power Chen's radiating is on another level entirely, way beyond what he had last time. The only explanation that makes sense: this bastard became the ancient dragon god Bone's slave and sold his soul for a power-up. By now, Chen's completely beyond the point of talking things out. He attacks Lu Fan while muttering some bullshit about how Lu Fan's not worthy of being a dragon tamer because he can't even fully use the dragon tamer class benefits. Plus, he committed the ultimate crime of disrespecting him, so obviously that means he deserves to die. Lu Fan catches Chen's dagger before it can connect and immediately orders Xiao Fei to use the dragon domain and emerald mirror. And just like before, she doesn't waste a single second. The girl casts both skills instantly, but it didn't work. Both buffs got cancelled, and Lu Fan had no idea why, since that had never happened before. Godbone just laughs and tells him he's not falling for the same trick twice. This lizard actually came prepared this time. Since tricks are off the table, Lu Fan decides it's time to throw hands. He charges at the damn lizard, but Chen stops him, telling Godbone to sit back and relax as he'll personally handle this himself for the glory of Godbone. And then the bastard starts transforming, his body warping into a monstrous Godbone form. A system window pops up telling our boy how this bastard Chen is a level 110 Godbone slave. Then more screens start appearing one after another: Roar of Doom, a forbidden dragon spell that summons 300,000 lightning bolts, star-destroying light, and the Godbone barrier, which can absorb straight-up dragon-level hits. Lu Fan's looking at all this like, how the hell am I supposed to get through that? But Godbone's not done flexing either. He's sitting at level 100 God skills, and he just unlocked Godbone's silver glow, turning his bone shards into full armor and cranking his strength through the roof. Lu Fan calls out to Xiao Fei for options, and she immediately merges their energy, fusing their classes into the Dragon Rider class. Then Godbone floods the field with the Emerald Dragon bloodline, doubling all dragon skill damage. Lu Fan tells everyone to keep pushing and not let up. More skills start flying solo. Shelter, Source of Heaven, Shadow Flash Territory, and Shadow Cry. The battlefield is pure chaos at this point. Godbone then just grabs the dragon mid-flight and slams it into the ground. Lu Fan leaps in with a Sky Slash while Xiao Fei unloads her whole poison kit: Underworld Poison Fog, Thousand Poisons, Wind, and Corrosive Clouds. But Godbone doesn't even blink. He fires back with Dragon Gun, pulling the sky's power into one massive strike, and Xiao Ye dives straight at them. But our boy stops that, buying Xiao Ye enough time to transform into a poison dragon and drop an underworld swamp across the field. Lu Fan follows up with Shadow Strike while Toxic Mist floods everywhere. Then Star Crush goes off, cracking the ground wide open. The Bone Clan shows up out of nowhere, laughing and saluting their god. Xiao Ye mutates into something even worse: a divine beast wrapped in poison and rage. Poison mines, toxic vortexes, and heaven's punishment raining down. And Godbone? He's just standing there tanking all of it, pissed as hell, hurling threats at our boy and his dragon squads, calling them bugs and saying how he's going to wipe every last one of them out. So this bastard pulls out one of his tricks called Blazing Godbone. Basically, for 6 seconds, anyone dumb enough to touch him takes damage based on how many Godbone fragments are floating around him, and each one hits for 1200%. The system counts 86,437 fragments. Xiaoji's been tanking hits in the poison mist like a champ, just eating damage left and right, and then the Blazing Godbone goes off. 2,074,488 damage. Just like that. Lu Fan stares at the number like his brain stopped working for a second. Godbone looks at his face and just loses it, laughing, telling him that's the good stuff. And oh, by the way, they're just getting started. Lu Fan shakes it off and tells Xiaoji she's done her part. Get out of there and link up with the puppet army down below. Our boy was concerned about her, but nope, he didn't have to be. Xiaoji had a special ability thanks to her bloodline, which was basically that if she takes a hit that should kill her, she just doesn't. Shatters, puts himself back together, and comes back fully healed and debuff-free, and now anyone who walks near him gets poisoned on contact. Xiaoye's energy starts going crazy. Lu Fan takes a breath. It doesn't matter if he's doing this solo. He's not quitting because if he does, people are going to get hurt down there. Chen sees all this and decides it's his turn. Activates Godbone Dragon Claw, turns his whole hand into this massive bone claw, and charges straight at our boys, screaming about how everyone dies here, and their corpses are going to be trash under his feet. Cut to the Ixincheng district, and the girls are dealing with the chaos. A bunch of dragons have appeared and trashed the whole place, and they are busy fighting them back, and because of their fight the buildings are coming down, there are fires everywhere, and the capital is getting absolutely cooked. Down on the ground, Qinxiao grabs his dad by the arm and tells him to run. His dad shoves him off, basically saying, "Sit down, kid. Adults are handling this." Panic all over the place. People sprinting through burning streets. Tao sees the chaos and points out that every creature ripping through the city right now is one of Lu Fan's summons. Meanwhile, over at our boy's place, his aunt was asking Jin if she's sure that she wants to do it. Jin says, yeah, the godbone from Taichi is inside the city, which means Lu Fan's up there fighting it right now. Auntie Han immediately starts spiraling, going, what if he's in danger? Jin tells her to stay inside. It's not safe. Auntie Han is not hearing that at all. She's not just going to sit there watching the city burn. Uncle Chen jumps in and shuts it down, saying running in without a plan just gets everyone killed. Tao pushes back, saying hiding while everything falls apart isn't an option either. Chin sighs and does the whole fine we go, at least we're with him thing. Tao pumps her fist because yes, Lu Fan doesn't have to do this alone. Everyone starts getting ready. Chin tells Tao to stick close. Uncle Chen looks at the younger ones and tells them straight up, don't overdo it. If things go bad, they fall back. Then he pulls out his communicator and fires off a message to one of the teachers, basically saying, send help right now. Cut back to Lu Fan and the fight was still going on full force. Both were busy throwing hands. Lu Fan's sword meets it head on, and the clash sends shockwaves flying everywhere and nearly flattens him. Then two voices come out of nowhere. Tao and Qin come flying in yelling that they're here. Just tell them what to do. Qin shows up right behind them. Godbone looks at all of them and just laughs. Says that's adorable. Says they'll all get buried together. Lu Fan snaps back in. Godbone raises those claws, but before it can land, Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei both roar and slam their combined energy straight into the hit. Lu Fan shouts for everyone to get back or they're getting flattened. Godbone smirks, thinking to himself how he has a score to settle with these extras, so he orders his old slaves and tells his guys to rip them apart. Tao looks around and goes, there are way too many of them. Tells Xiao Fei to get ready. Qinshu stays calm, pulls out her weapon and says she's got her side. The horde rushes them. Then another notification pops up. Will of the Fierce Dragon Warrior, 3 out of 5 active. Godbone lunges and the golden dragon comes screaming down from above and takes the hit full on. Blinding flash, shockwaves rolling through the whole city again. Lu Fan realized that he can't stop him in his human form, so he transforms into the Golden Dragon King and gets all sorts of buffs. Strength plus 50, agility plus 50, spirit plus 50, and endurance plus 200. Our boy then turns to the 3 of them to fall back and go help Xiao Ji. The squad doesn't waste a second and heads straight for the ground. Seeing our boy trying so hard, Godbone starts laughing before going into full transformation mode. A system notification pops up, showing that this bastard just absorbed 59,724 fragments to power up his God of Bone incarnation skill. And before anyone can even process that number, he's already lunging at the waifu squad. But Lu Fan's not about to let that slide. He blocks the attack and yells at the girls to go help Xiao Ji while he holds this bone lizard off. Godbone looks at him like he just told the funniest joke ever and goes, the fuck are you talking about, you absolute nobody? Even if you went full golden dragon mode, you still couldn't touch me. And just to prove his point, this psychopath casually deletes our boy's right shoulder, like straight up erases it. Lu Fan's golden dragon transformation shatters instantly, and he's free-falling while screaming in agony. But even while plummeting to his potential death, my man still got that commander energy and orders all his dragons to gang up on this bone bastard right now. And let me tell you, the dragons heard on sight and said, bet. Every single one of them charges up their ultimate attack and unleashes absolute hell on Godbone simultaneously. The combined blast is literally giving off multiple nuke energy, so Star Dragon had to throw up a barrier real quick or everyone else would have been vaporized as collateral damage. While this mushroom cloud situation is happening, Xiao Fei's down there doing emergency field surgery on Lu Fan, patching him up as fast as dragonly possible. Our boy's watching the explosion thinking, okay, there's no way he's getting up from that, right? Right, wrong, this cockroach in bone form just stands up like he tripped on a sidewalk, dusts himself off all casual and calls them annoying bugs. Then he whips out these godbone chains and starts attacking the dragons, and somehow he even catches the stealth dragon. Lu Fan started wondering how the hell is this bastard this overpowered. Godbone orders Chen to finish everyone off, and that wannabe protagonist bastard is grinning ear to ear, absolutely living for this moment. Lu Fan's brain is going a mile a minute, running through every possible strategy, and the answer keeps coming back the same, they're fucked. Every single one of his dragon abilities is either getting hard countered or Godbone's just straight up immune to them. For the first time in forever, Our boy genuinely doesn't know what to do. His last hope is Xiaoji, but even if she showed up right this second, she'd probably get wrecked too. Plus all his girls are here, and he absolutely cannot let them get hurt. That's his one hard line. But you know what's even more annoying than imminent death? Chen's insufferable villain monologue. This dude's going off about how he's been waiting his whole life for this exact moment to humiliate Lu Fan and how he's actually the strongest dragon tamer, just really milking his 5 seconds of relevance. Meanwhile, Godbone's eyeing Lu Fan's dragons like they're an all-you-can-eat buffet, and he's decided a bow looks appetizing for round 1. Lu Fan looks at this absolute disaster of a situation and thinks, fuck it. Before pulling out his trump card, he summons the Demon Queen, and holy mother of dragons outwalks the thickest, most voluptuous mommy dragon you've ever seen in your goddamn life, and she is pissed. She immediately calls out, "Our boy, do you really not trust me? You only summon me when you think you're about to die? And oh yeah, Chen? She already dealt with him." Like the moment she arrived, he was handled off screen. She decides to tease Lu Fan a bit, calling him cute and casually mentioning that after today he only has 2 more chances to summon her. Our boy's not in the mood for games, and straight up asks, "Can you handle Godbone or not?" She gives him a playful wink, transforms into her dragon form and says, "It'll take me a minute, but I'm about to turn that old pile of bones into dust." All the girls are freaking out, whispering among themselves, "Who the hell is that dragon? When did Lu Fan get her? How many secret dragons does this man have?" And you know what? She backs up all that talk immediately because she obliterates Godbone's barrier in literally 1 second without even breaking a sweat. Just absolutely violated it. Cut to Shanghai City and the chaos is finally chilled out. The old man duo is standing there looking up at the sky, thanking the gods they never even believed in. But over on the actual battlefield, oh, it's an absolute shit show. Lu Fan posted up next to Xiao Fei, when suddenly those supposedly unbreakable godly bone chains just shattered like they were made at the dollar store. The Demon Queen straight up said nah to an ancient god's power. Meanwhile, the Demon Queen's on the other side of the field, absolutely styling on this ancient dragon, casually flexing 4 different elemental powers at once. This bone lizard bastard is losing his entire mind, screaming about how it's impossible, and wondering why someone this ridiculously overpowered would even bother helping Lu Fan. After putting this fossil in his place, the Dragon Queen decides she's done with the tutorial and hits him with a 4-element dragon breath combo that would make Avatar jealous while she's handling the boss. Our boy and his squad decide it's time to deal with the mini-boss, and Chen's just standing there shell-shocked, watching his master get absolutely demolished. Lu Fan asks if he's worried about his master, then tells him he should worry about himself instead, but Chen goes into a full villain monologue, saying it doesn't matter what happens to that old pile of bones because killing Lu Fan was always the only thing he cared about anyway, and now he can finally focus on that without distractions. That's when they stopped talking and started swinging. Our boy charges up his bow with these dark serpent arrows while Chen goes full anime transformation and morphs his arms into these giant-ass claws. This dude's about to start his villain speech again, when the stealth dragon comes out of absolutely nowhere and smacks him. In the next second, he was back to his human form, coughing up blood and screaming about how the Jin family screwed him over and how Lu Fan got everything handed to him while he got jack shit. But Lu Fan, man, doesn't even respond. He just stands there charging his sword like he's loading a spirit bomb, and after a good second, everything just explodes. His dragon spreads its wings and fire erupts everywhere, painting the whole damn sky red. Chen stumbles out of the flames and drops to his knees, literally crying about how this golden bead was the only good thing that ever happened to him, and then he starts with that classic third-rate villain defense, saying he never wanted to do any of this. Lu Fan can judge him all he wants for selling out his humanity and all that standard redemption-seeking bullshit. But our boy just stood there in silence, his arrow fully charged after 3 seconds of dramatic buildup, and then he finally spoke up, saying he understood Chen's situation, but it didn't matter. Chen chose the wrong path, and now he has to die for it. He releases the arrow, and it goes straight through Chen, who starts coughing up blood, looking completely shocked, before he just disintegrates and blows away in the wind like Thanos snapped him. When the dust clears, Lu Fan's just standing there in the wreckage with his dragons, looking like the main character he is. The Demon Queen calls him over, but not before roasting him first, saying he took way too damn long to handle literal trash, which is honestly fair criticism. He walks over to where Godbone is lying there on his last breath, but still trying to act tough, calling the Dragon Queen interesting, and offering it ancient god powers like he's got any bargaining chips left. Then Xiaoji shows up glowing green. Lu Fan walks forward with energy swirling around him, and he tells the Demon Queen to finish it. The Dragon King starts laughing with lightning crackling all over, joking about whether Lu Fan's scared it'll backstab him. They both attack together, and it's this massive explosion of light and fire that just erases everything in the vicinity. The ancient gods freaking the hell out in the rubble. Can't wrap its head around why the Dragon King would choose humans over godlike power, and as it's burning up, it drops this ominous warning about 35 other ancient gods still sleeping somewhere out there, saying, when they wake up, everyone dies. Then it's gone for good. The flames die down, everything goes quiet, and all those dark energy monsters floating in the sky just dissolve into dust like someone hit Ctrl-Alt-Delete on the whole apocalypse. On the other side of the battlefield, Jian Ying just stood there shocked, watching all the monsters vanish like they were never there. Dao yelled at everyone to look. The crazy battle mess was clearing up, everything got quiet and peaceful. Then Lu Fan showed up glowing with divine light, and everyone started cheering like crazy, screaming his name. They couldn't believe they actually survived. Lu Fan stood there with the ground still smoking from where he walked. The demon queen stretched and looked around while Lu Fan thought about how insanely strong that ancient god was. His system popped up showing he leveled up again. He looked at her, realizing he'd used almost all her energy, but she stayed focused the whole time. Checking his system, he saw he was one step away from his third transformation. She smiled all teasing and hinted he should think about paying her back. Lu Fan looked annoyed but didn't say anything. He knew she liked messing with him. She kept going, saying maybe he was the one breaking their deal. He fired back that she was the one who insisted on showing up in the first place. She laughed at him, calling him clueless about feelings. Then she got more serious and reminded him what the ancient gods said: 35 more gods are still sleeping somewhere. She mentioned he can still summon her 2 more times and asked what his plan was. She offered to help if he'd just trust her. Lu Fan told her the fight's over and she should leave before someone thinks she's a monster. She just laughed and joked that if anyone asks, she'll say it's cosplay. Lu Fan noticed something glowing in the rubble and picked up this small cube. His system, he dyed it right away. It's the ancient god's origin. The thing was pulsing with serious energy. He looked at the woman for answers. She explained, it's basically the core that can bring god bones back even after thousands of years. Lu Fan realized the ancient god isn't actually dead. She confirmed it without saying anything. She kept explaining ancient gods can never truly die. Even when you destroy them, their origin stays behind and eventually they come back. Nothing can erase them forever. Lu Fan gripped the cube tight, understanding he's holding a time bomb. She warned him it could destroy everything in the wrong hands, but in his hands it could be treasure. Lu Fan liked how she told him that he has 2 particular dragons who used to guard the sacred tree and protect the Dragon King way back, but they got killed by the sub-dragons they used to rule. The spirit got harsh, saying the dragons are corrupted now, stained by ancient god energy. Their blood isn't pure anymore, it reeks of divine decay. Then it looked at Lu Fan and said he fused their bloodlines with ancient god essence, turning them into fallen holy dragons, something between divine and ruined. She continued with her explanation, saying how their weird evolution happened because he used the ancient god's essence, so if he just feeds that seed to his dragons, they'll evolve past even the Dragon King level. Lu Fan's mind raced. Fallen essence has already turned dragons into demons and holy types before. The god bone failed him once, wasn't strong enough. But this origin is different, way stronger. Could he actually make divine-level dragons? The idea excited and scared him. He hesitated, looking at the glowing cube. If I use this, how does the ancient god stay immortal? Won't that just cause problems later? She laughed and called him too cautious. If a living dragon absorbs it, yeah, after thousands of years that dragon becomes the ancient god reborn. But his dragons are different. They're not actually alive, just echoes. He summons. The ancient god can't possess something that isn't really living. Even when Lu Fan's long gone, the origin stays, but the dragons stay his. Her words cleared his doubts. She smiled and said, I've said enough. Your choice now. Then she started fading away into light particles. Whatever happens isn't my problem anymore. And she was gone. Although she was gone, our boy was still thinking about what she just said, and he was deep in thought until the girls called his name. He turned and saw 2 old men and some fine women running towards him. So he first ignored those 2 eyesores and focused on the girls. But just then, Senior 2 showed up. Senior 2 smiled big and went, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Lu Fan was shocked. Senior 2 laughed and got down. I should have known it was you. Heard someone with a Griffin gold badge stop the beast tide. Didn't even need to ask who. Lu Fan smiled a bit. It happened in my hometown. Couldn't just watch. Senior 2 clapped his shoulder, looking proud. That's you, always charging in when the world needs saving. Then he got serious. Also heard about the Taichi Kingdom. Something about an ancient god? Lu Fan nodded. The god's revenge wiped out 4 cities, and apparently 35 more ancient gods are going to wake up. Everyone went silent, totally stunned. Chen stepped forward. Senior 2, we need to report this to the city defense army now. Then she turned to our boy and noticed blood on Lu Fan's sleeve. You're hurt. Lu Fan waved it off. It's nothing. Xiaofei healed it. Just don't tell my aunt. Chen smirked and dropped it. Before leaving, Senior 2 pulled Chen, Lu Fan and that old man into a big friendly hug, laughing. Don't worry, I'll make sure the 3 elders of the dragon country hear about this. You deserve way more than a medal. I'll get you properly rewarded. So 10 minutes later, Lu Fan's thanking Senior 2, and they're bouncing out, heading back to the city. Soon they're just this tiny speck in the distance, and then poof, they're gone. He apologizes for making her wait around, but Jine just smiles and goes, dude, you've gotten so stupidly strong, I hope I can catch up to your level someday. Jine staring at the horizon, thinking out loud, I wonder when the next beast tide's gonna hit Yunbei province. Will I even be strong enough to protect my family by then? Lu Fan standing next to her with that unreadable face he does, but deep down he's thinking fate still got his back. I mean, the dude's got this super treasure map system, even the weakest nobody could level up and become somebody. Maybe even flip destiny on its head. But then doubt starts creeping in, like can he actually change other people's fate though? He starts thinking about Chen, Jane, and a bunch of other people, wondering if he'd met them earlier. Could he have saved them from all that pain and suffering they went through? Jane turns to him and gets real honest, saying, look, I'm not going to lie, I used to be scared that all this power you're getting would change you, like you'd turn into a completely different person. Her eyes lock onto his, all warm and genuine. But now I know I was tripping. No matter how ridiculously strong you get, you're always going to be the same guy, the one who stands at the front protecting everyone, even if it kills you. Thank you for changing my life and letting me meet you." Lu Fan looks down a bit with this tiny smile tugging at his mouth corner and just says thank you, keeping it simple because that's how he rolls. The sun's dipping below the horizon now, spilling golden light everywhere like some movie ending. Jian takes a breath and goes, "All right, it's time to head home." Lu Fan watches her walk ahead, smiling to himself. For the first time in forever, everything actually feels peaceful, like the storm finally passed, or at least it seems like it did. Then something weird tugs at his senses and he just stops. He turns around and his eyes land on the remains of Chen. Lu Fan just stares at it, and for a second his expression gets all soft and he's thinking to himself, if we'd met before all this went down, Jinzu, maybe we could have been friends instead of enemies trying to murk each other. Cut to 3 days later, everything's calm again at Jianshan Garden. The sun's shining, birds are chirping, and people are going about their day. Lu Fan's aunt is downstairs yelling at him to come eat breakfast, getting no reply. She walks up to his room, knocks on the door, and tells him Mr. Chen and Mr. Tao sent over some snacks to share with Jin. Though even after multiple knocks, she gets no reply, so she calls again. She's getting worried now, so she opens the door. The second the door opens and the room is empty, and there is just this portal in the middle of it. Meanwhile, Lu Fan's at this destroyed palace on Tianfu Island, staring at a lake that's glowing weird. He's holding this cube thing that's got crazy powerful energy. He's thinking back to how even the Dragon Queen didn't want anything to do with this thing, and he gets why she was so freaked out now. This power's no joke. He looks over at the fallen holy dragons and says, "Only you guys can handle this." The dragon roars, ready to go. Lu Fan tells Zhao Fei to stay sharp and recall the holy dragons because if the ancient god inside this thing wakes up, they're screwed. Now it's go time. Our boy throws the cube straight at the dragons, and the dragons gulp it down. Everything goes crazy. The dragons start screaming in pain, purple god energy tearing through them. Ground's cracking, everything's shaking. Lu Fan watches, he knows what's happening. They're evolving the same way he did when god energy almost killed him. It hurts like hell, but they're getting stronger. The dragons start merging together, gold, silver, and red scales all mixing into one massive creature. Its roar literally shakes the sky. The energy's going nuts, about to blow everything up. Lu Fan yells at Xiao Fei, "Cast it now." She spreads her wings and green light blasts everywhere, crashing into the chaos. Everything's just blinding light for a second. The green light makes these barriers that hold back the crazy energy and start healing everyone. When it clears, there's just smoke. Lu Fan coughs and asks for a status report on the dragons. His system pops up, showing the dragons are still dormant, but evolved. They got new powers now. He tells everyone not to touch them. Let them finish stabilizing. If something goes wrong, they'll use the demon cannons. He sets a 24-hour timer and heads home. When he gets back, his aunt says someone from the garrison came by. Commander 2 wants to see him. Also eat the snacks Mr. Chen sent. Lu Fan's like, yeah, okay, after I see the commander, and he's gone. Back home, Jin's watching TV. News is talking about the election, and how the Lu family's popularity is tanking because everyone found out how bad the divine beast attack was. Her friend says the Tai nation got lucky. If the ancient god's power hadn't been pulled toward Lu Fan, they'd all be dead. Meanwhile, at garrison headquarters, Commander 2 is waiting. Lu Fan walks in and immediately goes, "This is about the ancient gods, right?" The commander says, "Yeah, got new info. The Divine Bones god is dead, but 35 others are waking up." He slides over a photo telling him the fallen corpse of the ancient god is moving. There was a huge earthquake and avalanche up north, and something under the snow shifted. Worse, there's a second blood moon now. The blood moon beast buried in the mountains opened its second eye. Soldiers can hear the mountain vibrating like a heartbeat. Lu Fan remembers something from his squad days of how they discovered that the blood moon beast isn't even the real threat, it's just a servant. The actual fallen corpse of the ancient god is sealed in a black coffin under the mountain. Commander 2 agrees and then reminds Lu not to take this situation lightly because the Divine Bones god woke up early, and he was already level 110-120. If the real one wakes up, it's game over. Whole countries would be wiped out in days. Then he comes to the real reason why he has summoned our boy here so urgently. He turns to him and goes, "Lu Fan, you are our country's only hope," and that surprises Lu Fan for a second. But the commander keeps on going, telling him how Elder Han, one of the 3 big bosses of Dragon Country, also shares his opinion. And plus the 3 elders want to team up and destroy the fallen corpse god. And they picked Lu Fan to be the guardian of Dragon Country. He's the only one who ever killed an ancient god. Commander 2 pulls out a case with this legendary metal badge covered in glowing runes saying, "This is the Guardian's mark. Take it. You're our protector now." And folks, this thing is really something. It straight up increases users' stats by 25%. After pressing that gift, Commander 2 continued saying how our boy is basically the key to their success and asked him once again if he's in. He's talking all heavy like, every move matters. If you mess up, just leave it hanging there. Lu Fan thinks for a second. He's fought gods and monsters before, but this is different. This time it's about people trusting him. He looks up and just says, "I accept." The commander smiles and laughs. "You didn't even think twice. That's what I expected." He puts his hand on Lu Fan's shoulder. All proud, "You're like those old school heroes who'd carry the world without complaining." Lu Fan smiles a bit. "If the 3 elders picked someone else, I'd focus on protecting those around me. But they picked me, so I'll fight for everyone. That's it." He holds up this glowing pendant thing and stares at it, seeing everyone who's counting on him. Can't back down when so many lives depend on me. Commander laughs again, super proud. Then he grabs this sealed case and opens it, saying how now that Lu has agreed to become the Guardian, it's time to give him the reward. And this thing isn't half bad either. Its effect would be mad helpful to our boy. It's called the Sky Dome Thunderfall, a legendary weapon that finds hidden enemies and zaps them with lightning from the sky. The thing crackles with thunder. From now on, this only answers to you, the commander says. Wherever thunder falls, enemies know Dragon Country's Guardian is still here. Lu Fan takes it respectfully. They share a moment, then laugh and clink cups. His job as Guardian officially starts now. The commander explains Elder Lu made this weapon specifically for the kindling plan. Only people protecting the nation can use it. Lu Fan realizes that with demon crystal cannons and reinforced walls, Tianfu Island will be unstoppable against 4th level threats. With this artifact, even 5th level enemies might go down. The commander sounds proud, explaining that making this thing had like a 1 in 1,000 success rate. Elder Lu only ever made 3 before this one for himself, and 2 for the other elders. Lu Fan has the 4th one. Lu Fan realizes his defenses are now as strong as the 3 elders. It's not just an honor, it's them saying they trust him with serious power. The commander gets serious. This weapon is classified and made just for Lu Fan. Only Elder Lu knows how it works. Lu Fan nods, he'll keep that secret. Then the commander drops the big one. Lu Fan's now a guardian with crazy authority. He can access the nation's resources, and he's ranked just under the 3 elders. He's not just a soldier anymore. He's one of Dragon Country's shields. Final bomb. When war breaks out with the ancient gods, every legion, including the commander's Griffin Legion, will be under Lu Fan's command. The whole country's future is on him. They shake hands, it's done. Cut to the next morning, and Lu Fan's standing on some cliffs at Tenfo Island, watching a bunch of workers rebuild the palace. He's out here giving orders and setting up the whole foundation for this plan that's going to decide whether humanity makes it or not. In his head, he's making this silent promise to protect his home and lead the charge against these ancient god assholes. Then our boy activates the Sky Dome Thunderfall, and shit goes crazy. The sky literally rips open, golden light is exploding everywhere, and lightning bolts are shooting straight up into the air, forming this massive dome of pure energy over the entire island. Everyone around him just freezes up because the thunder's loud as hell, and the light's so bright you can barely see. One of the workers completely loses it, thinking they're getting attacked right now. Meanwhile, our boy was looking at his new defense system, thinking to himself how now the island's defenses are just as strong as the 3 elders. This officer named Morozov comes running over with his eyes bugging out. Sir, what kind of tech makes this much energy? Lu Fan just glances at him. Classified national secret. Morozov shuts up real quick, staring at that golden dome. He can literally feel the crazy power coming off it, way stronger than those demon crystal cannons they've got. It clicks for him now. This isn't normal tech, this is some legendary craftsman level stuff. Then the defense network lights up and shoots a pulse toward this empty spot on the island. Morozov's confused as hell. Malfunction? There's nothing there. But Lu Fan's eyes go narrow. His face gets hard because he knows exactly what it is. The cocoon of the fallen corpse, Holy Dragon. So he starts running in that direction, ordering the workers to stay back. Deep in the courtyard, there's this huge cocoon pulsing with black and blue light. The surface is cracking all over. Something ancient is waking up inside the fallen corpse, Holy Dragon. The ground's shaking and corrupted energy spreading everywhere. Lu Fan shows up right as the cocoon starts glowing even brighter. He shields his eyes and his heart just sinks because the dragon's reached its final evolution stage. The energy spikes hard. The countdown started. A green light flashes, and Xiaofei lands next to him. Lu Fan told her to be ready. If it loses control, we can't let it escape. Xiaofei nods. Just then the cocoon hits max brightness and the ground's cracking from the energy surge. Xiaofei spreads her wings wide, releasing this jade light. Emerald glow surrounds them both, cleaning out the corrupted energy and boosting Lu Fan's strength through some dragon bloodline connection. Everything goes dead quiet for a second. Then boom, the cocoon straight up explodes. Light bursts out everywhere, tearing through the whole courtyard. The fallen corpse, Holy Dragon, comes out. Scales shimmering, its roar shaking the entire sky. Energy waves blast through the ruins. Lu Fan lowers his arm, coughing through all the dust. He looks over at Xiaofei, standing in front of them. Now is this huge dragon with a skeleton frame that's gleaming and looks straight up divine. The transformation's done. The fallen corpse, Holy Dragon, evolved into the Divine Bones Dragon King, armor of the fallen mountain. Power's just radiating off this thing. The earth's literally trembling just from it standing there. Xiaofei's watching quietly as Lu Fan checks out their new guardian. The evolution worked. Dragon Country just got a new legend that's strong enough to turn the tide against those ancient gods. Lu Fan realizes this isn't just some basic evolution. The dragon absorbed every single fallen corpse and puppet from the battlefield, and fused all their strength into itself. Its base stats are in the hundreds of thousands. With Xiaofei's Jade Dragon boosts on top of that, the total power is over 1 million. So now Lu's just standing there staring at this glowing blue screen, and Bro's smiling because he finally got his hands on a Dragon King level entity. And honestly, he deserves this W behind him. This massive skeleton dragon wakes up and starts glowing. The ground's cracking under its feet. Everything's shaking, and Lu's just vibing, watching the system numbers lose their damn minds. The dragon's stats are climbing so high they're basically breaking the game. like each star is multiplying everything until the numbers don't even make sense anymore. The whole area gets flooded with divine energy, and Lu can feel this connection forming between him and the dragon, like they're synced up on some soul-level shit now. Then the dragon unlocks this new ability, Godbone Breath. The energy just does whatever the hell it wants. Lu knows immediately this thing could delete mountains off the map. Xiaofei walks over and touches the dragon's bone armor. The air around her starts shimmering, and she's got this calm, proud look on her face. She can tell this isn't just some undead beast anymore. This is a straight-up divine guardian. Now, top-tier endgame content. She touches its nose and the dragon rumbles back at her. Lu's just watching quietly, taking it all in. All those dead bodies he used to control, their power's been absorbed into this dragon and converted into new abilities and raw strength. He smiles and tells the dragon, "All right, let's see what you got." The dragon roars and blue flames explode upward, shaking the entire island. Then there's this blinding flash and the dragon's bones just explode into glowing fragments that swirl around Lu. The pieces merge together and form these sick-ass arm guards on him. The system pops up telling him he just crafted Godbone armor and unlocked a skill called Dragon Descent. Lu clenches his fists and feels this insane power. The dragon's basically part of him now, and Xiao's just standing there completely stunned. Lu checks his stats real quick, and everything's gone. Nuclear strength, speed, and spirit are all sitting in the hundreds of thousands. His endurance is over 1,000,000. Even he's impressed by that. He grins, thinking finally he's got the power to fight actual threats instead of just getting bodied. He activates the new skill and blue runes light up all over his arm. This is the first time he's completely fused with a divine beast. Suddenly the sky goes pitch black. Black clouds start swirling up out of nowhere, lightning cracking everywhere. The soldiers are absolutely losing it, freaking out. The system alert drops. Shadow Isle's realm activated. Lu's just standing there with his armor glowing, smirking like the main character he is. His friends are confused as hell, and one of them asks if he's controlling the storm. Lu says, "Nah, this isn't weather. This is my domain." The Shadow Ida's realm. Then the ground explodes. This absolutely massive shadow dragon bursts out, covered in fire and lightning. The system announces it's an abyssal variant, some crazy mix of demon and celestial energy. The thing's aura is literally warping the air around it. Lu looks at it, completely calm. Another shadowy figure forms behind him, wearing dark armor. He tells his friends to back off, no help needed here. The wind picks up hard as his power surges. Dark energy starts gathering around him like he's charging up. His friends are yelling at him to be careful, but he's ignoring them completely, locked in. Lu just flies up suddenly. It dawns on this idiot that he had these bad boys for a long time, but never gave them names, so now was the time to give them one. He named them Xiao Zuo and Xiao Yu. Yep, bro, didn't even bother to try. Now that the name part is done, it's time to see what these bad boys do. So he immediately ordered them to cast the bone armor, and his hands turned into dragon claws, and then he turned the first dragon into quick experience points. Now it's time to test out other skills, and yep, they are just as awesome. Using them, Lu turned all of these dragons into experience points, and now he's already level 60. He gets down and the girls swarm him. They have questions, so they start asking him one by one. They are like, "Hey Lu, do these arms of yours incorporate all of your dragon pets?" Lu replies, "No, this is just the power of the ancient dragon god. Also because of the effects of the Godbone dragon skills, all of my stats have reached 1,000,000. Everyone just goes dead silent. He's literally hundreds of times stronger than the country's best fighters. Tao nervously jokes, "Bro, are you even human anymore?" Lu gets serious for a second. "I'm level 60 now. Time for my third-class advancement." Before he leaves, he tells Morozov to lock down the palace hard. Nobody gets in or out because the area outside is still completely wrecked from the last explosion. Morozov agrees without question. Lu heads straight to Dragon City, cut to the Academy's class transfer hall. The place is packed with glowing terminals for high-rank upgrades, looking all futuristic. He's staring at the screen. Second-class advancement. Had different paths you could pick, but third class is just a straight evolution of whatever you already chose. Then he notices something weird. There's literally no record of a Dragon Tamer class in the Academy's entire history. Not even in the old dusty archives. He pauses, then smiles. Makes sense, it's his own class. It exists only because of him. He's the first one ever. He puts his hand on the device and starts the ceremony. Light floods the entire room. Energy rings spinning around him like he's in a centrifuge. His body's shaking, but he stays focused, grinding through it. Then suddenly he's floating in this void made of pure light. But the light shifts colors, and the Dragon Queen appears out of nowhere, smiling all playful. "We meet again, Dragon King." Lu frowns immediately. "You're messing with my transfer again. Cut it out." She drops the playful act and gets more serious. "Relax. I'm not here to screw with you. You hit the third evolution, so you're finally ready to hear the location of the armored dragon egg," is so in her classic style. She leans in close and whispers, "It's beyond Sakura country, deep in the Godfall wilderness." Before Lu can even respond or ask questions, she just vanishes into thin air. After that, the void collapses, and he is back to the real world. The ceremony is completed, and Bro is now officially at stage 3, and he already knows where he wants to go. A few hours later, Lu Fan was in his office, staring at a holographic map, locked in on the coordinates of where the blade-armored dragon egg was. His phone rang. It was Shu. He told him everything was sorted. Travel papers, visa, overseas clearance, and contacts set up in Sakura country. Lu Fan told him that the payment was already sent, and that was that. He looked at the map one more time, smirked and said, "I'm coming for you." 3 days later, he was at the airport catching a flight to Oya City, Sakura Country. On the plane he went over the files Shu sent him and thought about what was waiting. The Godfall Wilderness is basically untouched land packed with elite and leader-level monsters. Even top tamers avoided the place. Lu Fan knew this one was going to be rough, but that just made him want it more. He landed in Oya City and headed straight out. The city was packed with adventurers, guild people, and merchants, all doing their thing, but Lu Fan wasn't here for any of that. He hopped on a long-distance bus meant for high-level adventurers heading to the frontier. The bus was full. Everyone on it had their own thing going on, some chasing clout, some chasing loot, and some running from something. They were all talking loud, swapping stories. Lu Fan just sat there with his eyes closed, tuning them all out, saving his energy. Hours went by, it got dark. Then the driver came on the speaker and said the next stop is Outpost 137. The bus stopped at this empty checkpoint in the middle of nowhere, cold and foggy with nobody around. The driver casually said this was the last chance to turn back, and the next stop was the end of the line. Some passengers laughed it off, saying they were all level 60 veterans heading to Outpost 138. The driver just smirked and said, "Suit yourself." The bus kept going deeper into the mountains. The roads got worse, the wind picked up, fog rolled in thick, and the whole vibe inside the bus shifted. Everyone got quiet. Lu Fan frowned. Something felt off. He pulled up the map and checked their location against the coordinates. They didn't match at all. They weren't anywhere near the right road. He looked at the driver. The dude was just sitting there, completely calm, staring ahead. Then one passenger lost it and stormed to the front, screaming that the driver took the wrong road and to turn around. The driver said nothing. The guy grabbed at the dashboard, yelling to stop the bus. The driver just smiled and floored it. Everyone went crazy. People screaming, grabbing onto each other. Some blue-haired guy ran up with a knife and pressed it to the driver's neck, telling him to stop the bus right now. The driver laughed, then slowly turned his head and revealed his eyes were glowing. Runes started lighting up on his arm, weird pulsing symbols under his skin. The knife hand just froze. That's when everyone realized they weren't heading to Godfall Wilderness. They were already in something way worse. Then, out of nowhere, energy exploded through the air. Glowing symbols spun together, forming some kind of formation. And before anyone could move, a violet flash swallowed the whole bus. Everything went sideways for a second, colors warping, sound gone, bodies weightless. Then silence. When it cleared, they weren't in the mountains anymore. They were standing in a dark forest covered in glowing mist. The air felt heavy and wrong. Someone yelled, asking where they were. Fatty was already on the ground, saying his strength was draining just from standing there. Lu Fan looked around and figured it out fast. They'd been forcibly teleported into another dimension. Next to him, the blue-haired guy had his weapon out, scanning the fog where shadowy shapes were moving around in the distance. Then a voice came out of nowhere, basically saying their guard was embarrassingly low. The ground shook. A tall figure walked out of the mist holding a staff glowing violet, symbols floating around him. Everything about this guy screamed danger. Lu Fan clocked immediately that this wasn't random, it was a setup. The driver, the fake route, all of it was planned from the start. The figure stepped forward and said, "Welcome to my hunting ground." Then he introduced himself as Hirata, Space Mage, level 71. Everyone on the bus was freaking out, and honestly, it was a fair reaction when you just got kidnapped by some purple glowing psychopath cosplaying as a dark mage. Half these people were academy students. They had zero clue, they just became the main course on someone's hunting menu. Then this edgelord Hirata steps up, his purple cloak doing the most, and starts his villain monologue. He's out here roasting them for being level 60, going on about how the strong don't grind like peasants. They just rob the weak, and casually drops that hunting people is way easier than hunting monsters. Lu Fan's chilling in the back, quiet as hell, just connecting the dots. These weren't your average bandits. These were material hunters, the absolute bottom feeders of society who camp newbie zones and jump fresh adventurers for their starter gear. Lu Fan is internally disgusted, but then one academy kid decides he's the main character, steps forward with his sword shaking like a leaf, trying to hype everyone up, saying Hirata's just some fraud in a Halloween costume, and they can rush him together. Hirata just laughs at this dude, doesn't even dignify it with words, just flicks his staff and summons this nightmare black orb that starts spinning. And this thing? It's basically a life-draining blender. Students start dropping to their knees screaming, as it sucks out their HP, MP, stamina, and probably their will to live. Everyone's getting drained dry. Everyone except Lu Fan, that is. The man standing in the back like he's watching paint dry, not even flinching, just observing everything. Then some terrified student breaks, gets on his knees and starts begging. Full panic mode, telling Hirata they're just students from Kyoto Academy, offering up all their gear, their wallets, probably their Netflix passwords, anything. If he just lets them go, swears they won't snitch. Hirata hits him with the cold reality check. What's stopping you from snitching anyway? Then he goes into this whole explanation about how he spent weeks setting this trap and even acted as a bus driver. The black orb gets hungrier. Students are getting weaker. Someone screams to fight back. Another one turns to Lu Fan, straight up begging him to do something. Lu Fan looks at them, doesn't move a muscle. Then boom, out of absolutely nowhere, an axe comes flying through the air and just buries itself in the skull of the kid who was yelling. Homeboy drops dead before he even knows what hit him. The whole crowd loses it. Another dude lands from the trees above, dual-wielding axes giving off serious serial killer vibes. Harada introduces him like he's on WWE. Meet Kane, my partner. We've been planning this massacre for weeks. Kane looks at these students like they're not even worth the XP. Then this psycho swings one of his axes straight at Lu Fan's head. Someone screams for him to move. Lu Fan doesn't move. Right before impact, his godbone armor just snaps into existence. White skeletal plates materializing over his arms and chest, glowing like holy fire. Dragon King aura explodes out of him so hard the ground cracks. And this man catches the axe mid-swing with his bare hand. The blade starts cracking in his grip. Kane's whole face changes. Man stuttering like, that's titanium. Even a rank 4 expert can't do that. What the hell are you? Lu Fan just stares him dead in the eyes and says, you made one mistake. You swung first. Then he releases one word of power. The shockwave that comes off him doesn't even look real. Both hunters get launched through the air like they got hit by a truck, ragdolling into rocks and trees bouncing off the ground. Their fancy runes flicker out. They don't get back up. They're done. The students are frozen, mouths hanging open. Lu Fan didn't even take a step. 2 level 70 fighters just got deleted from existence like spam emails. Then Lu Fan spreads his arms and glowing white dragon wings unfold from his back, and he just flies straight up into the mist and disappears like some mythical guardian who's got better things to do. The students are left standing there in complete silence. One whispers, that was one guy. Another one's shaking, saying, 2 level 70s just gone like that. Nobody has an answer. So they do the smart thing and run. They bolt deeper into the forest, fog getting thicker with every step, every snapping twig sounding like death. Then someone realizes the light's completely gone. They whip out searchlights, trying to navigate back, nobody noticing the massive serpent silhouettes moving through the shadows behind them. Then the ground starts vibrating. One student hears it and freezes mid-step. They agree to split up into 3 and scatter in different directions. They start running, and each of them meets with a snake ready to delete them. And some dude is watching it all from a distance. Cut to the next day. Lu Fan is flying full speed towards Sky God Peak when he slams face first into some invisible barrier and gets launched backward. Bro catches himself mid-air though and lands smoothly, but he's definitely confused. Then out of nowhere the Dragon Queen just materializes behind him, and he jumps like 3 feet in the air, yelling at her to stop doing that creepy teleport thing. She just shrugs and goes, I do what I want. That contract we made doesn't bind my freedom. Lu Fan's like, okay, whatever, but what the hell is this wall? She explains there's literally a god's abandoned world on the other side, so obviously he can't just fly through it like some random door. Lu Fan asks what gods even are like. Are they the same as those ancient gods people talk about? And she's like, nah. Those ancient gods were just really strong dudes who basically stole the power of natural laws. Even I don't know where they originally came from. He's curious now and asks how she stacks up against them power-wise. This girl deadass looks him in the eye and says, back when I was at full strength, I was beyond the 6th advancement. I could snap my fingers and delete gods from existence. Then she adds, if I wasn't dealing with these old injuries, you wouldn't even be qualified to host my real form for like another century. Lu Fan immediately thinks to himself, thank God she only had 1% of her power when we fought, or I'd be dead as hell. Then he starts daydreaming about whether his dragons could all eventually get that strong. She flicks him right in the forehead and tells him to quit fantasizing. She explains that dragons take forever to grow, and they need to hit the equivalent of a human 6th advancement before anyone would even call them godslayers. Lu Fan lets out this big sigh and admits he's got a long-ass road ahead of him. She tells him to stop spacing out and actually pay attention to where he's walking, because this mountain literally eats people alive. Then she asks him something that's been bugging her. Why didn't he just level up inside that Divine Ruin's secret realm first, before dragging his ass all the way here to find the blade armored dragon egg? Like his armor can go in there directly, so why not grind first? Lu Fan's like, easy. If I bring the blade armored dragon hatchling into the secret realm while it's still young, it can absorb way more spiritual energy and level up faster. She grins and calls him a sneaky little schemer, but honestly she sounds impressed. Right then, out of absolutely nowhere, 3 spears come flying at their faces. They both dodge at the last second, and the spears slam into the ground. A massive crystal rock golem stomps forward and announces, trespassers die here. 2 more show up beside it, repeating the same line like some kind of boss intro. A system notification pops up showing they're all level 95, can shoot stone spears, and trigger earthquakes in a cone AoE in front of them. The Demon Queen offers to handle them and asks if they should call this their second deal. Lu Fan's like, why would I use a nuke to kill an ant? And tells her to save her energy for the blade armored Dragon King. She smiles, steps back into her usual I'm too cool for this pose, and tells him to show her what he's working with. Lu Fan activates his Shadow Dragon King aura, gets a fat 30% speed boost plus a concealment effect, summons claw scales on his hands, and charges in, thinking this is the perfect time to test out his new move. The golems launch their spears before he even gets close, but bro's moving so fast he just weaves through all of them like they're standing still. The golems are shaken, then he hits them with the sky-breaking skill, a dragon-coordinated slash attack, and straight up shatters one of them immediately. He tears through the rest using his Dragon Tamer aura, and when they try to surround him, he just makes shadow copies of himself and sends one at each golem simultaneously. The copies demolish all of them in seconds, then he snaps them all back, dusts off his hands, and walks away, leaving nothing but crystal shards behind. He's standing there genuinely hyped about the Shadow Dragon techniques he's been learning. The more he uses them, the more he realizes just how broken dragon power actually is. He thinks to himself, being able to channel Dragon King's strength this freely makes every second of the grind completely worth it. After taking care of the golems, they head deeper inside the forest, and the Dragon Queen casually mentions how our boy is even better than she thought, and how he used those dragon powers like he was born with them. Lu Fan himself was surprised a little. The more he uses these powers, the more he learns about them, and the more he learns the better he can use them. So she's great now. You are in charge of handling mobs from here on. After grinding through the dungeon, they finally step out into this snowy glacier area, and Lu Fan's standing there looking confused as hell because they were literally just in a forest like 2 seconds ago. Even the Dragon Queen seems caught off guard. Lu Fan's wondering if the barrier's screwing with the environment or something. She just laughs and goes, "Oh, things are about to get spicy." Then out of nowhere the wind goes absolutely insane, and Lu Fan has to brace himself so he doesn't get blown away. He looks up and sees this massive snow ape flying straight at his face. Bro whips out his weapon just in time and clashes with it mid-air. There's this huge explosion on impact, but Lu Fan walks out completely fine. That's when he realizes this isn't just some random environment glitch. They're getting ambushed. A system notification pops up, identifying them as Frostborn Ice Sculptors, level 95, capable of dropping entire glaciers on you, and leaving behind freezing marks that chill everything in the area. The Dragon Queen points out that because of all this ice everywhere, every monster here has this hardened ice armor that's a pain in the ass to break through. She can literally feel that his sword is scared of it, and pretty much useless right now. Then she suggests covering it in lava flames. Lu Fan activates his Black Dragon aura and charges in like a maniac. The system confirms he also hit them with the break skill Rapid Dragon Energy Strikes. Synced up with his dragon pets, the flames from it nearly melt the snow ape on contact. The thing's literally screaming. Lu Fan notes that using an opposing element against monsters like this hits way harder than he expected. The Dragon Queen's watching quietly, low-key impressed, realizing his understanding of dragon magic runs way deeper than she thought. He looks ahead, sees the environment's chilled out again, and says, "Alright, let's keep moving." For the rest of the journey, they run into all kinds of weird creatures that worship Mount Kiash. First up, a whole swarm of crimson bees shows up, level 95, born from lava hives, and they can drop molten pools that slow you down and burn you alive. Lu Fan doesn't even bother summoning a dragon pet, just switches to the right dragon aura for the element and deletes them. Then they hit some swimming fish creatures, also level 95 and magic immune, with this vortex ability that sucks you in and deals constant damage over time. During that fight, Lu Fan remembers what the Dragon Queen had told him before about how the gods here probably restrict their own followers on purpose, so they never get strong enough to actually rebel. So now he's thinking these so-called gods are no different than us humans in that sense, petty, selfish, and stupid as hell. Lu Fan clears out the fish the same way he handled the bees, just switches elements and wipes them. 3 days later, they finally make it to the summit of Heavenly God Peak. The Dragon Queen lets out this long breath and goes, "We made it." In front of them is this absolutely massive ancient structure, with giant chains hanging down into the mist below like something out of a fantasy movie. Lu Fan looks at it and says it's nothing like what he imagined. He figured it'd be some ruins the gods left behind or something. The Dragon Queen corrects him real quick and says this wasn't built by gods at all. This is the blade-armored Dragon King itself. Then she extends her arm and 3 massive blades shoot out of it to demonstrate what she means. Lu Fan's jaw drops and he asks if she's being serious right now. She sighs and tells him there are over 30 known dragon species, and not all of them fight with their actual bodies, so he needs to stop acting like he's never seen anything in his life. Lu Fan thinks about it for a second and remembers how Xiaoji's dragon form is literally liquid. He looks back at the literal mountain of swords in front of him and admits, okay, yeah, that actually makes sense. He pulls out his weapon and asks if the Dragon King is awake or asleep right now. She says it's in a defensive stance at the moment and explains that even someone way stronger than him can't figure out what its actual condition is when it's like this. The stance speeds up recovery and completely blocks all outside attacks. Lu Fan's like, so they can't do anything to it? She says actually they can. She explains that the whole reason she originally went looking for an alliance with the Poison Dragon King of the Underworld was specifically because its abilities naturally counter this kind of ironclad defense. Lu Fan immediately thinks of Xiaoji and asks if she's talking about her, but worries she might not be strong enough to handle something like this. She's like, yeah, it's still young and not at full power, but the blade-armored Dragon King inside is also badly wounded right now. She steps closer and says with her recovery speed combined with the creature in his pet space, they might not just snag the egg today so she could just devour the whole damn thing. Lu Fan turns to respond, but before he can even get a word out, this massive magic circle appears behind him out of thin air. He asks if the armored Dragon King just woke up. She shakes her head and goes, nah, that's not its magic. Then from behind them, a literal mountain-sized creature rises up out of the snow. The cloaked dude orders his serpent Yamata no Orochi to identify something. The snake did what it was told and sniffed around for any spirits or summoned creatures on the mountain, but couldn't find anything. The cloaked dude's standing there shocked because his massive pet snake couldn't detect jack shit, and he's thinking, okay, whatever Lu Fan's hiding has to be some premium legendary tier stuff. Then my guy pulls his hood down and actually has the audacity to thank Lu Fan for helping him find his rare Shikigami. Lu Fan's not interested in the lecture, and just hits him with, who are you? The guy realizes he forgot to introduce himself and explains that even back in Sakura country, only the rich elites know his name. He introduces his pet snake as Yamata no Orochi, basically flexing that it's like a dragon but cooler. The system pops up showing it's level 119, stage 4 Shikigami. Then Homeboy drops his own name, Yin Mozi, also level 119, and immediately traps Lufan and the Dragon Queen inside this blue barrier. Yin starts monologuing about how he watched their whole performance climbing up the mountain and goes, "Yeah, you're way better than Musashi. Clearly rank 1 material." Then he switches up real quick and asks if Lufan seriously hiked all the way up here just to yoink the armored Dragon King's blade, mocking him for it. He's going on about how even level 100 masters aren't safe from him on this mountain, and how he doesn't leave threats walking around. This dude's whole villain speech is in full swing. He walks toward the structure and says the blade-armored Dragon King isn't even worth the hassle, that waking it up is basically suicide. Then he laughs and admits Lufan stomped his way up the mountain with zero effort, thanks to his powerful dragon sidekick, and says he should have been more careful. The Dragon Queen's eating this up, laughing and telling him to keep the compliments coming. Yin's like, unfortunately playtime's over, and turns to Lufan with a business proposal. He admits he watched the fights and knows damn well he can't beat Lufan in a straight-up brawl. But if Lufan becomes his ally, he'll get the VIP treatment in Sakura Country resources, fame, wealth, the whole package. All he's got to do is hand over that armored Dragon King. Easy trade, right? Lufan and the Dragon Queen just stand there in silence for a second. Then Lufan smirks and says he's disappointed because what he is offering is not offering friendship. He's just trying to recruit a lackey. Yin's smile drops fast, he gets heated and snaps, "What did you just say?" Then he repeats himself, pissed off now, asking who the hell Lufan thinks he is, and whether he seriously expected him to just fork over the Dragon King. He reminds Lufan that he's still stuck in his barrier, like that's supposed to be threatening. Lufan casually raises his dragon scale arm and just shatters the barrier. Then he smiles and goes, "Oh right, I almost forgot about your little prison." The Dragon Queen jumps in with the burn, saying it's a shame because if he had sweet-talked a bit better, she might have let him shoot his shot. Your Voln's done playing nice. He gets into fight mode, curses Lufan out, and says he's confident enough to escape and take the armored Dragon King blade with him. Lufan launches forward and tells the Dragon Queen to just sit back and watch, saying he's not wasting a contract slot on this clown. She yawns, stretches, and says there's nothing interesting to see anyway, then goes off to nap. Your Voln sees the Dragon Queen leave and gets all excited, thinking Lufan's dragon pet just dipped. He tells Lufan he tried to avoid this, but Lufan was too damn stubborn. Then he orders his serpent to attack, and it shoots this bright pink poison straight at Lufan. Then Lufan hits him with the roast, saying, "Yin looks half dead already and is still out here trying to rob people." Yin starts sweating bullets. Lufan's completely immune to the snake poison, and things are going sideways fast. Then it gets worse. Lufan calls for his pets to merge and summons Xiaofei, and those other two Xiaofei use their 3 skills at the same time. Emerald Light stacks blessings on him, removes all debuffs, and boosts his stats by 60%. Soul Shatter rebuffs his allies by 200% and stores incoming damage to release it back at 10 times the power. Then his Star Dragon aura activates, doubling his strength every 10 seconds. Lufan looks at Yin dead in the eyes and says, "Let's see you escape now." Yin is full-on panicking, screaming at Yamata no Orochi to run and do something, anything. The system activates God Armor on Yin, tripling all his stats. Then a dragon-riding aura flashes and a streak of white lightning tears through every single snakehead in one hit, obliterating them instantly. Yin's stats spike again from desperation, but he crashes to the ground, screaming that Lufan can't take the dragon. He realizes he's cooked and knows they need to bail immediately, but Lufan's already charging through the wreckage straight at him, saying he's not taking shit. Yin starts chanting again, yelling that this is Sakura land, so the dragon belongs to Sakura, and calling Lufan a thief. His eyes turn yellow, and he tells the shattered remains of Yamata no Orochi to help him one last time, as he activates Poseidon Cleansing. The broken pieces of the serpent get hit by blue mana, and this giant demonic phantom materializes. The system identifies it as a phantom of Susanoo with a sword, running at 350% of the Shikigami's power with a 30-second timer. Then the sword upgrades to the Kusanagi sword, and the phantom's stats double. Lufan looks at it completely unbothered and says it looks like Yin doesn't have any other Shikigami besides Orochi. Yin is screaming that he won't be underestimated, and swears Lufan is going to regret this. The phantom rushes Lufan and lands a glowing attack. The system says Poseidon Cleansing has 1 second left. Yin feels a wave of relief, thinking his escape plan actually worked. Lufan says it didn't. He winds up and throws one punch. Blue mana explodes across the entire area. The phantom screams and dissolves into mist, leaving nothing but a cloud of blue energy behind. When the smoke clears, Lufan sighs and goes, "So that bastard escaped after all of that." The scene shifts, and we see that bastard in question is almost half dead, coughing up blood, apologizing to his teacher for failing. Bro is full-on kowtowing, head on the ground, telling his teacher what happened. This brown, glowing-eyed figure shows up through the mist, and immediately calls Cap, a level 61 kid killing Yamata no Orochi. Nah, not buying it. Not even worth the conversation. But then this bastard started straight up groveling. He looks up all nervous and begs his teacher to avenge him and Yamata no Orochi. His teacher asked for the guy's name, so he told everything he knew about Lufan. The guy ranked 1 in the national trial. The teacher goes dead silent. Then he asks how Lufan killed Musashi Tan. Now he wants every single detail. Yin keeps begging, reminding him he's a rank 5 master, saying he can easily rip Lufan apart. The figure finally introduces himself, Yin Tianzi. He says if Yoon's actually telling the truth, then Lu Fan might genuinely be on his level, which would explain why Yoon got his ass handed to him. Calls Lu Fan a level 61 dragon tamer and paladin, running around with multiple dragon pets. Says capturing him alive will explain how the hell he got all of them. Yoon immediately agrees and starts hyping him up, says once Lu Fan's dealt with, his teacher will be the undisputed top dog Umrong, all 5th rank masters. Yoon Tanzi asks if Yoon left a tracking mark on Lu Fan. Yoon says hell yeah. After Yamada died, its resentment latched onto Lu Fan like a curse. So every time Lu Fan tries to summon the serpent, boom, they can track his location. Yoon Tanzi says good, but tells him not to sleep on Lu Fan. Handle this shit carefully. Yoon bows and thanks him, then hesitates. Gets all nervous and brings up that without Yamada, he's basically useless now, and starts asking for another Shikigami. Yoon Tanzi shuts that down so fast, calls it shameful, says giving Yoon Yamada in the first place was already a mistake, and he's sure as hell not doing it again. Then panics hard, apologizes like crazy, promises to never ask again, and starts backing away into the mist. Yin Tianzi tells him to stop wandering around embarrassing him and get his ass back to Yin's palace right now. Yin understood, and he's gone. Outside, he picks up this black rock and basically says, just wait, Lu Fan. Payback's coming. The scene switches to Golden Sand Peak. Our boy, aka the Dragon Queen, asks if they're ready to start. She notices he looks nervous as hell. Xiaofei next to him looks uneasy too. She reminds him straight up if she hadn't held back earlier, he never would have gotten that dragon egg. A system notification pops up. God Dragon King Armor of Godbone. Rank 1. Our boy checks the stats and realizes all of them are above 1 million. So now he's all hyped up and asks the Dragon Queen if he can defeat the blade using this. The Dragon Queen laughs and calls him cute, says this is just the warm-up. She boops his nose and explains that his armor is only 1 star. When she fought the blade armored Dragon King back in the day, it was nearly 4 stars. Basically tells him stay back if you want to keep breathing. She lays out the plan. Once it wakes up, it'll immediately go into defense mode. She'll try to pin it down. He summons all his dragons to protect himself while he grabs the egg. Then they all bail together. Our boy says even she doesn't sound confident about this. She admits it. Says both of them went all out at Falling Dragon Valley, and she hasn't fully recovered yet. If the blade-armored Dragon King recovers before her, they're both cooked. Our boy sighs, got it. He summons all his dragons and they move in. Sneak attack mode. The plan is simple. Grab the egg, open the territory portal, and get the hell out. He walks up to this massive steel-scaled dragon and prepares to wake it up. Puts his glowing hand on its scales. Everyone's tense. Even the Dragon Queen looks uneasy. He touches it. Energy pulse. The dragon explodes upward, shattering the ground beneath it, with rocks flying everywhere. Our boy standing there frozen, asks the Dragon Queen what the hell just happened. She's just as stunned. Can't explain where this level of power is coming from. The blade-armored Dragon King opens its glowing blue eyes, lets out a roar that shakes the entire mountain, snaps all the iron chains holding it down in one move. It's fully recovered. 3 stars peak form, and it's pissed. Our boy's sweating bullets. They both realize they need to scrap the original plan and switch it up now. He tells Star to use the Star Shuttle and pull back immediately. But the Dragon Queen? She flies up above everyone, laughing like she's completely lost her mind. Our boy stares at her like she's insane. She's grinning ear to ear and says, this is incredible. Reminds her of the Great War. Then she looks down at our boy and goes, try it. So now that his plan is cooked, our boy's standing there with 2 choices. Either bolt like a coward or stay and throw hands with a literal dragon god. And if he dips now, that means handing over the blade-armored dragon to that ugly bastard. So what does he do? He thinks about it for a bit and goes, screw it, we bowl. All his dragons take off at once, ready for war. He yells at all the dragon girls to get ready because it's go time. The Dragon Queen raises her hand and everyone just unloads on this thing. Black energy, fire, lightning, everything's flying at once. Our boy's thinking, this is it. Win or lose right here, right now. But here's where things get weird. As everything hits the blade-armored dragon, nothing happens. Dragon Queen tries to pull a sneaky move and goes for a blind spot attack, and this dragon just looks at her with these cold, dead eyes. She lands the hit, and the dragon's body just vanishes. Everyone's standing there looking stupid, completely lost. The Dragon Queen's brain is working overtime trying to figure out what just happened. At first she's thinking maybe it was all a bluff, some kind of scare tactic, but then it hits her. She looks at the pieces of the dragon's face and body just floating in the air, and she realizes something is absolutely messed up. She thinks, hold up, this dragon might already be dead. She tells our boy and he's like, wait, what? How? She explains that the whole defensive body was just an illusion this entire time. The dragon used its own life essence trying to recover from whatever beat it up in the first place, and basically burned itself out completely. It's been dead for ages. Our boy starts putting the pieces together after the big war. The blade-armored dragon left Falling Dragon Valley and came here to this cave, and then it did the most heartbreaking thing possible. It sacrificed itself to protect its eggs. The Dragon Queen agrees, but she's still confused about something. She points out that with that level of power, the dragon could have fully recovered here if it wanted to. There was literally no reason for it to sacrifice itself. Something doesn't add up. Our boy doesn't waste time. He walks straight into the dark area ahead, saying the egg should be in there somewhere. And guess what? He finds it almost immediately. Even the Dragon Queen, who's usually got something to say about everything, just goes completely quiet. He pulls out this black celestial dragon egg and asks if this is really the blade armor dragon egg he's been searching for. The system pops up and confirms it. Blade armor dragon egg, unknown level. And here's where it gets absolutely wild. Inside this thing there are 2 dry god crystal cores of legendary quality, and these things still carry traces of their original owner's power, and all that energy has been fully absorbed, plus 2 magatama that he's never even seen before in his life. The system casually mentions these things absorb toxins and glow on their own. Our boy's brain is melting because he realizes these magatama are just as valuable as a god crystal core. Dragon Queen steps in with the lore dump and explains that a god crystal core can only form at level 180 after you hit the 7th transformation, and not just anyone can pull one out. You need someone with divine essence to even touch it. Even with just a tiny trace of godly power left inside, it's still stronger than anything at the 6th level. Our boy's just standing there trying to process all of this information, but Dragon Queen keeps going, because apparently the story gets even crazier. When the blade armored dragon first arrived at this cave, it didn't just stumble in and take a nap. Nope, it ran into 2 gods, one good, one evil. And this dragon was already wounded from whatever fight it had been in before. But somehow it managed to kill both of them, and took their crystal cores as trophies. Then with its last bit of energy, it created that illusion that they just fought to guard the eggs. Here's the part that hits different though. The dragon could have eaten those crystal cores to heal itself, could have recovered, lived a long life, and watched its kid grow up. Instead, it left them inside the egg for its baby. Gave up everything so her kid would have a fighting chance. Our boy just stands there holding the 2 crystal cores quietly, and you can tell he's thinking about what this dragon sacrificed. The Dragon Queen notices he's gone quiet and asks what he's thinking about. He waves it off, trying to play it cool, and says he just genuinely admires the blade-armored Dragon King. That's all. Nothing deep, definitely not having feelings or anything. She walks over and tells him not to get too emotional about it. He came here for the egg, not a feelings moment. She drops some real talk. Life and death aren't choices for dragons. Fighting and eating are just how survival works in their world. That's the rule. It always has been. Our boy looks at her and asks the question that's probably been on his mind this whole time. So are you saying you're going to eat the egg? She smiles at him and says it's good that he's being careful and not just trusting her blindly. But since they have a contract and everything, she'll be straight with him. She said she did come here to devour this egg, but the blade-armored dragon must have seen all of this coming. It let the egg absorb the divine crystal core on purpose, which contaminated it with an aura that isn't pure dragon blood anymore, and she only wants pure dragon blood for her meals. This egg? He can keep it. It's basically useless to her now. Our boy just stares at her, and internally he's thinking this woman is actually insane. He quietly pieces together what probably would have happened if the blade-armored dragon hadn't been a genius. He smiles to himself. He grabs the egg, calls out to Xiao Fei, and says, "Let's go, tell everyone to gather up. You guys are about to meet a new brother or sister." And Xiao Fei? Oh man. Xiao Fei goes full gender reveal party energy immediately. Everyone gathers around super quick. Well, everyone except Star, who says she's not interested in this cheerful stuff, and stays back looking all moody. Doesn't matter though, the event starts without all the dragons are locked in on the egg. Our boy activates the dragon taming technique. A soft glow starts coming out of the egg, then it suddenly shifts to deep blue, and everyone freezes. The egg starts cracking open with this blinding light pouring out, and when it finally clears, our boy's got this huge grin on his face. He announces, "Everyone, meet the cub of the blade-armored Dragon King." The little cub pops out and looks around, completely confused about why there's an entire audience staring at it. The other dragons immediately crowd in because they're curious and want to say hi, but the cub gets spooked by all the attention and jumps back. Our boy says it's a bit skittish, but seems pretty calm overall. The little dragons are looking both excited and low-key annoyed that the cub isn't paying attention to them. The cub's just bouncing around everywhere, checking out its new surroundings, even hopping near Star. You catch her glancing at the cub with just a tiny bit of jealousy in her eyes. Then as they're all stepping out of the cave into the sunlight, our boy notices something that hits him right in the feels. The cub quietly walked over to a specific spot and just settled there, right in the exact place where its mother used to rest. Just sitting there, Lu Fan realizes that the cub misses its mom. Now this was a different experience for our boy. See, up until now, every dragon he's ever had came from the system. None of them had parents, no family, nothing. Just spawned in, and that was it. But this one, this little guy's mom literally died protecting it, sacrificing herself so it could live. And even though it was still in the egg when it happened, you know it felt that loss, that connection. So our boy decides to give it space. Then he pulls up the system to check the newborn's stats and he damn near has a heart attack. This thing is level 1, fresh out of the egg, and every single stat is already over 3,000. Strength, 3,000 plus. Agility, 3,000 plus. Endurance, you guessed it, 3,000 plus at level 1. Then he scrolls to the skills and his jaw hits the floor. Blade Armor Sickle, Blade Armor Bond, God Aura, and Blade Dragon Bloodline. And here's the kicker. Every single skill has the Divine Aura trait slapped on it. Our boy immediately connects the dots. Those crystal cores the Blade Armor Dragon left behind before dying, they didn't just protect the egg from the Dragon Queen's attack, they straight up blessed this baby with God-tier stats from birth. Literal divine intervention. The system window pops up saying, "How is this God core? Yeah, that's a legendary relic. He used to belong to an actual god-level being. Most of the power's been absorbed already, but still. This egg was basically incubating in divine energy. He looks down at the sleeping cub and notices the armor bond skill. It can literally transform into equipment and transfer all its stats and skills directly to him when equipped. And our boy's already doing the math in his head like, okay, so if I combine the divine bond gauntlet plus the blade armor chest piece, yeah, Ning Shuang is about to get cooked in the divine wind secret realm. Man's planning the whole build out already. He closes the stat window and looks around. All his other dragons are growling softly, low-key on edge around this newborn. He tells them to chill out and says they'll wait for the cub to wake up and give it time to grieve properly. And it was then that he remembered one tiny detail that he hadn't paid attention to earlier. This little guy is genderless. Fast forward to the next morning. Our boy walks outside, does a big stretch and yawn, and the little cub that's been waiting outside all night finally decides to follow him. Meanwhile, his other dragons are still knocked out cold from sleeping too long. He already knows this thing is absurdly strong from the stats, but watching it move, the speed is something else entirely. Every dragon nearby is watching this little monster carefully, like they can sense the danger. He tells the cub to activate Blade Armor Bond, so he can equip it, and they can head out. The cub growls in response, Bond skill activates, smoke wraps around its entire body, as it transforms chest piece equipment slot, unlocked, full blade armor dragon stats transferred. And those scales? Yeah, they're his now. A glowing chest piece materializes on his body, and the second it locks in, he feels everything skyrocket. All stats are plus 3,000. Just like that. The raw power coursing through him is insane. He also inherits Blade Within Blade and Blade Armor Sickle, both with God Aura attached. He flies up into the air to test it out. First up, Blade Armor Sickle. He fires it off, and this hook shoots out so fast it catches even him off guard. It flies past him, lands right next to Xiaofei by complete accident, and absolutely nukes the entire cliff she was standing on. She screams, rocks flying everywhere. Chaos. Then he activates Blade Within Blade. Razor-sharp blades shoot out from the chest armor, and slice every single piece of falling debris into clean cuts midair. Also, it turns out the skill reflects 99% of damage taken back at whoever hit him and ignores 45% of their defense. Then he activates God Aura. He lights up like a damn light bulb. Thanks to that, now even his basic attacks deal holy damage. Plus, the armor passively heals him every second and scales with the spirit stat. He clenches his fist and watches in real time as his body starts regenerating. And that's when it clicks. This completely covers the Blade Armor Dragon's one major weakness. It could only heal outside of combat before. Not anymore. Now he's got in-combat sustain. Then he switches modes, Dark Blade Armor. Purple mana starts leaking off his body like he's corrupted. God Aura flips into Dark Mode. And now instead of holy damage, it constantly builds up shadow energy before dumping all of it into the next attack, then resetting. Also scales with spirit. Whatever he's about to fight, yeah, it's cooked. He lands back on the ground, takes off the chest piece, and nods to himself. Once he levels the Blade Dragon Cub up a bit more, he's fully ready for the Divine Ruins secret realm. He turns to his dragons and says, all right team, we're going home. And the dragons immediately start celebrating. The system confirms he hops through the portal Morozov built back to his home. The second he arrives, his aunt runs up and hugs him tight. He can tell she's gotten way more used to him disappearing on these long trips. Now she's not freaking out like she used to. She's just happy he's back. She mentions she just bought groceries and wants to invite Xiaofei over for dinner tonight. Jiang Ting chimes in from the side like, yo, today's Tao's free meal day, so she's gonna show up on her own, whether you call her or not. Just hit up Xiaofei, and that's everybody. Our boy agrees and says cool, because he's actually got something important to tell everyone anyway. Later that afternoon at Jane Garden, everyone was posted up and chilling, eating food, when our boy told everyone about his plan to take a hike all the way to the Western Front. And Tao immediately freaked out after hearing that, telling him how there's no need for him to push himself through something this dangerous. His aunt immediately agrees. She's worried accidents happen too easily out there in the wilderness. She asks why he can't just use that teleportation scroll Wuxian gave her, like, wouldn't that be way smarter? Everyone's nodding along because honestly, a plane or literally any other form of transport would be easier than what he's planning. Hiking all the way to the western border on foot, that's 1 to 2 months minimum of non-stop travel through monster territory. Our boy just casually drops that, yeah, he can't summon the fallen corpse golem anymore. But before anyone can freak out, he adds that it's actually fine because it absorbed all those fallen corpse puppets and evolved into a godbone dragon king with absolutely insane stats. Oh, and he also picked up some new blade ninjas on this last trip, which pushed his total stats past 1 million. Everyone just goes dead silent. Sheen breaks the silence like, wait, did he just say 1 million attributes? Our boy confirms it. Yeah, 1 million. He explains that he was originally going to farm dungeons to level up the Blade Armor Dragon, but the Shinsu secret realm doesn't open for over a month still. So instead of sitting around doing nothing, he's going west. That way he gets more experience, and by the time he reaches the Western Territory, the Blade Dragon will be perfectly leveled up right when the realm opens. 2 birds, 1 stone. The girls just sit there with absolutely nothing to say. Like, what do you even respond to that? His aunt finally asks the real question. Does that mean he's leaving again tomorrow? He smiles, nods, but he reassures her he's not going alone. He has his dragons with him always. The next morning he says goodbye to everyone and heads west. Over the next stretch, this man runs through 14 different regions, absolutely packed with massive lion-type beasts. Lion roar beasts, screaming sonic shockwaves, ground claw strikes literally splitting the earth open, all of them put down without him breaking a sweat. He's clearing boss after boss, rare elites and level 98 monsters throwing divine strikes, hurricane blasts, and area-wide explosions. Doesn't matter, none of it touches him. He even solos a nightmare difficulty dungeon going up against a level 92 demon-eating mushroom that shoots paralyzing spore clouds everywhere and literally blows itself up when it gets low on health, and he still clears it. Then he runs into some human hunters going after rare materials. One mana burst. They're gone. After all of that, everyone leveled up. The Blade Armor Dragon hit level 57. His other dragons pushed into the mid-60s, and the dragons are absolutely thrilled because they didn't have to do a single thing. Their guy handled every fight solo while they just vibed in the back collecting XP. After a full month of non-stop grinding, our boy finally reaches the western border. He stands there for a second, taking in the massive wilderness stretching out in front of him, and the colossal beasts roaming in the distance. But then he checks the countdown for the Shinsu secret realm. It's already ticking down. Not much time left. He spreads his wings and says, "Alright, time to head back." Then mid-flight he just stops. Right in front of him is this rare golden eagle. This thing is called the Golden Feathered Roc, a top-tier mountain creature that's only found in the western borderlands. Luda takes a quick scan, and all of his levels pop up. Level 94. Skills, Dive, Intimidation, Hurricane Shadow. And that dive skill alone, it can slam into the ground from extreme altitude and send shockwaves rippling out in every direction, leveling everything nearby. Our boy isn't scared though. He's excited because the materials you can harvest from this thing are incredibly rare. He immediately decides he's catching it. Gonna give it as a gift to a Wuxian. He summons the blade armor, merges with it fully, and fires the hook skill. Piercing blades shoot out at lightning speed and catch the eagle's claw completely off guard. Then he launches himself forward using the same chain energy. Riding the momentum, the eagle doesn't even react, just keeps flying. Takes him with it like he's not even there. He realizes this approach isn't working. Pulls back midair, scans for a new weak spot, and fires again, this time hitting it right under the neck. Then he lands on its back, grabs the chains with both hands, wraps them around its neck, and tells it straight up, "Behave or die. Your choice." The eagle calms down real quick. Now he's riding this thing through the sky with a gorgeous view of the mountain ranges below. At this speed, he'll make it back just in time for the realm opening. Perfect. Then mana-infused arrows come flying up from the ground and nail the eagle mid-flight. It wobbles hard. Our boy steadies himself. This is an ambush. From below, hunters are shouting commands. Cast the net. Catch the golden eagle now. More spears pierce through the eagle's wings, and suddenly a massive net drops from above and wraps around it completely. The eagle can't move. Wings locked, it's going down. The hunters on the ground start celebrating early, thinking they got it. Then they notice the armored figure dropping down from the sky above them. Our boy lands hard. One strike from his blade tears straight through the net like it's paper. But it's too late. The eagle still can't open its wings in time and crashes into the ground below. The hunters rush in thinking it's over, ready to claim their prize. Then a shockwave of force hits them all from above and scatters them like bowling pins. One of them recovers first, weapon drawn, looking around confused as hell. The smoke clears, and he sees some kid standing in front of the fallen eagle. Another hunter named Squints at him trying to figure out what just happened. Then he puts it together. This guy must have fallen from the sky with the eagle when they brought it down. He looks at the kid's gear and calls him out as a lone materialist hunter. Basically a nobody. Their leader immediately tells everyone to attack. Says this guy's not from any noble house, so killing him won't cause any political problems. Our boy just stares at him, thinking to himself, news really doesn't travel out here. If these people don't even recognize the Yi family leader standing right in front of them. So our boy decided to bring the news to them. A screen pops up explaining he just activated the full power of the Godbone armor, which cranks his strength up by a casual 1000%. Everything around him, trees, rocks, the ground itself just crumbled from that single hit. Another notification appears, breaking down the blade mail form. Basically, his armor shatters into this hook-shaped scythe that shoots out, impales whatever poor bastard is in front of him, and yanks them back like a fishing line. He starts swinging these chains around, and everything in a 50-foot radius just gets absolutely shredded. One of the guys who attacked him earlier is losing his mind, screaming at Lufan not to come any closer. But then someone yells his name. He turns around and there's his senior sprinting at him full speed with her arms wide open, telling him to catch her. Lufan turns immediately and gets hit with a heavenly view, but then somehow calms his nerves and manages to catch her midair and immediately asks why the hell she just appeared out of nowhere. She grabs his face and roasts him for looking like a feral little gremlin after being gone for a whole month. He smirks and asks if she really traveled all this way just to see him. She says she's been showing up every single morning because she knew he'd come back eventually. Then she looks around at the absolute disaster zone surrounding them and asks what happened. Lufan explains he caught this rare golden feathered bird as a gift for her, but these idiots attacked him mid-flight, blew both him and the bird out of the sky, and ruined the whole thing. She slowly turns to look at the attackers, and bro, her entire vibe shifted. Her eyes go blood red. Flames start flickering off her earrings, and you can practically feel the temperature drop. The two guys immediately start having a meltdown. One of them recognizes her as the Calamity, who single-handedly wiped out the Hong and Long families. They're stuttering, begging, saying it was all a huge misunderstanding and they'll pay whatever she wants, cash, treasures, their left kidney, whatever. She doesn't give a single damn. She pulls out her bow and coldly says, once a fight starts, someone has to bleed. Anyone who wants revenge can come find me. But before she can turn them into kebabs, Lu Fan grabs her wrist. She snaps at him, asking why he stopped her. He calmly tells her these small fries aren't worth her energy and points at the main guy, saying the rest just need a good beating. Then Lu Fan steps forward and the ground literally explodes. Fire erupts in every direction like the earth itself is pissed off. A screen pops up explaining it's the dragon's killing intent. It deals true damage to everyone in range, ignores all defenses, and the weaker you are, the harder it hits. The main guy drops to the ground screaming and rolling around like he's on fire. Lu Fan doesn't even look at him. He announces loud and clear that he did this, and if the Zhao family has a problem with it, they know where to find him. He turns to his senior and asks if she's satisfied now. She scoffs and says he already handled everything without even asking her opinion first. He just smirks, activates his dragon wings, scoops her up bridal style and tells her it's too late to complain now. She turns bright red and tells him to put her down because he smells like sweat. He says nope and takes off into the air, warning her not to wiggle around or he won't be responsible if she falls. Cut to them chilling at a dining table back at the Yi residence. She's leaning forward all excited, asking him to bring out the blade armor Dragon King, because she wants to see the baby dragon. She says newborn dragon cubs are insanely cute, and she absolutely has to hold one. He immediately tells her to kill that thought right now. She looks confused and asks if hugging it could really hurt that bad. Lu Fan raises his hand, and this tiny dragon jumps out of the light. She just freezes, asks if this little thing is really the blade armor Dragon King. He tells her not to sleep on it. Its defense is so broken that even someone as strong as Xiao Yi would struggle to crack it. She leans in closer and notices the dragon isn't even acknowledging her existence, just staring past her like she's a piece of furniture. Lu Fan reaches out all confident and tells the dragon to shake hands. It does. He tells it to sit. It sits. She grabs an apple, balances it on the dragon's claw, and asks if it can cut it. The little dragon lifts its claw and slices the apple perfectly in half without even trying. She loses her mind. Says this little dragon is basically the ultimate utility tool, chores. Travel, assassination, robbery, literally whatever you need. Lu Fan bursts out laughing. Then he asks if anything happened while he was gone. She sighs and says, on the surface nothing major, but a lot of powerful families have been aggressively hoarding resources from the secret realm. She thinks everyone's preparing for the Shinshu secret realm opening. He tells her not to stress about it because he's way too strong now for that to matter. Suddenly the whole room shakes from this massive boom. She jumps and he immediately steadies her. A servant runs in, all panicked, and reports that the dormant volcano on the western border just randomly erupted out of nowhere. She tenses up because that direction belongs to the Ning family territory. Lu Fan gets up and tells her they should go check it out. The scene cuts to this absolutely massive volcano cave at the western border, and the whole place has gone nuclear lava geysers shooting up everywhere, and heat waves so thick you can see them. Out of nowhere, this giant bird with wings that look like literal fire shields comes blazing across the volcanic sky. Our boy lands with his senior still in his arms, and the heat immediately smacks them in the face. He's looking around thinking this place is absolutely insane. But what really catches his attention is the aura in the air. It's at least 10 times stronger than before, and that's saying something. Right as they touch down, the giant bird flaps its wings and dips out of the western territory. His senior watches it leave and mutters that the Lu Fanmi must be scheming something again. She points out that the ground is literally hot enough to melt metal, but that bird didn't even break a sweat flying through it. She admits our boy's growth has been wild, but that C-rank family clearly has some serious talent backing them up too. She stares into the volcano and says the girl inside is training like an absolute psychopath. She's clearly dead set on demolishing him in the Divine Ruins secret realm, especially since he won't be able to bring his dragon pets in there. Our boy stays completely calm and says she's going to be real disappointed. No matter how much she improves, it won't be enough. His senior immediately snaps at him not to underestimate people. She explains that Ning Shuang has a fiancé from the Luo family named Luo Li Shu, another C-rank noble who's crazy strong and might even surpass Shuang. His class is some hidden job called 80 Dream Emissary, a transformation type, and the family already has major beef with our boy, so she's worried they'll team up inside the secret realm to jump him. He goes quiet, actually processing that. She keeps going, saying with the Ning family, the Luo family, and other noble families who are terrified of their influence all gunning for him at once, he could end up getting surrounded from every direction. The worry in her voice is crystal clear. He steps closer, slides his arm around her waist, and asks if she's really that worried about him. She immediately jumps back, face turning red, and tells him to stop playing around. He's representing her, Yi family, so of course she doesn't want him getting himself killed out there. He smiles and tells her he's got this handled. Spreading his arms wide, he says, not just those two families, everyone in the Divine Ruins trial is losing to me. She frowns and warns him not to sleep on what multiple noble families can do when they combine forces. Even with his blade armor hatchling and Divine Bone Dragon King fused with him, he'd still be under serious pressure. Then he asks her what she thinks Shuang's stats would be after activating her transformation. He explains he just hit 10,000 total attributes himself, but Shuang grew up with full C-rank family support backing her, and her class multiplies her stats on top of that base. At her peak, she could hit 10 times his number. His senior nods and says she could easily clear 100,000. He just casually says, 100,000 isn't that high. She freezes, stares at him. What did you just say? He raises his arm and it shifts into shining steel armor. Tells her to watch closely. Two screens pop up, Blade Armor Bond, which fuses his dragon into chest armor and gives him all its stats and skills, and Divine Born Armor, which turns his other dragon into gauntlets on both wrists and stacks the Divine Bone Dragon, King stats plus the Godbone Descent ability. He throws one punch into empty air. The explosion is massive. The shockwave alone shakes the entire ground. She can't believe that much destruction came from a single strike. He looks at her calmly and says, "This is my punch now." She's completely speechless. He explains that with both dragon cubs stacked together through the divine bond, his total attributes have pushed past 1 million. She thinks back on the single month he was gone and just can't process it. 1 million total attributes. That's not supposed to be possible. He lifts off the ground, wings spreading, and tells her not to worry at all. Even inside the Divine Ruins realm with multiple families coming at him at once, he's not scared in the slightest. She sighs and says it's not that she doubts him. She's just worried that if these noble family elites push him too far and he ends up wiping all of them out, it could spark a full-scale noble family war. The next day at the Ning family residence, Ning's father is sitting there with the most serious face you've ever seen. He tells everyone that for this Divine Ruins expedition, the Ning and Luo families need to stick together and make absolutely sure no other family gets their hands on the spirit-tempering liquid. Lixu says confidently that since Shuang is his fiancé, the two families are already one, and he won't let anyone touch their interests. Then Shuang walks in and announces she's back. Her father immediately asks if she broke through. She lifts her chin all proud and says she hit level 110 and unlocked her second level 100 skill Scarlet Sunfire stance, and she promises she's making that dragon tamer suffer this time. Her father almost jumps out of his seat, level 110, at only 18 years old, already approaching 5th job advancement strength. No other C-rank noble even comes close to that. With enough time, she could push the entire family up to B-rank status. Lixio stands up too and tells her she's definitely taking first place in the secret realm. Shuang ignores all the compliments and gets straight to business. She asks if everything's going according to plan and whether the dragon tamer is actually entering the secret realm. Lixu confirms the Luo family's intel shows our boy returned to the Yi residence today and he's actively preparing for the trial. Shuang smirks and says she's glad he didn't run away, but then Lixu adds something. Our boy picked up a new dragon pet while he was out, one that can transform into equipment. She pauses and thinks about it, realizes he studied the Divine Ruins restrictions and specifically prepared a counter for that battlefield. But she scoffs and says even with one dragon equipped, the realm still won't let him summon the rest of his collection. His overall strength drops hard. With both families working together, they've already won. She says out loud she can't believe he thinks he can take on the Divine Ruins with just one gear dragon. It can't be that simple, right? Lixu strokes her hair and tells her to stop obsessing over that one guy. The real threat is Murong Sheng, from the B-rank Murong family. He's competing for the spirit-tempering liquid too. Shuang goes completely stiff, repeats the name slowly. Young master of a B-rank noble house, and he's entering the Divine Ruins secret realm too. This didn't make any sense. Why would anyone from a B-rank noble family be competing? And her dad shares her opinion. He's saying how second-tier noble families don't waste their time with some basic Shinshu secret realm. Sure, the spirit-tempering liquid is nice and all, but it's not send a literal B-rank powerhouse. Nice. That's overkill on a different level. Then Lixu steps up all calm and collected, telling him he's missing the whole picture. He drops the bomb 2 years ago. Murong Sheng was already sitting at level 119, literally 1 foot away from hitting the 5th reincarnation. And according to the Lu family's intel network, he's been planning for the breakthrough for the past 2 years. And to guarantee that, he needs the spirit-tempering liquid to max out his stats before he makes the jump. Lixu looks dead at everyone in the room and says it plain as day. Murong Sheng is coming to the Shinsu secret realm for one reason and one reason only. To grab the liquid, juice his stats to the absolute ceiling, and ascend to the 5th stage with 0 chance of failure. Ning's dad just collapses back onto the couch like someone unplugged him. Man is stunned. He did not see this coming. He tries to say something, but Shuang cuts him off before he can even get a word out. She says even if Murong Sheng hasn't hit the 5th level yet, he's still from a second-tier noble family. And realistically, even if the Ning and Luo families teamed up and threw everything they had at him, winning still might not be on the table. Though the old man wasn't paying attention to her, he was thinking about the time 2 years back when he first met Murong Sheng. He was rolling with another elite from a second-class house, and some beef broke out over loot in a secret realm. You know what Murong Sheng did? One ended the whole conflict with one skill. After watching that display, he understood the truth, even though they're all technically labeled same rank. The gap between them and someone like him is just too big, so he knows that their chances of getting the liquid are slim if they go up against him, realistically close to 0. But Ning told him not to lose his hopes yet, because in the secret realm nothing's guaranteed. The secret realm has restrictions, and Murong Sheng isn't even a shapeshift type class. Until they're actually inside, nobody knows how things play out. Anything can happen. Lixu jumps in, backing her, saying how in the Shinshu secret realm, luck can matter just as much as raw power. They might stumble onto the spirit-tempering liquid before Murong Sheng even gets close to it. It's not over before it starts. Niking's father finally takes a deep breath and says that while the liquid is important, their lives matter more. If they genuinely can't beat Merdrong Sheng when it comes down to it, then the smart move is just handing it over. There's no point in dying over it. And that's when Shang absolutely loses it. Her voice echoes through the entire damn residence as she screams that what she wants most from this trip isn't even the spirit-tempering liquid. All she wants is to get her hands on our boy. Before the tension can escalate any further, Shalulin casually drops the most out-of-pocket comment possible, saying once they get back from the secret realm, it'll be time to start arranging wedding plans. And Li Xiu, this bastard, is grinning ear to ear, saying how he's going to follow Uncle's order. Cut to 3 days later, our boy and Wu Qian are gliding through this massive deep valley when she flies ahead, all amazed, saying she never realized the western frontier stretched out this far, and our boy laughs, pointing out this place is only 2,000 miles from the Ye family. How has she never been here? She explains the whole area is locked down by third-class noble families, and he raises a brow, asking if third-rate families are really that stuck up, and then wonders what first- and second-class nobles must be like, if even the lower tiers act this arrogant, and she just smiles, saying she has no idea because that's a world that she can't access. Before he can respond, she points forward at the entrance to the Shinshu secret realm, and bro, the valley is packed, she mutters, the turnout is insane, and competition's gonna be brutal. The second they step closer, whispers fly through the crowd with people sneering that the dragon tamer from the Ye family actually showed up, calling him cannon fodder, who's just a frog at the bottom of a well, and someone adds they heard the Dunning family already sent him a teleportation stone to kill him inside. Wuxian clicks her tongue, telling him to ignore it since his level 65 alone keeps half these people up at night, and our boy just shrugs, saying he's used to being the center of attention. She points out the crowd, explaining most competitors are transformation-type classes, gesturing at Yuan Zhang, who's level in 10 and transforms into a giant ape, then at Li from the Li family, who's also level in 10 and transforms into a crane, whispering those two are the strongest outsider nobles here. Then an eagle's cry cuts through the air. Everyone looks up, and our boy says calmly, she's here, as Ning Shuang and Lu Lichu drop down, locking eyes with our boy and Wu Shan with tension so thick you could cut it. When suddenly a massive burst of white energy explodes across the area, everyone starts shouting. Shuang and Lu Shu look shaken. Nobody knows what happened, and someone screams the secret realm just opened. In the next second, a gate appeared, and Wu Shan told our boy to be ready, as the secret realm was opening. Meanwhile, Yuan completely loses his shit, laughing like a psychopath, saying how he's been waiting forever for this moment. Our boy whips out his teleportation stone and notices it's actually glowing now, like it's finally active. The system pops up confirming the Shinshu secret realm is officially open for business. Yuan, holding his stone up in the air, hyped beyond belief, tells everyone to stay on their toes and then basically announces he's about to demolish everyone inside. The man laughs like a straight-up villain and steps through the portal. While our boy's doing all this, Wuxian's just watching him with this weird look, but mid-stare, she suddenly points up at the sky. There's this shimmering pink light appearing way up high, and everyone's like, oh great, someone else is crashing the party. Then boom, a burst of blue energy slams into the ground as another figure lands. The whole crowd starts buzzing, and then they all collectively gasp as the newcomer fully descends. People started whispering immediately. He's too handsome, too clean, too perfect, like someone literally carved him out of moonlight. Finally, someone says the name out loud and everyone else just goes silent. Marung Sheng. This dude walks in with one hand casually in his pocket, moving like someone who has genuinely never taken an L in his entire life. The screen flashes his stats. Marung Sheng, level 119, rank B, Western Border Clan. Wuqian's eyes go wide immediately, and she's like, who the hell is this ridiculously flashy guy? This other dude starts roasting her immediately. How do you not know who this is? But then something clicks in her head that doesn't sit right. She knows every single third-tier noble family allowed inside this realm. A second-tier family showing up makes zero sense. Someone's definitely pulling strings behind the scenes. Our boy stares at Marung Sheng and immediately feels it. This guy feels even stronger than Xu Ming, and that's saying something. Li Fong jumps in with this condescending tone, saying, our boy must be from some bottom-tier family if he doesn't even recognize Marung Sheng. Starts explaining how Marung Sheng is this young prodigy on the edge of his 5th reincarnation, heir to the powerful Marung family, a legitimate second-class noble house. Wuxian snaps back, demanding to know why a second-tier noble is crashing a realm specifically meant for third-tier families. Li Shi flips his hair all dramatic and mocks the Yi family's weak intel network, saying it's obvious Marung Sheng needs the spirit-tempering liquid to break into the 5th level, and if he's competing, nobody else stands a chance. Meanwhile, Li Shi lets out this dramatic sigh, saying he must have embarrassed himself in front of young Master Marung. Marung Sheng hears him, doesn't even look in his direction, just activates his stone and vanishes in a flash of light. Li Shi freezes, stares at the empty space, and says quietly that he clearly made zero impression. Li Shi steps closer and gently puts her hand on our boy's cheek. She apologizes, saying she genuinely didn't expect second-class noble families to show up, warns him to be extremely careful inside. Our boy just smiles and tells her he's not losing to anyone. Wuxian nods, admitting she knows her limits right now, but promises that once she hits level 100, she'll raise the Ye family into a prestigious clan herself. Our boy immediately grabs her wrist, pulls her hand to his neck, and says, deal. promises that when the time comes, both she and the Ye family will be standing right behind him. He activates his stone, tells her not to worry, and vanishes. Our boy lands inside the realm and immediately checks his stone already burned out. One-time use. A message flashes confirming he's officially inside. He thinks to himself that once you're in, the only way out is to win or survive until the end. The system screen appears. Shinshu's secret realm officially started with 13 total participants, and the rules are simple but brutal. The final reward is the gold tempering liquid. To get it, you need 3 keys to open the spirit tempering pool. Each key is split into 13 fragments. Every participant starts with 1 fragment. The remaining 26 are scattered across the realm. The first person to collect 13 fragments completes a full key. Once someone completes a key, its location gets revealed to everyone, and that's when things get spicy. Current stats: 13 out of 13 players remaining, 26 out of 39 fragments still out there, and he's holding exactly 1 point. Our boy grins. He needs 12 more. Either find them scattered around or take them from other people by force. And once someone finishes a key and the whole realm finds out exactly where they are, yeah, it's gonna get chaotic fast. He jumps deeper into the realm, already thinking ahead. Players with no fragments are gonna go straight for whoever looks weakest to rob them. And anyone too weak to hold onto the liquid will just end up doing all the hard work for someone stronger to swoop in and take it. That was the last of the rules, and then a notification popped up telling our boy to be ready, as there are only 3 seconds until the start. Our boy locks in. Then everything goes white. Like blinding, pure white energy just explodes everywhere, so bright it feels like his eyeballs are getting nuked. He slowly forces his eyes open, waiting for the world to stop looking like a flashbang went off. And when things finally clear up, he realizes he spawned at the peak forest of the Divine Ruin's secret realm. The moment he takes a step forward, a massive boulder comes crashing down from above, nearly turning him into a pancake. He clicks his tongue, thinking how anyone without flying class would get absolutely destroyed here. This terrain is basically a death trap for them. He pushes deeper into the forest when suddenly this voice calls out from behind, mocking him for being unlucky. Lu Fan turns and sees this giant figure step out of the shadows. The big dude's grumbling about how lucky he is, spawning next to some kid from a D-rank family. The info screen pops up. Wong, level 105, Beast Tamer, Western Border, C rank. Wong starts cackling, saying our boy's a free appetizer that just delivered itself right to his doorstep. Our boy just smirks back, thinking to himself, yeah, someone here is lucky, alright. But it sure as hell isn't you, Wong. This bastard then starts boasting about how it's his second time in the realm, like that's supposed to be intimidating. Then his body starts swelling up, muscles inflating like balloons, and veins popping everywhere as he enters his giant form. He's screaming about how a summoner has no business acting cocky in here. Another info screen pops up explaining his weapon, the Lord of Purgatory, which can shift into any weapon and boost strength equal to the user's level. Our boy's just watching calmly, taking mental notes. Okay, so the blade's just reshaped armor and this dude's got experience from a previous run. Got it. Wong then starts flexing, screaming that his punch is packing 12,000 strength, and charges in like he's about to demolish everything. Our boy doesn't even flinch, just casually catches the punch with his hands like it's nothing. He looks at Wong with the most bored expression ever and goes, wait, is everyone here this trash? Wong's whole vibe switches from confident to oh shit real quick. In his head he's panicking like this dude's level 65 with no dragon summons. How the hell is he blocking my 10,000 plus strength punch? Like it's a foam ball. Our boy's eyes get serious. He tells Wong those fragments he's carrying, yeah, those are his now. Then he just shoves Wong with one hit and bro goes flying across like a ragdoll. By the time Wong finally stops tumbling, he's at the bottom coughing up blood and barely alive. Then he hears a voice from way up top. Our boy's just chilling at the peak, holding a chain wrapped around Wong's leg, dragging him back up. Turns out the scythe blade has this hook function that pierces and drags targets, and now Wong's the one getting dragged, which is hilarious karma. Wong's shaking, realizing this kid just destroyed my Lord of Purgatory armor like tissue paper. His stats have to be 100,000 plus, maybe even Ning Shuang level. Our boy asks what he's mumbling about, then gives him 2 options. 1, hand over the fragments and be his guide through the realm. 2, get dropped into the bottomless pit with broken bones and no way to fly. Wong immediately starts ugly crying, sobbing that he picks option 1. He'll give everything, he'll guide whatever he wants. Our boy pulls him back up. Once Wong's back on solid ground, still trembling, our boy warns him not to even think about running. Wong swears he won't, hands over the fragments with shaky hands and actually thanks him for not killing him. Our boy asks if he's even useful, though like did he at least explore most of the realm before? Wong wipes his tears and says he doesn't know everything, but he knows where the treasure chests are and what beasts guard them. Then he drops some actually useful info. Apparently these chests don't just have key fragments, they've got rare treasures too. Plus there are 3 mythical artifacts scattered around. 1 realm talisman that auto-revives you at full HP if you die, but disappears once you leave. 2 forbidden magic stone seal that creates a no-skill zone, forcing everyone into pure hand-to-hand combat. And 3 the god-hunting heavy crossbow, the strongest one, and there's only 1 in the whole realm. It can instantly kill anything with less than 2 million stamina. Wong says most people chase fragments and completely miss that the crossbow should be priority number 1. Our boy's thinking, damn, I had 0 clue about any of this. He's not fully trusting Wong yet, but since he knows where the chests are, and chests drop fragments anyway, he might as well use him. He hands Wong his teleportation stone and tells him to lead the way. Wong bows and promises to help him get the spirit-tempering liquid. They head deeper into the realm, running into beast-guarded chests, exactly like Wong said, and our boy just demolishes every single beast in under a second. Eventually they find their first artifact, the Divine Ruins Secret Realm Talisman. Legendary grade. Our boy admits to himself he's starting to trust Wong a bit more, but Wong's still acting weird, so he's definitely not dropping his guard yet. The scene shifts. Wong's still acting shady as hell, but he keeps finding treasure chests with perfect accuracy. Our boy's following but thinking, yeah, this dude's definitely hiding something. Suddenly he launches forward through the air like a rocket. Wong was shouting from behind about how following him was the best decision ever. Our boy tells him to shut up with the bootlicking. He hasn't seen a single fragment or that god-hunting crossbow Wong keeps hyping. Wong's panicking, swearing he's not lying, and says the realm's full of chests, but they just need to loot faster than everyone else. Our boy lands and opens the next chest, and even he pauses. Wong nearly dies, screaming that this is the second artifact, meaning the crossbow has to be close. The screen pops up. The magic banning stone seal creates a 5-kilometer no-skill zone. Our boy notices more stuff glowing inside. A golden scroll rises up, the enchantment weapon breakthrough scroll, with a 25% success rate to evolve legendary plus weapons. Wong's losing it, yelling that scrolls above a 20% success rate are stupid rare, saying our boy's luck just broke. Our boy thinks it over. His sword and bow are both legendary plus, and the divine bone armor's backing him, so why not gamble on upgrading the dark serpent bow? Even if it fails, the weapon won't break. He activates it. Screen flashes, dark serpent bow upgraded to dragon roar. Legendary plus. Wong screams as golden energy explodes everywhere. New stats show plus 591 and plus 182 strength, but the real prize is the 30% boost to all attributes that stacks with his armor. Plus dragon roar arrows get an extra 45% attribute boost and 45% piercing damage. No major clan would ever let a weapon like this exist. Then his treasure map system pulses. The divine treasure map he hasn't seen forever just came back. While he's checking it, Wong tries saying they should camp, since it's late. Our boy shuts that down immediately. No rest, they're grinding fragments all night. He asks Wong if there's a place in the realm with bones near a lake. Wong knows it but warns it's a 2-day journey. Our boy says cool, they're leaving now, and Wong better alert him the second he spots chests. Wong's struggling to keep up, gasping for air while our boy just glides ahead. 2 days later, Wong's barely alive as they push through bushes. Our boy's thinking how, since the ancient god war, he'd collected 3 divine-grade treasure maps but never knew where they were. This one's in the realm, so he needs it fast. Shame Wong can't fly. Slowed them down. Still, Wong helped open dozens of chests and got him 5 fragments. They arrive at Bone Lake, matching the map perfectly. Our boy tells Wong to stay and rest. He'll handle it solo, though he did warn him not to run. Wong nodded, saying how he can't fly anyway, and even if he ran, our boy would catch him instantly, especially now when he can barely move. Our boy approaches the treasure location, figures it's at the bottom and moves to dive, but then he freezes. Bones are piled everywhere on the shore, and there's already a fight happening. A white bird's yelling at some huge gorilla creature, calling it slow. The gorilla tells the bird to shut up and attack. Monsters and beasts are fighting all over the water. The screen shows Bone Lake, giant crocodile, level 120. The white bird spots our boy and screams that the Yi family dragon tamer just showed up. They need to finish the crocodile before he interferes. 2 more screens pop up. Li Fong, crane form, level 110, crane mage, C rank. Yuan Gang Yung, level 110, giant barrier class, C rank. The gorilla roars, he'll hold the crocodile while the others block. Our boy. Then they say if they kill the Yuan family kid, they can form a solid alliance. Cut to a masked man watching all this, saying they broke their promise to cooperate immediately, so now they have to prove their loyalty first. This dude is Lian Sheng, level 110, black mage. Our boy recognizes the first 2 from what his senior told him, but this black-cloaked mage, total stranger. Lian Sheng mutters that anyone entering Divine Ruins at level 65 with a summoning class is basically asking to get destroyed. He floats up as skeletons spiral around him, activating bone reconstruction using dark magic to temporarily resurrect nearby bones. The crane dude starts cursing, the masked dude saying he knew that he was holding back this whole time. The gorilla told them Crane not to make a big deal out of it, as it doesn't matter because if the mage tries anything, he won't survive. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was accessing the situation and he realized something important. Up till now, he was thinking that the mage was summoning creatures somehow, but nope, this bastard is just using the bones. No wonder he's desperate for an alliance. At this, Lian Sheng gets angry and starts shouting at our boy to witness the power of a divine tier class over level 100, way beyond any ordinary summoner. A whole storm of skeletons surges forward. Our smiles and said, if you guys are this desperate, I don't mind testing out how strong your alliance is. And what do you know? Bro wasn't kidding, because as he finished the sentence, he straight up charged at them. Lian Sheng realizes he's cooked, but it's way too late. Lu's fist goes clean through his chest and out the back like he's made of paper. A system notification pops up casually explaining that this God Bone Arm Guard doesn't even count as an equipment slot, and it multiplies all his stats by 300%. Meanwhile, the black mage is just standing there choking on his own blood, and up in the sky that white bird straight up freezes mid-flight with the most "did that just happen?" expression. He just coldly says alliances mean absolutely nothing here and that he'll be the last man standing no matter what. Lianshang drops dead right then and there. The second he hits the ground, every single skeleton around them just crumbles into dust like they never existed in the first place. Then this massive white energy explosion erupts from the corpse, shaking the entire bone lake. The gorillas over there trembling, muttering in disbelief that the black mage actually just died like that. The bird completely loses it, screaming that these guys are way too dangerous and they need to get the hell out of there now. The gorilla spins around to run too, cursing his terrible luck for getting involved in this mess. And it just got worse because as he was trying to run away, the giant crocodile from before appeared. Our boy locks onto the bird trying to escape through the sky and casually flicks his hand. Chains shoot out instantly. A screen pops up explaining the chain fires a hook that pierces targets and drags them back. He throws it, and the hook tears straight through the bird's wing, ripping out feathers and chunks of flesh. The bird lets out this horrible blood-curdling scream as blood sprays across the sky like a fountain. Our boy calmly tells it there's another one down here, and warns it not to even think about running. The bird keeps screaming in agony while the gorilla just stands there frozen in complete disbelief, watching our boy reel the bird back down like he's on a casual fishing trip. The gorilla starts panicking hard, stumbling backward, going no, 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 no. Our boy rushes forward and the bird crashes straight into the gorilla at full speed. They both instantly snap back into their human forms from the impact. Yuan grabs his leg, screaming in pain, while the bird transforms into Li Foam, who immediately starts begging for mercy, promising they won't try to run anymore. Our boy walks toward them with this calm and unbothered. He says he'll let them go if they hand over their fragments and fight alongside him, the same deal he gave the gourd elixir guy. Wang shows up completely out of breath, asking what the hell just happened. Li immediately snaps at Wang about having some royal dignity and accuses him of bowing to Lu way too fast. Wang claps back without missing a beat, telling Li to look at the pathetic state he's in before running his mouth. Then Wang says there's no way someone with Lu's strength is actually level 65. He has to be at least level 119. Our boy just calmly responds that level alone doesn't decide strength, and honestly, the crocodile appears once again. This time that bastard was targeting Lu Fan. Li rushes over to Yuan, saying if they hand over their fragments, Lu will protect them and guarantee they win this whole thing. He looks Lu dead in the eyes and asks if he'll really keep his word. Before Lu can even answer, Yuan screams and points behind him in pure terror. A screen flashes up, deadly bite, 30% chance per hit, deals 10% max HP and inflicts bleeding. The absolutely massive bone crocodile rises up behind our boy with its jaws wide open, big enough to swallow an entire building whole. Our boy doesn't even flinch. He just says, of course I'll keep my word. I represent the Yu family. We keep our promises. Then he activates giant form, swells up huge and flies straight into the crocodile's open mouth like an absolute madman. The screen flashes, fatal bite interrupted. God Bone Descent activated. Yuan and Li are just standing there with their jaws on the floor. Wang crosses his arms all smug and goes, told you. Our boy glances back casually like nothing happened and says he almost forgot about that crocodile, then asks where the treasure chest it was guarding is. Li's brain is doing mental gymnastics trying to process this. This guy just one-shot a beast they'd been struggling against for half a day straight. Was he even trying when he fought them earlier? Yuan, still on the ground, clutching his wounds all weak, points toward the lake. He bows his head and apologizes for their earlier disrespectful attitude. Wang quietly slips away toward another path, keeping his eyes on our boy the whole time. Our boy nods satisfied and says, good, at least you two finally get it now. Li hands over his fragments without hesitation. Yuan immediately does the same, saying Lu can take everything and that they'll help him conquer the entire secret realm just like Wang promised. Our boy collects them and tells them they made the right call. If they'd sided with the Ning family instead, they would have ended up shredded like that crocodile. A screen pops up, 2 fragments of the God-tempering pool key obtained. Secret realm fragment 713, but then our boy stops. Something feels off. Where the hell did Wang go? He scans around, dead silence. Then a treasure box next to the lake suddenly flies open, and Wang jumps out laughing his ass off, practically crying from how hard he's laughing. He mocks our boy. He reveals he's been playing our boy from the very start, and asks if Luo really thought he was some loyal little follower this whole time. A screen appears. Hunter God heavy crossbow, 3 arrows remaining. So this absolute clown starts cackling, going off about what a genius he is, making everyone else do the dirty work, while he swoops in for the treasure. He's throwing his head back laughing, declaring himself the new king of this whole damn realm, and this annoyed Lu Fan. He starts walking toward Wang with straight-up murder in his eyes. Yuan's frozen in disbelief, while Li's over here whining that if they'd killed that crocodile earlier, the crossbow would have been theirs. Our boy's voice drops to absolute zero. He tells Wang he always knew this snake would backstab them. He just thought he'd run crying to the Ning family instead of playing solo villain. But now he sees exactly what kind of trash Wang really is. Our boy's eyes start glowing blue, and he's looking at Wang like he's the dumbest bastard alive. He gets to the air and asks Wang if he seriously thinks he can control this realm, and challenge him. Wang tries acting tough, grips that crossbow, and says he came prepared for everything. Li points out the obvious, only 3 arrows left, so why's Wang acting invincible? Wang laughs and reveals every treasure chest they opened had crossbow parts inside. He raises the weapon and fires. The screen pops up. Hunter God heavy crossbow loaded with over 60 arrows. Lee's jaw drops. Yoran straight up collapses, whispering they're completely screwed because one hit means instant death. Our boy doesn't even flinch. He realizes the treasure map was a trap from the start. Wong starts firing like a psycho, screaming that with 10,000 damage per shot, nobody under level 200 is surviving. Arrows everywhere. The count drops fast. 60, 59, 58. One grazes our boy, but he dodges clean. Wong loses it completely and keeps firing non-stop, screaming for everyone to die. Then a massive fire explosion goes off. Everyone gets thrown back, choking on smoke. Yoran admits even the strongest fighters wouldn't survive a direct hit. Wong keeps shooting blindly, then stops and starts laughing, convinced our boy's dead, completely vaporized. He lowers the crossbow, looking smug, saying even second-tier nobles would have dropped dead. Then he looks at Lee and Yuan crawling on the ground and raises the crossbow at them, saying there's no point keeping them alive. Lee immediately breaks down, begging. Yuan tries reasoning, but Wong transforms into giant form, saying he'll check their corpses for extra bolts. Yuan panics, saying they could help fight the other families. Then a shadow falls over them. Our boy walks straight out of the smoke, completely alive, not a scratch on him. He asks Wong why he's switching targets when he hasn't even killed him yet, tells him he's genuinely stupid, and says even with 100 arrows, not one's touching him. The screen appears. God aura activated. Light blade armor across the entire body. Wong screams, it's impossible. Our boy says anyone who touches his blade armor is already dead. Another screen, light blade mail regenerates 1% HP per second. Wong panics and fires again, screaming survival was just luck. An arrow shoots at lethal speed. Our boy calmly catches it with his bare hand. Wong freezes in pure terror. Lee and Yuan look like their souls just left. Our boy casually says the crossbow isn't even that strong, and reveals his stamina is way above 2 million. He channels energy into the arrow, reshaping it into a glowing purple dragon arrow. The screen appears. Dragon arrow uses the starry dragon bloodline to boost strength by 100% every few seconds. Wong's shaking, whispering that catching the arrow should have been impossible. Our boy lifts the transformed arrow and aims it back at Wong. He tells him plain and simple, inside this realm, the one who decides everything isn't some cheap crossbow, it's him. Screen flashes God Bone. Descent active. All stats plus 300%. The purple dragon arrow streaks through the air. Wong screams, realizing his luck's run out. The arrow connects. Massive explosion. His final scream echoes across Bone Lake as he's obliterated. Turns out his luck really was just too damn bad. The smoke cleared and Wong just straight up vanished. And then Lu Fan went where Wong was to check out if that idiot had found anything else from the chest besides the crossbow. And yep, he did. A book. He cracked it open and the first page was a diary with a bunch of entries. The first one he read was from May 20th, day 211, of exploring the far north. And as he kept reading, this whole wild story unfolded about some dude wandering through frozen wastelands where even the damn plants tried to kill you. Then the writer dropped the bombshell. He ran into an actual dragon. Not just any dragon either. A massive ancient beast that was literally draining the life out of everything just by existing. And with one breath, it turned an entire region into a frozen graveyard. Our boy's flipping through these pages faster now, heart racing, because Wong having intel on dragons was the last thing he expected, and the description matched the Ice Dragon King perfectly. His brain immediately went into overdrive, thinking if this thing was real and he could find it after leaving this realm and somehow tame it, their whole squad would level up to God tier. Without a second thought, he shot straight up into the air because he needed to speedrun the hell out of this realm and get to the far north ASAP. He flew back down to Lee and Yuan, and the second these two saw him descending with those chains swirling around him, pure terror just painted their faces. Our boy didn't waste time. The chain shot out like a whip, hooked Yuan and yeeted him into the air, then grabbed Lee right after. He's just casually holding both of them mid-air, asking if they have anything to say for themselves. Lee's shaking like crazy, gripping the chain for dear life, promising he'll hand over every fragment, every supply, literally everything, just begging to be spared because dead people are useless anyway. Yuan's over here groaning, clutching his busted ribs, trying to play it cool like, yeah, I lost. Just kill me and get it over with. But then his voice cracks and he immediately switches up, promising that if our boy spares him, the entire Yuan family will owe him a massive favor, anything he wants. Our boy looked at both these clowns and asked if they seriously thought that was enough to impress him. Lee instantly responded, saying if our boy wanted them dead, they'd already be corpses. The only reason they're still breathing is because he obviously needs them alive for something. Our boy just hit them with the coldest, so what? And Lee nearly broke down completely, saying whatever the reason was, they'd agree to anything as long as they got to keep living. Then our boy actually let them go and tossed them Wong's heavy crossbow. Yun caught it and muttered that our boy wasn't scared. They'd just turn around and blast him. But Lee snapped at him, calling him an idiot, explaining that the fact our boy handed them the crossbow meant he already had something way more dangerous, and if Yun wanted to die, he could leave him out of it. Yun's just grumbling about how life keeps suffocating him, staring at the lake, wondering what our boy's even doing, standing out there, while Lee muttered that this dude definitely wasn't making any of this easy. Cut to our boy up in the mountains, kneeling beside a treasure chest, and when he popped that bad boy open, golden energy just exploded everywhere with notification screens going absolutely crazy. Dragon Barrier's legacy obtained. Golden Dragon King set now, 4/5 pieces activated, all stats plus level times 50. skill books dropping left and right, servant contract, enchantment level removal, weapon breakthrough scroll, the whole 9 yards. Our boy stared into the chest with the blankest expression because of course there were no dragon eggs. There never were. He picked up the enchantment scroll first. This thing had a dragon emblem with flames bursting off it, and the description said it removes level requirements from any item, which is absolutely cracked. Then he grabbed the weapon breakthrough scroll that pushes legendary weapons past their limit, with a 25% success rate, and if it works, the weapon evolves into something beyond legendary. He looked at his Mars Metro sword, thinking there's no point hesitating. If it works, so he drew the blade, and the second his hand wrapped around the hilt, flames just erupted to life like a living thing. He channeled energy through his other hand, and the power built up so violently that waves of fire swallowed the entire area, getting so thick you literally couldn't see the sword anymore, just pure blinding flames. When it finally settled, the blade had transformed into starfire streams, and our boy realized he couldn't even see the physical sword anymore, just shifting fire, which meant his attacks were about to be impossible to predict and infinitely more deadly. Then a book dropped out of the flames, the servant contract, and when he read the description, his eyes lit up because this was a Beastmaster ability that lets you forcefully turn targets into your minions, and how long they stay controlled depends on the stat gap between you, meaning the stronger you are compared to them, the longer they're your puppet. Our boy smirked, thinking about how absolutely broken this would be in a real fight, then walked back to Lee and Yuan. Lee nervously asked if they were leaving now, but our boy shook his head, saying before they moved he was going to give them a special buff, but they needed to think carefully if he gave them complete freedom inside the secret realm. Were they willing to accept it? Yuan frowned, asking what kind of buff comes with conditions like that. The scene shifts, and we see these idiots getting straight into action, and what do you know? These guys are decent, they took care of the monsters quite easily. But then they started complaining that Lu Fan keeps using them like free labor, swearing that the second their leg fully healed they'd challenge that bastard again. Fair and square this time. Lee, who'd been listening to this whole rant, just snorted and straight up told Yuan that even with a fully healed leg, Lu Fan would still squash him like a bug, so he needed to stop dreaming and focus on staying alive. Then our boy stepped out with the blankest expression ever and said, nah, that's called allied cooperation, and then immediately threw shade at their sketchy past alliance with the Dark Mage. Lee internally winced hard while our boy landed beside them, telling him to activate the contract and pass over some XP, just a few chunks because he was buzzing at 70% progress with only one key fragment left to go. Yuan stomped forward, all pissed off, saying they were doing all the grunt work while our boy just collected the benefits like some kind of AFK farmer. Our boy raised an eyebrow, asking why their efficiency was so trash. Lee killed 7 beasts, but Yuan only got 5. Yuan absolutely exploded, saying he was melee. So if our boy thought it was so easy, he should try charging into monsters himself instead of sitting back. Our boy completely ignored his tantrum and turned to Lee, asking why he was only killing low-level mobs. Nothing above level 100. Lee almost choked, and suddenly came up with the excuse of how he just had bad luck and only ran into weak ones. But our boy gave him the slowest, most skeptical look and said, so not a single high-level beast anywhere nearby? Fine, then I'll summon a level 120 boss for you, saving you the trouble. Both Yuan and Lee immediately panicked, waving their hands and saying there was absolutely no need, and they'd find high-level beasts on their own, with Lee insisting our boy really shouldn't go through the trouble. Our boy lazily raised his hand, saying good because he hated looking at unlucky, broke people since it always made him want to help. Then sat down, cracked open a sealed box and muttered, let's see if this is finally the last key fragment. The second the box popped up, this glowing shape showed up inside it. Another key, and purple energy just exploded outward everywhere. Our boy grinned because when you're on a hot streak, nothing's gonna stop you. And the screen lit up, showing he snagged the God Forging Pool key fragment with secret realm pieces, now sitting at 1313, which meant he could finally make the key. But then the box started shaking like crazy, and then the whole damn thing just exploded with red fire blasting everywhere. They all jumped back as the explosion ripped through the air, Yuan yelling, asking what the hell just happened, while Lee and our boy just stared as wild energy kept pouring out. Our boy's eyes went narrow because someone had grabbed the key before he could, and now this red fire was tearing across the mountains, eating up everything it touched. He stared into the flames with his jaw clenched because whoever jacked that merge wasn't just quick. They were way too quick, which meant he needed to find a God-forging pool before they did. He threw his hand up, telling the other two to go for the northwest light beam, while he hit up the closest one. He didn't even wait for them to answer, he just shot into the sky, telling them to keep in touch and let him know the second anything changed. Lee was down immediately, while Yuan bitched about it but tagged along anyway. Cut to 2 hours later. Now we are at the Divine Hunter's secret realm, where some dude stood in front of something looking cool as hell with his giant axe on his back, looking down at our boy up and down like he was trash, calling him a brat wandering where he shouldn't be. Our boy just casually threw his hand up and the key showed up instantly with the screen flashing. God Forging Pool key grabbed. The dude's face completely froze because he didn't expect our boy to have a key, so without wasting a single second he transformed into his monster form and told our boy to hand over the key, but nah, our Lu Fan didn't care. He walked past him, slapping his palm on it as energy burst out. The wolf dude felt disrespected and charged straight at Lu, screaming at Lu to hand over the key, but our boy didn't care. He was just annoyed about the fact that the God Forging Pool wasn't here. In the next second, Lu transforms into his golden dragon form and deletes this guy in like 1 second. The scene shifts. Now Lu is standing in front of some door thinking how what Lee had told him was actually true. The lake surface is actually solid. Before he could do anything, some fireballs came straight at him. He dodged them to check out who dared to attack him. He turned and saw this giant phoenix, it's Ning's sister, telling Lu that he's going to die today. She'll send him to hell for killing his brother. The screen blew up as the phoenix feather dance went off. Hundreds of burning blades shot off the phoenix's wings, locked onto targets and just started blowing everything up on contact. The phoenix flew higher and kept spreading flames until the whole place looked like a giant oven, and our boy just stood there completely still, looking at it like, is that all you got? The phoenix got annoyed and came back with phoenix wings / basically compressed all its fire into 2 giant crescent cuts that crossed each other midair and made a huge cross explosion right in front of him. He wrapped his chains around his neck and ran straight into it. A new skill popped up, blade armor. Sickle shot a sickle forward, stabbed it into the phoenix and yanked it toward him. He pushed through the fire and explosions, burning feathers flying everywhere, broke through and smashed his sword into the phoenix, driving it straight into the ground. The phoenix screamed and forced itself back up, wings wide open, spitting even more fire like it wanted to burn everything to nothing. He didn't stop, jumped super high with his blade up, ready to finish it. Realizing that she was in trouble, Shuang called out for Li Qiu. In the next second, that bastard joined the fight and bound Lu's in poisonous spider silk. He didn't even know what he was looking at in the next frame. Out walked a giant spider. I'm talking about a massive spider. The system popped up with all of his info. Level 110. 8-eyed demon god. Now that he was here, Shuang could relax for a bit, so she transformed back to her human form, injured, thinking how she never expected that Lu would be this powerful even without his dragons. But it doesn't matter because they have caught him now, so she must kill him with her own 2 hands. Li Xiu stepped in, saying fighting here was pointless because dying inside the reincarnation lake meant nothing. So she said fine, then they'd drag him out of the lake and cut him into 1,000 pieces. Our boy said nope, not happening. Power spiked. He just broke the poison net by force, stared her down, shot up glowing gold and grabbed her by the neck. Li Xiu screamed at Shuang to watch out. The poison silk skill description popped up. Neurotoxins, slows movement by 70%, drains HP constantly, counts as natural poison, not direct damage. He pulled her in and her flames went completely crazy. Energy exploded off her, and a massive fire blast went off around them, forcing Li Xiu to shield himself just to not die. Our boy walked out of the fire, looked at her, and basically said her flames weren't even enough to call a warm-up. She tried to pull herself together. Li Xiu was losing his mind in the background, internally thanking the reincarnation lake because without it he'd have no way to explain this disaster to the Ning family. She shot up out of the lake, cursing. Li Xiu'd her skill called the Crimson Sunfire, that compresses the fire energy inside the body. The temperature goes up 300%, all fire attacks get an extra 200% true damage. Burn damage over time, and healing is cut in half. Man, those are some serious stat boosts. She came at him again. He gripped his sword tighter, energy building heavier. Li Qiu was screaming at him, saying he hadn't landed a single real hit yet. She fell back into the lake, clearly scared but still mean-mugging him. Then she exploded back out of the water, wings wide, fire everywhere. He raised his sword and dove straight down at her, crashed into her head-on and drove her into the ground hard. Standing over her calm, he basically said he respected the stubbornness but genuinely wanted to know how many times she was planning to die before she gave up. Li Qiu tried stopping Lu Fan using his poisonous entangling spider skill. A system window pops up, poisonous entangling spider skill. Shoots out a bunch of neurotoxin webs that wrap you up tight, slows you down by 70%, and keeps draining your HP with poison damage over time. The whole poisonous wave comes rushing at Lu Fan, and you know what this man does? Absolutely nothing. Doesn't dodge, doesn't flinch, doesn't even blink. He just stares dead at Li Qiu and goes, "Oh right, you're still here. Almost forgot about you." Then, without warning, his armor activates and launches itself like a missile straight into Li Qiu, slamming him into the ground so hard you can feel it through the screen. Another pop-up appears, blade armor sickle. In the next second, Li Qiu's on the ground, coughing up blood. Lu Fan grabs this man by the collar, pulls him up real close like they're about to kiss, wraps him up tight with the living armor, and then just yeets him straight into the lake. Water explodes everywhere like a damn grenade went off. Lu Fan's just hovering there with this smug grin, watching Li Qiu sink like a rock. A few seconds later, both Li Qiu and the girl come bursting out of the water, gasping for air, coughing, and looking absolutely destroyed. Lu Fan still floating above them, casual as hell. He tells them, "No need to thank me for staying close. Didn't want you struggling to climb back up." The girl shoots him a look that could kill, while Li Qiu can barely keep himself above water. She screams his name, and before she can even finish, the blade armor shoots out again and stabs her right in the stomach. And their death speedrun continues for a bit. Blood Lu Fan looks down at these 2 drowning idiots and says, "This is just the beginning." Then his armor goes absolutely feral. It spreads out wide and slams Li Qiu back into the ground. What follows is straight up WWE wrestling. The living armor wraps around both of them like demonic chains, picks them up, smashes them down, picks them up again and throws them around like rag dolls, just an endless combo of pain with no mercy. Finally, Li Qiu breaks. The man screams, "Enough, we surrender." Both of them collapse on the ground, shaking, barely conscious, and he's yelling that they'll do anything, whatever Lu Fan wants, they'll give it to him. The girl glares up at him through gritted teeth and calls him a monster. Lu Fan lands in front of them, looking genuinely disappointed. He says he thought they'd last longer, that he assumed they weren't already done. Then he drops the most savage line, "This is boring." She immediately snaps, "What do you want from us?" He looks at her all calm and collected and says, "It's simple. Hand over the key she's carrying, and he'll let them go." Her face freezes. She says they don't even have a complete key. Lixiu adds that they only have 6 fragments and came here hoping to get lucky with RNG. Lixiu Fan stares at them in silence, realizing he just beat up the wrong people. Lixiu clenches some stones in his hand and begs for their lives, saying everything they have is right there. But before anything else happens, Lixiu Fan looks up. A massive blast of golden energy lights up the sky. His eyes narrow. 2 more players eliminated. The battle royale's heating up and time's running out. He turns back to them, and chains immediately tighten around their bodies. They scream as it locks them in place completely. Lixiu shouts, "What are you doing?" as Lu Fan lifts both of them off the ground and takes flight. Panic floods Lixiu's face. He screams, "Are you going back on your word?" The girl's cursing him out, calling him a despicable bastard. Lu Fan replies super calmly that he always keeps his promises. There's just one tiny condition. Between the 2 of them, only one gets to leave. They stare at him, completely frozen, brain struggling to process what he just said. Shuang remembers about the time when Lixiu had promised her dad that he'd ensure her safety. As that memory hits her, Lu Fan speaks again, saying since neither of them wants to answer, he'll just send both of them on their way. Fair's fair, right? They look down, silent, refusing to speak. Then Lixiu absolutely cracks, sweat's pouring down his face. His body's trembling and he's exhausted, furious and overwhelmed. He finally screams, "I want to be let go. I don't want to die here." Shuang's head snaps up, staring at him with this confused, unfocused, almost betrayed look, like she can't believe what she's hearing. Seeing this, Lu Fan goes, "Looks like Lixiu's made his choice." And then this man really starts spiraling, asking Shuang to understand that if he dies here, the entire Lu family is finished. And then this bastard continued pleading with our boy, saying how it was the Ning family that had the beef with Lu Fan, not his family, and that they never wanted to be part of any of this. Shuang told Lixiu to shut up. She said the thing she was most grateful for in her entire life was that she hadn't married him yet. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was enjoying this couple fight, thinking to himself how these political marriages are nothing but illusions. So Lu Fan turned to Lixiu and said, "It's time to fulfill that promise," then released him from his chains. This bastard somehow grabs onto the chain mid-fall, screaming, "You promised not to kill me. You can't break your word now." Then he's trying to save his own ass, saying, "Bro, going against you wasn't even my idea. Ning Shuang's the one who wants revenge on you." Lixiu's out here doing damage control, claiming he was forced into this whole mess, but Shuang just glares at him and calls him a pathetic coward. The chains tighten even more around his neck. Lu Fan looks at her with the most deadpan expression and says, "This is the fiancé you chose. Your taste is honestly terrible." Then slowly he starts loosening the chains. Lixiu stares at him in complete disbelief, eyes wide like his brain's blue screening, trying to process what's happening. Lu Fan reminds him, "All calm, I promise not to kill you, and I'm a man of my word." He pauses for dramatic effect, then adds with the most sinister smile, "But if you happen to fall to your death on your own, that's got nothing to do with me." And then this absolute menace just shoves the chains forward and yeets Lixiu off the cliff into the air. And then Shuang watches him plummet the entire way down without saying a single word, and honestly, I don't blame her. Dude had it coming. Then Lu Fan turned to her, still holding those chains, flew forward, and straight up slammed her into the ground. He looked down at her and said, "You're next." She's laid out on the ground, completely drained of energy, staring up at him, all defeated. She tried to say his name and tried to swear she'd get revenge, but she couldn't even finish the sentence because she was that cooked. Then she pulled a last-ditch Hail Mary and transformed back into her phoenix form, screaming that she'd make him regret this. Lu Fan just watched her calmly and said, "Still trying to fight back?" Then he casually raised his arm and this glowing golden magic circle appeared in front of her out of nowhere. The system popped up to explain what this bastard just did. Servant contract successful. The target becomes the caster's servant. The bigger the stack gap between them, the longer it lasts. She completely lost it, screaming, crying, shaking on the ground, and demanding to know what the hell he just did to her. Another notification appeared. Servant contract activated. Duration 3 years. He walked up to her and said the only thing she had left now was the hate in her eyes, and even if he wanted to do something to her, she couldn't stop him. She could only watch. She sat there absolutely crushed but still furious, screaming at him to just kill her already and get it over with. He told her to calm down, he wasn't interested in her like that. She stopped mid-rant and just stared at him, completely confused. He told her she could survive out here on her own, then turned around and started to leave. She watched him actually walking away, and reality hit her like a truck. If she went back like this, Lixiu would spin the whole story, bury the fact that he abandoned her, and her own family would end up blaming her for everything. Her dad trusted the Luo family. She wouldn't even be able to defend herself. She pressed her hands into the ground, locked in, stared at his back, and made up her mind right there. She wasn't letting anyone trash her name. Later that afternoon, deep in the poison forest, everything was purple flowers, leaves, mist, all soaked in deadly poison. Lu Fan was flying through it at full speed when something suddenly smashed into his wings. Then something shot out of the darkness and grabbed his leg. He activated his armor instantly, and blades exploded out in every direction, shredding everything that was touching him. When it stopped, he dropped hard to the ground and nearly ate dirt but managed to hold himself up. He caught his breath, thinking he'd finally made it. Skipping those poison bees earlier was definitely the right call. He looked at his energy reserves. 50%. That was all he had left. He locked onto one of the two pillars of light in the distance and thought, it has to be this one. He shifted his energy into circulation form, knowing this was his absolute last shot at making it. Then in the distance he heard a massive blast and thought to himself, those two servants better buy me more time, or everything I just went through was for nothing. He launched into the air at full speed. Then a system notification popped up out of nowhere. Your slave's HP is below 10%. Lu Fan immediately started cursing about how useless they were, but then something else on the panel caught his eye, a status effect he didn't expect. Imprisoned. He stared at it, wondering if someone had captured them. The scene shifts and we see Yuan punching the cage and cursing Lu Fan for being late. So Murong Shang told them to calm down as Lu's almost here. In the next second, Lu Fan drops in and he is surprised to see Murong there. Meanwhile, this guy is just chilling there, telling our boy how he's heard a lot about him. Lu immediately realizes this man never gave a damn about that crossbow everyone's been fighting over. Lu breaks it down for him. Murong's got this starlight defense that can eat a ballista shot for breakfast. Plus his health pool is sitting at a ridiculous 2 million. Lu Fan's putting 2 and 2 together in his head. If Homeboy's got 2 million health, he should have already ranked up without needing that special liquid everyone's after. So what's he doing here? Murong reads him like a book and steps forward, confirming he's already qualified for the next power level, but hasn't claimed it yet. Lu Fan's confused as hell, asking why he'd even show up for the liquid then, so Murong told him that he's not here for the liquid. He's here for Lu Fan specifically, and this confuses Lu. Like, why would he do that? Is he here to kill him? Did he join hands with the Ning family? But he couldn't figure it out, so he decided to straight up ask him about it. Murong replied to Lu that he'll answer if Lu manages to beat him. Then he activates his skills, and the entire battlefield shifts in an instant, and suddenly there are celestial bodies everywhere, freezing starlight drowning the whole area. The effects hit immediately. Anyone caught inside gets their speed and damage output cut in half, takes constant chip damage from the starlight, and Murong can strike from literally any angle, and 60% of whatever damage lands on him converts straight into his own power, while the remaining 40% bounces back at whoever threw the hit. Lu Fan's internally freaking out, realizing this is Star Dragon's ability. Murong raised his hand and sent a massive wave of star energy forward. Then meteor rain started dropping, each hit doing 180% magic damage. Everyone was scrambling to not get flattened. Lu Fan barely dodged and launched himself upward. He fires back with his blade armor hook, this thing that shoots out lightning fast and drags targets in close, but Murong just expands his zone even wider and sidesteps 2 energy blasts. Then he throws up these star-shaped shields floating around him, each one eating a hit before recharging a second later. Lu Fan cranks his armor to maximum output and closes in with a devastating slash that ignores nearly half the enemy's defenses up close and bounces back almost all incoming damage, like 99% of it. Merging doesn't even look pressed though. He starts circling slowly while 3 glowing rings form around him, starlight weaving into another defensive layer with the same gimmick, auto-blocking shields that regenerate on their own. Then he looks dead at Lu Fan and basically laughs in his face, saying as long as starlight exists he literally cannot die inside his own zone. But Lu Fan's been studying him this whole time and catches something crucial. Every single time an attack gets stopped, Murong does the exact same thing. First he retreats and makes space. That's when it clicks for Lu Fan. This dude needs time to fully charge up his starlight power. So Lu Fan decides right there he's going to completely deny him that luxury. He drops straight down, lands in a combat stance, and triggers his ultimate transformation. Divine Bone Armor manifests. His Dragon King morphs into full plating on both arms, jacking up all his stats. Ring spreads his spiral power even further, and summons his own armor. Lu Fan vanishes forward in a blur. The hook shoots out, catches Murong, and drags him in close. The stars protecting Murong shatter like cheap glass on contact, but the man just stares through the debris unfazed. Lu Fan doesn't let up for even a second, triggering his close-range attack that cuts through nearly half of Murong's defenses, and that's when Murong actually panicked. He couldn't think fast enough, the distance was gone, and when Lu Fan drove both hands into him with energy overflowing, Murong felt the full weight of it. The starlight around him started spiraling out of control, and he knew right then he was about to get blown to pieces. Right at the moment of impact, Divine Bone Descent activated. An extra layer of armor formed instantly, not taking up any equipment slot, and bumped all stats up by 300%. Murong screamed. His whole star spiral barrier exploded into pieces, and just faded out. He hit the ground broken. Lu Fan just stood there looking at him, and calmly asked, "Is it over?" Yuan was frozen on the sideline. Did Murong just get dropped like that? Li looked just as cooked, shock all over his face. Then they heard that bastard's voice once again complimenting our boy. Murong came back fully and straight up admitted, "Bro, you're the strongest person I've ever fought, and without this resurrection stone I'd be cooked right now." In the next second the system window pops up explaining how this bastard is back. It turns out he had one of those resurrection stones. Murong steps up all confident and says, "You're exactly who I've been looking for. Let's run it back." Lu Fan doesn't say anything, but his brain's already working, thinking how the power Murong is using is definitely of the Star Dragons. That means that the Murong family is definitely hiding something big. something dragon-related that nobody knows about. Murong just smiles and drops the worst news possible. That last fight? Yeah, that was just me testing you. This time I'm not holding back. Lu Fan's response? Bet. And he explodes forward. Massive energy hands forming around him, shockwaves going off with every step. Our boy's not playing around anymore. He's going full throttle from the jump. Then Murong pulls out some new bullshit. Astral corridor. Basically starlight portals that teleport you wherever the hell Murong wants. The second you step in one, Lu Fan clocks it immediately, because he's not an idiot. Murong flies higher looking all smug and says, now that you've seen how strong those guards were, good luck getting close to me this time. Lu Fan stays grounded. Then Murong just casually drops an entire sky full of meteors on everyone. Lu Fan counters with Blade Armor's scythe, this hook thing that fires out, impales the target, and yanks them toward you. But the distance is too damn far. Plus weapons don't even work inside the Divine Ruins anyway, so Lu Fan says screw it, and goes nuclear with the only real option left, Wrath of the Ice Dragon King. In the next second, a massive dragon made of pure frost just materializes out of nowhere, flooding the area with freezing energy that slows everything down and can straight up flash freeze you if you're not careful. And the longer it stays active, the bigger and nastier it gets. Murong glances at it like it's mildly interesting and casually asks, oh, is that dragon tongue magic? Lu Fan gives him the coldest stare and asks, can you dodge this one? Murong doesn't even flinch, looks at our boy and goes, that's not enough to stop me. Then throws up another astral corridor and teleports out of the freeze zone like it's nothing. But Lu Fan was 3 steps ahead, he's already in the air and tells Murong, you already fell for it, dumbass. The armor wraps around Murong before he can even react, wondering when did that even happen. He's struggling and flailing around while Lu Fan just grabs him and yanks him back down. Then Murong activates his trump card, Astral Spirit Form. His whole body turns into pure starlight. Physical attacks basically do nothing now. His damage doubles but magic can still wreck him. He's just floating there glowing like a damn constellation. Lu Fan's on the ground below, breathing hard, exhausted as hell but locked in and watching every move. And then the scary shit comes out. Starlight Annihilation. Every single bit of astral power condenses into one beam that ignores all defense, can't be blocked, and has a completely random damage output. It could tickle you or it could erase you from existence. A tiny black hole forms in Murong's palm. Lu Fan's eyes go wide. He recognizes it immediately. Only a star dragon can do that move. Murong fires it. This violent spinning beam of purple death energy tears straight toward Lu Fan. Lu Fan doesn't move, just stands there. Then at the very last second, instead of dodging like a sane person, this absolute madman launches himself straight into the beam. Murong tries to grab his arm mid-flight, but Lu Fan powers through and hits him clean. Murong crashes into the ground with Lu Fan dragging along for a second, before snapping back and grabbing the armor tight. Then Meteor Falls drops immediately, a dense cluster of meteors, each one hitting for a 180% magic damage. Blade Armor scythe fires right after hooking and yanking. The armor keeps spreading, layering up and stacking on top of itself. But Murong, this psychopath, just throws his head back laughing, like he's having the absolute time of his life, not slowing down even a little bit. Lu Fan goes in, full sprint, pure murder in every step. The second his foot hits the ground, he just goes absolutely feral, throwing punches so fast they blur together, too many to even count. Just a storm of hands. Murong throws up the Astral Vortex Barrier, star-shaped vortices that block each hit, one at a time, and regenerate a second later. Then the space warps and starlight explodes everywhere. Lu Fan activates Blade Armor/Rapid Stabbing that ignores 45% defense and reflects 99% of damage taken straight back at the attacker. Murong matches him energy for energy, just staring him down with everything he's got. Lu Fan stares right back, neither one backs down. Even an inch, their energy collides and the whole battlefield just explodes. Li and Yuan cover their eyes from getting absolutely cooked by this blinding white light. Meanwhile, Murong just materializes in the middle of all this chaos, casually asking, is it over? Before he even finishes the sentence, Lu Fan comes flying in and double fist slams him straight in the chest. Then he activates Divine Bond. And brother, the system screen pops up explaining what this thing does in the next moment. White energy and starlight detonate across the entire battlefield. Lu Fan gets launched into the air. Across from him, Murong just stands there with his eyes closed, star energy pouring off his body. The light fades, the dust settles. Murong steps forward, laughing. Not a scratch on him, not even a hair out of place. The man took a 300% stat-boosted divine detonation to the chest, and his main reaction was to chuckle and point to the side, going, yeah, okay, you win, the tempering pool's yours. Lu Fan walks up to him and goes, no rush. But I came here for an answer. Give it to me. And Murong, smooth as ever, just goes, not here. Let's talk somewhere proper. Lu Fan raises his hand, and this massive circular formation appears with layers spinning like a clock built by God. And then the key shows up. The second it touches the door, golden energy shatters everywhere. When it finally opens, Lu Fan stops dead, eyes wide. Right in front of him is the spring source, the actual divine tempering pool. The system screen pops up. Divine tempering liquid. Legendary quality, increases all attributes by 50%, first use only. This man stares at a pool of floating starlights for a solid 3 seconds, visibly malfunctioning, and then just sits down, pulls out a bottle and starts casually filling it up. Says to himself, good thing I brought potion bottles. Everyone around him watches in complete silence. Meanwhile, his internal monologue is going absolutely crazy, a 50% boost across every single stat, first use only, and it finally clicks, why C-rank families were literally trying to murder each other over this place. Now that he has completed the task, the secret realm starts closing. Cut to outside the secret realm. People immediately swarm him, going, "Young master, you're safe." Lu Fan turns around, gives everyone the flattest stare imaginable, and goes, "I'm releasing you from being my servants." Yuan loses it. "Don't joke around right now." Li goes, "Wait, are you serious?" And this man was serious. But then Shuang shows up right there in the crowd, walks past Li Chu, cursing him for being a coward, and then immediately hits Lu Fan with a death glare. After that, she transforms and shoots up into the sky. Li Chu screams at her to wait. Lu Fan watches this man's whole life collapse in real time, turns to him and goes, "Stop standing there. Go chase her," and just walks off. Lu Fan stops walking and thinks to himself, this is really it. Everything feels boring now. Morong walks up and invites him to the Morong family estate for a talk. Lu Fan suggests Morong come meet the Yi family with him instead. Morong agrees immediately. This man has fully accepted that Lu Fan is the one who sets the schedule now. Lu Fan turns back to free those guys from his servitude. Li Ron is stretching and going, "Finally, I'm free." Wally is muttering, "Hope I never see that guy again." Lu Fan appears directly behind both of them and goes, "I didn't realize that's how you felt." Both of them turn around and their souls leave their bodies simultaneously. Yuan immediately points at Li, going, "He said it." Li, sweating bullets, nervously asks, "What do you want?" Lu Fan tells them to relax, then tosses something to each of them. They catch it, look down, divine tempering liquid. The system confirms it again, legendary quality, 50% boost, first use only. These two men stare at what is essentially a permanent 50% stat increase sitting in their hands and cannot form words. Lu Fan just shrugs and goes, "We work together, this is your cut." Yuan looks at Li looks at Yuan. Yuan turns back to Lu Fan and goes, "Alright, you're the real deal. What started as beef turned into something real." Li says they won't forget this. Yuan tells him the Yuan family doors are always open, come have a drink anytime. Murjong watches all of this with a smile and goes, "You just pull people in wherever you go, don't you?" Lu Fan goes, "They never meant any of them harm, so now let's go." The scene shifts, and now we are at the Yi family. Wuxian sees our boy, her brain just blue screens for a second, then she just sprints at him and wraps him up in the tightest hug imaginable. After that, everyone heads inside to actually talk business. Our boy's sitting down with Murong and Wuxian. Murong starts telling his story of how 400 years ago he found a star dragon. This surprises Lu Fan, so Murong takes a breath and starts breaking down the ancient family lore. Back in the day, the Murong family was struggling. We're talking bottom-tier deer rank, getting bullied by everyone. But they got crazy lucky and stumbled on this thing called a starry sky waymarker, which let them summon an actual star dragon. Now this dragon was old as dirt, beat to hell, and honestly just wanted a quiet place to take a nap and recover. Meanwhile, the Murong family was desperate for power because all the noble families were playing Game of Thrones, and they were about to get wiped out. So they made a deal. If the dragon crashes at their place, they get to use its power for 1 generation. Simple transaction. From that moment on, every top-tier Murong family member would change their whole class to Star Envoy, and that one deal launched them from C-rank nobodies, all the way to B-rank powerhouses in the western region. But here's where it gets rough. Murong admits the family's falling apart now. They're barely hanging on by a thread, and he's literally the last Star Envoy they've got left. The Murong ancestors were losing their minds trying to figure out how to save the family's future, when one of his ancestors casually dropped a prophecy on them. Basically, they said their only chance at survival was whoever won something called the Divine Unit in the Divine Realm's secret realm. Then a screen pops up showing Murong's ancestors, a level 120 Star Envoy, and the 5th-ranked B-rank noble family in the west. Murong locks eyes with our boy and straight up tells him he's the only one who can save the Star Dragon. Our boy just sits there, silent, staring right back. Murong keeps pushing. He says if the Star Dragon dies, the Murong family loses their Star Envoy powers completely and drops out of B-rank forever. Then he turns to her and says she knows how brutal it is to maintain your status in the noble world, and if our boy won't help them, the entire Murong family might just cease to exist. She doesn't say anything, but you can see the conflict written all over her face. After this painfully awkward silence, our boy finally speaks up. He says it's not that he's unwilling to help, he genuinely has no idea how to help. Like, yeah, as a dragon tamer, he's obviously interested in meeting a star dragon, but actually saving its life? That's a completely different beast. Murong looks at him for a second, then nods and admits his father only predicted where our boy would show up, not how to actually fix the dragon problem. But he still asks if our boy would at least come visit and meet the dragon in person. Maybe something would click once they're face to face, you know? Our boy looks at him, points, and says fine, he'll go check it out, but he makes it crystal clear, no promises. Murong's eyes immediately light up. He starts going off, saying this is incredible, this is their last hope, and if our boy actually pulls this off, he'll be the greatest person in Murong family history. Man gets so hyped he stands up and says the entire family, including the family head himself, will follow our boy's orders if this works. Our boy immediately pumps the brakes and reminds him he said no guarantees. Then he just casually waves it off and says they'll leave in 2 days. She looks confused and asks why 2 days specifically. Murong's also wondering if our boy has other plans. Our boy explains he needs to let everyone know he's safe first, and that there's going to be a gathering. He tells Murong to chill at the estate for those 2 days and says the servants will take care of everything. Murong thanks him and says he appreciates the hospitality. The scene switches to the disciples and someone's absolutely losing it, saying the place is unbelievably massive. By noon, everyone's arrived at his island inside the Shadow Fortress. Tad's standing there with Wuxian and the crew, all of them just gawking at this palace like they can't process what they're seeing. She says the transformation is absolutely insane. Wuxian agrees, saying it's truly unimaginable. Trin is also surprised, thinking how it's hard to believe this place used to be literally nothing. Then it clicks for her, and she realizes this is why our boy delayed the trip by 2 days. He wanted to see the finished palace first, before doing anything else. Our boy walks up behind her and confirms everything matches the blueprints perfectly, then gives major props to the Morozov engineer team, saying they're genuinely impressive and deserve all the credit. She reminds him not to forget Andre and suggests they should have him over for a meal sometime as thanks. Our boy immediately agrees, saying how everyone loves her cooking, and that he literally only met Andre in the first place because his aunt's food was that good. Then this guy walks up, greeting our boy, saying it's been a while. He explains the Shadow Fortress is basically done, just the interior finishing touches and the automatic magic crystal shell supply line are left, and both will be completed within a month. He asks if he can give everyone a quick tour of the inside. Our boy says yes without even thinking about it. Tao can't contain herself and starts yelling at everyone to hurry the hell up. Morozov just laughs and tells everyone to follow him. Walking down the corridor, he explains it connects the control room to literally every other part of the fortress, and tells them to hit him up if anything needs adjusting. Then he points out the leisure area and mentions the bookshelves, bar, and media library will all be fully stocked soon. Tao immediately throws herself on the couch and tells everyone it's her room now. Clarin comes in right after and tells her to stop being selfish and claiming everything. Morozov continues the tour and shows them the kitchen and dining hall. He mentions that our boy specifically told him Miss Han was an amazing chef, so they went absolutely all out on the kitchen setup, top tier everything. Han smiles, thanks him, and says she can't wait to cook there. Our boy says he'll handle getting all the ingredients since his auntie is cooking personally. Next up are the bedrooms, which they kept simple for now so everyone can decorate however they want. Each room has its own bathroom, plus there are spare rooms if our boy has guests over. She says the place is extra as hell, but honestly really cozy and comfortable. Clarin says she'll decorate hers too and jokes that it'll make it way easier to visit our boy more often. Finally, Morozov opens this door behind the rest area and says the old ruined palace garden is through there. The second our boy sees the garden, his eyes go wide. Morozov proudly informed Lu how they'd completely renovated the whole place, transforming it into a luxurious hot spring, and naturally the girls were very excited about it. Tao immediately began gushing over every detail, and even Wuxian couldn't help but chime in, commenting on how refreshing the air felt and how it was such a shame she hadn't brought a swimsuit, because they could have had a really good time there. The other girls all nodded along, eyes already sparkling with imagination, and that's when Morozov swooped in like the hero nobody asked for but everybody needed, he announced, with the confidence of a man who had absolutely been planning this, that he had already prepared swimsuits for everyone. As for sizing, not a problem, because his eyes, he explained with a proud smile, were basically a measuring tape, and when it came to their curves, well, let's just say he paid extra attention. Very extra attention. What do you know, folks? Turns out the old man is a certified man of culture. The girls, however, were less than impressed. The poor guy barely had time to feel proud of himself before earning a well-deserved slap. Cut to a few moments later, everyone's gathered around enjoying Auntie's cake, moaning about how absolutely delicious it is. And I just want to say, for the record, I also want Auntie's cake. And folks, then comes the next panel, and I'm genuinely thinking of continuing the rest of the recap on this panel. Does anyone mind? So now everyone was in the pool chilling and having fun. Then our boy started thinking about the divine tempering liquid. It was a one-time use thing, but since the blessing spring turned into a hot spring, he got an idea. He checked the item legendary quality, boosts all attributes by 50%, first use only. He called Chin over and told her to get out for a sec because he wanted to test something. She immediately clocked what he was thinking and asked if he was really about to pour it straight into the hot spring. He said yeah, and just did it. It worked. He got a 1% boost right away. Basically, he figured out that if the liquid mixes with the blessing spring first, the one-time limit gets stretched as far as possible. The system popped up and said it detected a legendary consumable and would burn through old attributes at 30% per use. He did the math. 157 bottles left. If he poured them all in, it was going to be insane. The other girls noticed and asked what he was doing. Shane told them to leave him alone. After a while, he turned around looking tired and just said he was done. Wuxian looked at him like he was crazy and asked if he really stacked all of it. He smiled and said yeah. Each bottle did less than the last, but the hot spring now boosts everyone's attributes by 80%. Wuxian pointed out that it was even better than using it normally. The system confirmed it. Blessing light, divine tempering hot spring, legendary boosts all attributes to 80%. Everyone got in and immediately felt their stats nearly double. Our boy just casually said they should rename it the Blessing Light Spring Plus Edition. Everyone was losing their minds over the fact that a limited one-time item basically became unlimited and hit even harder. Then it was time to head to the Murong family, like they promised, to deal with the Star Dragon situation. 2 days later, Murong suggested that Wuxian could come along since the Murong family would treat her well. While flying over, Our boy said no. She was busy prepping to deal with a C-rank noble family, and he wasn't going to drag her into something risky when he still didn't fully trust the Murong family yet. If anything Murong said turned out to be a lie, she'd be in danger. Murong pointed out they were almost there. Below them was the Chiefing Mountain Range, which was basically Murong family territory. Our boy noticed the red mist and asked if it was some kind of defense. Murong said, yeah, but it's just a detection barrier, nothing dangerous, and told them to follow him home. Our boy's jaw dropped when he saw it. The Murong family estate was massive, practically a whole city. Murong smiled and said he'd introduce everyone. There was already a big group waiting. Murong introduced his dad, head of the family, and a star envoy of a Western noble house. His dad lit up when he saw Lu Fan and said he'd been waiting a long time and was scared they'd miss the window. Our boy looked around and asked why so many people were here. Murong's dad sighed and said everyone in the family had been anxiously waiting ever since Murong sent word he'd found him. Our boy scanned the crowd and caught people whispering. Some doubted he was really the one from the prophecy. Some questioned if it was even possible anymore. The mood got heavy fast. Murong quietly offered to send everyone away if he felt uncomfortable. Our boy said don't bother and just asked to see the star dragon. They went in. Murong's dad explained the cavern was sacred ground, and the Murong family never came in here unless they absolutely had to. He bowed at the entrance and told the ancestors he'd brought the chosen one. Our boy looked inside and was genuinely surprised. The star dragon was right there lying on the ground. The system ID'd it as level 120. Then it flagged another level 120 presence too. A Murong ancestor floating above the dragon, also asleep. Our boy immediately asked about the strange man, so Murong's dad explained the ancestor had burned through almost all his life force doing the divination that led them to Lu Fan. After finishing it, his body gave out and he just collapsed. They put him next to the dragon and had no idea when he'd wake up. As for the dragon itself, it had been asleep for ages, but lately its breathing was getting weaker, and its body was slowly breaking apart into floating starlight. He asked Lu Fan to save it. Said the dragon was the foundation of their whole family and they'd give anything. The Murong stepped up too and said they had no one else. Our boy sighed and said he'd try his best, but if it didn't work, they'd have to find another way. Murong's dad bowed and said the family would back him up however he needed. Our boy told them to just stand back and called out Xiao Fei. The moment she appeared, he told her to use healing magic. She went all out: life pulse, emerald light, emerald blessing, stacking everything together, then dropped a life core to keep the healing going, then activated her dragon bloodline, which doubled all effects on dragons. The elders finally felt some hope. They were realizing this dragon had been keeping an entire region healthy for centuries, and Lu Fan had more than one. Murong Sheng said even in the secret realm where summoning was blocked, our boy kept winning. The divination had to be right. Then the system said all effects failed. Everything got cancelled instantly. Xiao Fei looked at Lu Fan like she was sorry. He calmly told her it was fine, and that he already expected this. The elders fell apart. Murong's dad couldn't understand how even a dragon's healing did nothing. Murong refused to accept it. The ancestor nearly died for that divination. How could it be wrong? Then a voice came out of nowhere. It called them out for giving up that fast and said it had been waiting for Lu Fan to finally need its help. Everyone spun around and then she just appeared, arms out, yawning, saying it'd been a while since she stretched. Said a problem like this was never something humans could fix. In the next frame, the Dragon Queen popped out in her usual style. Murong's dad immediately lost it. He shouted, asking how she dared just teleport into their sacred forbidden ground. Murong Sheng was also tripping, saying it was literally impossible to teleport into this place, whether you were human or beast. Then the Demon Queen let out this terrifying energy, and the whole space felt wrong. Before either of them could even react, their bodies just froze. Couldn't move a single muscle. Murong's dad knew instantly she was so far above them that fighting back wasn't even an option. This was a completely different level of dragon. She looked at them and calmly asked if they really wanted to try her. Said they weren't even enough to fill the gaps in her teeth. Just those words alone made their legs give out and they dropped to the floor. Our boy stepped in right away and told them to relax. She said she was with him, and that she might actually be able to save the star dragon. She walked over to the star dragon, looked it over and said it was basically dying. 1 year max, 3 months minimum. Then casually added that she did have a way to save it. The Murong family immediately started begging. They said they'd do anything, meet any condition. Our boy side-eyed her. She smiled and said even if she saved it just to eat it afterward, they'd still agree. Everyone froze. She burst out laughing and said she was joking. She said she had zero interest in eating something old and half dead, and that she'd eaten star dragons before and wasn't hungry for that anymore. Lu Fan told her to stop playing around and ask straight up if she actually had a solution. She patted the dying dragon and explained that birth, aging, sickness, and death, it hits everyone eventually, even dragons. It doesn't matter how strong you are, nobody's reversing that. The starlight around it was fading because its core energy was leaking out. To save it, another star dragon would have to pump back in what it lost. The Murong family looked at her like she'd lost her mind, called it simple. They'd already tried collecting the scattered energy themselves and got basically nothing. Lu said calmly that if that's the only option, then he'd do it. He activated his summoning and warned her under his breath that she better not be bullshitting him. She confirmed it injects star energy, and the dragon wakes up. But she made it crystal clear, this was just buying time, not a permanent fix. Each round gives it 3 to 5 more years, but do it too many times and it stops working. Best case, 30 extra years total. Told them to think it through. Our boy turned to the elder and said it was his call. Elder went quiet for a sec. He said he'd been hoping for a full cure, but it looked like all they could realistically do was keep it alive a little longer. Murong Sheng stepped up before his dad could keep overthinking it. Told our boy to go ahead and do it. Said as long as the star ancestor wakes up, he'd deal with whatever consequences came with it. Turned to his dad and said there's no perfect answer here, and with brother Lu right here, there's no point waiting around anymore. The elder finally nodded and said he trusted Lu Fan to handle it. Our boy called out to Star and told her to shift into Star Radiance form and charge up 17 million heavenly stars. The energy that started building was absolutely insane. The system confirmed the star core was forming and getting stronger every second. Elder Murong was physically shaking just watching it happen. Said it really was a star dragon and its power was way beyond even their ancestors' level. Murong Sheng thought to himself that the divination was correct. Lu Fan is really something else to be able to command multiple dragons from different races. That wasn't something a regular dude could pull off. Our boy told Star to keep charging but not to detonate yet. The star core kept growing bigger and more intense. When it hit max capacity, he raised his hand and gave the order injected straight into the star dragon. Star did it instantly, and the dragon queen just stood there watching with zero emotion on her face. The energy slammed into the star dragon. The whole cavern went dead silent. Everyone held their breath. Then it moved. Its eyes opened. Its presence came back steady and strong. It spoke in this deep, ancient voice, saying its strength had returned, and asked what the hell happened. Murong rushed forward, barely keeping it together emotionally. He bowed deep and told the star ancestor it had been asleep way too long, and that the family was finally welcoming it back. The star dragon looked over at Star and said, the energy felt familiar, definitely from its own kind. Thanked her for sharing that much power. Then it looked at the demon queen dragon, and immediately panicked, asked why the hell the dragon queen was standing right there. Maroon jumped in quick, telling it to calm down. He explained she was actually part of the reason it got saved. She came with their benefactor, Lu Fan, the dragon tamer. He made it official right then and there, said the Maroon family's promise to back Lu Fan wasn't just empty words. Now that the ancestor was awake, they were going to stand by him and his whole crew from here on out. Murong Sheng just stood there connecting the dots in his head. She was a dragon king. Even the star ancestor straight up panicked seeing her. No wonder one look from her earlier had everyone frozen stiff. Brother Lu was built different. The Murong family choosing him as an ally might have been the smartest move they ever made. If they'd ended up on opposite sides, yeah, it would have been game over for them. Our boy told Murong that now that the star dragon was awake, there was obviously a lot to sort out, but he'd head out for now. In his head he knew the demon queen dragon's reputation had dragons everywhere shook, and he didn't want to stress out the already weakened star ancestor any more than necessary. Then the star ancestor stopped him, asked him to wait. Specifically, he said the young emerald dragon and the star dragon should stay behind too. Our boy stopped dead in his tracks, had genuinely no clue what it wanted from him. So the star dragon hit him with it, said he had a selfish request. He wanted to be reborn. Our boy was straight up confused. Like, is that even possible? Meanwhile, Murong Sheng was over there thinking, wait, if you had a method this whole time, why the hell didn't you mention it earlier? The star dragon explained he wasn't trying to hide anything from them. He'd thought about it before, wanted to keep living to protect the family and all that, but he never went through with it because the requirements were absolutely insane. But then he saw the star dragon and the emerald dragon, and now Lu was on their side too? He finally saw a real shot at actually pulling this off. Hearing that, Lu Fan started turning it over in his head. Could a dragon really be reborn? Like, what kind of crazy process would that even take? It apparently needed both Star and Xiao Fei, but now he was genuinely curious. He told the Star Dragon to keep going and explain the whole thing. The Star Dragon didn't waste time and immediately told our boy that he should like the video and help Mamoru to make juicy content and activate that cheeky little bell.